After the great battle, Draco found himself enveloped in a profound melancholy. By a twist of fate, a peculiar time-turner transported him back to the past, to the moment when they first entered Hogwarts as first years. This time he was determined to seize the opportunity to thwart Voldemort's resurgence. Yet, as he donned the sorting hat once more, it was not Slytherin that it proclaimed but rather Gryffindor. Was he destined to reside in the same dormitory as the revered Chosen One for 7 long years? Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Time-Turner. In a study within Malfoy Manor, a solitary figure sat quietly in a chair. The dimly lit room was illuminated only by a flickering candle, casting a faint glow on his features. His pale golden hair lay softly against his forehead, and his once bright gray eyes were now tightly shut, his face slightly trembling as he succumbed to an uneasy slumber. In his dreams amidst the raging inferno, a broomstick soared swiftly through the air. Suddenly, a flash of green light pierced the dream, causing Draco Malfoy to bolt awake, his eyes wide open. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings of the study, he realized it had all been a mere dream. 3 months had elapsed since the cataclysmic battle at Hogwarts. While Draco's parents expressed relief at having survived, they hastily fled to Australia to evade the Ministry of Magic scrutiny. However, Draco resolutely chose to remain at Malfoy Manor. In the aftermath of the conflict, he had not encountered their savior, Harry Potter. In fact, he had declined to meet anyone he deemed unnecessary. With Lucius's consent, Draco had nearly donated the entirety of the Malfoy family's assets to the families of those who had perished in the war. He had also learned that Harry Potter testified on behalf of Professor Snape, affirming his allegiance to Dumbledore, and corroborating that Draco's prior actions were compelled by Voldemort's threats. With the Malfoy family's voluntary contributions aiding in the post-war reconstruction, coupled with Harry Potter's testimony, the Ministry of Magic ceased its pursuit of Draco. At this moment, Draco sat in the chair, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Over the past 3 months, he had frequently dreamt of the tumultuous events. Dumbledore plummeting from the tower like a shattered puppet, the breathtaking duel between Harry and the Dark Lord, and the harrowing moment when he and Harry fled the encroaching flames on the same broomstick. Recently, the scenes within the Room of Requirement had appeared with increasing frequency in his dreams. He clutched Harry tightly as they soared away from the malevolent fire that threatened to consume everything. Yet Harry seemed to have glimpsed something amidst the flames, and with a sudden twist and dive, they were headed straight for the gaping maw of a fiery serpent. In a panic, he shouted, clutching Harry's waist as if resigned to their fate of plunging into the hellish inferno. In reality, Draco abruptly sat upright, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. The warmth lingered in his palms as he rubbed them together unconsciously. Perhaps it was because Harry Potter had saved his and Goyle's lives that he harbored such complex feelings towards him. He owed Harry Potter a life. Perhaps Dumbledore was right. People can easily forgive the misdeeds of others, yet struggle to forgive their righteousness. Taking a sip of tea, Draco steeled himself and resumed his search through the remnants of the Malfoy family legacy in the study. Perhaps there were items that could aid in the magical community's reconstruction. In a dusty corner, he discovered a small, unremarkable box adorned with mundane patterns, nearly obscured by layers of dust. Draco furrowed his brow. He scarcely remembered such a grimy object existing in his home. Initially intending to discard it among the useless debris, an inexplicable force compelled him to open the box. To his astonishment, he realized that the box had been enchanted with a powerful concealment charm, rendering it overlooked by all. Consequently, the house elves had never thought to clean the dust from its surface, and his father had never mentioned it. Nestled within the dusty confines of the box lay a small golden hourglass, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. The faint dark red runes etched upon it were startlingly vivid, hinting at an ominous presence. A time-turner. Though Draco had never seen one in person, he was aware of its existence. It was said that all time-turners in Britain had been destroyed during his 5th year by Death Eaters, Harry Potter, and his friends in the Department of Mysteries. But how could there be a time-turner in his family's study, concealed by a powerful charm? What dangers and foreboding did the glowing dark red runes signify? Suddenly, Draco's heart raced as if he could return to the past. Perhaps he could rectify his grave mistakes, help his father escape his torment, save the professors and classmates who perished in the battle, and avoid indebtedness to Harry Potter for saving his life. His heart raced faster, then gradually calmed. He was not a savior. In this narrative, he was merely a soul in need of redemption. If the time-turner could indeed transport him back, did he possess the capacity to prevent everything that had transpired? He would have to evade the other him from the original timeline while achieving all of this, an almost impossible feat. Running his fingers over the blood-red runes, he understood that this journey through time would exact a heavy toll. Otherwise, why would such a powerful concealment charm have been placed upon this time-turner, allowing it to elude the Ministry's control? As a Slytherin, he had always been adept at making choices that favored his interests. With the Dark Lord utterly vanquished, his parents, though distanced from the nexus of magical power, lived a leisurely and secure life in Australia. Meanwhile, he could enjoy a life of comfort and stability with the remaining wealth of the Malfoy family, Should he so desire, was it truly necessary to revisit the past, to endure that dark chapter once more, to confront the unknown? Draco found himself inexplicably recalling that scene from his dream. He clenched his fist. Sometimes, monumental decisions are made in an instant with no further hesitation. Draco exhaled deeply and began to turn the time turner. The golden hourglass suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The dark red runes swirling as if alive, a brilliant flash of golden light enveloped him, and in an instant Draco vanished from his place. Chapter 2. A familiar encounter with Harry. Master Draco? Master Draco? A voice, somewhat sharp in tone, pierced through Draco's slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in his own chamber. The morning sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across half the room. A house elf, cradling an antiquated tray, stood at his bedside, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, Master Draco." "Dobby." Draco exclaimed in astonishment. The house elf was garbed in his customary worn pillowcase, his bat-like ears drooping slightly, while his large, tennis ball-sized green eyes were fixed intently upon Draco. "It is Dobby, Master. Madam has sent Dobby to request that you rise. She says today marks your first day at Hogwarts, and you must not be late." First day at Hogwarts? Draco's gaze darted down to his own body, which astonishingly appeared to have reverted to that of a first-year student. But what of the other version of himself in the original timeline? What manner of time-turner was this? If he could relive this experience, perhaps everything would unfold more favorably. A surge of exhilaration mingled with trepidation coursed through Draco's veins. At this moment, nothing had yet transpired. He still had the opportunity to rectify everything. Looking at Dobby before him, a wave of complex emotions washed over Draco. To the Malfoy family, house elves were considered lowly and inconsequential, and he had never troubled himself to regard his own house elf with any significance. Yet, within the recesses of his memories, he recalled that Dobby had sacrificed himself in an effort to save Harry Potter. Draco attempted to rise, only to feel a sudden weakness envelop him. A fit of coughing erupted from his chest, intensifying his anxiety. He had no recollection of being so frail as a first-year student. Observing his distress, Dobby quickly brought the tray closer, offering a glass of clear water. "Master, please drink." Gradually, Draco's coughing subsided. He cast a deep glance at Dobby, then lifted the glass to his lips and drank the water in one swift motion. A deep crimson steam locomotive came to a halt at a platform bustling with students, emitting a low hum. A sign bearing the inscription Hogwarts Express hung from the front of the train. Draco had already bid farewell to his parents and boarded the train bound for Hogwarts. At this moment, he fully comprehended the reality of having returned to the body of a first-year student, supplanting the original timeline's counterpart. Yet he felt an unprecedented frailty coursing through him. The enigmatic time-turner that had brought him back had vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Crabbe and Goyle approached, their hulking figures nearly blocking the aisle. Upon spotting Crabbe, Draco momentarily lost his focus. Goyle, munching on a chocolate bar, boomed, "Hey, we've snagged a spacious compartment. Come join us." Draco snapped back to attention, glancing at Goyle. "You two go ahead, don't mind me." One advantage of Goyle and Crabbe was their lack of intellect. They never inquired about Draco's intentions. The two nodded like two clumsy gorillas, awkwardly turned, and inadvertently knocked over a fellow student's suitcase. Leaning against the doorframe, Draco gazed out at the throng on the platform. He had been waiting at the door for a quarter of an hour, and still had not spotted the person he sought. With less than 10 minutes before the train's departure, the crowd was thinning, leaving only a few first years embracing their families in farewell. Draco's eyes scanned the gathering, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. Where was he? At long last, after several red-haired Weasleys passed through the platform, he spotted a youthful Harry Potter maneuvering a trolley across the platform. Beside him, a cage containing a pristine white owl was adjusting its beautiful feathers. Draco unconsciously exhaled in relief. He watched as Harry navigated through the crowd, locating a door at the rear of the train and boarding. Draco weaved through the throng, making his way down the aisle to the back of the train. At that moment, Harry had already stepped into a compartment, leaning against the window and gazing out. Draco glanced down at his attire, brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the compartment door. The door swung open, and Harry turned to look at him, his expression one of cool indifference, revealing a pale, thin boy standing outside, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Upon recognizing Draco, Harry's demeanor turned frosty, and he nodded curtly. "Hello." Draco immediately realized this was not their first encounter. The fading memories of 7 years drifted through his mind, becoming increasingly vivid. 7 years ago, in Madame Malkin's robe shop, they had first laid eyes on each other. At that time, Draco had been unaware of Harry's true identity, and had spoken disrespectfully to Harry's friend Hagrid. It was likely due to that unpleasant initial meeting that Harry now regarded Draco with a measure of distance and coolness. Draco adjusted his expression, offering a polite yet warm smile as he extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy." In response to Draco's overture, Harry's countenance softened marginally as he extended his hand. "I am Harry Potter." A look of perfectly measured astonishment crossed Draco's face. Just as he was about to utter another word, a voice from outside interrupted. "Hey Mum, guess what? Guess who I just saw on the train?" Both Harry and Draco turned to the sound. A woman outside was conversing with several red-haired children. It was the Weasley family. "Do you remember that black-haired boy who was standing next to us at the station? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "Harry Potter." A little girl squealed. "Oh Mum? Can I go on the train to see him?" "Please Mum." Harry turned back, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Meanwhile, Draco watched the excitable Ginny Weasley exclaiming outside the window, a flicker of inexplicable disdain crossing his face. Noticing Draco's expression, Harry's demeanor grew cold once more. Draco, caught off guard by his own emotions, realized he had once again faltered. He was acutely aware of how significant Hagrid and the Weasley family were to Harry. In the brief span of their two encounters, he had committed two grievous blunders, revealing his disdain for both Hagrid and the Weasleys. Just as Draco was about to say something, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Students on the platform hurried aboard the train, and the aisle quickly filled with fellow students, some glancing into their compartment. Observing Harry's distant demeanor, Draco suddenly felt disinclined to offer any explanations. He lifted his chin and, in his habitual tone, drawled slowly, "Well then. Farewell, Potter." Draco exited the compartment, only to collide with Ron, who was tugging his luggage in search of a compartment. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Ron, emitting a soft grunt that could be interpreted as disdain or self-mockery. He knew Ron would soon settle into the same compartment as Harry, just as they had 7 years prior, setting the wheels of fate into motion once more. Without acknowledging Ron, Draco strode past him. Ron stared after Draco's retreating figure, perplexed, then rubbed his flushed nose. He pursed his lips and dragged his luggage toward the compartment where Harry was. Chapter 3. An unexpected Gryffindor at long last. The train arrived at its destination, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First-year students, brimming with excitement and curiosity, gazed around in wonder, but for Draco, this was all too familiar. He had observed the scenery for 7 years. Draco watched as Harry enthusiastically greeted Hagrid, then joined Ron, Hermione, and Neville as they boarded the same boat heading toward the castle. An emptiness stirred within Draco. Would everything once again unfold as it had before? After disembarking, Hagrid successfully handed the first-year students over to Professor McGonagall. She led them to an empty room beside the Great Hall, where they would await the sorting ceremony. As they waited, Draco observed Harry and Ron whispering to one another from a distance, stirring a peculiar emotion within him. Perhaps it was due to his intense focus, but Harry seemed to sense a gaze upon him and looked over. Draco raised his chin slightly and diverted his eyes. The first-year students lined up, brimming with both anxiety and excitement, ready to undergo the sorting ceremony. Draco stood with an air of indifference in the midst of the queue, entirely unconcerned about the proceedings. He was certain he would be placed into Slytherin. The sorting hat would, as it had 7 years prior, scream Slytherin. The moment it touched his hair, everything unfolded as it had 7 years ago. Crabbe and Goyle were predictably sorted into Slytherin. Hermione Granger from the Gryffindor trio was once again placed into Gryffindor. And the overly nervous Neville Longbottom, after the hat called out Gryffindor, ran off with it still perched on his head, only to return at a brisk jog amidst the laughter of the crowd, returning the hat to Professor McGonagall. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing his name called by Professor McGonagall, Draco slowly approached the sorting hat, seated himself, and placed the hat atop his head. He could feel the majority of the hall's eyes upon him, including Harry's. The anticipated announcement of Slytherin did not immediately follow. The hat's faint voice whispered in his ear. Why do I feel like I've sorted you before? Odd. Never mind that. Well, you possess remarkable talent, and the pride of an ancient lineage. Slytherin seems most suited for you, yet I sense you harbor some other thoughts. What could they be? Draco was taken aback by the hat's hesitation and perceptiveness. Things appeared to be shifting slightly. It was as though something had instilled courage within him, prompting him to contemplate actions beyond the ordinary. Perhaps he wished to try another house? Gryffindor? Or remain with Slytherin? Draco had never known that the sorting hat would inquire about his students' preferences. Did it mean that if he expressed a desire to join Gryffindor, the hat would acquiesce? As he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Harry. In that fleeting moment, he found himself unexpectedly anxious about the decision the hat would make. The hat then declared, "Ah, I see. Then it shall be Gryffindor." Draco was jolted back to reality. What? He, Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the ancient Malfoy lineage, had been placed into Gryffindor? He was now the only member of the Malfoy family among all Slytherins to be a Gryffindor? Gasps and scattered applause erupted throughout the hall. Draco glanced up to find the Slytherins staring at him in disbelief. Goyle, having just bitten the head off a chocolate frog, gaped in shock. Chocolate crumbs still adorning his mouth, resembling a gorilla. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, a smattering of applause began. Fred mockingly hissed, exclaiming, "We have a Malfoy." George chimed in. "What exhilarating news." Percy shot a disapproving look at his twin brothers, puffing his chest and gesturing for Draco to join them with the air of a prefect. Draco felt a bit dazed. He returned the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall and walked for the first time towards the other side of the hall. Many of his new housemates were erstwhile enemies. He took a seat beside Percy, continuing to observe the remainder of the sorting ceremony, while his thoughts drifted further afield. How furious would his father be at his sorting into Gryffindor? How would the rest of the family perceive him? How would he interact with others in Gryffindor? Harry Potter. Draco's musings were abruptly interrupted. After nearly half a minute of deliberation, the hat finally declared Gryffindor. The table erupted into cheers, distinct from the earlier applause. The twins shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Harry approached and sat beside the twins. Draco watched as the Gryffindors warmly welcomed Harry, and internally scoffed, truly befitting of the chosen one. Ron, as expected, was sorted into Gryffindor as well. Everything was as it had always been, except for Draco himself. After the feast, Percy led the first-year Gryffindors to their common room located in the tower. This was Draco's first visit to the Gryffindor common room, adorned in shimmering gold and warm hues, radiating a cozy yet dry ambience, unlike the Slytherin common room situated beneath the lake, which felt cold and damp. Percy guided the boys to their dormitory, where 6 four-poster beds were draped with deep red velvet curtains. Observing the exhausted Harry and others collapse onto their beds, Draco couldn't help but rub his palms together. It was only then that he fully grasped that he, Draco Malfoy, would share a dormitory with the savior, Harry Potter, for the next 6 or 7 years of their academic journey. Chapter 4. The first day of cohabitation. The next morning, when Harry awoke, Draco was already dressed. Elegantly seated at the table engrossed in a book, his meticulously tailored school robes fitting him impeccably, a bow tie adorned with dark green patterns neatly tied at his collar. Beside him sat a steaming cup of English breakfast tea. Harry had yet to put on his glasses, and in his blurry state, he found the scene remarkably pleasing. He fumbled for his glasses and donned them just as Draco turned to him, appraising him from head to toe. Harry instinctively raked his hand through his hair, which resembled a bird's nest, attempting to tame the unruly strands. Good morning." Harry cleared his throat and spoke to Draco. Draco returned to his book, lazily acknowledging him with a soft, "Morning, Potter." The response was so faint that Harry nearly doubted his own hearing. Ron, stirred by the commotion, awoke as well. Upon noticing Draco's overly refined appearance, Ron exclaimed in shock, "No one told me we were expected to dress for a feast on the first day of school." Draco cast a disdainful glance at Ron, retorting, "Does the Weasley family typically breakfast in their pajamas?" Ron was momentarily silenced, clearly intimidated by Draco's demeanor. He sat up, mumbling something, which Harry discerned to be a protest about the absurdity of wearing pajamas for breakfast. Harry chuckled softly as he began to gather his belongings. Ron remained seated, dazedly staring at Draco, as if pondering whether it was Draco who was odd or himself. Noticing Ron's gaze, Draco turned a page of his book and coolly remarked, "Does the Weasley family have a habit of staring at others? Don't bring our family into this." Ron shot back, rising to confront Draco, glancing around as if searching for some flaw in Draco's demeanor. "Why? Why do you have breakfast tea?" Draco snickered derisively and continued reading, offering no reply. Ignored. Ron sought Harry's support, his expression pleading, "Harry, look at him." Harry feigned interest in rummaging through his bag, secretly stifling a laugh. Defeated. Ron grumbled as he prepared for his morning routine. By the time Harry and Ron emerged from the washroom, Draco had already vacated the dormitory. Harry felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, while Ron grumbled, "Good for him to be wise. We certainly won't be inviting him to breakfast, will we, Harry?" When Harry and Ron reached the Great Hall for breakfast, they found Draco already dining alone. They settled 2 seats away from him. Occasionally, Slytherins would approach Draco to greet him, with Goyle and Crabbe having just finished their greetings and swiping 2 slices of cake from the Gryffindor table. Ron angrily shouted at Goyle and Crabbe's retreating backs, "That's our Gryffindor cake." At that moment, Fred and George cheerfully strolled over, taking seats between Harry, Ron, and Draco. Fred patted Ron on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Little Ronnie must be famished, eh? Think you could devour 20 pieces of cake? Good morning, Harry." George, meanwhile, turned to Draco with a grin. "How has your first night in Gryffindor treated you, Malfoy? No house elves to make your bed for you. Are you managing to sleep all right?" Fred wore a mischievous smirk, adding, "Don't expect my brother to help. He certainly won't be making beds for anyone." Ron muttered a curse and shoved a piece of bread into Fred's mouth. Draco found himself unoffended by the jests of the Weasley twins. In the recollections of the past 7 years, the twins were, in fact, the least irritating members of the Weasley clan. Draco merely smiled in response. At that moment, a multitude of owls swooped into the hall, some landing directly in front of Draco. He unwrapped his parcel, revealing homemade pastries sent by his mother, looking delectable and exquisite. He then opened the soul letter, and despite having anticipated its content, his expression shifted upon reading it. Before Harry and the others had finished their meal, Draco departed with his belongings. Harry, watching Draco's retreating figure, inquired of Fred, "What is wrong with him?" Fred shrugged, replying, "Perhaps the Malfoy family is displeased that their only heir has been sorted into Gryffindor. To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised his father didn't send a howler." George added, "If Fred and I were the only 2 Slytherins in the family, I can't imagine how our mother would react." "Would she expel you?" Ron asked, spreading butter on his bread. "Or perhaps she'd just stuff us into a toilet," Fred replied with mock seriousness. Ron, shuddering at the thought, felt a wave of relief wash over him for being in Gryffindor. Harry pondered aloud, surely the Malfoy family wouldn't genuinely expel him, would they? "Perhaps," Fred responded. "While Slytherin's 2 brutes were discussing, I overheard some things. It seems Malfoy's father considered sending him to Durmstrang abroad," he said, gesturing toward Goyle and Crabbe, who were voraciously devouring their meals at the Slytherin table. "Goodness, how do those first years eat? They're larger than 5th years." Harry found his bread tasteless. Recalling how the Sorting Hat had once contemplated placing him in Slytherin, a thought that had once filled him with dread. Now he felt a twinge of sympathy for Draco. Turning to Fred and George, he asked, "Is it common for an entire family to belong to the same house while one member is sorted into another?" "It's likely uncommon, but not unheard of. After all, a family of wizards might still produce a squib, right?" Fred took a hearty gulp of pumpkin juice. "However, I've never witnessed an entire family being Slytherin with just one member in Gryffindor. You know how Slytherin and Gryffindor have always clashed." At that moment, nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, floated by. "I've seen such a case." "Really?" George asked, excitement in his voice. "Who was it? Do we know them?" Nick replied somberly. "It was the ancient Black family, staunch advocates of pure blood. The entire family was Slytherin, save for one descendant who was sorted into Gryffindor. However, this singular Gryffindor ultimately—" Nick's gaze flickered to Harry, and his voice trailed off. "What happened in the end?" Ron pressed, curiosity piqued. Nick cleared his throat, ahem. "Nothing of great significance. I've lived too long to recall certain details, forgotten." Ignoring the twins and Ron's inquiries, Nick drifted to the far end of the table. Sometimes, Nick would forget he was not truly alive. Fred raised an eyebrow at Harry, who chuckled softly, contemplating the fate of the lone Gryffindor within the Black family. Yet it felt distant to him, and he didn't genuinely care. George and Fred grabbed a few slices of bread, standing up to bid farewell to Ron and Harry. "Well, we're off. Wishing you both luck on your first day. Just between us, potions class is bound to be fascinating. Ron, you'll love it. Professor Snape is the most popular teacher in the entire school." Fred feigned deep thought. "That's a stretch. Professor Binns of History of Magic is also quite amusing, often sharing jokes during lectures. Little Ron must strive to earn points for Gryffindor under Professor Snape. Your mother would be so proud." As the twins walked away, Ron pulled out his timetable, circling potions and history of magic with a sigh, lamenting, "We won't have potions until Friday." Chapter 5, A Destiny Choked. In the ensuing days, Harry experienced numerous first lessons across various subjects. Transfiguration and charms were relatively enjoyable, yet both professors maintained exceptionally high expectations, and Harry and his classmates inevitably received their first week's worth of homework. The defense against the dark arts class had become almost laughable. Professor Quirrell, swathed in a large turban, filled the classroom with the scent of garlic, purportedly to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. Quirrell stuttered through his lecture, lacking any engaging magical demonstrations. In History of Magic, Professor Binns droned on in his monotonous voice, scarcely glancing at the students, nearly lulling Harry into a stupor. Ron gritted his teeth, muttering to Harry, "I want to kill Fred and George." I'd sooner believe Quirrell had slain 10 vampires than think Binns could tell a joke. Another class strongly endorsed by Fred and George, Potions, was scheduled for Friday, attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin first years. With the dismal experience of history of magic fresh in their minds, Ron and Harry harbored no expectations for Potions. Harry even harbored a faint premonition that it would be a disaster. On Friday, Harry and Ron made their way to the dungeon classroom for Potions. Settling into 2 empty seats, Harry caught a glimpse of a pallid Draco seated beside Slytherin's 2 hulking students. Whether it was merely his imagination, Harry felt Draco appeared even more one than on the first day of school. Over the past few days, Draco had kept to himself in Gryffindor, never venturing out with him or Ron. Draco had never been spotted in the Gryffindor common room, and upon reflection, they had scarcely exchanged words. Silence enveloped the room. Professor Snape entered, his demeanor somber. Harry shifted his attention toward Snape. As Harry had surmised, Potions was not a pleasurable class. Snape's disdain for him was glaringly apparent. In the very first lesson, Snape deducted 2 points from Gryffindor due to Harry's actions. By the end of class, Harry gloomily packed his belongings. Draco, too, took his time gathering his things, while his 2 burly friends Goyle and Crabbe had already departed at Draco's signal. "Can we leave? I could eat a whole cow." Ron grumbled to Harry, patting his belly. "Oh sure, let us go." As Harry exited the classroom, he noticed Draco, who had deliberately lingered until last, approaching Snape, seemingly with something important to discuss. Yielding to Ron's persistent nudging, Harry set aside his curiosity and left the dungeon classroom. "Professor," Draco began as he approached Snape. "There's something I wish to discuss with you." Snape scrutinized Draco for a moment, remarking, "You look rather pale. Have these past few days been too dreadful for you? Would you like me to write a letter to Lucius on your behalf? It appears he is particularly displeased with your placement in Gryffindor." Draco's complexion seemed to grow even paler. "I can handle this matter myself, Professor." "What is it?" Snape inquired, his gaze probing. Draco hesitated for a moment. Once again encountering Severus Snape, who had once served as a guiding mentor in his life, an overwhelming joy filled his heart. He was acutely aware that Snape had, under Dumbledore's directive, taken an unbreakable vow, sacrificing nearly everything to safeguard his life and soul. During that period etched in his memory, the individual he felt the most guilt towards was Dumbledore, while his deepest gratitude was reserved for Snape. If he were to confide in someone regarding Voldemort, there was no one more fitting than Snape. However, the pressing issue at hand was Quirrell. He knew that Voldemort had once possessed Quirrell during their first year. "Professor, I wish to speak of Professor Quirrell," Draco said, suppressing his emotions. "Quirrell?" Snape narrowed his eyes. "Yes, Professor Quirrell." Just as Draco began to elaborate, he suddenly felt an invisible force constricting his mouth. He opened his lips, only to find himself rendered utterly voiceless. Snape immediately drew his wand, scanning the surroundings to discern who could possibly cast a silencing charm on Draco without his awareness. Yet the atmosphere was perfectly still. The underground classroom revealed no signs of any intruders. Professor Draco coughed repeatedly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Snape regarded him with a hint of confusion. "Professor, I'm fine. I was merely about to say that Quirrell," Draco, in a moment of terror, realized that every time he attempted to divulge Quirrell's secrets, he was met with silence. He hurriedly grabbed a quill and parchment from his satchel, attempting to write or conjure the words. Yet, the quill that had just functioned properly now refused to inscribe even a single letter. "Draco?" Snape's expression darkened. But amidst his stern demeanor, Draco detected a flicker of concern. "I'm fine, Professor," Draco exhaled, trying another approach. "Professor, I have heard that the Dark Lord has," but before he could finish, that familiar sensation of having his throat constricted returned, preventing him from uttering any related words. At that moment, Draco realized he had used a special time turner to return to the past, yet he was unable to articulate any memories that did not belong to the present time. "Quirrell? The Dark Lord?" Snape's brow furrowed even deeper, his left arm appearing somewhat restless. "Draco, what on earth are you playing at?" Draco struggled to suppress his breath, stifling the urge to cough. Nothing at all. I merely wish to express that Professor Quirrell seems to greatly admire the Dark Lord's dark magic." As Draco relinquished his intention to divulge the secret, other words flowed effortlessly from his lips. Draco, feeling somewhat bewildered, lowered his gaze, a profound sense of loneliness washing over him. It appeared that this convoluted path to redemption would ultimately rest solely upon his shoulders. "Quirrell greatly admires the Dark Lord's dark magic?" Snape echoed Draco's words, his skeptical gaze fixed upon him. That is my impression." "It seems rather peculiar," Draco admitted, averting his eyes. "Perhaps I am merely overthinking it, My father's letter has indeed affected my state of mind. Snape scrutinized Draco's expression. It was evident that this was the case. Draco hastily shoved the parchment and quill into his satchel and bid farewell to Snape. Snape nodded. I will write a letter to your father. Draco, clearly preoccupied with deeper concerns, quietly replied, Thank you, Professor. Snape continued to observe Draco until he reached the door. Just as Draco was about to exit, he suddenly turned and asked, Professor, do you have knowledge of time-turners? Snape fixed his gaze upon Draco's face, seemingly attempting to discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. I know a bit, Snape slowly replied. Are you familiar with special time-turners? For instance, Draco cautiously probed. Ones that can entirely replace one's past self, as if reliving it all over again? Snape's stare remained unwavering, his expression inscrutable. I have never heard of such a thing, he uttered gravely. Chapter 6. The memory ball incident. The long-awaited flying lesson for the first-year students finally arrived. Harry and Ron were brimming with excitement, and even Hermione, who typically showed little interest in Quidditch, felt a tinge of anticipation amid her nerves. On Thursday afternoon at 3:30, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered on the grass near the Forbidden Forest, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. Draco stood alongside Crabbe and Goyle, his eyes somewhat unfocused, as he listened to Goyle lamenting about unfinished homework. What are you looking at, Draco? Goyle inquired, following Draco's gaze. A group of Gryffindor students was approaching, among them the infamous Potter and the red-haired Weasley. Nothing, Draco replied, retracting his gaze. Did you even do homework in your first year, Goyle? Goyle, slow to comprehend, missed the inconsistency in Draco's words and responded in his usual gruff manner. I don't want to get detention from McGonagall or Snape. Once all the Gryffindor and Slytherin students had assembled, Madame Hooch soon arrived, and the flying lesson commenced. Everything unfolded just as Draco had previously experienced. Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, fell off his broomstick, necessitating Madame Hooch to escort him to the hospital wing. After Madame Hooch departed with Neville, Draco remained rooted in place. Even as Crabbe and Goyle laughed at Neville's misfortune, he remained silent. Shut up. Parvati Patil admonished Goyle and Crabbe, while the other Gryffindor students glared at them. Oh, defending Longbottom, are we? Pansy Parkinson remarked to Parvati, a hint of mockery in her tone. I never imagined you would take a liking to that pudgy little crybaby, Patil. Parvati shot Pansy a furious look, then abruptly turned to Draco. Why aren't you standing with us Gryffindors, Malfoy? All eyes turned to Draco, including Harry's. The moment was suffused with tension. The divide between Gryffindor and Slytherin was stark, whether in the Great Hall, on the grounds, or in class. Now all the Gryffindors stood united, save for Draco. What business is it of yours, Patil? Draco can stand wherever he pleases. Pansy piped up, clearly ready to defend him. Ignoring Pansy's outburst, Parvati stubbornly fixed her gaze on Draco, seemingly demanding he declare his allegiance, whether to Gryffindor or Slytherin. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares, Draco gradually lifted his head. He did not look at Parvati but instead turned towards a patch of grass. He bent down to pick something up. Crabbe, ever observant, quickly recognized the object. It's that fool Longbottom's memory ball. It is a memory ball, Crabbe, Pansy corrected him with a hint of disdain. All right, a memory ball. Crabbe chuckled maliciously. Why don't we hide it and watch Longbottom scurry around searching for it? Goyle joined in Crabbe's laughter, loudly discussing where they should conceal it. However, Draco did not partake in their mirth. Instead, he scrutinized the memory ball intently. Give it back to Neville, Harry suddenly interjected. Crabbe and Goyle's laughter abruptly ceased. Draco finally spoke, lifting his gaze to Harry. Do you wish to retrieve it for Longbottom, Potter? Harry regarded Draco, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. While Slytherin students often mocked Neville, Draco had never joined in their ridicule. In fact, he had always shown a degree of courtesy towards Neville, given they all shared the same dormitory. Draco picked up a broomstick and in a nonchalant tone addressed Harry, if you want to take the memory ball back for Longbottom, come fly and catch me. If you can catch me, I'll give it to you. Do you dare to wager, Potter? Draco raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression a blend of provocation and invitation. In his haughty gaze, there lingered something Harry could not quite decipher. Hermione immediately cautioned Harry. Don't listen to him. Madame Hooch told us not to move. Harry disregarded Hermione, his gaze fixed intently on Draco, attempting to decipher the genuine emotions concealed within those gray eyes. Draco's invitation, or perhaps his provocation, was akin to an exhilarating adventure, one fraught with peril yet irresistibly enticing. It seemed as though the adventurous spirit, inherently woven into Harry's very essence, was stirring restlessly. In the next moment he made his move. Draco smirked knowingly. propelling himself into the sky with Neville's memory ball in hand. Harry seized a broomstick, soaring into the heights. After a brief adjustment, he swiftly darted towards Draco. The hem of Draco's robes billowed in the wind, seducing Harry with the desperate urge to grasp it. Realizing Harry had acclimated to flying, Draco raised the memory ball and taunted, "Let us see if you can catch this, Potter." He hurled the memory ball in the direction dictated by his recollections, and began to descend. As anticipated, Harry dove with remarkable agility, catching the ball just a foot from the ground. Draco exhaled in relief. Soon after, Professor McGonagall approached them, taking Harry away. The other students erupted in animated discussions about the recent events, while Ron and the others expressed concern over the possibility of Harry facing punishment. Draco, however, paid little heed to their chatter. He cast his eyes towards the direction of McGonagall and Harry's departure, silently urging, "Enjoy your Quidditch while you can, Potter, before that matter arrives." Chapter 7. The Second Guardian. Harry successfully joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He yearned for an opportunity to thank Draco, though he was uncertain as to why. Yet Draco appeared to consistently elude him. He and Ron were largely oblivious to Draco's activities during his daily breaks. Since Halloween, Hermione had become part of Harry and Ron's circle, often dragging them to the library to complete their assignments. Within the library, they occasionally encountered Draco. Each time, he was solitary, devoid of his usual companions, Goyle and Crabbe. Ron speculated, sending Goyle and Crabbe to the library is akin to sentencing them to their doom. They would never accompany Malfoy. However, Draco was not in the library to study. He seemed to be searching for certain books. Each time he spotted the trio, he would swiftly depart. On one occasion, after Draco exited the library, Hermione hurriedly left their study table. Minutes later, she returned, her expression troubled, declaring, "I sneaked a peek at the book he was reading." Ron, noticing her distress, chuckled, "You look so worried. Did Malfoy check out half the library, leaving you with nothing to read?" Hermione ignored Ron's jest. "Yes, reading highly advanced spellbooks, including some on dark magic and curses. I suspect even 7th-year students would find these texts overly complex." "What is he doing with those?" Ron exclaimed, astonished. Harry shrugged. "Who knows? Learning more can't hurt, can it?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "He is only a first year. How can he possibly comprehend those books? These spells require a solid foundation to practice. First year simply cannot manage it. At least I know I can't." Ron smiled at Hermione. "So you're worried Malfoy might usurp your top spot in class? I've noticed Malfoy always barely scrapes by with acceptable, while you consistently achieve outstanding." "You don't understand, Ron," Hermione replied, her tension palpable. "It seems I've already fallen behind him. I must catch up." With that, she seized a nearby book and immersed herself in her studies, dismissing Ron's murmurs. Ron gazed at Hermione in astonishment, remarking to Harry in a hushed voice, "I don't get it. How can Malfoy affect her so much? He can't just be flipping through those books, can he?" Ron, glancing at his own paper with a frown, wished to consult Hermione, but she was resolutely engrossed in her reading, as if nothing could disrupt her scholarly pursuit. With a resigned sigh, Ron scratched his head and returned to his arduous work. Harry, peering down at his half-finished essay, found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Draco's behavior was indeed peculiar. Given his lineage, appearance, character, and abilities, he could easily attract a multitude of followers if he chose to. Yet he navigated Gryffindor almost entirely alone, eschewing friendships and showing little interest in reconnecting with old Slytherin acquaintances, which seemed incongruous with the prevailing perceptions of him. Recently, Harry's unexpected entry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team was almost entirely due to Draco's influence. Reflecting on Draco's demeanor at that moment, Harry felt a vague, indescribable significance. What was Draco perusing in those complex spellbooks? In November, Harry faced his first Quidditch match, Gryffindor against Slytherin. As he entered, he spotted Ron, Hermione, Neville, Seamus, and Dean holding a shimmering banner that proclaimed Potter for the win, adorned with a grand Gryffindor lion. Harry waved at them, receiving an enthusiastic response from his friends. As the match approached, Harry noticed Draco seated alone in the row behind Ron and the others, wearing an oversized dragonhide hat that obscured much of his face. The moment Madame Hooch's whistle blew, the 14 players from both houses soared into the sky. Harry circled above, intently searching for the golden snitch, while Lee Jordan's commentary filled the air. Slytherin employed underhanded tactics, attempting multiple times to knock Gryffindor players off their brooms. Madame Hooch angrily admonished the Slytherin violators. Harry understood he needed to expedite his search for the snitch. The longer the match continued, the greater the risk of Gryffindor players sustaining injuries from Slytherin's foul play. Suddenly, Harry's broom jolted violently, nearly throwing him off. Gripping the handle tightly, he managed to maintain his balance. The broom began to convulse, shaking violently for a mere 2 seconds before Harry sensed a force striving to stabilize it. Although this force was not particularly strong, it granted Harry a moment of respite. Spectators quickly noticed Harry's broom's erratic behavior. For a brief second, his broom twisted and rolled, and Harry felt the stabilizing force nearly faltering. At that moment, Snape, who had been watching the Slytherin players intently, detected Harry's distress. His expression darkened ominously, his gaze fixated on Harry, and he began muttering incantations. Harry suddenly felt a new force helping him combat the broom's frenzy. Although it continued to move, the intensity had diminished significantly. It was Snape. He was casting a curse on Harry's broom. Hermione exclaimed, "Watch this." After inadvertently colliding with Quirrell, she cautiously maneuvered behind Snape. Minutes later, a flame ignited beneath Snape's robe, interrupting his spell. Harry's broom finally stabilized, and he shot downward, as if about to be sick, clutching a golden object that fell into his palm. Harry Potter had caught the golden snitch, earning Gryffindor 150 points. The match concluded with Gryffindor victorious. Lee Jordan exclaimed in excitement. Gryffindor players descended, enveloping Harry in jubilant embraces. Although Harry still felt slightly queasy, the thrill of winning his first match was exhilarating. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Seamus, and Dean rushed to congratulate him, and Harry excitedly embraced each of them. Draco, somewhat reluctantly, trailed behind, evidently compelled by Dean's insistence. Upon seeing Harry, Draco's lips curled into a smirk, his expression one of feigned indifference. The enormous black dragon hide had obscured half of his face, emphasizing the pallor of his cheeks. Harry released Seamus and extended his arms toward Draco. Draco appeared somewhat taken aback, his gray eyes flickering momentarily, before he donned a rather reluctant expression, reluctantly acquiescing to Harry's embrace. The exhilaration of victory coursed through Harry's veins, and he paid little heed to Draco's unwilling demeanor. He murmured a quiet thank you, without elaborating on the reason for his gratitude. For a brief moment, Draco's body stiffened before he released Harry. The embrace was exceedingly loose and fleeting, akin to a mere pat on the back. At that moment, Fred and George rushed back to Harry's side, linking arms with him while laughing heartily. Draco retreated behind the raucous crowd, his face adorned with a smile that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. After the revelry, Harry returned with Ron and Hermione, the trio engaging in fervent discourse about Snape's spellcasting behavior. "You need to inform Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall, Harry. Snape intended to harm you," Hermione strongly urged. Harry contemplated Hermione's suggestion, uncertain whether Dumbledore and McGonagall would take their words seriously. Ron hesitantly remarked, "It seems there was someone else casting spells too." Hermione snapped her head around, questioning Ron with a fierce intensity. Ron, startled, stammered, when you were setting Snape on fire." Neville mentioned he was so nervous that he accidentally fell to the back row. He thought he saw Malfoy casting something. Harry abruptly halted. "What did you say?" Taken aback again, swallowed hard before saying, "Malfoy's hat was practically obscuring his face." Neville said he couldn't see clearly. At that moment, Hermione appeared less anxious, shaking her head. "Such a malevolent curse requires formidable magical prowess to execute, and only a wizard adept in dark arts could accomplish it. Malfoy is only a first year. Just like us, he cannot possibly possess that capability." "Wait," Ron suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious. "Don't forget what books Malfoy was perusing in the library." Observing Ron's cryptic expression, Hermione scoffed. "Theory and practice are entirely different. These formidable curses are not something Malfoy can simply learn from glancing at a few books." A vigorous debate ensued between Ron and Hermione regarding whether Malfoy could indeed cast dark spells. Harry, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. "But Hermione, you said he was reading books on the defense against the dark arts in the library." Chapter 8. Unexpected Developments. Following the first Quidditch match, the camaraderie among Harry and his 5 roommates seemed to flourish. Even the typically proud and solitary Draco occasionally engaged in conversation with Harry and Ron. Despite their inevitable banter and jibes at one another, Harry relished this transformation. He had fallen deeply in love with Hogwarts and adored this way of life. Christmas soon approached, and Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins decided to remain at Hogwarts for the holiday, while Hermione, Neville, and Draco returned home. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke to the delightful surprise of a pile of Christmas gifts beside his bed. He and Ron joyfully began to unwrap their presents. Among his gifts, Harry received a handmade flute from Hagrid, 50-pence coins from the Dursleys, a hand-knitted sweater and sweets from Mrs. Weasley, as well as gifts from Ron and Hermione. Additionally, an anonymous benefactor gifted Harry an exquisite invisibility cloak, accompanied by a note stating that it had once belonged to Harry's father. Thrilled, Harry tried on the cloak. And he and Ron unanimously agreed it was the finest Christmas gift of the year, despite their ignorance regarding the identity of the sender. Can I try on your invisibility cloak? Ron asked enviously. Harry handed the cloak to Ron. Feel free. Ron eagerly donned the cloak, while Harry rummaged through his belongings beside his bed. Wow, Harry, this is absolutely amazing, Ron exclaimed, gazing down at his vanishing body in awe. Harry chuckled softly. Indeed. It is remarkable. Ron continued to experiment with the cloak, while Harry persisted in searching through his things. He turned his entire bed upside down, reluctantly concluding that the invisibility cloak was indeed his last Christmas gift, with nothing else remaining. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, feeling a pang of loneliness as he watched Ron lavish praise on the cloak. He had not received a gift from Draco. He had an inkling that amidst his good fortune, Draco's presence was somehow always intertwined, and his intuition had consistently proven accurate, whether intentional or not. He genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Draco. Thus he sent a beautifully crafted silver and blue tie as a Christmas gift to him. Harry thought to himself that Draco always dressed elegantly, and this tie would be quite practical, complementing Draco's gem-like silver eyes. Ron continued to extol the virtues of the invisibility cloak, and Harry chimed in with hum and ah. Perhaps Harry should have anticipated that Draco would not send him a Christmas gift. In truth, he had not expected one. Yet, when confronted with the reality, he felt an unbidden sense of disappointment. Oh well, perhaps it is all mere coincidence, Harry reassured himself. The ability to become completely invisible, without any time constraints. Pardon, Harry. What did you say? Ron finally lifted his gaze from the cloak to look at Harry. Oh, nothing, Harry replied, rising to his feet. You're right. I must make good use of this invisibility cloak. We have the Christmas feast today. What? Ron stared at Harry, who began to tidy the remaining Christmas gifts, scratching his head and muttering to himself. Did I say that just now? After Christmas, the days flew by, and Harry's life became a whirlwind of homework, Quidditch, and Hagrid's affairs. Recently Ron and Hermione had just discovered that a highly rare magical stone was located in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, and they suspected that Snape intended to steal the stone. What concerned them even more was that Hagrid had brought back a dragon egg from outside, which hatched into an adorable little dragon. The last time they visited Hagrid's hut, the little dragon nearly set Hagrid's house ablaze. It was illegal to privately keep a dragon, and they had to persuade Hagrid to send the dragon to Ron's brother Charlie, who was studying dragons in Romania. Charlie had arranged to meet with Harry and the others at the highest tower of Hogwarts at midnight on Saturday to take the newly hatched dragon. Unfortunately, Ron was bitten by the dragon, injuring his hand, and had to stay in the hospital wing. Thus, the responsibility of handing over the dragon to Charlie's friend fell to Harry and Hermione. As Saturday approached midnight, Harry noticed that everyone in the dormitory had already fallen asleep. He quietly donned the invisibility cloak and made his way to the common room to meet Hermione. After Harry left, Draco silently sat up in bed, gazing in the direction Harry had departed. Draco pondered. Without his report this time, they should be able to successfully deliver Hagrid's dragon, right? They wouldn't be caught by Filch again, nor would they be forced into detention in the Forbidden Forest. But why wasn't Neville in the dormitory? Suddenly, a fit of coughing overcame Draco, and he stifled his voice as he coughed. Seamus muttered in his sleep and turned over, draping his outer robe around him. Draco exited the dormitory. The common room was deserted, and he settled into an armchair by the fireplace, coughing for a long while before regaining his composure. He felt his body growing weaker by the day. That peculiar time-turner must have been siphoning his physical energy as the cost of time travel. Over the past 6 months, he had attempted various remedies, including brewing potions, yet with little success. At this rate, he doubted he could survive until the day Voldemort was utterly vanquished. Draco recalled their shared experience of detention in the Forbidden Forest 7 years prior, when Hagrid had led them to confront the fiend that had slain the unicorn. Later, he learned that the hooded figure responsible for killing the unicorn and drinking its blood was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. He would not allow Harry, Hermione, and Neville to endure such a perilous experience again, especially when faced with Voldemort himself. As for capturing the unicorn-killing Quirrell, he would go on his own to assist Hagrid. His only remaining advantage was his knowledge of when and where Quirrell would appear. Time passed inexorably, and Draco, while perusing his book, calculated that Harry and Hermione should be returning soon. After a quarter of an hour, a commotion could be heard outside. Draco raised an eyebrow, puzzled. They should have returned quietly. Why the ruckus? The portrait of the fat lady swung open abruptly, and the voice of Filch reprimanded. Those 3 Gryffindors, little rascals. Get inside at once. 50 points deducted each, plus detention. What a splendid punishment. If you ever consider mischief again, think twice. One to you? Hermione stumbled into the common room, followed closely by a sullen Harry and a flustered Neville. All right, come in, you troublesome little miscreants. Before Filch could finish, the fat lady's portrait slammed shut. Draco furrowed his brow at the trio, each displaying a myriad of emotions. What are you doing here? Neville exclaimed, astonished at Draco's presence. Harry cast a glance in Draco's direction. Draco fixed his gaze on Neville, shaking the book in his hand, and slightly lifting his chin. It seems rather obvious, Longbottom. Harry refrained from inquiring why Draco was still reading at such a late hour. He evidently believed that Hermione and Neville required more attention. Hermione appeared stricken with guilt. Trembling slightly, Harry placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, whispering words of solace. Draco unabashedly scrutinized them, his heart far from the calm facade he presented. Without his report, Harry, Hermione, and even Neville had still fallen into Filch's clutches. Were they to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more, facing Quirrell, who was under Voldemort's influence? Was it indeed true that no matter what he did or refrained from doing, he could not alter the outcome? What are we to do now? Neville stammered. I've never heard of anyone losing so many points. My grandmother will kill me. Hermione's shoulders quivered again, seemingly more distressed. Harry inquired, Neville, why were you outside? Draco shared the same curiosity. I saw you and Hermione going out, and I thought to intervene and dissuade you from breaking school rules. But as soon as I stepped out, I lost sight of you. I forgot the password and could only wander about, praying to encounter someone, but instead, I ran into Filch. What dreadful luck. Harry and Draco silently sighed in unison. Hermione softly declared, I'm going back. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly made her way to the girls' dormitory, head bowed. Harry, despite his own dismal mood, felt compelled to soothe the increasingly frantic Neville. When Neville finally agreed to return to the dormitory to rest, Harry, burdened with fatigue both mentally and physically, made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Before leaving the common room, he turned to Draco and asked, Shall we return together? Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco smoothed the non-existent wrinkles in his robe, standing gracefully. Very well. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Forest revisited. As the end of term approached, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, each having lost 50 points for Gryffindor, refrained from engaging in any activities that might contravene school rules, dedicating their days to diligent study. One day, they each received a note from Professor McGonagall. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. McGonagall. At 11 o'clock, Harry, Hermione, and Neville trudged solemnly from the Gryffindor common room toward the entrance hall, feeling thoroughly deserving of such punishment. Filch was already waiting in the hall, but he was not alone. To their astonishment, Draco was also present. The trio glanced at Draco in unison. What are you doing here, Malfoy? Harry inquired. Before Draco could respond, Filch indignantly interjected. This young Malfoy cast a spell on my dear Mrs. Norris. Had it not been for my poor Mrs. Norris's quick reflexes, who knows what might have happened? Very well, Mr. Malfoy must wish to join his beloved companions in detention, so let it be. Harry and the others were taken aback. How could Draco possibly cast a spell on a cat, only to be conveniently caught by Filch? Draco, somewhat impatiently, retorted to Filch. I've explained it already. It was an accident. An accident? Filch's voice rose an octave. Are you suggesting that next time you might cast a spell on me and claim it was an accident? Mr. Malfoy, regardless, you shall pay the price for your mishap today. Do not think of escaping this punishment. Filch suddenly wore a wicked smile. I trust this little jaunt into the Forbidden Forest will engrave this lesson firmly in your minds. The Forbidden Forest? Neville's voice trembled. Students are not permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest. That applies to well-behaved students, does it not? Filch replied gleefully. For unruly little rascals like you. The school has no obligation to protect you, do they? Filch led the four toward the Forbidden Forest, all the while reveling in their misfortune. Apart from Draco, the other three bore expressions of concern and dread. Aren't you worried, Malfoy? Neville whispered to Draco. We're heading into the Forbidden Forest. Draco glanced at Neville and replied slowly. The school wouldn't allow students to enter the dangerous Forbidden Forest at such an hour. If that were the case, my father would lodge a complaint against the school. You know, my father is a governor. He has the right to criticize the school's erroneous teachings. Perhaps Hagrid will accompany us. Though Draco's tone was unkind, his words offered some comfort to Neville. If Hagrid were with them, it might not be so bad after all. Just as Draco predicted, Filch soon handed the four over to Hagrid, leaving with a malicious farewell. Good luck. All right, Hagrid said as he guided them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Do you see that glimmering thing on the ground? The silvery one? That's unicorn blood. A unicorn has been injured and badly. Our task today is to locate this unicorn and assist it. Hermione gasped. Harry asked, "What's wrong?" Hermione hesitated, fear evident in her voice. Unicorns possess powerful magic. Drinking their blood grants immortality, but it also curses the soul forever. Thus, injuring a unicorn is an incredibly inhumane act. Whatever wounded it must be formidable and exceedingly dangerous, perhaps even devoid of humanity. The group turned their gazes toward Hagrid, and for the first time, Harry hoped Hermione was mistaken. Hermione is quite right, Hagrid affirmed. But as long as you stick with me or Fong, you will be safe. Now we will split into 2 groups. Hagrid pointed to Harry, then noticed Draco standing beside him. Harry, you'll be in a group with Malfoy and Fong, if that's alright? Harry shot a glance at Draco, who before he could respond, slowly said, "Excuse me, may I be in a group with Granger and Fong instead?" Hagrid appeared somewhat surprised. If Neville is willing, of course." Neville's face still bore an expression of panic, glancing back and forth between Hagrid and Fong, clearly feeling safer with Hagrid. "In a group with Fong?" "Aye." Neville stammered, "I suppose I can. Let us have me with Fong then," Harry said, unable to bear seeing Neville tremble. "Malfoy, if you prefer not to be in a group with me, perhaps Hermione could join me instead." Harry looked inquiringly at Hermione, who nodded despite her fear. Draco pursed his lips and lifted his chin slightly. "That is not my intention." He gestured for the others to form their groups, indicating he had no further objections. Hagrid observed Hermione's nervousness and Neville's pale face before decisively declaring, "All right, it's getting late. Harry, you are paired with Malfoy. Take Yaya down that path. Hermione, Neville, and I will venture down another. Should anyone encounter a unicorn, they are to release green sparks. In the event of trouble, emit red sparks. Do you understand? Let us set off." The groups were assigned, and Hagrid led Hermione and Neville away first. Draco cast a glance at Harry before boldly striding ahead. The Forbidden Forest was enveloped in darkness, with Harry trailing behind Draco. Yaya in tow, the silence only interrupted by Yaya's soft grunts. After what felt like an eternity, Draco halted, listening intently. Moments later, he turned to Harry and said, "Potter, you stay here with Yaya while I scout ahead." "What?" "No," Harry protested. "Did you hear something? We should go together." Draco shot a glance at Yaya, coldly responding, "With that racket, anything we might find has already been scared off. If you insist on bringing it, you might as well wait here." Harry could not abandon Yaya. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I believe it's best if we stick together." Draco looked at Harry with disdain, retorting icily, "Potter, do you honestly think I want to be paired with you? I'm merely seeking an excuse to go off on my own." A rush of blood surged to Harry's head. What did Draco mean by that? Was he so inferior that he was deemed unworthy of Draco's company? Harry clenched his wand tightly. Draco seemed to sense the tension, gripping his own wand and fixing his gaze on Harry. A torrent of anger and frustration flooded Harry's mind. He had thought their relationship had grown closer since the beginning. He had even sent Draco a Christmas gift in gratitude. Yet now, Draco was adamantly unwilling to accompany him, preferring Neville's company instead. Harry's face flushed crimson. It was difficult to discern whether he was angrier at Draco or at himself. In a fit of emotion, Harry exclaimed, "If that is the case, I want to force you to be with me. I'll go find Hagrid and bring Neville over." "Excellent, that would be for the best," Draco replied coldly. "Oh, and remember to take that nuisance with you." Draco cast a glance at Yaya. "As you wish," Harry said, turning to leave with Yaya. Draco made no attempt to stop him, swiftly heading in another direction. Chapter 10. Draco under the Cruciatus Curse. After a short distance, Draco came to a gradual stop. He recognized the spot. Through the dense underbrush, he could vaguely make out a unicorn stumbling, leaving a pool of silvery blood in its wake. It appeared Quirrell had not yet struck the fatal blow, but that could change in an instant. A mournful cry echoed as the pure white unicorn collapsed, its weakened body unable to support its weight any longer. Draco did not gaze at the unicorn. Instead, his focus was fixed on a nearby thicket, his nerves taut. His wand ready to unleash a spell at a moment's notice. Sure enough, after a few seconds, a hooded figure emerged from the bush, casting a spell at the unicorn. Quirrell, wary of the unicorn's unique magic, did not approach too closely. Draco reacted immediately, conjuring a protective shield in front of the unicorn. Upon realizing the presence of an enemy, Quirrell instinctively fired a spell at Draco's south hiding place. The sudden flash of green light nearly illuminated Draco's face. Prepared. Draco leaped aside, evading the lethal curse. The thicket where he had concealed himself was obliterated in an instant. Without pausing, Draco unleashed a barrage of spells toward Quirrell. The air was instantly filled with red and green lights, along with various protective barriers. Seizing the opportunity, Draco forced Quirrell to retreat into the trees. He took advantage of the moment, his wand swirling as a web-like net erupted from its tip, ensnaring Quirrell. This was a spell he had specifically practiced to capture Quirrell and unveil his conspiracy with Voldemort. The massive net surged towards Quirrell. Unprepared for such magic, Quirrell was quickly ensnared, the web wrapping around him like a devilish vine. While it wouldn't claim his life, it would certainly render him immobile for a time. Quirrell struggled desperately, attempting to sever the net. Yet, Draco continued to chant incantations, sending forth more strands from the tip of his wand, entangling Quirrell further. Without the ability to aim his wand, Quirrell was powerless to retaliate. "Save me, master. Please save me." Quirrell's face twisted in terror beneath the hood. In the next moment, a chilling voice emanated from Quirrell's body. Pathetic, unable to defeat a mere student. This was Draco's first encounter with Voldemort's voice emanating from Quirrell. Even with prior mental preparation, he was taken aback. The cold aura radiating from that voice sent shivers down his spine. Quirrell pleaded, "Master. This is not a spell a first-year student could wield. I beg you, save me, master." The voice fell silent for a few moments before murmuring to itself. "I sense little vitality within him. Curious. Quirrell could not comprehend Voldemort's words, but Draco felt a jolt of realization. He understood Voldemort was referring to him. Voldemort was always on the lookout for suitable hosts, possessing a keen sense for the life force within each individual. Voldemort whispered something to Quirrell that Draco could not decipher. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed towards Draco, and Quirrell broke free from the net, shouting, "Soul extraction." With Voldemort's assistance, Quirrell's spell was immensely strengthened. Draco hastily conjured the shield charm, but it only diminished part of the Cruciatus Curse's potency. The net from Draco's wand immediately snapped. For a brief moment, his vision blurred as if he had entered a void. A voice whispered in his ear, "Slowly lower your wand." Yes, just like that. Draco's wand drooped. "You know your body possesses little vitality, do you not? Without the elixir of life, you shall not endure long. Look down at that. It is the blood of a unicorn. Just a sip, and you can prolong your existence. Drink, and you shall serve me," willingly surrendering to the great Dark Lord. Draco's face turned pale and bewildered. He slowly approached the wounded unicorn, crouching beside it, his left hand gently brushing against its pristine fur. The unicorn let out a faint cry, a sound that seemed both a warning and a lament. The silvery blood shimmered like a cool lake, exuding an eerie yet beautiful glow that seemed to beckon him. Draco felt a sudden thirst. He slowly raised his left hand, as if to taste the silvery blood upon his palm. "Draco, stop." A distant voice broke through his thoughts, accompanied by several animal roars. Why should he drink the silvery blood? He should halt. Draco appeared to regain some clarity, his movements slowing. In his daze, he found the voice both familiar and comforting. He should heed it. The voice continued, "Do you not remember what Hermione said? Draco, do not drink." Then, a scream pierced the air, fully snapping Draco back to reality. He turned to see Harry collapsed on the ground, clutching his head in agony. Yaya, frightened, let out a cry and fled, seemingly in search of Hagrid. "Potter?" Draco exclaimed incredulously, his voice hoarse. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as they charged towards Quirrell. Realizing the numbers were against him, Quirrell quickly retreated. Only then did Draco return to his senses. He disregarded the pursuit of Quirrell and hurried to Harry's side. "Are you all right, Potter?" Harry's headache gradually faded, and he gasped for breath, pointing at the unicorn blood on Draco's left hand, exclaiming, "Don't drink it." Draco, with a hint of impatience, waved his wand, causing the unicorn blood to vanish instantly. He urgently inquired, "Where are you hurt?" Seeing the bloodstain disappear, Harry sighed in relief. "I'm fine, just injured my leg." Draco crouched down, frowning as he examined Harry's wounded leg. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed again, drawing nearer. The two turned around to see a young centaur approaching, with platinum hair and a silver mane. Harry tensed up, struggling to rise. Draco stopped him, saying, "It's all right. That's a centaur. He won't attack us." The centaur first inspected the injured unicorn before walking over to the two of them. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Oh, we're fine," Harry replied. "What about the unicorn?" The centaur hesitated before answering. His gaze shifted to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "So you are the boy from the Potter family. Kindness and bravery are your nature," he said. "The unicorn is gravely injured, but I believe Hagrid will be able to heal it. He has a way with these things." "You know Hagrid?" Harry asked, intrigued. "All the centaurs in this forest know Hagrid," the centaur replied. "It's not very safe in the woods right now, especially for you. You and your friend should return to Hagrid as soon as possible. By the way, my name is Firenza." "Oh, hello, Firenza." I just sent up a flare for help. I think Hagrid will arrive shortly, Harry said, attempting to stand, with Draco supporting his arm and nodding toward Firenze. Firenze's sapphire blue eyes sparkled brilliantly. I know where Hagrid is. Can you ride? I think I can carry you both, it would be faster. Harry glanced at Draco, seeking his opinion on the matter. Draco urged, get on, Potter. You really need to leave here quickly. That man could return at any moment. Complying with Draco's advice, Harry climbed onto Firenze's back. Firenze turned to Draco. And you? Malfoy. Draco replied succinctly. Firenze nodded. You should come up too. It seems you are not unscathed. You're hurt, Malfoy? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Draco pressed his lips together, noting that Harry had reverted to calling him Malfoy. I'm not injured, Draco asserted firmly, a chill in his voice. Firenze continued to gaze at Draco, as if peering into his soul. However, he refrained from further comments, simply urging Draco to mount his back quickly. What about the unicorn? What if that man returns? Harry asked anxiously. I've left word with my kin. They will watch over it temporarily. Potter, you must leave now. Centaurs maintain neutrality. If that man returns, we will not stop him, nor do we have the power to do so. But you would stop him, wouldn't you? Harry pressed, remembering how Firenze had attacked the man earlier. Firenze did not answer the question but instructed Harry to hold tightly to his neck. Harry gently wrapped his arms around Firenze's neck, while Draco steadied his waist. Firenze swiftly galloped through the forbidden forest. The wind rushed past them, filling their nostrils with the unique scent of the foliage. Draco's expression turned somewhat dazed. He felt as if he had returned to the room of requirement, soaring through the air on a broomstick amidst the flames, just as in the recurring scenes from his dreams. For a moment, he could not discern whether he was in reality or a dream. Chapter 11. Truth and Lies. What is real, and what is mere illusion? Life is but a dream, akin to a mirage. Perhaps the 7 years he had previously experienced were but a dream, and perhaps his current sensations were mere phantoms. Which one is true? Who can say for certain? Draco's hand trembled slightly. The evening breeze brushed against his cheek, bringing him a momentary chill. He felt the warmth in his palm and momentarily could not tell which was dream and which was reality. Are you really unhurt, Malfoy? Harry's voice called from ahead. Draco snapped back to reality. He released his hold on Harry and murmured, I truly am fine. Firenze moved swiftly. Before long, they spotted Hagrid's enormous figure running toward them, followed by Hermione, Neville, and Fong. Thank you, Firenze, Hagrid said, seemingly relieved, as he bent down to inquire about Harry's injuries. Harry recounted the events that had transpired, while Neville listened in stunned silence, and Hermione covered her mouth in terror. Firenze approached Draco and whispered, Malfoy, it seems there is something amiss with your condition. Draco squinted, realizing that tonight he had encountered 2 people who had said the same to him. You needn't be wary of me, Firenze explained. Centaurs can often perceive things that humans cannot, such as celestial patterns and prophecies. Few, apart from centaurs, would discern your condition, as it is not a natural occurrence. Draco remained silent. Seeing his reticence, Firenze continued. You are the second person I have encountered, who possesses such faint life force yet still lives. Draco's expression darkened. The other person you refer to is that man from the forest? Firenze surprisingly smiled at this. It seems you know quite a bit. But do not misunderstand. I was not referring to him. His soul is so shattered that he can scarcely be considered alive. But you are different. You still possess a pure soul. Firenze patiently explained. You merely require something to heal you, to rejuvenate your vitality. Do you know what is hidden at the school at this moment? Draco fixed his gaze on Firenze, seemingly attempting to discern whether his words were truthful. The memories of the past 7 years told him that Firenze was on their side, and was trustworthy. In a voice only audible to the 2 of them, Draco whispered, the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it seems you have pieced it all together, haven't you? Firenze's blue eyes sparkled. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone could be of assistance to you. Why do you wish to help me? Draco was still not entirely at ease with Firenze. Firenze did not respond immediately. He looked up at the starry sky and uttered a seemingly unrelated remark. Centaurs never partake in human wars. We merely attempt to interpret the insights offered by the celestial movements. However, the stars have suddenly altered their course. Perhaps unexpected events will unfold. Well, I must return now. Draco understood that Firenze would not divulge any further information. Centaurs were known for their secrecy. Yet before departing, he could not help but ask, who is the other person you mentioned, who is in a similar situation as mine? Firenze blinked his pale blue eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose another's privacy. However, I can assure you that he is doing quite well. After bidding farewell to the others, Firenze slowly trotted back into the depths of the forbidden forest. Hagrid remarked. Alright, now I need to get you all back, and then I'll go check on that poor unicorn. Harry, I need to figure out a way to get you back. I don't believe your leg injury is severe. Madame Pomfrey can heal you in no time. Hagrid, holding his pink umbrella, hesitated. Let me handle it, Draco offered. He then conjured a stretcher for Harry to lie on. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, that is splendid. Our first year's already learning such complex spells? Come on, Harry. Draco guided the stretcher forward with his wand, and they quickly returned near Hagrid's hut. Hagrid patted Fong, signaling him to return to the hut first. Hagrid. I have something to say, Draco suddenly interjected. What is it? Hagrid turned to face Draco. The one who attacked us was Quirrell, Draco stated calmly. Quirrell? Hagrid echoed in disbelief. Hagrid, taken aback, gave a resounding slap to Yaya's back. Yaya let out a yelp of distress, but Hagrid paid him no mind. What did you say, Malfoy? Are you claiming that the one who injured the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest and attacked you and Harry was Professor Quirrell? Hagrid glared at Draco. Indeed, I saw it clearly, it was Professor Quirrell. Draco replied calmly. The reason I refrained from mentioning it earlier was that we were still within the confines of the Forbidden Forest, and discussing this matter was unwise. Hagrid turned to Harry with a questioning gaze. Harry, equally astonished, responded, I arrived too late to see the person's face. Hagrid straightened up, his expression grave. Malfoy. Do you realize you are accusing a Hogwarts professor? Do you comprehend the severity of this accusation? If you merely think it resembles Professor Quirrell, or suspect it to be him, no. I am certain it was Quirrell, Draco said, meeting Hagrid's gaze steadily, his voice unwavering. I saw it clearly, there is no mistake. After pondering for a few moments, Hagrid replied, I will relay your words to the headmaster, Malfoy. I believe, first and foremost, you need to discuss this with your head of house, Professor McGonagall. No problem, I can do that anytime, Draco nodded. Let us return now. Hagrid led the way back toward the entrance hall. Harry, lying on the stretcher, turned his face to glance at Draco. Draco's complexion remained pale but was now tranquil. He did not return Harry's gaze. Harry studied Draco's finely chiseled profile, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. When he had shouted the incantation at Draco, the hooded figure had turned to face him. Harry recalled vividly that the hood obscured the person's face entirely, rendering any distinguishing features unrecognizable. Later, when Draco regained consciousness, he had rushed to Harry's side, while Firenze had chased off the hooded figure. From what he observed, Draco had had no opportunity to see the true visage of the hooded individual. So why did Draco assert that the person was Quirrell? Was that indeed Quirrell? If so, what was Quirrell's purpose? The advanced spells Draco had exhibited during his duel with the hooded figure, as Hermione noted, were certainly beyond the grasp of a first-year student. What secrets lay within Draco? Chapter 12. I thought you hated me. Madame Pomfrey promptly healed Harry's leg injury, but insisted he remain hospitalized for a day of observation. Professor McGonagall suggested that Draco also stay overnight for monitoring, yet Draco insisted he was fine and rejected her proposal. The following day was a weekend, and accompanied by Hermione and Ron, Harry was discharged and returned to the common room. Harry inquired, how is Malfoy? He looked particularly pale yesterday. Ron shrugged. You know, Malfoy has always been arrogant, preferring to isolate himself and disdain conversation with us. I kindly asked him last night, and he dismissively replied that he was fine. Since he said he was fine, I saw no reason to pester him. Harry frowned. Hermione reassured him. Madame Pomfrey did not detect any injuries on Malfoy yesterday. He was likely just exhausted. Ron nodded in agreement. Harry remained silent. Upon returning to the dormitory, only Draco was present. He lay with his eyes closed, half reclining against his bedpost, making it unclear whether he was awake or asleep. Ron mentioned he had to send a letter to Mrs. Weasley and left the dormitory after ensuring Harry was settled. Harry approached Draco's bed, intending to check if his cheeks were still as pale as the previous day. However, the moment he drew near, Draco opened his eyes. Harry stammered, caught off guard and flustered. I just wanted to see if you were okay. Draco fixed his gaze on Harry and after a few moments, replied slowly, still alive. All right, Harry said, turning towards his own bed. The dormitory fell into silence, permeated by a hint of awkwardness. Harry sat at the edge of his bed, feigning the act of organizing his belongings. The cold demeanor Draco had displayed when he refused to partner with him in the Forbidden Forest lingered in his mind. Yet the urgency and concern Draco had shown when he rushed to his side after he collapsed seemed genuine. Harry felt momentarily bewildered. What were Draco's true feelings towards him? Hatred or concern? A quarter of an hour passed in silence, with neither Harry nor Draco uttering a word. Yet, Draco did not leave as he usually did. Instead, he remained half reclined, lost in thought. Why did you come back? Draco's voice suddenly broke the stillness of the dormitory. What? Harry was relieved to abandon the pretense of tidying up, and turned to face Draco. It struck Harry as both curious and admirable that even in the dormitory, Draco was impeccably dressed, as though he were prepared to host guests at any moment. His gray eyes now focused intently on Harry, while his light blonde hair lay smooth and orderly, unlike Harry's own, which was perpetually unruly. Oh, you mean in the Forbidden Forest? Harry recalled. Whether you like it or not, I always thought it was too dangerous for you to be alone, so I went back to find you. Draco scoffed lightly. Of course, the savior enjoys rescuing others. With an air of arrogance, Draco turned his gaze toward the ceiling. Harry felt a surge of annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed rescued Draco's soul in a timely manner. Now Draco wore a mocking expression. Next time, you needn't come to my rescue, oh savior, Draco said in his typical irritating tone. Harry stood up in a huff. Yes, it was my overreach. Not only did I give you a Christmas gift, but I also saved your life. Rest assured, next time I will remember your warning to keep my distance, and will no longer be a nuisance before you. Draco appeared momentarily taken aback by Harry's outburst, his gray eyes filled with confusion and shock. The two of them exchanged glances, neither willing to speak immediately. After a few seconds, Harry regained his composure. He realized he had been provoked by Draco and had spoken too harshly. Mentioning the Christmas gift made him feel a tinge of regret, as if he cared too much. Draco stared wide-eyed, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Christmas gift? You gave me a Christmas gift? At that moment, Harry finally calmed down, his skepticism rising. You didn't receive it? Draco opened his mouth to respond, but found himself speechless. During Christmas, he indeed received a plethora of gifts from family and friends, but he had not unwrapped each one. In reality, he had only opened the gift from his parents, feigning delight in their presence. The other gifts remained untouched in the corner of his room. Draco had long since known what to expect in terms of gifts, having opened them 7 years prior. Presently, he had neither the time nor the interest to open gifts meant for a first-year boy. I don't know, Draco admitted, still in shock. Harry had given him a gift? He had never imagined that Harry Potter would bestow a Christmas present upon him. Draco wanted to explain but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he weakly said, I always thought you hated me. Harry's earlier anger evaporated, replaced by a sudden lightness. Why would you think that? Harry plopped down beside his bed, his mood brightening. Our first and second encounters were hardly pleasant. You were even a bit aloof, Draco recalled slowly, still gazing at Harry. Oh, that Harry reminisced, first impressions can be misleading. It is only through genuine interaction that one can discern whether someone may become a friend. Wouldn't you agree? Friend. Hearing that word from Harry made Draco's heart skip a beat. It dawned on him for the first time that the two of them might indeed become friends. So, you didn't genuinely wish to avoid partnering with me. You merely assumed I disliked you, correct? Harry asked, looking earnestly at Draco. Draco hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although this was not the true reason, it seemed quite logical nonetheless. Harry broke into a grin. Then I take back what I just said. Suddenly, Harry slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I arranged to study with Hermione in the library, and Ron will join us after sending a letter. Would you like to come along, Malfoy? Draco paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right. But I need to send a letter first. Harry's smile widened. See you in a bit. After Harry left, Draco approached the desk and hurriedly penned a letter. He wanted Dobby to send Harry's package to Hogwarts immediately. He was eager to discover what gift Harry had prepared for him, ever since he had turned the time-turner. Draco wore a smile of such clarity for the first time. Chapter 13. The Unicorn's voluntary offering 2 days after the adventure in the Forbidden Forest, on a sunny Sunday, Hagrid found Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco and Neville at the entrance of the library. Hagrid looked at them with admiration. Are you all diving into your studies? Quite diligent. Aren't you? The exams are just a week away, Hagrid, Hermione replied with a look that suggested this was only to be expected. Ron, on the other hand, sighed in the background. Draco had only joined Hermione's study group the night before, while a somewhat bashful Neville had been struggling with a particular subject, and had coincidentally encountered them, hoping to seek Hermione's guidance. Hagrid continued with a cheerful tone. I have some good news that will surely add a touch of excitement to your tedious study sessions. He leaned in conspiratorially. The unicorn that Harry and Malfoy found 2 nights ago is doing much better. It was able to move about the Forbidden Forest normally this morning. Really? That's wonderful. Harry exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Hermione, who had been tormented by studying, and Ron, who had been tormented by Hermione, also smiled. Hagrid continued. The unicorn has been calling out to me, as if searching for someone. I suspect it is looking for its savior, Malfoy. Me? Draco asked, astonished. Yes. Hagrid chuckled. Unicorns are very sentient creatures. It's not surprising that it wishes to thank its benefactor, especially since you saved its life from the hooded figure. Would you like to see it, Malfoy? I think it would be best if Harry came along too. You both have a part in this. Can I go? Hermione asked eagerly. The unicorn is an incredibly precious magical creature, and she had long anticipated the chance to observe it up close. Of course, unicorns are very fond of girls and tend to shy away from boys, perhaps with the exception of their saviors. Hagrid winked at Draco and Harry. For the first time, Draco found Hagrid quite endearing. Oh dear, Ron grimaced. I'm neither a savior nor a savior's savior, and certainly not a girl. Then you'll have to stay a bit farther away, Ron, Hermione said without a hint of sympathy for him. Hagrid nodded in agreement. Longbottom, would you like to join us to see the unicorn? Draco turned to Neville. Me? Neville was taken aback by the invitation, especially since it came from Malfoy, and his face reflected a mix of shock and surprise. Harry glanced at Draco, seemingly pleased with his change. 3 days prior, Draco would never have invited anyone along, perhaps even refraining from going himself. Oh, I'd love to, Neville said, a flush rising on his round face. He rarely received invitations from his classmates. Then it's settled, Hagrid declared joyfully. This afternoon at 3 o'clock at my hut. You know, the Forbidden Forest is a bit safer during the day. With that, Hagrid departed. The 5 of them remained, exchanging glances. Does Hagrid mean we're actually going into the Forbidden Forest? Neville asked, his expression a bit anxious. Harry and Hermione immediately understood his concern. Ever since they each lost 50 points for Gryffindor and were punished with detention, the 3 had been cautious and compliant. They were loath to do anything that might violate school rules, and entering the Forbidden Forest was explicitly forbidden. The 3 turned to Draco. He suddenly remembered that he too had lost many points for Gryffindor because of his attack on Mrs. Norris, and had been punished with detention. However, truth be told, he didn't particularly care how many points Gryffindor had lost. Perhaps outside the Forbidden Forest? Draco speculated. Indeed. It's a unicorn. Harry and Hermione chimed in. A rare unicorn. Ron, for once, agreed with Draco, his enthusiasm evident. All right, let us ask Hagrid this afternoon before making a decision, Harry concluded decisively. At 3 o'clock, the 5 arrived promptly outside Hagrid's hut. Hagrid stood at the door, waving at them with a broad smile. Shall we set off? Hagrid said cheerfully. I've marked out a safe area at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Professor McGonagall has cast several protective spells. The injured unicorn is recovering there. You know, such magical creatures feel more at ease in the forest. As Hagrid strode toward the Forbidden Forest, Harry hurried after him and asked, Hagrid, we're not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest unless the professors approve. We can't afford to lose more points for Gryffindor. Hermione echoed his concern. Despite her eagerness to observe the unicorn up close, Hagrid's smile remained. No need to worry, I've already spoken to Professor McGonagall. She agreed that you could visit the injured unicorn once during the day, provided I am present. It's a rare opportunity to have saved a unicorn, and Professor McGonagall wouldn't want you to miss it. As he spoke, he paused to count. 5 of you, no problem. All Gryffindors, right? I haven't mentioned it to Professor Snape. The 5 looked up at Hagrid, 4 of them nodding. Draco instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly realized he too was a Gryffindor, and quickly nodded in agreement. Hagrid turned to Draco. A Gryffindor, Malfoy, quite rare. Isn't it? I think you'll come to enjoy being a Gryffindor. Draco glanced at Harry and the others, smiling. Hagrid led them deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Harry quickly caught up with Hagrid and asked, Hagrid, do you know if the school has cleared up the matter regarding Quirrell? The other 4 perked up their ears to listen. Of those present, only Ron had not heard Draco's accusations against Quirrell firsthand, but he had learned the details from Harry and the others later. They were all quite concerned about whether the hooded figure was indeed Quirrell. Hagrid's expression turned serious. Professor Quirrell is currently not at Hogwarts. What? Where has he gone? Hogwarts professors are permitted to leave the school on weekends. The incident had occurred on a Friday night, making Quirrell's absence understandable. However, I relayed Malfoy's words to Dumbledore that same night, and he said he would speak with Quirrell as soon as he returned to school, Hagrid patiently explained. And what if Quirrell sneaks back this weekend and continues to harm the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Professor Dumbledore might not have time to intervene, Harry queried. Hagrid glanced back at Draco and continued. You seem to have a great deal of faith in Malfoy's words, don't you? I'm not saying I don't believe him. Perhaps Malfoy misinterpreted something, but I truly can't fathom why Professor Quirrell would attempt to kill a unicorn. No one would do such a thing unless utterly desperate and devoid of humanity. Quirrell may be a bit peculiar, but not to that extent. Harry pressed his lips together. On one hand, he didn't believe Draco would wrongfully accuse Quirrell. However, on the other hand, he felt Draco had no opportunity to see the hooded figure's face. The others turned their gazes toward Draco. Draco, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, as if utterly unconcerned with whether the professors believed him. Well, that is not a matter for our immediate attention. Tomorrow is Monday, and when Quirrell returns, everything will be made clear, won't it? Hagrid's face broke into a smile as they arrived. Look over there, he exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. The group followed Hagrid's gesture, and beheld a lush green meadow, where a pristine white unicorn was leisurely ambling about. Harry and Draco squinted to confirm it was indeed the same one they had encountered earlier. It appeared to be gravely injured, yet it seemed to be recovering well. Hagrid chuckled. Would you like to approach it? The unicorn has a penchant for the company of girls. Hermione, would you care to go first? One by one they approached slowly, and indeed, the unicorn permitted only Hermione to stroke it, while Harry and Draco could barely manage to stand beside it. Ron fared the worst. The moment he was still several paces away, the unicorn flicked its tail and sauntered off. Ron stomped his foot in frustration, while Hermione doubled over in laughter. Harry and Neville, witnessing this scene, struggled to contain their giggles. After a while of frolicking with the unicorn, as they prepared to leave, the creature fixed its bright eyes on Draco. Malfoy, I think it wishes to communicate with you, Hermione cheerfully remarked as she caressed the unicorn's gleaming back, before turning to join Harry and the others. Ron let out a heavy huff, muttering as if the unicorn could actually speak. Encouraged by Hagrid's gaze, Draco cautiously approached the unicorn. It emitted a low whinny and extended its nearly half-meter-long horn toward him. Draco glanced back at Hagrid, his eyes filled with inquiry. Hagrid, astonished, exclaimed Malfoy, I believe it wishes to gift you its shed horn sheath. Hermione gasped in delight and quickly explained to the others. A unicorn only sheds its horn sheath once in its lifetime, after which it grows a sharper new horn. This shedding can only occur voluntarily. Hence, the horn sheath is exceedingly rare. You are absolutely correct, Hagrid added. The unicorn's horn sheath possesses remarkable magical properties. When ground into powder, it can counteract numerous poisons, making it one of the most crucial rare ingredients for challenging potions. If brewed by a master potion maker, it could even yield an antidote for lethal toxins. Such a horn sheath is priceless and exceedingly hard to come by. Malfoy, do help it shed the sheath. Draco raised an eyebrow in astonishment, extending his hand to touch the unicorn's horn. The unicorn lowered its head, docile and unmoving, following Hagrid's instructions. Draco assisted the unicorn in shedding its horn sheath. The unicorn let out a few melodious whinnies before turning and walking away. It needs to rest. Let us head back, Hagrid said. Hermione gazed enviously at the unicorn horn sheath in Draco's hands, while Neville gasped in awe. Ron tilted his head back and snorted, yet his gaze kept darting toward Draco's hands. Congratulations, Malfoy, Harry said with a smile. A smile finally broke through Draco's previously impassive expression. And thank you for saving me back then, Potter, he replied. Harry chuckled shyly. How wonderful, Hagrid remarked, observing the group of young friends. Malfoy, this is a gift from the unicorn to you, a reward for your kindness. Make good use of it. Draco stared at the horn sheath in his hands, lost in thought. Since returning 7 years ago, it seemed that no matter what he did, he could not alter the course of events. Harry, Hermione, and Neville remained punished in the Forbidden Forest. Harry once again confronted Voldemort directly, and Quirrell had escaped his grasp. He felt somewhat disheartened, uncertain about the future. Yet now, as he gazed at the horn sheath in his hand, his previously gloomy sentiments began to dissipate. Perhaps he had not been able to stop Quirrell, but at the very least, he had saved an innocent creature's life. Perhaps in the future, he would save more than one. Chapter 14. The Altered Course of Time. After returning from the Forbidden Forest, Draco excused himself on the pretense of having business to attend to, departing alone. He made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. He paced back and forth 3 times in front of the wall, contemplating his request. Upon completing the 3rd round, a door materialized before him. Draco opened the door and stepped inside, discovering a space reminiscent of a potions classroom. A round table was adorned with several cauldrons, and an array of instruments was neatly arranged beside them. Along the walls stood numerous cabinets filled with an assortment of potion ingredients. Near the door, there was even a low-temperature storage unit containing potions that required protection from light or low temperatures. Draco approached the cauldrons and began to work with practiced skill, the cauldrons bubbling with steaming potions. He was aware that after the end-of-term exams, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would venture through the various challenges in the fourth-floor corridor to prevent Quirrell from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. He could have chosen to do nothing, allowing Harry to face Voldemort alone, knowing that Harry would ultimately emerge unscathed from the ordeal. However, a nagging thought persisted in his mind. Would it be too perilous to leave Harry to confront Voldemort alone at this time? What if something went awry? The intricate protections guarding the Philosopher's Stone had been set by the various professors. Aside from the challenges devised by Dumbledore, he was well aware of the contents of the other trials. He had previously expressed great curiosity to Snape regarding the potions challenge. Throughout the year, he had occasionally visited the room of requirement to concoct potions for restoring health and cough medicine. At times, he had even attempted to develop the antidote that Snape had mentioned could traverse flames, just to be prepared for any eventuality. However, the night before, Firenze had told him that the Philosopher's Stone could help him restore his waning vitality, making the creation of the antidote an urgent matter. He needed to ensure that everything was foolproof. Perhaps this time he could seize the Philosopher's Stone before anyone else, healing his own ailments while preventing Harry from encountering Voldemort once more. With 1 to 2 weeks remaining until the event, he hoped to succeed in brewing the potion tonight, wishing fervently that time would be on his side. After 4.5 hours, Draco surveyed the 2 vials of potions he had just prepared, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his features. When he returned to the common room, it was nearly curfew. The common room was deserted, the candlelight dimmed significantly, and the armchairs were haphazardly scattered around the fireplace. Draco looked at one of the toppled armchairs on the floor, pondering, had there been a scuffle here? Ooh. Suddenly, he kicked something that felt like a body, and he quickly recoiled, his wand firmly in hand. There, sprawled on the ground, lay Neville, immobilized and gazing at him with wide, terrified eyes. Longbottom? What on earth happened? Draco waved his wand, dispelling the binding spell on Neville, while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Neville shifted his rigid body and trembled as he spoke. It was Hermione. Draco stared at Neville in astonishment. You mean Granger attacked you? Why? With Draco's assistance, Neville shakily seated himself in a nearby armchair, still bearing an expression of fear. Hermione and Harry Ron, they were going out again. I was worried they might violate school rules again, so I went to stop Hermione, and she turned on me. What? Draco's mind struggled to comprehend. Hadn't they just gone together in high spirits to see the unicorn that afternoon? What were they planning to do? Longbottom, tell me everything you know. This is crucial. Draco's expression turned serious. Since Harry and Hermione had each lost 50 points for Gryffindor, they had been exceedingly cautious about breaking the rules. Something significant must have transpired. Neville sniffled. After you left, we returned from Hagrid's. Not long after, Harry suddenly jumped up, saying he needed to find Hagrid. It seemed urgent, and Ron and Hermione followed him. Draco fixed his gaze intently on Neville, a flicker of unease rising within him. Neville continued. When they returned, their expressions were grave, and Hermione appeared somewhat flustered. I faintly overheard them discussing how Dumbledore was absent from the school, and that they needed to intervene tonight. I surmised they might venture out in the dead of night again, so I waited here in anticipation. And thus it came to pass. Draco abruptly stood up, nearly toppling Neville in the process. Neville, alarmed, looked at Draco and stammered, What? Is something truly amiss? At this juncture, Draco had begun to suspect that Harry and his companions were likely attempting to thwart Quirrell from seizing the Philosopher's Stone. This turn of events had unexpectedly occurred a week or 2 earlier than anticipated. It seemed that his revelations about Quirrell had compelled the latter to act prematurely. If such events unfolded ahead of schedule, would Dumbledore be able to return in time? Could Harry escape Voldemort's clutches once more unscathed? For the first time, Neville witnessed an alarming expression on Draco's face, and cautiously he inquired, What is it? Draco, with piercing eyes fixed on Neville, commanded Longbottom, return to your dormitory. I must attend to something. Without affording Neville a chance to object, Draco spun on his heel and dashed out of the common room. Staring in disbelief at Draco's retreating form, Neville muttered to himself, another one gone? Draco raced towards the 4th floor, his heart racing with trepidation. His interference had prompted Quirrell to hasten the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. If Dumbledore did not arrive in time, Draco dared not ponder the consequences. Fortunately, he encountered no sign of Filch along the way, for he feared he might act recklessly in his agitation. Breathless, Draco reached the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, forcibly suppressing the urge to cough. He retrieved a homemade cough potion from his pocket and, steeling himself, consumed it in one swift motion. Quirrell and Harry's group had already navigated several obstacles, clearing a path for Draco. The harp left beside the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, also facilitated Draco's passage. He swiftly traversed the devil's snare, the room of flying keys, and the giant chessboard. At the chessboard, he spotted Hermione attempting to aid the injured Ron. Though urgency gnawed at him, he paused to ask, "Is Weasley gravely hurt? How long has Potter been gone?" "Malfoy," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Despite her astonishment, she quickly replied, "I just returned. Harry left less than a minute ago." "Ron, his injury?" Before Hermione could elaborate on Ron's condition, Draco hastily declared, "Send a message to Dumbledore immediately," and rapidly exited the room. Hermione blinked, quickly regaining her composure as she addressed Ron. "Can you walk on your own? I believe Malfoy is right. We must contact Dumbledore at once." Draco rushed through the troll's chamber, not casting even a glance at the unconscious troll on the ground, and proceeded to the room where the potions were stored. As he crossed the threshold, a burst of purple flames erupted behind him, while a wall of black flames barred his path ahead. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Draco would have paused to examine the intriguing flames. He cast a quick glance at the 7 bottles on the table, noting that one was already empty. It seemed this vacant bottle contained the antidote capable of passing through the black flames ahead. Thankfully, he had come prepared. Draco extracted the newly concocted potion from his pocket and drank it down. He exhaled deeply and stepped into the black flames. Inside the room stood but one person, Harry. Quirrell was nowhere to be found. The chamber housed an imposing mirror, adorned with an ornate golden frame, around which Harry was searching for something. Upon hearing a noise, Harry immediately turned, wand aimed at Draco. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Upon recognizing Draco, he lowered his wand. Draco did not respond immediately. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure they were alone before inquiring, "Quirrell isn't here?" "What? Quirrell? No, Snape isn't here either." "Snape?" Draco gazed at Harry in astonishment. "You've always believed Professor Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry paused momentarily. "You know about the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course it's Snape. I saw him threaten Quirrell. On Halloween he even tried to get past Fluffy, the 3-headed dog." "No, Potter. You cannot possibly think that Snape is the one you should be stopping. Trust me, Professor Snape is to be trusted, especially by you." "Are you jesting? During the first Quidditch match, Snape attempted to curse me to death. That was Quirrell. Professor Snape was assisting in defending against the curse." Draco raised his voice, unable to tolerate Harry's misunderstanding of Snape. He could momentarily endure anyone's misjudgment of Snape, but not Harry's. Harry stared at Draco for a long moment, seemingly contemplating the implications of Draco's words. "How do you know?" Draco hesitated before quietly responding, "Because I too was helping to defend you against the curse. But my strength was not sufficient to be of much assistance." Harry was taken aback. "What?" "Well, it seems that Snape, or perhaps Quirrell, are not here after all. Maybe I misjudged Snape or Quirrell's intentions." Draco approached the large mirror, noticing the inscription atop it. "The Mirror of Erist?" He looked at Harry in surprise. "Is this a challenge set by Dumbledore?" Harry replied eagerly, "I believe it is. Malfoy, step in front of the mirror, and see what you can discover." Unfamiliar with the mirror's purpose, Draco curiously walked before it, and gazed into its depths. It felt as though he stood before the mirror for mere seconds. Yet it could have been an eternity. His blood surged, shifting his gaze between Harry and the mirror, before he abruptly stepped aside, exclaiming, What is this?" Harry chuckled. "Do not be alarmed. I was startled when I first encountered it as well. Though I was alone in the room, the mirror revealed a multitude of figures, my parents and family." Draco gradually composed himself. "So, everyone sees something different?" "Indeed," Harry explained. "Professor Dumbledore once remarked that the mirror reflects the deepest, most desperate desires of one's heart. Ron saw himself achieving success, while I beheld my lost family." Draco stood in silence for a few moments, his expression somewhat dazed, a suspicious flush rising to his cheeks. Harry stepped closer to the mirror. "By the way, you still haven't told me what you saw, Malfoy." Draco was at a loss for words, but he would not need to respond, as Harry suddenly gasped. Harry watched in astonishment as his reflection reached into his pocket, retrieving a vivid red stone before placing it back into his pocket. Simultaneously, he felt a weighted object settle within his pocket. Harry was astounded. Had he just passed Dumbledore's challenge and acquired the Philosopher's Stone? "What is happening, Potter?" Draco, alerted by Harry's exclamation, immediately heightened his vigilance. Before Harry could reply, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from the doorway. "Well done, Potter. Now turn around and hand it over." Harry turned to see Quirrell grinning malevolently at the entrance. Initially, Quirrell had dismissed the first-year students, but upon seeing Draco, he realized he had underestimated them. Their encounter in the Forbidden Forest had left a profound impression on him. Before Quirrell could direct his wand at Harry, A barrage of spells erupted from Draco's wand. Quirrell sidestepped, narrowly avoiding 2 or 3 spells, and decided to abandon Harry to retaliate against Draco. The spot where Draco had just stood erupted in a thunderous explosion. He shouted at Quirrell, who was attempting to cast a spell on Draco. Quick! Hide! Look for an opportunity to run. Harry understood that his current presence would only serve to hinder Draco, while Quirrell's true target was the magical stone in his pocket. Draco endeavored to steer Quirrell away from the doorway, as Harry pressed against the wall, nimbly maneuvering to find different forms of cover, biding his time to approach the exit. Quirrell momentarily distracted by Draco, Harry was nearly at the door. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from within Quirrell. Useless. Absolutely useless. Harry was momentarily stunned, hearing Voldemort's voice up close for the first time. Quirrell trembled, pleading, "Master, help me, my Lord Voldemort." Harry stared in astonishment at Quirrell, who seemed to be performing a grotesque duet. Voldemort? That terrifying voice echoed once more. "I have expended my limited strength to release you once. This is the last time. If you cannot eliminate that boy and seize the stone, you know how I will punish you." Quirrell shuddered in fear, believing that Quirrell intended to kill him. Harry lunged towards the cabinet beside him. However, Draco knew that Voldemort's command to kill did not pertain to Harry, but rather to himself. From his understanding of Voldemort, Harry's value far surpassed that of others, and he could not be easily disposed of. Quirrell, sensing Voldemort's power, unleashed a merciless spell aimed directly at Draco. Weakened. Draco was already on the verge of collapse. A binding curse rebounded off the wall, and Draco's protective magic faltered, striking him. He fell to the ground. Bound yet conscious. Hidden behind the cabinet, Harry wished to rush to Draco's aid, but found himself similarly immobilized. Quirrell's voice rang out. "Master, I did it. I did it." He then muttered to himself, "But where is the stone? Is it in Potter's hands? Be silent." Voldemort roared impatiently. Quirrell fell silent as if struck by a silencing charm, and Voldemort commanded, "Let me confront the boy personally." Quirrell wished to protest, but under Voldemort's pressure he obediently approached Draco, slowly unwrapping the scarf from around his head. Voldemort's furious voice resounded again. "Fool. Utterly foolish. I meant Potter. That boy Potter." "Oh. Yes, master." Quirrell cautiously approached Harry, ensuring Voldemort had ceased berating him, and then turned his back to Harry, fully unwrapping the scarf. A hideously grotesque face emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. Harry felt an urge to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Chapter 16. The Mission of the Chess Pieces. Harry Potter whispered to Voldemort, "Look at me, the great and mysterious Lord Voldemort. Reduced to sharing a single body with another. The blood of a unicorn has restored some of my strength, but I require the stone to recreate a new body." Harry sensed a flicker of sensation return to his legs. He glanced at Draco lying not far away. If he escaped with the stone, Quirrell would surely abandon Draco in pursuit of him, wouldn't he? Voldemort continued, "That day in the Forbidden Forest, your friend successfully prevented Quirrell from drinking unicorn blood again. I quickly realized that I could not allow Quirrell to act independently. Several individuals in this castle have taken notice of Quirrell's actions, and may suspect my presence here. Thus, I had to expend my remaining energy to orchestrate today's events. Well, Potter, why not hand over the stone from your pocket? So he knows." Perhaps due to Voldemort's limited power, Harry felt the binding curse lift from him. He staggered backwards. In an instant, Harry made a decision and sprinted towards the door engulfed in black flames. Just moments ago, Draco had provided him cover, and he was already quite close to the exit. He believed that if he left at this moment, Voldemort would not hasten to confront Draco, but instead send Quirrell after him to seize the stone. At that moment, a surge of power erupted from within Harry as he crashed into the door of black flames. "Catch him!" Voldemort screamed almost simultaneously with Harry's flight. Quirrell lunged forward but only grasped the hem of Harry's garment. Harry had already vanished beyond the black flames. Quirrell immediately rose to pursue, but a spell shot towards him from behind. Turning back, Quirrell beheld Draco, who was barely standing, his hand trembling around his wand, and his complexion ghostly pale. "Go after Potter! Go after Potter! The stone is in Potter's hands!" Voldemort bellowed. Quirrell deftly dodged Draco's spells, lunging forward to disappear into the flames as well. Harry collided heavily with the stone floor. He had traversed the black flames and arrived in the room filled with potions. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the table. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he immediately spotted the half-empty vial of potion that Hermione had consumed. Without hesitation, Harry seized the vial and drank a mouthful, tucking the remainder into his pocket, not only to prevent Quirrell from consuming it, but also to ensure he left Draco the antidote for the flames. With a resounding thud, Quirrell emerged through the black flames. Harry had no time to ponder further. He plunged into the purple flames. Quirrell frantically searched the table for the antidote to the purple flames, but found nothing. Master, there's no antidote. What should I do? Master? Voldemort shouted in rage. What antidote? Just pass through. Quirrell steeled himself, believing his master would not allow him to perish here, as Voldemort still required his assistance to seize the stone. Gritting his teeth, Quirrell dashed toward the purple flames. He emerged from the purple flames engulfed in fire, shouting fiercely. In the next moment, the flames dissipated, leaving him charred and grotesque. Yet surprisingly, he felt little pain. He knew his master had once again aided him. Voldemort's screams had weakened considerably. Quirrell disregarded everything else and rushed past the troll toward the gigantic chessboard room. At that moment, Harry was nearing the opposite end of the giant chessboard room, where Ron and Hermione had long since vanished. Quirrell swiftly cast a spell that struck Harry, causing his body to retreat uncontrollably. Despair filled Harry as he was forced backward, thinking he had ultimately failed to escape. At least Draco was safe. Quirrell, to avoid any unforeseen complications, approached Harry and snarled, "Hand over the stone." He reached for Harry's pocket, but upon touching him, he felt a searing pain akin to being burned by fire. Harry instantly felt the scar throb painfully, and darkness threatened to engulf his vision. Yet, he fought desperately against Quirrell. "Ah, Master, I cannot touch him. My hand. My hand. Then eliminate him, you fool." Quickly, Voldemort shouted with all his might. Just as Quirrell prepared to strike, Harry realized that Quirrell could not touch his exposed skin. He lunged at Quirrell, seizing his horrifically disfigured face. Quirrell's screams erupted immediately. "Ah, my face! My face!" Harry's scar blazed with pain, and his vision began to fade to black. Quirrell, while screaming, attempted to shake Harry off. Ultimately, Harry could no longer muster the strength, and his consciousness began to plunge into darkness. Quirrell finally managed to dislodge Harry's arms, stumbling back several steps, his face and body covered in countless blisters. Quirrell gasped for breath, about to cast a spell, when the giant chess pieces suddenly began to move, and a black knight stood before Harry. Crello cast a spell upon the Dark Knight, causing his head to shatter instantaneously, his body collapsing to the side. Harry regained some clarity, glancing at the fallen Dark Knight, whose remnants still shielded him. In short order, another chess piece interposed itself between Harry and Crello. The enormous chess pieces throughout the room seemed to come alive, ceaselessly obstructing Harry's path. Crello blasted each piece into fragments until, at last, no chess piece remained intact to impede him. Harry felt utterly drained, immobilized. Despair enveloped him as he observed Crello, standing several meters away, raising his wand towards him, a grotesque smile contorting his already inhuman visage. It was all over, Harry thought to himself. Chapter 17 Disarmament. At that very moment, a voice resonated from the doorway. Disarm. A flash of light erupted, and Crello's wand slipped from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air before landing behind Harry. There stood a pallid Draco. Trembling at the entrance, his wand aimed at Crello. Ignoring the pain he inflicted upon Harry, Crello lunged toward the wand, desperate to retrieve it. In a sudden surge of will, Harry summoned the last vestiges of his strength to thwart Crello's attempt. As they grappled, a web as fine as a spider's silk erupted from the tip of Draco's wand, spanning half the room and ensnaring Crello's body. Instantly, Crello found himself bound, pulled away from Harry. He thrashed in vain against the web, which only tightened its grip. He sought help from his master, yet Voldemort remained silent, extinguished like a dying flame. Seeing Crello subdued, Draco, his legs unsteady, approached Harry with trepidation. "How are you?" Harry, devoid of sensation and utterly collapsed, replied in a whisper. "Still alive, just overexerted." Upon hearing that Harry was still with him, Draco, overwhelmed, sank to the floor beside him. In the next instant, Crello's piercing scream abruptly ceased. Dumbledore appeared at the doorway. Surveying the scene, Dumbledore swiftly brandished his wand, executing intricate gestures. Crello was ensnared in an even larger, sturdier net, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The massive chess pieces, haphazardly strewn about, began to right themselves, mending their shattered forms. The moment Harry laid eyes on Dumbledore, he knew he and Draco were no longer in peril. "How are you both?" Dumbledore inquired as he approached them. With a flick of his wand, Harry felt the circulation return to his limbs. "Your timing is impeccable, Headmaster," Draco murmured weakly. Harry detected a hint of jest in Draco's tone, prompting a slight smile to cross his lips. "Voldemort, Headmaster," Harry suddenly recalled, raising his voice to warn. "Voldemort is right behind Crello." Dumbledore glanced at Crello and reassured Harry. Relax, Harry. I believe Voldemort abandoned Crello and fled the moment I set foot in Hogwarts. Fled? Harry turned his gaze toward Crello. Voldemort has his ways of preserving himself. I must concede that even I cannot deny this, Dumbledore said, offering Harry a kind smile. Draco, however, sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought. All right, Harry. You need to go to the hospital wing. And you too, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore nodded at Draco. We'll discuss everything else once you both have recovered. Harry spent a full day and night in the hospital wing. When he awoke, he found himself surrounded by Hermione, Ron and Draco, with Neville present as well. A mountain of gifts and cards adorned the bedside. Harry, you're awake. Hermione exclaimed joyfully. As Harry donned his glasses, Hermione adjusted the pillow behind him, allowing him to sit up. Have your injuries healed? Harry inquired, looking at Ron and Draco. Ron replied, Madame Pomfrey fixed my leg in the blink of an eye. As for Malfoy, like you, he requires hospitalization. He's in the bed next to yours. Madame Pomfrey stated she had never encountered a body as frail as Malfoy's. Despite Draco having saved Harry's life, Ron's animosity towards him had diminished somewhat, yet he could not resist delivering a jab. He was eager to broadcast Draco's frailty to all. Draco cleared his throat. Ahem, I am not that weak. I know my own strength. Harry chuckled softly, turning to Neville. By the way, Neville, our previous actions against you were regrettable. I apologize. Neville glanced at the others and quickly replied, You were off doing something important. It was my fault for not understanding the situation. Now everyone knows what you did. All these gifts at the head of your bed are from your admirers. Hermione gently reassured Neville. You are right, Neville, but it was merely a coincidence this time. Without you, Malfoy might not have guessed where we were headed. Therefore, you indirectly saved Harry's life. What a twist of fate, Ron chuckled. Neville bashfully scratched his head, and the group exchanged smiles, the atmosphere light and joyful. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached. All right, visiting hours are over. It's time to go. Potter, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. Harry indeed had many questions for Dumbledore. Under Madame Pomfrey's urging, Hermione and the others departed the infirmary. Dumbledore then entered. Draco, catching on, remarked, Professor, I have matters to discuss with Longbottom. I shall return shortly. Dumbledore called out to the departing Draco, Mr. Malfoy, may I address you as Draco? Of course, Professor. Draco nodded. Dumbledore smiled warmly at Draco, seemingly pleased to use his name. I have matters I wish to discuss with you as well. Perhaps we could meet in the adjacent room in 30 minutes? I believe that should suffice for your conversation with Mr. Longbottom. Yes? Draco, taken aback, nodded in agreement and left the infirmary. His talk with Neville was merely a pretext. He had not anticipated Dumbledore wanting to speak with him privately. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure, curiosity etched on his face. Harry, I believe it's time to clarify your questions, Dumbledore said, sitting beside Harry's bed. Please ask away. Chapter 18. The Elixir of Life. 30 minutes later, Dumbledore arrived as promised in the empty room, where Draco awaited by the window. Please have a seat, Draco. Dumbledore conjured 2 comfortable armchairs, inviting Draco to sit. Professor, what is it you wish to discuss? Draco inquired politely. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, his sharp, bright blue eyes fixed on Draco. Do you not have something you wish to share with me, Draco? Draco felt as though Dumbledore's gaze pierced his very soul, and he instinctively replied, I do, Professor. Oh, then let us hear your tale, Dumbledore said with keen interest. I cannot say. I want to explain what happened, but I cannot find the words, Draco stammered, bewildered by his own inability to articulate. Apologis, Professor. That is reasonable. I can understand. Dumbledore reassured him. Draco stared incredulously into those blue eyes. Is that reasonable? Is it understandable? At least I find it understandable, Draco, Dumbledore replied. One of my few strengths is my ability to deduce the essence of a story from the minutiae. One of your few strengths? Draco murmured. Indeed. Dumbledore remarked with a mischievous smile. I sometimes happen to possess the virtue of humility as well. Draco fell silent, deciding it prudent to refrain from commenting further. Speak of what you can, and let us see if I can deduce a coherent narrative, Dumbledore encouraged. Draco pondered for a moment, recalling words spoken by the centaur Firenze, and recounted them to Dumbledore. So it was, Dumbledore mused. Uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Draco sensed a shift in Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and Draco refrained from interrupting. He harbored grave doubts about whether Dumbledore could truly perceive the underlying truths of the matter. When Dumbledore finally raised his head, several vials of potions materialized before Draco. These are elixirs of immortality, crafted from the Philosopher's Stone. Draco. I believe they can remedy the ailments afflicting your body. Draco gazed in astonishment at the potions. Just moments ago, he had been hesitating to ask Dumbledore for the Philosopher's Stone, and now the elixirs of immortality lay before him. Naturally, the so-called elixirs required continuous consumption to sustain life. Nicholas and I have conversed, and I presume you have discerned who Nicholas is. We unanimously agreed to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, it no longer exists in this world. The potions seamlessly settled into a box that landed in Draco's hands. These potions are sufficient for your recovery. Nicholas and his wife have also preserved some potions, so do not fret. Draco stared in awe at the potions in his grasp, realizing they were among the last remaining elixirs of immortality in existence. Dumbledore continued, "Your vitality is gravely diminished, and you are in a precarious state, far worse than I had anticipated. You must consume the elixirs promptly, one vial at a time. After finishing each vial, you will likely enter a deep slumber for a considerable duration, perhaps a long time, until the next instance when you feel exceedingly weak, at which point you should take another vial. This cycle should continue until you are fully restored to health. Will I completely recover? Oh yes, I am certain of it." This was indeed splendid news for Draco. "Professor, how long will each bout of unconsciousness last?" "That varies," Dumbledore replied patiently. "The first time may last the longest, possibly several months, or even half a year, perhaps longer. Subsequently, each instance will shorten until you no longer require the potions." Draco nodded in understanding, elated that Dumbledore possessed the knowledge to heal him from the peculiar afflictions wrought by the Time Turner. After Draco carefully stored the elixirs, Dumbledore remarked, "Draco, I believe I have an inkling of what you have encountered, yet I still have some inquiries to pose to you. May I ask, how old are you in reality?" If the preceding revelations had astonished Draco, Dumbledore's question nearly left his jaw agape. He sprang to his feet. "Oh, I understand your excitement, Draco. But I must insist there is no need for such fervor." Dumbledore urged him to sit once more. "Professor, do you truly know?" Draco could hardly conceal his delight and exhilaration. The prospect of sharing his secret with another was an immense comfort and encouragement, especially with someone as esteemed as Dumbledore, the greatest wizard alive, who had once saved his very soul. "Indeed, I believe I have surmised it. I am usually quite accurate," Dumbledore said with a wink. "My true age exceeds my physical age by 7 years." 7 years? Dumbledore fell into contemplation once more. "Time is not yet pressing. Therefore, my second question is, what did you see in the Mirror of Erist?" "The Mirror of Erist?" Draco was utterly unprepared for Dumbledore to pose this question. He felt his face flush instantly. "I witnessed the demise of the Dark Lord, his complete obliteration. And then Potter came rushing in." Draco's face was crimson with embarrassment. Dumbledore, listening intently, compassionately interjected, "We need only grasp the essential aspects. May I infer that the Mirror of Erist revealed your primary purpose for returning?" Draco's mouth seemed sealed. Yet Dumbledore gleaned the answer from his expression. Dumbledore crossed his arms over his chest, and fell into a contemplative silence that extended for 10 minutes. Draco appeared somewhat anxious. Dumbledore's countenance grew serious as he lifted his gaze and stated, "Draco, I am grateful for the crucial information you have provided. I anticipate inviting you to participate in certain forthcoming matters. Likewise, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Is that agreeable?" Draco nodded fervently. "I would be honored." "Very well. If we continue this conversation, Madame Pomfrey will surely expel me from the premises," Dumbledore declared as he rose. "Draco, your physical condition is quite poor. You must rest adequately." Draco also stood. "Professor, I have a request, and I wonder if it might be feasible?" "Speak your mind." "I wish to use magic outside of school. You see, it would greatly assist with that particular matter." "Is that possible?" Draco did not harbor much hope. To his surprise, Dumbledore smiled. "I believe you can, Draco. Even though your physical form is that of a first year, your actual age is that of an adult. The Ministry of Magic will not track you." Draco felt a weight lift from his shoulders. If he could use magic during the holidays, he could accomplish much in advance. Dumbledore waved his wand, and 2 armchairs vanished from the room. As Dumbledore prepared to depart, the question that had lingered in Draco's mind burst forth. "Professor, how can you be certain the elixirs of immortality will restore me completely? And how do you know what may occur after I consume them?" Dumbledore elaborated on the potion's usage and the potential outcomes with meticulous detail and conviction, which inevitably sparked a flicker of doubt within Draco. "Oh, as for that matter." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "It is merely a guess." Chapter 19. A delayed Christmas gift. Once all the visitors had departed, Madame Pomfrey instructed Harry and Draco to take several potions, and administered an injection to Harry. I cannot believe such perilous events have transpired within the school, Madame Pomfrey remarked. Her brow furrowed. Drink up. Both of you are severely physically drained. I've added a mild sedative, so you should sleep soundly tonight. Harry made a face at Draco, mindful that he had already slept for an entire day and night. When can we be discharged? Harry inquired. As Madame Pomfrey tidied up her equipment, she responded. I will check again in the morning. If all is well, you may be released. However, you must rest thoroughly and take your medication on schedule. Now, it's time to sleep. Night had descended outside, and after Madame Pomfrey drew the curtains around Harry and Draco's beds, she exited the infirmary. The room fell into silence. Draco reclined on his bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a tranquil and serene ambience. He resolved to wait until the end of the semester to consume the elixir of immortality, so that even in slumber he could spend the time at home. Dumbledore had promised to assist him in explaining to his parents. After lying there for a while, Draco discovered he was not the least bit drowsy. He adjusted the light at his bedside and picked up a notebook to read. Suddenly, he heard a rustle from the adjacent bed, followed by Harry's soft voice, Malfoy. Are you asleep? Draco set down his notebook and replied quietly, not yet. The curtain was lifted slightly, revealing Harry's face. What are you reading? Harry entered and sat on the edge of Draco's bed. Draco shook the notebook in his hand. Class notes from today. Hermione sent them over. I believe you should have a copy as well. Oh, Harry's interest waned. I do have a copy. I can't believe we still have to take exams with less than a week left. I think the professors will be lenient, except for McGonagall and Snape, of course. Draco set the notebook aside. Actually, I came to thank you. I haven't expressed my gratitude for you saving my life from Quirrell. Harry looked earnestly into Draco's eyes. It wasn't that serious, Potter. We merely helped each other, Draco replied, lowering his gaze. He felt a sense of guilt, realizing that had he not exposed Quirrell in advance, Harry would have had a safer opportunity to thwart Quirrell with Dumbledore's assistance a week later. Actually, you may call me Harry. Harry gazed at Draco, who lifted his head, revealing a pair of clear, bright green eyes that met his own. The exquisite hue resembled a serene lake under a clear sky, evoking a sense of joy. Noticing Draco's silence, Harry ventured, May I call you Draco? The moonlight outside gently illuminated their faces, casting a soft glow on every nuance of their expressions. Draco, captivated by Harry's eyes, took a moment before nodding yes. Harry appeared pleased, smiling as he picked up Hermione's notes to peruse. Let me see what we have for today. The herbology class doesn't present any new topics, just a review of key points for the exam. Oh, how unfortunate. The history of magic class was filled with names I've never heard before. Are you certain Professor Binns hasn't mentioned them? Draco leaned closer to examine Hermione's notes alongside Harry. I recall some names being mentioned in the last class. Oh really? Harry chuckled awkwardly. I might not have been paying attention. For some reason, in Professor Binns' class, I always feel as if I've taken a sleeping potion. Draco chuckled softly, suppressing a laugh to avoid alerting Madame Pomfrey. Since he had begun using the time turner, he had never felt as relaxed and at ease as he did at that moment. Harry focused on Draco's face and suddenly remarked, You look quite handsome when you smile. Although I seldom see you do so. Draco's smile faltered slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed and as if he had overstepped. Harry cleared his throat and pretended to study Hermione's notes. At least we've only missed 2 classes. I hope there aren't any of those long, complex names on the final exam for History of Magic. Draco remained silent, which allowed Harry to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Just as Harry lifted his gaze from Hermione's notes, a silver blue box was presented before him. What is this? Harry inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. A belated Christmas gift for you, Draco replied, handing the box to Harry. I had no idea you had given me a Christmas gift, and now that I am aware, it is only fair that I offer you something in return. Really? Harry exclaimed in delight, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Draco. May I open it? Indeed. Draco averted his gaze, responding nonchalantly. As Harry opened the gift box, he discovered a smaller box and an object resembling a horn. A unicorn horn shell? You got this for me? Harry's astonishment was palpable. Yes, Draco explained, gazing slightly above Harry's left eye. The unicorn horn shell possesses significant medicinal value, and you may find it useful in the future. Moreover, had you not awakened me from the curse, I would have been a mere shell of a person. You deserve this horn shell. Harry marveled at the unicorn horn shell for a considerable time before picking up the smaller box within. What is this? Draco's eyes flickered. This is the real gift. This Christmas present is 6 months late, and I hope the unicorn horn shell serves as a token of my apology. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Was it customary for ancient pureblood families to bestow gifts with such gravity and thoughtfulness? He opened the exquisite small box to find a golden snitch, gleaming on a deep blue velvet base. The moonlight fell upon it, reflecting a breathtaking radiance. Harry carefully lifted the golden snitch. In truth, it was not a genuine golden snitch, but rather a replica fashioned from precious crystal, adorned with gold dust. The sphere bore a prominent H engraved in it, and the unique material reflected the moonlight, creating an extraordinarily beautiful and dreamlike appearance at night. A pair of silvery wings were delicately affixed around the golden sphere, fluttering as they brushed against Harry's fingers. As Harry released his grip, the golden snitch soared above him, circling the two of them in a playful dance. The golden moonlight enveloped them like a tangible essence, illuminating a small space within the curtains. "How beautiful!" Harry exclaimed, gazing upwards at the golden snitch in awe. Draco observed the joyous expression on Harry's face and remarked, "This snitch is made from a special material that, when it absorbs a bit of light, can illuminate the surroundings. You can use it for light when you prefer not to wield your wand." Harry nodded, his gaze still entranced by the snitch's graceful flight. Draco appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I thought, since the unicorn horn shell is quite practical, this gift need not be so utilitarian. If you find it of little use, I can always exchange it for something else. How about a set of protective gear?" Harry returned his gaze, eyes bright. "No need for that. I truly adore this gift." "Thank you, Draco." "Very well." Draco smiled in return. The golden snitch danced in the moonlight, twirling around them, illuminating not only the space around them, but also the radiant smiles of the two young boys. Chapter 20. The End and the Beginning. The exam week swiftly passed, and the first-year students finally completed their final examination. As they exited the examination hall, Hermione continued to recite the answers to each question. "Oh, Hermione, please stop. I don't want to relive it," Ron lamented, and Harry nodded in immediate agreement. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance and kindly addressed Harry. "Harry, you and Draco have just recovered from your illnesses and need to rest. You need not worry about packing your belongings. Ron will assist you, won't you?" The final question was directed at Ron. "My leg is injured too," Ron protested. "Madame Pomfrey said you have fully healed, Ron. That still requires rest." Harry chose to ignore Ron and Hermione's bickering. He spotted Draco emerging from the examination hall, and waved excitedly. Draco approached the trio. "Nice tie, Malfoy," Ron commented. Harry noticed a silver-blue striped tie peeking from Draco's cloak. "Starting to develop taste, Weasley," Draco replied, then turned to Harry and murmured a quiet thank you. Harry smiled shyly in response. "What are your plans for the holiday?" Ron asked enthusiastically. "Aside from completing assignments, I suppose I will read more spellbooks," Hermione mused. "You know, we can't use magic during the holiday, so reading some theoretical texts will serve as a pleasant diversion. If only I could know the second-year reading list in advance." "You consider reading spellbooks a pastime?" Ron looked at Hermione as if she were mad. "Ron, you should strive for improvement," Hermione said, glancing at Draco. "You see, it is precisely because Malfoy knows so many spells that he saved Harry's life. We all should learn from Malfoy." Ron stared at Hermione in disbelief, then at Draco, seemingly unconvinced. Draco felt a twinge of guilt. "Granger, you are diligent and talented. You will surely surpass me eventually." "I hope so," Hermione replied, appearing pleased. Ron let out a scoff nearby. Draco seldom conversed with Hermione. Initially, it was due to his disdain for her. However, as he interacted more with her, he realized she was no different from them, perhaps even superior, and treated everyone with kindness without prejudice. Draco recognized Hermione had always been the top student in their year, and even though he had once loathed her, he could not deny her exceptional abilities. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry pondered deeply. If both of his companions were so remarkable, he too must strive to be better. He silently resolved to read more magical texts during the holiday. Ron inexplicably disapproved of Hermione and Draco's mutual flattery. Turning to Harry, he asked, "Harry, what will you do during the holiday? How about visiting our home?" "Visit your home? Is that really possible?" Harry asked, a mix of excitement and worry that his aunt and uncle would object. "Of course. I shall extend an invitation to you in advance. If your uncle and aunt harbor any concerns, I shall request my father to come and escort you home, thus alleviating their worries. I am quite certain they will not be anxious." However, Harry harbored doubts regarding the soundness of this proposal. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would likely not permit any individuals suspected of wizardry near their doorstep. "Then it's settled," Ron exclaimed, shaking off his earlier gloom, eagerly discussing the myriad of activities planned for the holiday. "Draco, what shall you do during the break?" Harry inquired. "Me?" Draco opted for honesty. "I require some recuperation. and may not be able to communicate with you throughout the entire holiday. I might even miss the first half of the term. Is it that serious? Harry, taken aback by Draco's pallid complexion, asked in astonishment. Even Ron ceased his chatter, scrutinizing Draco from head to toe. You will recover. Draco quickly interjected upon noticing the profound guilt in Harry's eyes. It has nothing to do with thwarting Quirrell. In truth, I do not need to complete the entire second-year curriculum. Why is that? Ron queried. Before Draco could respond, Hermione interjected on his behalf. Because Malfoy has already achieved the second-year standard. I suspect he could directly sit for the OWLs. Harry's first year at Hogwarts swiftly drew to a close, with exam results announced before their holiday commenced. Both Harry and Ron passed with commendable scores. Neville barely scraped through, while Hermione naturally claimed the top position in their year. Draco, however, found himself consistently placed second, drawing Hermione as frequent scrutiny. I suspect Malfoy is deliberately holding back. Hermione remarked with some displeasure. I must strive even harder. I too suspect you are holding back, as you consistently hover near perfection. Ron, having grown accustomed to this, exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, who merely smiled in response. Before long, they boarded the Hogwarts Express, shedding their wizarding robes in favor of Muggle attire, engaging in light-hearted banter throughout the journey. As the train came to a halt at the platform, Harry and his companions bid a reluctant farewell. Harry, don't forget to visit us during the holidays, Ron reminded. All right, Harry replied with a smile, and Hermione, Draco, you must write to me. I cannot endure several months without contact with the magical world. No problem, Hermione cheerfully replied, dragging a suitcase laden with books. Yet Draco interjected, I'm afraid I cannot. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. Of course, your health takes precedence. Draco chose not to elaborate further. After exchanging farewells, he strode towards his waiting parents at the station. Lucius regarded Hermione and the others with a cold gaze, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Draco, it seems you are rather careless in your choice of friends. You may certainly cultivate a friendship with Potter. That much is commendable. Even associating with a Weasley, that disgrace among purebloods, I can begrudgingly accept. However, I implore you to steer clear of that Muggle-born girl. Draco understood that his father's beliefs were deeply entrenched, and it would take more than a moment to clarify matters. So he settled for a temporary acquiescence. Well, as long as Draco does not develop a fondness for that Muggle-born girl, everything is negotiable, Narcissa interjected just in time. I see Potter has a good rapport with that girl. Draco cannot possibly impede Potter's friendships. Lucius snorted, offering no further commentary. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Father, has Professor Dumbledore spoken to you regarding my health? Draco inquired cautiously. Lucius snorted again. I shall seek a more renowned and qualified healer to examine you, Draco. Should I discover that your ailments stem from your time at school, Dumbledore will be inundated with complaints from the Board of Governors. However, Lucius's plans for complaints fell through. All healers concurred that Draco's frail condition was the result of long-term accumulation. Despite having tried various strengthening and invigorating potions, Draco's health continued to deteriorate, and he had even fainted at times. After enduring this ordeal for over a month, Lucius finally resorted to Dumbledore's methods. Narcissa gazed at Draco with concern, murmuring, I hope the potion provided by Dumbledore proves effective. Draco exhaled in relief. Just before taking the potion, he secretly summoned the house elf Dobby. Master Malfoy, please give your orders. Dobby said, bowing with a businesslike respect. Dobby, you know Harry Potter, correct? Dobby's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dobby knows the great Harry Potter, sir. That's good. Draco said, somewhat taken aback by Dobby's exuberant response. Harry, is my friend. Once I take the potion, I may fall into a deep sleep for several months. Perhaps even longer. During this time, I need you to watch over Harry Potter, particularly regarding his safety. Draco was astonished to see Dobby so enthusiastic about his instructions. Dobby stood upright, extending his hand towards Draco in a salute, excitedly exclaiming, Dobby promises to fulfill Master Draco's task. Observing Dobby's exuberance, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Draco's mind. Dobby, wouldn't he overdo it, would he? Chapter 21. The Awakening of Draco. An interminable dream. Draco seemed to replay the entirety of his 17 years of life. He reflected upon and scrutinized those years, as fleeting memories began to surface, revealing details he had previously overlooked. He gathered those fragments of time he had disregarded, slowly attempting to reconstruct a complete version of himself. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the space, and he felt a clarity of mind he had never experienced before. His breathing became effortlessly smooth. In the next moment, Draco opened his eyes. He was still lying in his room, everything unchanged since before his coma. Master, you have awakened? a house elf exclaimed, following the voice. He was surprised to find not Dobby, but another house elf named Winky. Winky excitedly bowed. Winky will immediately notify Master and Mistress. Master Draco has finally awakened. Wait, Winky. Draco quickly interrupted. How long have I been asleep? Winky, finally calming her excitement, replied, Master Draco has slept for a full year. Mistress has been by Master's bedside every day, praying for Master to awaken soon. Winky heard Mistress say that if it were not for Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts assuring that Master would awaken safely, Master would have ruined Dumbledore's reputation. A year? Draco was left speechless in shock. He suddenly recalled that Dumbledore had indeed mentioned he might fall into a coma for several months, perhaps even half a year, or longer. But a year was far beyond Draco's expectations. What transpired during this year? Draco urgently inquired. What about the Chamber of Secrets? Is Dobby still at home? Dobby is still here, Master, Winky said, gazing at the panicked Draco with confusion, but Dobby has been severely punished for his incompetence during these days. Dobby was still here. Draco remembered that at the end of his second year, his father had inadvertently given Dobby clothes, thus freeing him from the Malfoy family. What had transpired this past year? The course of events seemed to have diverged. He needed to find Dobby immediately to clarify everything. Winky cautiously asked, Master, may I inform Master and Mistress that you have awakened? While Draco yearned to see his parents, there were matters he needed to clarify first. Winky, you may inform them after 10 minutes. For now, go and attend to your duties, and do not return within that time frame. Yes, Master understands. With a pop, Winky vanished from sight. Draco immediately called out Dobby. With another pop, a weary Dobby appeared in Draco's room. His body bore numerous injuries, his pointed ears drooped listlessly, and his large green eyes held a vacant expression. Master has awakened? Dobby's eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance, exclaiming in delight, Wonderful! Master has awakened! Dobby had not betrayed his master's trust. He had successfully safeguarded the safety of Harry Potter. At this, Draco felt a weight lift from his heart. Dobby, pray tell. What transpired over the past year? Dobby promptly recounted. This year, the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts was opened, unleashing the basilisk to attack the students. A first-year student was captured by the creature, and it was Harry Potter who bravely ventured into the chamber to rescue them. Dobby described Harry Potter as he had imagined him. Kind-hearted, benevolent, courageous, astute, and approachable. In his fervent enthusiasm, Dobby failed to notice a flicker of displeasure cross his young master's face. So Harry Potter rescued Ginny Weasley? Draco's voice bore an icy edge that he himself was unaware of. Ginny Weasley? Dobby replied, somewhat perplexed, No, it was Colin Creevey who was saved by Harry Potter. Draco's brows furrowed and then relaxed, only to furrow again, as he found himself even more bewildered. Are you certain it was Colin Creevey? Not Ginny Weasley? Dobby nodded vigorously. Dobby is certain. It was the Gryffindor first year, Colin Creevey, who was taken into the chamber, and it was Harry Potter who saved him. All the professors and students at Hogwarts know. Draco was utterly confounded. Dobby quickly, recount in detail what exactly transpired. Dobby, like a fountain of information, hurriedly narrated the thrilling events of the year. Aside from the identity of the captured student being altered to Colin Creevey, the other happenings aligned closely with what Draco had previously known. Dobby had employed various methods to prevent Harry Potter from entering Hogwarts, but alas, he had been unsuccessful. It was precisely because Dobby had revealed information to Harry that his master had severely punished him. Dobby deserves it. Dobby is a bad elf, he lamented, as he made to slam himself against the nearby wall, only for Draco to swiftly intervene. Draco imagined the myriad tribulations Harry had endured because of Dobby and felt a fleeting sympathy for him. Dobby, do not punish yourself just yet. I shall speak to my father about your situation. Now you may return to your duties. Yes, Master, Dobby replied before departing the room. Draco pondered deeply over the events of the past year. His understanding of the Chamber of Secrets was rather limited, as his father had steadfastly refused to divulge any information. Eventually, he would learn that this matter was intricately connected to his father, who had unwittingly chosen to unleash the chamber through the very family he despised, the Weasleys, while simultaneously destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in the process. Now Draco found himself in Gryffindor, having forged a friendship with Harry. The Weasley children, including Ron, had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with him. Perhaps this was why his father had selected another individual to open the chamber, possibly Colin Creevey, or perhaps the diary had found its way into Colin's possession. In any case, the protagonists of this tale were no longer Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley. The door swung open with a loud bang, and disregarding decorum, Narcissa rushed in, followed closely by Lucius. Draco gazed at his visibly exhausted parents, feeling a pang of sorrow. Regardless of how this time-turner's outcome unfolded, he was determined to shield his parents from any further entanglement with Voldemort, sparing them from the constant dread and overwhelming panic that had characterized their lives. He had already squandered a year. In his third year, he needed to accomplish far more. First and foremost, he must meet with Harry. Chapter 22. The third-year birthday gift. Harry spent a particularly dreary summer at number 4, Privet Drive. Ron had attempted to call Harry's house, but unfortunately, the call was answered by Uncle Vernon. Even more unfortunate was that it was Ron's first time making a phone call. Uncle Vernon bellowed into the receiver that there was no Harry Potter here, and in a fit of rage he hung up, effectively severing Harry's connection to the wizarding world. Harry had not been in contact with any of his friends for 5 weeks. That night, Harry lay on his bed, flashlight in hand, working on his summer assignment for History of Magic. He glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the morning, and he had turned a year older. Looking out at the dazzling night sky, he suddenly spotted 3 owls soaring towards him from the distance. A wave of joy surged within Harry. He knew these must be birthday gifts from his friends at Hogwarts. He dashed to the window and eagerly accepted the parcels from the 3 owls, unwrapping them one by one. Indeed, the first was a gift and card from Ron, who had sent a pocket sneakoscope, which could detect suspicious individuals, though it appeared rather unreliable. The second item was from Hermione, comprising a card and a care kit for his broomstick, a practical gift for Harry. The third was from Hagrid, a book titled Monsters and Their Monsters, which nearly snapped at Harry's fingers. Additionally, there was a letter from Hogwarts. Third-year students were permitted to visit Hogsmeade, and Professor McGonagall had sent a parental permission slip. Those third-year students with parental signatures could venture into Hogsmeade on designated weekends. Harry gazed at the permission slip, releasing a deep sigh. He knew the likelihood of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia signing it was slim, akin to the chances of Dudley becoming a model. He carefully stowed Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid's gifts and resumed gazing at the night sky. It had been an entire year since he had received any news from Draco, far exceeding the time frame initially mentioned. Had Draco's illness been severe enough to necessitate an entire year away from school? Was he too weak to even write a letter? At times, Harry wondered if their shared battles in the Forbidden Forest and during the protection of the Philosopher's Stone had been merely his own cherished memories. During their conversation in the hospital wing that night, he had sensed that Draco regarded him as a friend as well. Was it all simply his unilateral perception? Amidst the hazy night, a snowy owl, as white as Hedwig, gradually appeared in Harry's line of sight. His heart raced with excitement. Besides Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid, who else would send him a parcel on his birthday? The snow-white owl swiftly alighted at Harry's window. Upon seeing this newcomer, Hedwig hooted and flapped her wings, curiously inspecting the new owl. The new owl, however, paid Hedwig no mind. It held its head high and leisurely extended a foot. This demeanor immediately reminded Harry of someone. Indeed, the parcel was signed, Draco Malfoy. Harry eagerly unwrapped the package, having not heard from Draco in a year and oblivious to how Draco was faring. The parcel was soon opened. Hedwig did not seem to mind the new owl's arrogance. Instead, she invited it to drink water with Ron's owl, Errol. Draco's owl contemplated for a moment, before finally acquiescing to Hedwig's suggestion. Perhaps after a long flight, it was indeed a bit parched. The 2 snowy owls flew together to Errol's side, bowing their heads to drink, appearing quite harmonious. Harry's attention shifted from the 3 owls as he meticulously opened the parcel before him. Draco had gifted him a set of rare potions, 10 in total, each contained in a colorful vial. Alongside them was a wool pouch, enchanted with an extension charm. This pouch appeared no larger than a single galleon, yet it could hold all 10 vials, making it incredibly convenient for carrying. Harry carefully read the labels on each vial, realizing that each potion had its own purpose, ranging from antidotes and first aid to complex yet practical concoctions like Polyjuice Potion and Felix Felicis. He was thrilled by the rarity and utility of this gift and decided to carry it with him at all times, just in case. Harry opened Draco's letter. It was brief, seemingly written in haste, with a somewhat scrawled handwriting. Harry, happy birthday. I hope this set of potions I have sent you may prove beneficial at a crucial moment. Some of them I brewed myself, and I trust you will find them to your liking. I would like to visit you at your aunt and uncle's house at noon on your birthday. I hope that is convenient for you. I understand this is rather sudden, but I am eager to see you soon. You may have he'll deliver my reply. He is the White Owl. Until tomorrow at noon, if all goes well. Draco. P.S. I am in good health, do not worry. Harry read the letter over and over, scarcely able to believe he would see Draco so soon. Yet, recalling Ron's previous admonitions, he feared that Draco might also face Aunt Petunia's wrath. Nevertheless, Harry was genuinely eager to learn about Draco's past year, and was keen to meet his friend from Hogwarts during this interminably dull summer. Thus, he promptly penned a response. Dear Draco, thank you for your thoughtful birthday gift. I truly appreciate it. I would be delighted to have you as a guest at my home. However, as I have mentioned before, my aunt and uncle may not be exceedingly warm. So I hope you do not hold overly high expectations, and prepare yourself accordingly. I am keen to hear about your year, and am very much looking forward to our impending meeting. Take care of yourself. Harry. Once Harry completed the letter, he summoned the owl named Hill. He affixed the letter to Hill's leg and gently patted its back. Please deliver this letter to Draco and convey my regards. Hill lifted its head, emitted a melodious hoot, and with grace, turned and soared into the night. This was Harry's first time inviting a friend to his home, and he felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He hoped fervently that Uncle Vernon would not chase Draco away, he thought. Chapter 23. Draco's visit to Harry's home? The following morning, Harry descended to breakfast and found Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley already gathered around the dining table, engrossed in the television. Harry took a seat, and no one spoke to him, a silence to which he had long grown accustomed. He was still pondering how to inform the Dursleys that Draco would be visiting today. Uncle, Aunt Harry attempted to speak. Aunt Petunia had already risen to pour tea, the news on the television nearing its conclusion, while Dudley clamored to change the channel, completely ignoring Harry. Uncle Vernon grunted, indicating he was listening, and switched to Dudley's favorite racing channel. Dudley, excitedly fixated on the screen, munched on a bag of chocolate-covered treats. Uncle Vernon glanced at the clock and gruffly addressed Harry. You'd better speak up. I need to leave. Maggie's train arrives at 10 o'clock. What? Aunt Maggie? Harry felt a surge of panic. Surely she was not coming here. Aunt Maggie was Uncle Vernon's sister, yet she was 10 times more fearsome. Harry would rather endure a month with the Dursleys than spend over 10 minutes with Aunt Maggie. Indeed, Maggie will be staying for a week, Uncle Vernon bellowed. Since we are on the subject, we must clarify some matters in advance. Maggie is entirely unaware of your peculiarities, and I do not wish for anything strange to occur while she is here. You must toe the line, do you understand? We have informed Maggie that you are attending St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. You must stick to that story, or you shall have hell to pay. What? Harry jumped up, ready to retort, but Aunt Petunia interjected. Dear, you should go pick up Maggie. Right. Uncle Vernon stood up and walked to the hallway, then turned to glare at Harry. By the way, what were you about to say? Harry's initial anger was instantly extinguished. He realized that enduring a prolonged confrontation would be worse than a swift one, and he uttered quickly, I have a classmate who wishes to visit today. You know, a fellow from Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon, bent over to put on a shoe, froze upon hearing this, his small eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly unforgivable, his mouth agape as though it could fit an egg. Had Harry not been in the eye of the storm, he might have burst into laughter at Uncle Vernon's ridiculous expression. The clattering sounds from the kitchen ceased, and Aunt Petunia turned her astonished gaze toward Harry. Dudley's snack bag fell to the floor, its chocolate balls scattering everywhere, rolling from the dining room into the living room, one even rolling to Uncle Vernon's feet. However, no one paid any mind to the mess. The television continued its relentless chatter in the background. Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry glanced at the three of them, who seemed as if they had turned to stone, and he suddenly regretted hastily agreeing to Draco's visit the previous night. Do you have any idea what you are saying? Uncle Vernon roared, standing in the hallway with one foot in a shoe and the other in a slipper. I don't care how you do it. You must immediately inform your classmate to go home. Yes, send that damned owl. I agree to let it deliver a message today. If Maggie finds out about your antics, you will regret ever being born. Uncle Vernon was about to continue his threats when Aunt Petunia raised her voice. Dear, if you don't leave soon, you'll miss Maggie's train. Before leaving, Uncle Vernon shot Harry another warning glare. No sooner had the front door closed than he returned, grumbling. He switched his left slipper for the matching shoe and stormed out once more. With the sound of the door shutting, the living room seemed to spring back to life. Dudley began munching on another bag of snacks, and Aunt Petunia emerged from the kitchen. Aunt Petunia fixed a stern gaze upon Harry. Did you hear what your uncle said? Harry, already steeped in regret, hurried upstairs before Aunt Petunia could continue her scolding. I'll have Hedwig send a letter. He dashed back to his room, swiftly wrote a note urging Draco to postpone his visit. Had he known Aunt Maggie would be coming today, he would never have invited Draco to endure this torment. As Hedwig flew out the window with the note, Harry kept silently repeating to himself, Draco must receive this letter. But as fate would have it, Draco did not receive the letter. Chapter 24. The Noble Young Master Draco. Before long, Aunt Petunia summoned Harry downstairs. He could hear Uncle Vernon's car crunching the gravel in the driveway. Under Aunt Petunia's hushed orders, Harry dejectedly opened the door. Aunt Maggie stood at the entrance, towering like Uncle Vernon. "Where's Dudley? My dear Dudley?" Dudley, dressed in formal attire with a bow tie, looked as though Aunt Petunia had forced it upon him, and Harry suspected it might be choking him. Aunt Maggie swept Dudley into her arms, planting a vigorous kiss on his cheek. Harry knew that Dudley tolerated Aunt Maggie because he always received substantial rewards for doing so. Under Aunt Petunia's welcome, Aunt Maggie entered the living room, pulling Dudley to the couch, as though she had completely overlooked Harry. Even Aunt Maggie's old bulldog, Lippy, garnered more attention than Harry. Uncle Vernon carried Aunt Maggie's luggage into the guest room while Aunt Petunia brought in freshly brewed tea. "Maggie, have a cup of tea and take a breather. Lunch will be ready shortly." Aunt Maggie accepted the steaming cup with her chubby fingers. "Your cooking has always been splendid, Petunia. I can hardly wait." Before long, Aunt Petunia had prepared lunch. Dudley wore a false smile as he assisted Aunt Maggie in taking her seat. "Oh, Dada, you are truly thoughtful," Maggie remarked. Harry observed that Dudley was clutching a brand new 20-pound note. Dudley had always been quite the gentleman, as Uncle Vernon proudly informed Maggie. Aunt Petunia appeared so moved she seemed on the verge of tears. Once everyone was seated, Harry circumvented the dining table to sit on the opposite side, as far from Aunt Maggie as possible. Aunt Maggie regarded Harry as if she had just spotted a sack of rubbish. "What are you still doing here?" Her expression was one of disdain. Ah yes, Harry managed to force a hideous smile under Uncle Vernon's warning gaze. "I've been here all along." "Don't smile at me like that, you ungrateful wretch. Petunia and Vernon have been kind enough to take you in, and you should be grateful," Maggie admonished, taking a large sip of tea before continuing her tirade. "Clearly, since I last saw you, you haven't made any progress at all. Vernon, which school did you say he was sent to? Saint something?" Just as Uncle Vernon was about to mention the name of the juvenile detention school, a steady knock echoed through the house. Aunt Maggie turned toward the door. "Vernon, I don't recall you mentioning that we had invited any other guests today." As Aunt Maggie glanced at the door, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia immediately averted their gazes to Harry, both thinking of Harry's classmate. Harry realized that Draco might have missed the letter delivered by Hedwig. At that moment, he would gladly trade 100 galleons to ensure that the person outside was not Draco. He didn't want Draco to see him in such a disheveled state. "I'll get the door." Unable to bear Uncle Vernon's shocked and menacing look, Harry promptly rose and walked towards the hallway. He still held on to a sliver of hope that the person outside was not Draco. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a formally attired Draco, who stood there holding several gifts and smiling at him. "Hey Harry, how are you?" "I'm well, listen," Harry whispered after the initial surprise of seeing Draco wore off. "You need to pretend you've come to the wrong door. Aunt Maggie is visiting today. She has a terrible temper and knows nothing about wizards." Before Harry could finish, Aunt Maggie had already approached him from behind and boomed, "Well, who is this charming young gentleman? Is he a classmate of Dudley's?" Oh dear, it was all over, Harry sighed inwardly. To Harry's astonishment, Draco immediately donned a standard aristocratic social smile, politely doffing his hat and bowing slightly toward Aunt Maggie. "You must be the Aunt Maggie that Harry often mentions. He has told me that you are always kind and fair. I have been looking forward to meeting you." He continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco, Harry's classmate." Aunt Maggie gazed at Harry in disbelief. "Is this what you say about me?" She then turned her beaming face toward Draco. Harry stood there awkwardly, hesitating for a heartbeat before nodding. It was evident that Aunt Maggie was particularly fond of the elegant and well-mannered Draco, and she quickly turned to Uncle Vernon, who was rushing over. "Since this young gentleman, Draco, is so polite, I wouldn't mind getting to know one more little friend today. Vernon, shall we invite this gentleman to join us for lunch?" "What?" Uncle Vernon appeared momentarily bewildered by the current situation. "Oh, all right, that is fine. Petunia, dear, we need to set an extra place." Harry stared in disbelief as Draco strolled into their home, receiving a warm welcome that Harry had never experienced before. Draco introduced himself to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, graciously accepting the cutlery from Aunt Petunia's hands, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." "No need to be so formal, Draco. May I call you that?" Aunt Petunia replied, her face alight with joy. Of course, Draco's manners and smile are simply impeccable. "Thank you for preparing lunch. It looks absolutely splendid." Aunt Petunia seemed even more delighted. Aunt Maggie exclaimed, "Look at him, what a gentleman." Draco effortlessly earned the favor of both Aunt Petunia and Aunt Maggie. Even Uncle Vernon, typically discerning, could find no fault with Draco's etiquette, appearance, or manner of speaking. Dudley stared blankly at Draco, seemingly experiencing the sensation of being overlooked for the first time in his home. Draco presented the gifts he had brought one by one to the Dursleys, sweetly complimenting them. Aunt Petunia received a beautiful brooch adorned with a precious gem. Goodness, Draco. This is far too extravagant. Yet her expression of surprise betrayed her fondness. Draco replied courteously, Harry has been immensely helpful to me at school, far exceeding the worth of this gift. I hope you will graciously accept it. The gem complements your hair color. I believe someone of your poise can carry it perfectly. Aunt Petunia, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, beamed with delight. Harry felt an urge to laugh, but as Draco cast a seemingly casual glance his way, Harry swiftly suppressed his mirth. Uncle Vernon received a brand new, high-end electric razor, just released in the Muggle world, featuring cutting-edge technology and innovative design, which had already garnered the admiration of the upper class. Uncle Vernon stroked his little mustache, appearing quite pleased with himself. Dudley and Harry each received a box of exquisite chocolates, with Dudley eager to open his and indulge. Draco then produced the final gift, handing it to Aunt Maggie. Harry's eyes flickered. When Draco had appeared at the door, he seemed not to have been holding such a bag. Aunt Maggie, I must apologize. I only learned you would be visiting Harry today at the last moment, so I selected this gift in haste. I hope you like it. The expression of apology on Draco's face was perfectly measured. Aunt Maggie's heart melted at the sight, and she quickly responded, It's not your fault. It's Harry's for not informing you in advance. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll take the blame. As Aunt Maggie bent down to unwrap the gift, Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 25. The Young Master's Unique Ability. A set of toys suitable for an elderly dog, Aunt Maggie sighed. Draco, did you get this for Lippy? How did you know that my greatest concern is for old Lippy? I dread the thought of him feeling lonely, so I try to keep him close. You see, I have many bulldogs to care for, and sometimes I can't look after Lippy as well as I'd like. Draco offered an elegant smile. I heard from Harry about your compassionate care for Lippy. It is indeed touching and admirable. I hastily selected this gift and hope you do not mind. Harry was certain he had never mentioned Aunt Maggie or Lippy to any of his Hogwarts friends. He didn't even know if the dog was named Lippy Lurl or Eppy. Mind. No. I absolutely love it. It's so considerate. Aunt Maggie's gaze toward Draco reminded Harry of her earlier demeanor toward Dudley. He feared Aunt Maggie might be unable to resist giving Draco a kiss. Harry shuddered at the thought and quickly banished it from his mind. Casting a sympathetic glance at Draco, Draco looked puzzled at Harry's expression. Aunt Maggie tossed the toy to Lippy, who immediately perked up, biting the toy and frolicking around the living room. Everyone watched Lippy with great interest, except Aunt Petunia, who frowned. She had never been fond of animals, especially one that was currently wreaking havoc in her pristine living room. Draco clearly comes from a well-mannered family, Aunt Maggie remarked. By the way, Vernon, which school did you say Draco and Harry attend? Uncle Vernon hesitated. It was clearly inappropriate to mention the St. Brutus' Secure Center for incurably criminal boys at this moment. Draco didn't he seem like a candidate for a juvenile detention school? Oh, it's Ilvermorny School. Uncle Vernon quickly rummaged through his mind and named an ordinary school. Maggie took a generous sip of the wine that Aunt Petunia had passed her and remarked to Harry, You ought to be grateful. Your uncle and aunt have sent you to an excellent school where you can meet fine young gentlemen like Draco. This is far beyond what you deserve. Draco's face displayed a look of surprise. You should study more with Draco, Maggie said, turning to Draco and donning a warm smile. Would you like some chicken strips, dear? I'm full, thank you, Draco replied with a smile. Harry is quite exceptional and well liked at school. Is he? Maggie asked, scrutinizing Harry with a mix of curiosity and doubt. As the Dursleys turned their attention towards him, Harry, who had been sipping his soup, halted abruptly. Draco cast a casual glance at Harry, a hint of amusement curling at his lips. Harry and I have plans to explore the village near the school once term starts, Draco announced, redirecting everyone's gaze. There's a village nearby that the school permits us to visit on certain weekends, provided we have parental consent. Draco flashed Harry a seemingly innocent smile. Harry, have your parents signed the permission slip yet? School starts soon, and we can't miss this opportunity. Not yet, Harry quickly replied, stealing a glance at Uncle Vernon. Maggie seemed intrigued, asking, Oh, a village? Yes, but it requires parental signatures, Draco elaborated. It promises to be a delightful and educational short trip. I am eagerly looking forward to accompanying Harry. What do you think, Aunt Maggie? Of course, dear. It's just a matter of signing a piece of paper. Maggie smiled at Draco before turning to Uncle Vernon. Isn't that all right, Vernon? Uncle Vernon knew that this was no ordinary village as described by Draco. Yet he could not voice this in front of Maggie. It should be fine, Uncle Vernon thought, planning to interrogate Harry thoroughly once Maggie had departed. Little did he know. Draco wore a harmless smile and cheerfully exclaimed, Splendid. Harry, what are you waiting for? Harry immediately understood. I'll go get the permission slip. Oh, there's no need to rush. Uncle Vernon attempted to regain control, but Harry had already dashed up the stairs. Draco poured Maggie another glass of wine, his movements and smile impeccably graceful. Maggie's face glowed with joy. Relax, Vernon. Children should have a bit of fun sometimes, don't you think? Surely nothing untoward will happen with Draco around. Can Dudley come too? Dudley, who had been engrossed in his chicken strips, gaped in astonishment, causing one to tumble from his plate. Maggie glanced at Draco, then at Dudley. Her expression laced with intrigue. Oblivious to his aunt's thoughts, Dudley recalled one of the few wizards he had encountered, Hagrid. The mere thought of 100 Hagrids residing in that village sent Dudley shaking his head in horror. What a pity, Draco remarked, feigning genuine disappointment at Dudley's exclusion from the outing. Harry raced down the stairs, presenting the signed permission slip to Uncle Vernon. Even having thoughtfully prepared a muggle pen for the occasion, Uncle Vernon snorted disdainfully, glancing around, wishing fervently for someone to intervene. However, Aunt Maggie was engaged in a warm conversation with Draco, and Aunt Petunia was absorbed in admiring her newly acquired jeweled brooch, blissfully unaware. Dudley continued to munch on his chicken strips, while Harry eagerly awaited Uncle Vernon's verdict on the slip. Uncle Vernon's little mustache twitched in agitation. He glanced at his brand new razor, steeling himself, and signed the permission slip. Harry could hardly believe his eyes as he held the signed document. Having fretted over this matter for nearly half the holiday, never imagining it would be so effortlessly secured, he gazed at Draco with admiration, who raised an eyebrow at him. Sporting a nonchalant yet slightly smug smile, his gray eyes sparkling with brilliance, Draco then turned back to respond to Aunt Maggie's inquiries, while Harry remained entranced by the side profile of Draco, pondering how someone could smile so beautifully. Chapter 26. Enchanting Magic. After a delightful luncheon filled with laughter, Aunt Maggie requested Uncle Vernon to drive her to the city center. Before departing, she instructed Harry to look after Draco. Let Harry show you around the vicinity. Dudley can join too, Maggie suggested, to which Dudley feigned reluctance. Once Aunt Maggie and Uncle Vernon had left, Dudley rapidly slipped out the door to play with his friends. As usual, Harry rose to clear the table, meticulously wiping it down with a cloth. According to Aunt Petunia's high standards, it had to be spotless. Draco observed Harry's practice movements. Do you often do this? Yes, Harry shrugged. I'm used to it. You probably don't have to do this at home, do you? Draco fell silent. I forgot. You have a house elf at home, Harry whispered while glancing toward Aunt Petunia, who was busy in the kitchen. I've heard that Dobby feels genuinely sorry for the things you have to do, Draco replied quietly. Indeed, it was quite harrowing, Harry smiled ruefully. But it's all behind me now. Please send my regards to Dobby. Draco was somewhat taken aback, noticing Harry's extraordinary respect for Dobby. And it was no wonder that Dobby would risk his life for Harry. Draco observed Harry's diligent figure, and discreetly rummaged through his pocket. Momentlate. A pristine cloth appeared in Draco's hand. Use this. It will clean better, Draco offered, extending the cloth toward Harry. Harry eyed the cloth with suspicion. This isn't. Draco winked at him. Harry glanced towards Aunt Petunia, noting that she was not looking their way, and swiftly wiped the dining table with Draco's new cloth. The stains and fine dust vanished in an instant, leaving it cleaner than Aunt Petunia had ever managed. Wow, this is amazing, Harry exclaimed in a hushed tone. Where did you get this? Ahem, Dobby informed me about your situation at home, and I thought this might be of some assistance, Draco said. A hint of awkwardness on his face. Your aunt will surely appreciate it. Thank you so much, Draco, Harry said, completing his chores. However, my uncle and aunt do not take kindly to magic. In fact, they always pretended that there is no such thing as magic in this world. No wonder your home shows no traces of magic. However, I believe your aunt will accept this magic, Draco pointed at the cloth, even if she doesn't voice it. Just then, Aunt Petunia emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cup of tea for both Harry and Draco. Draco immediately stood up to take it, expressing polite gratitude. No need to mention it, Aunt Petunia said warmly to Draco, then turned to Harry. All done? Harry nodded. Aunt Petunia glanced at the table, and was suddenly struck with astonishment. She examined it closely, finding it spotless, as pristine as when it was first purchased. Did you just clean this? Aunt Petunia asked incredulously. Harry nodded. She picked up the cleaning agent beside him, seemingly puzzled as to when it had become so effective. Harry raised the enchanted cloth. I used this. Draco said it works wonders. Aunt, would you like to give it a try? Aunt Petunia regarded the cloth with skepticism. Draco chimed in. It's a new type of material. It cleans as good as new without needing any cleaning agents. Aunt Petunia's suspicion sharpened. Are you sure it's just an ordinary cloth? Draco replied without flinching, of course. It's nothing more than an utterly ordinary cloth. Aunt Petunia entered the kitchen with a cloth, attempting to wipe down the stove. Noticing that she remained silent for a while, Harry could not help but inquire, Aunt? Is that cloth effective? Well, it suffices, came Aunt Petunia's faint voice from the kitchen, nearly inaudible to Harry. With a spark of delight, Harry turned to Draco and exclaimed, You've managed to make Aunt Petunia accept magic? Draco wore a proud expression, as if basking in praise. I'm merely applying the right remedy. Patience is key. We shall proceed gradually. Harry smiled at Draco and asked if he wished to venture out. Draco readily nodded in agreement. Aunt, may I go out with Draco? Harry tentatively asked Aunt Petunia, who was still engrossed in her examination of the cloth. Yes. But return early, she replied as she emerged from the kitchen, glancing at Draco. As for that cloth, dispose of it as you see fit. I have no use for it. Draco promptly responded. Oh, in that case, very well, Aunt Petunia remarked, her expression akin to someone who had been forced to swallow a fly. Harry stifled a laugh and swiftly exited with Draco. You're amazing, Draco, Harry exclaimed once outside. You've made Aunt Petunia accept magic. You even persuaded Aunt Marge to have Uncle Vernon sign my permission slip. Everyone adores you. Draco, somewhat bashful, replied. Am I really that impressive? Harry nodded emphatically. Draco's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Now, tell me about your experiences over the past year. Harry recounted the events of the previous year's Chamber of Secrets in detail. Everything he shared was largely known to Draco, save for the fact that the one who opened the chamber had turned out to be Colin Creevey, the first-year Gryffindor who idolized Harry. So, you don't know how Colin Creevey came into possession of that diary? Draco queried. Harry shook his head. Yes, unsure himself. Draco exhaled in relief. Harry, you mentioned you can speak Parseltongue? I believe so. When I was 1 year old, Voldemort's curse failed to kill me and instead transferred part of his power to me. Hence I can speak Parseltongue. That's what Dumbledore told me. I see. Draco's eyes glimmered. Harry, could you demonstrate your Parseltongue? Perhaps say open in the serpent tongue? Of course. Harry promptly envisioned the branch beneath his feet as a serpent, and uttered the incantation in Parseltongue. Draco repeated Harry's words. Did I say it correctly? Indeed, Harry affirmed. Draco, how have you spent your year? You haven't written to us at all. We were worried about you. Don't tell me Weasley was worried about me too. Draco chuckled. I received your letters, but I was quite unwell, mostly in a stupor. However, Dumbledore's potions have worked wonders. I feel splendid now. A few more treatments and I shall be fully recovered. Will you fall into a stupor again? I suppose so, but hopefully for a shorter duration. Otherwise, I'll struggle to keep pace with your studies. Are you jesting? During this holiday, Hermione lent me numerous spellbooks. We plan to practice together once school resumes. She often claims she will surpass you one day. Draco was surprised that he could inspire such a change in Harry and Hermione. She will eventually. You will too, Harry. Chapter 27. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Aunt Marge had stayed at the Dursleys for an entire week. A week during which Harry experienced unprecedented comfort. The Dursleys no longer treated Harry as if he were invisible, and Aunt Marge reduced her scoldings, occasionally inquiring about Draco. How has Draco been lately? You could invite him over again. I'm sure Vernon and Petunia wouldn't mind. His gifts were simply splendid. Such thoughtfulness and taste. Just look at that boy's upbringing, his eloquence and attire. He must be from a noble family. You should learn from him. During such moments, Harry would casually offer a few perfunctory remarks, and no one would redirect their focus toward him. He relished the tranquility. Furthermore, Aunt Petunia had not mentioned the magical cloth to Harry again. Yet, it was evident that she had recently acquired considerable personal time, indulging in gossip on television. Meanwhile, Harry kept himself occupied, devouring the spellbooks Hermione had lent him at every opportunity. The signed permission slip from Uncle Vernon was neatly tucked within one of the books. The mere thought of going to Hogsmeade with Draco, Ron, and Hermione filled him with exhilaration. After Aunt Marge departed, Uncle Vernon, in appreciation of the new razor Draco had gifted him, graciously agreed to drive Harry to Diagon Alley for school supplies the day before term began. Harry would stay there overnight, then proceed directly to King's Cross Station the following day, where Ron and Hermione would also be staying. On the eve of the new term, Harry met his 3 close friends in Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, Draco had only spoken with them for 10 minutes before being summoned away by Lucius. Lucius appeared significantly weaker than he had a year ago, his complexion nearly as pale as that of the ailing Draco. Many people noticed the change, and inquired after Lucius, who grew increasingly impatient with the questions, and promptly called Draco away. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure with concern. Ron scoffed. Malfoy's dad was once accused of being a Death Eater. I'm not worried about his health. Hermione interjected fairly. He is also the father of our classmate, even a friend. It is only right that we express concern. Friend. When did you become friends with Malfoy? Ron's voice took on a sharp tone. I mean, Harry might be friends with Malfoy. After all, he saved Harry's life. But you so Malfoy saving Harry's life makes him our friend? After all, we didn't help Harry in time, did we? Hermione interrupted Ron. Honestly, Ron, you should read the spellbooks I sent you instead of letting them gather dust in the corner of your room. My family went on a trip to Egypt. How could I read? Ron protested. Hermione shook her head, choosing not to engage further with Ron. Ron, feeling somewhat bored, said, Have you heard that Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban? It's hard not to have heard. It's all anyone is discussing, isn't it? Harry replied, his mood turning somber. Hermione nodded. The Daily Prophet devoted significant space to report on it. To escape from Azkaban, Sirius Black must possess some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps he employed some dark magic, Harry speculated. Ron's pet Scabbers attempted to escape from his pocket, only to be caught by Ron. Black sounds vaguely familiar. Doesn't it? Is Black a rare surname in the wizarding world? Hermione asked with interest. That's not what I mean, Ron clarified. The Blacks are an ancient family. But they have fallen into decline. Not many people mention them anymore. Yet, I feel like I've heard them mentioned at Hogwarts. Oh. Is it a family like the Malfoys? Sort of, Ron said, still restraining Scabbers. The Black family also values pure blood. And they had Death Eaters in their lineage. Just like the Malfoys. I remember now. Ron, one hand holding Scabbers, the other gripping Harry's arm, exclaimed, Nick. I'm Harry, remember? Harry winced as Ron squeezed his arm. No. I meant nearly headless Nick. He told us that the entire Black family were Slytherins, with only one Gryffindor. Ron said excitedly. Just like the Malfoys. And so what? Hermione inquired. Ron suddenly remarked in a mysterious tone. I have a premonition that perhaps this Sirius Black is the only Gryffindor left. After all, there are hardly any members of the Black family remaining, right? If it were someone who died 100 years ago, why would nearly headless Nick hesitate to speak in front of me and Harry? It must be because he doesn't want us to prematurely suspect Malfoy, due to Sirius Black. Hermione pondered the implications of Ron's theory seriously, but Harry harbored a deep-seated reluctance to believe it. He wished for the sole Gryffindor among the Slytherins to be an upright and courageous individual, much like Draco, rather than a nefarious character destined for a life in Azkaban. Ron, disregarding the struggles of Scabbers, solemnly analyzed. If Sirius Black truly is that singular Gryffindor, then Draco Malfoy may not be as you presume. His father was once a Death Eater. Perhaps he still is. This was precisely the issue Harry feared Ron would raise. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Ron, your conjecture hinges on the assumption that Sirius Black is indeed the lone Gryffindor of the Black family. Yet, we are evidently uncertain of this matter, are we not? Hermione attempted to inject some levity into the conversation. Well, I've saved up some money to buy myself a pet as a birthday gift. There's a magical creature shop up ahead. Ron, you could also get Scabbers some strengthening potion. Ron had yet to relinquish the topic of Sirius and Draco, striving to substantiate his theory from multiple angles. The trio continued their discussion as they entered the magical creature shop. Scabbers was desperately resisting the desire for freedom, scratching Ron's hand in the process. A large ginger cat lunged at Scabbers, nearly knocking Ron over. Ouch! Ron exclaimed. Crookshanks, no. The shopkeeper shouted at the large cat. Amidst the chaos, Scabbers seized the opportunity to dart out and escape. Scabbers! Ron quickly chased after him, with Harry following suit. The two spent nearly 10 minutes searching beneath a discarded cardboard box before finally locating Scabbers. Poor Scabbers! Ron stuffed him back into his pocket. Having lost a toe and half his life to that large cat's fright, they made their way back to the magical creature shop, only to find Hermione emerging while cradling the very ginger cat that had caused the commotion. You bought that monster? Ron asked incredulously. Indeed, isn't it beautiful? Hermione caressed the cat's silky fur. It nearly smashed my head. And it terrified Scabbers. It wasn't intentional, was it, Crookshanks? What about Scabbers? Crookshanks is quite understanding. I believe it will no longer frighten Scabbers once they become acquainted. You expect a cat to become familiar with a mouse rather than eat it first? Crookshanks wouldn't do that. Look how well behaved it is now. We're talking about Scabbers' life here, Hermione. Scabbers resides in the boys' dormitory, while Crookshanks will be in the girls' dormitory. They will coexist peacefully. Chapter 28, Draco's Cat. The following morning, the Ministry of Magic sent a car to escort Harry, Hermione, and Ron to King's Cross Station. Harry was acutely aware that the Ministry was there to protect him. He had inadvertently overheard Mr. and Mrs. Weasley discussing the escape of Sirius Black, who was apparently searching for him, possibly with lethal intent. With a heavy heart, Harry bid farewell to the Weasley family at the train station and boarded the Hogwarts Express. As the trio searched for a compartment in the aisle, Ron complained that Hermione's basket containing Crookshanks was affecting Scabbers' mood. "Hey Harry." They turned to see Draco emerging from a compartment, cradling a cat. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "You bought a cat too?" "Yes, its name is Tyson." Draco nodded at Hermione as a form of greeting. Tyson, the snow-white cat in Draco's arms, was flawless, exuding an air of nobility with its sparkling green eyes. Ron glanced at Crookshanks in Hermione's hands, then back at Tyson in Draco's arms, incredulously exclaiming, "Did you two conspire to scare Scabbers to death?" Draco remained silent, while Hermione retorted dismissively, "Why would we bother with your rat?" Ron glared at Hermione and Draco in discontent. Tyson seemed to sense Ron's hostile gaze, suddenly letting out a fierce growl, and baring its teeth at Ron. "Wow, so fierce?" Ron jumped back, quickly covering his pocket, fearful that Scabbers would be spotted by Tyson. "Malfoy, your cat cannot live in the dormitory," Ron warned. Draco casually glanced at Ron and replied nonchalantly, "Where I keep my cat is of no concern to you, Weasley." "It will eat Scabbers," Ron protested angrily. "Tyson won't eat a rat," Draco said arrogantly. "It will only play with your rat." "That won't do. I absolutely refuse to allow your cat to stay in our dormitory." Ron's face turned crimson. "As if I care about your opinion, Weasley," Draco sneered. "Harry, what do you think?" Ron glared at Draco, seeking Harry's support. Harry hesitated, contemplating before speaking. "Draco, can you assure me that Tyson won't harm or eat Scabbers?" "Of course," Draco replied, his tone less frosty. "Tyson doesn't eat rats. At my home, Tyson only dines on fresh salmon." Tyson let out a proud meow, as if in agreement with Draco's words. Observing Ron's near-explosive expression, Harry quickly suggested, "Draco, how about we set some boundaries for Tyson and Scabbers in the dormitory, using magic to prevent them from crossing paths? Or we could confine them in cages when no one is around. I know this might inconvenience Tyson and Scabbers, but we must also consider Ron's feelings." Draco glanced at Ron, slowly nodding in agreement. "Ron, what do you say?" Harry asked. Ron glared fiercely at Draco, seething. "If Master Malfoy is deigning to share a dormitory with us, how could I possibly prevent his pet from residing there? But Malfoy, if that cat crosses the line or frightens Scabbers, don't blame me for taking action." Harry sighed in relief, knowing Ron had begrudgingly acquiesced to his suggestion. "Rest assured, Weasley," Draco replied coldly, "as long as your rat remains inactive, no one will be interested in it. I hope you keep your word, Malfoy." Ron muttered angrily as he gathered his luggage and departed. Hermione glanced at Draco before telling Harry, "I'll go check on Ron," and hurried after him. Draco stroked the soft fur of Tyson in his arms and said to Harry, "It seems you won't be sharing a compartment with me, will you, Harry?" Harry glanced at Ron's seemingly furious back and apologetically said to Draco, "I'm sorry, Draco, Ron genuinely cares about his pet, and he has been at a disadvantage in this matter." Draco's expression turned somewhat grim as Tyson shifted to a more comfortable position in his arms. Gently stroking Tyson's fur, Draco responded, "I can understand that. Well, see you later." Harry felt a tinge of disappointment as he prepared to chase after Ron. "Harry, wait a moment," Draco called, pulling a bar of chocolate from his pocket, the same brand he had given Harry when visiting the Dursleys. "Have some chocolate. It will lift your spirits. Share it with them too." Harry accepted the chocolate, a smile breaking across his face. "Thank you, Draco." After bidding farewell to Draco, Harry found Ron and Hermione in a compartment at the back of the train. Besides the two of them, there was a man seated by the window, fast asleep. "Professor R.J. Lupin," as inscribed on his suitcase, Hermione whispered. The tattered and worn robe he wore bore several patches, and his pallid visage lacked vitality, giving him an air of ill health. Ron furrowed his brow and inquired, "What subject do you suppose he teaches?" "Isn't it obvious?" Hermione replied softly. "There is only one vacancy, defense against the dark arts." "Well, let us hope he is competent." Ron's expression clearly conveyed skepticism. "No one seems to last more than a year in that position. Given his appearance, a moderately skilled wizard could easily best him, don't you think? Regardless, right now, Draco's cat is the priority." While Hermione fiddled with the basket containing Crookshanks, she listened to Ron vent his frustrations about Draco. "We share the same dormitory. He must know I have a rat, yet he goes and acquires a cat. Harry, you can't tell me he has been bedridden for a year and forgot this." Ron exclaimed, seething. Harry, feeling somewhat caught in the middle, suggested, "Don't be angry, have some chocolate, Ron." He distributed Draco's chocolate to Ron and Hermione. Still fuming, Ron tore into the wrapper with vigor, stuffing several pieces into his mouth. This chocolate is rather good. Where did you get it? Ron asked Harry. Before Harry could respond, Crookshanks suddenly let out a joyful meow, for Hermione had loosened the straps of the basket. Hermione, don't let it out! Ron cried, but it was too late. Crookshanks had leapt from the basket, and quickly landed on Ron's lap. Ron's pockets bulged with the rat scabbers. Get away! Ron forcefully shoved Crookshanks aside. Ron. Don't be like that. Hermione retorted, somewhat vexed. You can't treat someone else's cat rudely just because you have a rat. Ron, chewing chocolate, glared at Hermione, both visibly irritated with one another. At that moment, the train began to decelerate. Outside, rain poured down, and the wind howled. Moments later, the lights in the carriage abruptly extinguished. Chapter 29, The Dementor. The compartment door swung open multiple times, with various figures entering, yet none were discernible. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Sorry, I can't see. Neville. Ouch. Who just bumped into my head? What are you doing here, Ron? Who is it? Ginny? It's me. Sit down quickly. Not there. Sorry. Who is this? Quiet. A voice suddenly commanded. The compartment fell silent. Professor Lupin abruptly stood, illuminating his wand. By the faint glow, everyone could make out Lupin's face. It was a relatively youthful countenance, yet the ravages of time rendered him weary, with some gray at his temples. Stay put, Lupin instructed, wand in hand, moving toward the door. Before he could make his next move, the door swung open once more. A large figure cloaked in a hood glided in, draped in a cloak. A hand emerged from beneath the cloak, pale, ghastly, and decayed, exuding an aura of death. Harry felt an icy chill penetrate his bones, rendering him breathless. He seemed to hear a distant scream, yet it lasted but a fleeting second before abruptly ceasing. Harry Malfoy, are you all right? Harry felt a heavy weight collapse onto him. He opened his eyes to find Draco sprawled across him. What? The lights in the compartment flickered back to life, and the Hogwarts Express resumed its journey, as if the previous events had been but a minor interruption. Harry noticed Ron and Hermione kneeling beside him, while Lupin and Neville stood behind them, and Ginny huddled in her seat, all eyes fixed on him and Draco, who clutched his wand, his face frighteningly pale. What just happened? Draco, why are you here? Harry adjusted his glasses, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Draco gasped heavily, his wand hand trembling, appearing no better off than Harry. Ron and Hermione helped Harry and Draco back to their seats. Thank you, I'm fine, Draco murmured. I merely came to see what was happening, and I happened to encounter that thing approaching Harry. Harry had numerous questions. What was that? Where did it go? I don't understand. That was a Dementor, Lupin answered, who had remained silent until now. They are the guards of Azkaban. What? The group stared at Lupin in astonishment. Lupin produced a large bar of chocolate, distributing it among them. Have some, it will help you. More chocolate? Ron looked bewildered at Harry and Hermione. I see you've already had some. Haven to you? Lupin noted the scattered chocolate wrappers on the seats. Indeed, have a bit more. It will aid in your recovery. As Lupin observed them consuming the chocolate, he turned to Draco. Were you attempting to conjure a Patronus just now? Draco still clutched his wand tightly, uncomfortably placing it back in his pocket at Lupin's inquiry. I can't conjure a Patronus. I just wanted to do something. Lupin nodded appreciatively. The Patronus charm is rather advanced for third-year students. What you produced was a glimmer of a Patronus. With a bit of guidance and practice, you will succeed. By the way, what is your name? Draco Malfoy. Malfoy. Lupin appeared somewhat surprised, as if contemplating something. Professor, what is the Patronus charm? Harry queried. It is a spell that can repel Dementors. Extremely useful and the only method of defense, Lupin replied. Now, I must speak with the conductor. Please excuse me, Harry. Finish the chocolate, it will be beneficial. Harry refrained from asking Lupin how he knew his name. He lowered his gaze and bit into a piece of chocolate, feeling warmth flow through his body immediately. After Lupin departed, they fervently debated the events that had just transpired. The guards of Azkaban are such terrifying beings. Did you feel it when it entered? So cold as if one could no longer feel joy. Yes, exactly that feeling. Malfoy, can you perform the Patronus charm? Will you teach me? I don't really know how. The one that Professor Lupin conjured was the real Patronus. He is quite remarkable. Isn't he? Indeed, the chocolate is quite effective as well. It's hard to believe he is so skilled. One thing is certain. We have finally encountered a knowledgeable defense against the dark arts teacher, haven't we? Malfoy. Don't think that just because you wanted to protect Harry, I will accept your cat. Do you think I care whether you accept it, Weasley? It seems you have more to contend with than just my cat, don't you? Crookshanks, go away. Ron. Amidst their bickering, they passed the remainder of the train journey. After disembarking, they boarded the carriages to the school, arriving at the Great Hall for the opening ceremony and feast. During the dinner, Dumbledore announced 3 pieces of news. The first was that the Dementors would guard every entrance to the school, and had conducted searches on the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore cautioned the students to give the Dementors no reason to harm them. The second announcement was that Professor Lupin would be the defense against the dark arts instructor. Harry and his classmates, who had witnessed Lupin's abilities on the train, applauded enthusiastically. The third announcement left Harry, Hermione, and Ron particularly astonished. The original Care of Magical Creatures professor, Professor Kettleburn, had retired, and his replacement was none other than Hagrid. The applause for Hagrid grew even more fervent. Having been vindicated last term, he was now able to take up the position of professor at Hogwarts, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. As Harry lay comfortably in his long-awaited dormitory bed, sated from a hearty meal, Ron and Draco were still embroiled in a dispute regarding the territories of Tyson and Spot. Harry, feeling too weary to engage any further, allowed his thoughts to drift back to the enchanting world of magic, finding a semblance of genuine warmth in the petty squabbles around him. Today had been rather pleasant, he mused, save for the ominous presence of the Dementor that instilled a sense of dread within him. Chapter 30. The Secret Discovered by Ron. The following morning, Draco did not wait for Harry, and ventured to the Great Hall for breakfast on his own. Ron huffed in response, remarking that it showed Draco's self-awareness. Understanding that they were unwilling to accompany him, Harry wisely chose not to respond to this comment, instead stating, "I noticed that Tyson hasn't done anything to Spot either. It's only the first day. There's plenty of time ahead." When Harry and Ron arrived at the Great Hall, Hermione was already seated at one end of the long table, waving at them. Draco had finished his breakfast and, after a brief greeting, departed from the hall. Harry and Ron settled beside Hermione and glanced at their schedule for the day. The first class was divination. Ron pondered aloud, "Do you think Malfoy, having taken a year off, will still join us for third-year classes? Is it possible he still needs to catch up on second-year lessons, which could allow for a change in dormitories? That way, Spot wouldn't have to live in fear every day." "Ron, I believe you are indulging in fanciful thinking," Hermione remarked, organizing her timetable. With Malfoy's knowledge of magic, he could afford to take several years off without issue. Unconvinced, Ron retorted, "Hermione, why do you always defend Malfoy? Just because you both own cats?" "Oh, Ron, if you would only observe carefully, you would realize that I speak the truth fairly," Hermione replied impatiently. "And please, stop bringing your rat into the conversation. You cannot be at odds with every cat owner in the world." With that, Hermione drained the last sip of her juice and stuffed her timetable into her heavy bag. "See you later, Harry." Ron stared in bewilderment at Hermione's retreating figure. "I didn't say anything outrageous, did I?" Harry, munching on his cereal, uttered a few unintelligible sounds in response, leaving Ron unsure whether he agreed or disagreed. After a moment, Harry suggested, "We should head out. The divination classroom is quite far." "Yes, I suppose you're right," Ron replied absently, stirring his milk as his mind wandered elsewhere. "What's bothering you, Ron?" "Nothing," Ron said, setting down his spoon. "Harry, you go ahead. I need to take care of something." He glanced over at Fred and George, who were animatedly conversing with nearly headless Nick. "All right," Harry said, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "You'd best hurry. Fred and George may not have a first period, but we cannot miss our first divination class." Harry left the Great Hall and made his way to the divination classroom located at the top of the North Tower. After some effort, he finally located the room. Finding Draco and Hermione already inside, Hermione waved at him. "What about Ron?" she asked, frowning as time was running short before class commenced. "He*s looking for Fred and George. I came ahead," Harry explained, pulling out his textbook. Ron arrived just as the class was about to begin. Glancing at Draco in the front row and exchanging a knowing look with Harry and Hermione. "What's the matter?" Harry inquired. But just then, Professor Trelawney began her lecture. Ron whispered earnestly, "I've discovered something. I'll tell you after class." Harry was puzzled but had no choice but to wait until the lesson concluded. His attention was soon captured by Professor Trelawney's ominous declarations about the terrible danger he faced, foretelling a dark omen of death. Despite Hermione's unusual interruptions to the teacher, Trelawney's words left a profound impact on Harry's mind, and all the other students stared at him in shock. "Don't pay her any mind, Harry," Draco reassured him at the end of class. "I can assure you that she is utterly inaccurate." "Indeed," Hermione scoffed, tossing her hair dismissively. "I find divination to be little more than wild guesswork." Ron, however, wore a serious expression. "Harry, you haven't encountered a large black dog anywhere, have you?" "No," Harry replied, feeling somewhat less at ease. That's good. Ron seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. My Uncle Bill saw one. And he died within 24 hours. The events of divination class occupied Harry's thoughts, leaving neither he nor Hermione inclined to inquire about Ron's breakfast revelations. It wasn't until after transfiguration class, as they hurried to Hagrid's first care of magical creatures lesson, that Harry's spirits began to lift. However, they were evidently beginning to worry about another matter. Would Hagrid's first class go smoothly? Hagrid's introductory lesson introduced them to a creature both wondrous and somewhat dangerous, the hippogriff. Draco, adhering to Hagrid's instructions, displayed politeness and friendliness toward a hippogriff named Buckbeak. This time, without Draco's interference, Hagrid's first lesson proceeded quite successfully. After class, everyone discussed the hippogriff, seemingly forgetting the unpleasantness of the divination lesson. Seizing the opportunity while Draco was busy speaking with Goyle and Crabbe, Ron pulled Harry and Hermione aside as they walked back to the castle from the other side. Ron, what's going on? You've been so mysterious since breakfast and deliberately avoiding Draco, Harry asked. Ron glanced around to ensure they were alone before grinning and saying, I've figured out who the only Gryffindor in Slytherin was. Who? Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Sirius Black. Nearly headless Nick told me himself. Seeing the astonished expressions on Harry and Hermione's faces, Ron continued, You see, I was right. History shows that the only Gryffindor in Slytherin wasn't a good person either. He had several lives on his hands. Harry, you need to be wary of Malfoy. However, it took Harry a moment to regain his voice. But that doesn't mean Draco is just like Sirius Black. Ron attempted to reason. Look, the Blacks and the Malfoys both support pureblood supremacy, and both families have produced Death Eaters. Sirius Black was a ruthless murderer. Who knows what Draco Malfoy will become? I don't know how they deceived the Sorting Hat, but Draco clearly lacks a compassionate heart. He knows I have a rat and yet keeps a cat in the dormitory, showing he cares little for other lives. Just look at his Death Eater father. Harry did not immediately counter Ron's claims. The Weasley family and the Malfoy family were clearly at odds, and Ron and Draco often exchanged barbs. He understood that. From Ron's perspective, his suspicions about Draco were somewhat justifiable. However, equating Draco with a murderer like Sirius Black seemed excessive. Harry, don't trust Malfoy too much. He could very well betray you, Ron said with a serious expression. Chapter 31. The Traitor Within Gryffindor. I do not believe Malfoy would do such a thing. Hermione interjected calmly. Harry looked at Hermione in astonishment. The Malfoy family had always prided itself on its pure bloodline, and Lucius had displayed obvious disdain towards Hermione. He hadn't expected Hermione, who hailed from a Muggle background, to defend Malfoy. Ron glared at Hermione. How do you know? Who knows what he might do in the future? Hermione replied unhurriedly, Harry, you mentioned before that Malfoy helped you fend off Quirrell's curse during the Quidditch match. That's true. Draco told me that Snape helped me as well. Last year, I delved into the study of dark magic and defensive spells. Hermione ignored Ron's exaggerated outburst. Harry, you mentioned you sensed 2 defensive forces at that time. The first was timely yet relatively weak, which aligns with Malfoy's physical condition in his first year. I reflected carefully on his state and reactions back then, and concluded that Malfoy was not lying. Harry nodded in agreement. Moreover, he did rescue that lovely unicorn from Quirrell and the mysterious figure, saving your life in the process, Hermione continued. I believe you should have a deeper understanding of this. Harry acknowledged, you are quite right, Hermione. I should never have doubted Draco. Frustrated, Ron exclaimed, All right. You all have such faith in Malfoy. Let us go ask Hagrid what he thinks. With that, Ron turned to head towards Hagrid's hut. Harry quickly pulled Ron back. Let's wait until after dinner. It gives us time. Hagrid might be busy preparing for his next class. After dinner, Ron patiently waited, and then dragged Harry and Hermione toward Hagrid's hut. Hermione hesitated. Is it safe for us to cross the grounds like this? Harry noticed her glance towards him. However, seeing Ron's expression filled with anger from being doubted by his 2 good friends, he replied, Dumbledore said Dementors only guard the entrances to the school. They won't come here, right? The sky had just begun to darken as the trio crossed the grounds and arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Voices emanated from within, indicating that Hagrid had a guest. Thank you so much, Hagrid, a voice said. They recognized it as Professor Sprouts, the herbology teacher. With these, the third-year students can enjoy a splendid herbology lesson. Just a small matter, Hagrid replied. There's plenty more in the Forbidden Forest. Sprout chuckled. You know more about the Forbidden Forest than anyone else. The Dementors haven't troubled you, have they? No, Hagrid assured. There are many creatures in the forest, and Dumbledore doesn't allow them to enter. That's good, Sprout remarked. A hint of concern in her voice, I wonder when these days will end. I hope they catch Sirius Black soon so Hogwarts can return to normal. That damn traitor. Hagrid's voice suddenly rose in pitch. I was blind to trust him so much. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances outside, unaware that Hagrid even knew Sirius Black. Sprout sighed. It's not your fault, Hagrid. At the time, everyone believed he was Potter's best friend. No one could have predicted this. Harry's heart raced, pounding incessantly. What did Sprout mean? Suddenly, there was a loud bang from inside, as if someone had struck the table with a fist, sending wood splintering everywhere. Hagrid roared. He betrayed James and Lily, causing their deaths. He deserves to die. Sprout seemed to be attempting to comfort Hagrid, but Harry could no longer hear her words. His mind was consumed by two phrases. Everyone believed he was Potter's best friend, and he informed the Dark Lord of their whereabouts. He betrayed James and Lily, leading to their demise. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry in shock and concern. In a daze, Harry could scarcely recall how he left Hagrid's hut, only knowing that he followed Ron and Hermione back toward the castle. Harry? Harry? Ron and Hermione's worried voices snapped him back to reality. Harry abruptly lifted his head. Both Ron and Hermione gazed at him with concern. Harry, just say it. It will feel better to let it out, Hermione gently urged. Taking a deep breath, Harry confessed. I never knew the specifics of how my parents died. Hermione softly patted his shoulder. I always thought they were simply killed by Voldemort. Harry stumbled over his words. Perhaps I thought Voldemort just burst into our home. I had no idea they had been betrayed. We all were unaware, Harry. Don't blame yourself. Hermione tried to comfort him. Did you hear what Sprout said? Sirius Black was once my father's best friend. Harry's voice edged on hysteria. Hey Harry, Ron stammered. Caught off guard by this revelation, I never expected to hear something like this today. I don't even want to think about Draco right now. Listen. We would never betray you. Harry shook his head. I never thought that. As Harry's emotions began to settle, Hermione voiced her concern. Harry, you won't seek out Sirius Black, will you? What nonsense are you saying, Hermione? Ron interjected. How could Harry go looking for that murderer? Yet Harry remained silent. Harry. Hermione stepped in front of him, earnestly stating, all of Britain is hunting Sirius Black. The Dementors will surely catch him. You don't need to take that risk. But the Dementors won't take his life. Will they? Harry's voice grew hoarse. Ron gasped, dude, you can't be serious. Hermione appeared frantic. Harry. Where would you even find him? He won't just be hanging out at home or strolling down Diagon Alley. Your safety is what matters most. Yeah. I don't even need to look for him, do I? Harry said gravely. He will come looking for me, to offer my life to Voldemort. Ron gasped. If Sirius Black dares to step one foot into Hogwarts, the Dementors will kiss him immediately, right? We all know how terrifying Dementors are. Indeed, Harry remarked sarcastically. If Dementors could catch him, he wouldn't have escaped from Azkaban right under their noses, would he? Harry. I truly believe Dumbledore has a plan, Hermione insisted. As long as you don't take risks. Harry fell silent once more. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Upon returning to the common room, it was as lively as ever. Hey Harry. Draco had just returned from outside and greeted the trio. Harry mechanically nodded at Draco and headed straight for the dormitory. Draco appeared surprised. Since Draco had acquired a cat, Ron no longer acknowledged him, walking past with his head held high. Hermione contemplated explaining to Draco, but ultimately chose silence and hurriedly left the common room. Chapter 32. Astonishing Secrets. The following morning, Harry and Ron found Hermione in the Great Hall. Fred and George were entertaining a few Gryffindor students with their newly devised gadgets. Harry lacked the mood to watch and circumvented the long table to sit beside Hermione. She was perusing a book, and upon seeing Harry and Ron, quickly closed it and set it aside. Morning. Hermione greeted. Harry, how did you sleep last night? All right, I suppose, Harry replied, his expression somber as he sat down. He hadn't rested well. What book are you reading, Hermione? Ron reached for it, but Hermione pushed it further away. Nothing, we can discuss it after breakfast, she deflected. So Ron, how did you sleep last night? Hermione's odd behavior even caught Harry's attention, who was usually indifferent to his surroundings. I don't believe you genuinely care about my sleep right now, Hermione, Ron said, bypassing her to grab the book, The Dark Lord and His Followers. Hermione. Why are you reading this? Hermione surrendered. I thought since we know Sirius Black is Harry's enemy, it would be prudent to understand our adversary better. So, I went to the library last night to research him and borrowed this book to read. Harry looked up at Hermione, feeling a twinge of guilt. He admired her immediate action while he had merely simmered in anger in the dormitory. Thank you, Hermione, Harry murmured. Hermione smiled softly. I am merely engaging in what I excel at. Harry, you possess your own talents, and I believe everyone is well aware of that. At last, Harry managed to reveal a hint of a smile. Were you reading last night? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Then why did you hide just now? Harry too cast a questioning glance at Hermione, as he was equally curious about her second inquiry. Hermione glanced around furtively and whispered, I came across something in a book. I initially intended to verify it from multiple sources before divulging it to you, to avoid clouding Harry's judgment. But now that you've asked, I find it inappropriate to keep it to myself. What is it? Ron asked, noticing Hermione's grave expression. You seem to suggest it's rather serious. Not really. Hermione attempted to soften her demeanor, though her efforts were in vain. In truth, it doesn't significantly impact us. For heaven's sake, Hermione, stop keeping us in suspense. What is it? Ron urged. I am not trying to keep you in suspense. Hermione protested softly. I merely am uncertain if it is appropriate to share this information. Very well, I shall speak, Hermione relented, observing the intensity in Harry and Ron's eyes. There is a chapter in the book that introduces Sirius Black's relatives, several of whom are Death Eaters, including his younger brother Regulus Black. Additionally, he has 3 cousins, one of whom is Bellatrix Lestrange, who along with her husband Rodolphus Lestrange, are infamous Death Eaters currently imprisoned in Azkaban. I knew that family was nothing but trouble, Ron exclaimed, lightly thumping the table in anger. And then what? Hermione gestured for Ron to lower his voice. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband once used one of the unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse, to mercilessly torture former Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom, resulting in their mental breakdown and subsequent long-term treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Ron began to speak, but Hermione swiftly covered his mouth with a piece of bread. Lower your voice, Ron, Hermione chastised. You mean to say, are you referring to Neville's parents? Ron asked, lowering his voice an octave, astonished. Hermione nodded gravely. I had no knowledge of this. Harry found himself glancing towards Neville, who was at that moment enjoying his breakfast while watching Fred and George's antics. Fred had transformed a quill in his hand into a small bird, which flew across the great hall. Neville gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the little bird, genuinely applauding Fred's performance. Thank you for your heartfelt praise, Neville. Fred whistled. The surrounding Gryffindors turned to look, causing Neville to blush. Soon George produced another item that resembled a candy, and the onlooking students, including Neville, remained engrossed in George's demonstration. Even Draco cast a glance in their direction. Ron stirred his cereal in dismay. I had no idea about Neville's parents. I think it is best we refrain from discussing this matter with anyone, Hermione said solemnly. We must respect Neville's wishes. Ron agreed. Harry tightened his grip on the fork in his hand, a tumult of hatred swirling within him. The Black family had not only caused the demise of his parents, but had also inflicted harm upon Neville's. Observing Harry and Ron's silence, Hermione continued, in truth, what I wish to convey extends beyond just Bellatrix Lestrange. Is there something worse? Ron's tone dripped with sarcasm, whose parents have also fallen victim to the Black family. I recall you mentioned that Sirius Black's brother is also a Death Eater. Not quite, Hermione shook her head. Records regarding Regulus Black are quite scarce. He is known to have joined the Death Eaters at a young age, a fervent follower of the Dark Lord. However, he disappeared not long after, and it is speculated that he has long since perished. What uplifting news, Ron scoffed. What I truly wish to discuss is another of Sirius Black's cousins. Hermione took a deep breath, resolutely declaring Narcissa Black. Narcissa Black is the sister of Bellatrix Lestrange. Hermione continued in one breath. She later married into the Malfoy family, becoming Lucius Malfoy's wife. Clang. Harry's fork fell onto his plate with a loud clatter. Hermione looked at him with concern, entirely disregarding Ron's astonished voice. You mean to say? Ron quickly lowered his volume. The Sirius Black who caused the death of Harry's parents is Narcissa Malfoy's cousin? I believe so, Hermione replied with a pained expression. Perhaps Ron's earlier concerns were valid. I am uncertain of Draco Malfoy's trustworthiness. They are the only Gryffindors in that family. Ron fumed. Sirius Black pretended to be Harry's father's friend, only to ultimately betray him. And now Draco Malfoy seeks to get closer to Harry. Harry felt himself stiffen, unsure of what expression to wear in response to Hermione and Ron. He averted his gaze to the other end of the long table, where Draco was conversing with Neville, occasionally glancing at Fred and George's captivating performance. His complexion remained as pale as ever, but there was a newfound sparkle in his light gray eyes, a glimmer of youthful exuberance. Draco appeared far happier than he had in their first year. It seemed Draco sensed someone was watching him. His pale gray eyes casually drifted over. The moment their eyes met, the brightness in his gaze intensified, and a smile graced his face. Harry awkwardly turned his head away. unable to bear the warmth and friendliness radiating from Draco's gaze. Ron was still angrily denouncing the Blacks and Malfoys. Hermione sighed. Regarding the connection between the Black and Malfoy families, I have yet to verify its authenticity. There may be errors. Or perhaps there are individuals with the same name within the family. I should investigate further before discussing it with you. The book wouldn't lie, Hermione, Ron retorted angrily. Families like theirs, who only marry within purebloods, invariably have some sort of familial ties. Just look at the deeds committed by the Blacks and Malfoys. I am not surprised in the slightest. In fact, there is a method to more swiftly and accurately confirm this matter. Ask him directly, Harry said expressionlessly. Chapter 33, The Potion for Snape. Yet Harry was not yet ready to confront Draco about the issue. Both he and Ron instinctively extended their conversations with Neville, while Harry made every effort to avoid a direct encounter with Draco. Whenever Draco encountered Harry in the common room, library, dormitory, or elsewhere, he would attempt to greet Harry. Yet Harry would suddenly find something else to focus on, turning to speak with others as if he had not seen Draco, or he would awkwardly respond and walk away. Each time, Draco's smile would freeze on his face. After potions class on Thursday, Snape asked Draco to remain behind. Snape scrutinized the glum-faced Draco. What trickery are you and Potter up to? Snape's gaze seemed capable of piercing the very soul, and Draco struggled to appear more natural. What do you mean, Professor? Draco feigned ignorance. You glanced at him over 20 times during this lesson. Snape admonished, if there is a problem between you, duel like men, rather than engaging in these petty tricks. Look at the potion you brewed today. It is subpar, worse than even Potter's. I apologize, Professor, Draco muttered, his head bowed. If in the next class your potion is still inferior to Granger's, or even Potter's, do not dare to claim you are my student, Snape declared. Though your abilities far surpass that of a third-year student, you are squandering your talents. I'm sorry, Professor. Draco felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Severus Snape, observing Draco's discomfort, unconsciously softened his tone and shifted the conversation. I have received your gift, a potion capable of rapidly healing any wound. Its ingredients are intricate, requiring a year-long preparation. You have also improved it by adding Dunkstone. And if I am not mistaken, you altered the temperature during the third phase? Indeed, Professor. I also included a pinch of unicorn horn, which was ground and dehydrated at high temperatures before being introduced during the cooling phase of the final stage, Draco replied. Snape nodded in satisfaction. Very imaginative, Draco. This truly reflects your caliber. I surmise this potion will possess additional antidotal properties. Yes, Professor. Even the most potent snake venom can be forcibly sealed by it, effectively staunching the bleeding, Draco responded, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Snape scrutinized Draco, sensing an abundance of words yearning to escape his lips. Yet, Draco merely stated, I hope you carry it with you just in case. Seeing the solemnity etched on Draco's face, Snape swallowed his words and acquiesced, I shall. Before Draco departed, Snape suddenly uttered thoughtfully, Draco, if there exists any misunderstanding between you and Potter, it would be prudent to clarify it sooner rather than later. Do not allow misunderstandings to deepen with time, leading to irreparable consequences and a lifetime of regret. Draco remained silent for a moment before nodding, yes, Professor. After Draco exited the dungeon classroom, a weight lifted from his heart. Regardless of what the future held, possessing a potion that could counteract snake venom ensured that Snape would not meet a dire fate. Draco glanced at the time and hurried to his first defense against the dark arts class with Professor Lupin. Their initial lesson focused on boggats, shape-shifting entities that manifest as the most terrifying forms conceived by those who confront them. Professor Lupin led the students to the staff lounge, where a boggart was confined within a wardrobe. He meticulously explained the incantation to repel the boggart and instructed the students to practice in turn. Encouraged by Professor Lupin, Neville successfully executed a flawless demonstration for the first time. Subsequently, Parvati, Seamus, and others each managed to repel the boggart in turn. Professor Lupin continuously called names, urging the students to face the boggart. Dean, it's your turn. Well done. Ron, step up. The boggart transformed into a colossal spider before Ron, prompting gasps from the onlookers. Ridiculous. Ron overcame his fear and successfully dispelled the boggart. Excellent. Next, when Professor Lupin's gaze fell upon Draco, who stood at the back, he noticed Draco's expression stiffen, and he subtly shook his head. Professor Lupin revised his instructions. Neville, come up and deal with it. Neville confidently approached and efficiently dispatched the boggart. Splendid, Professor Lupin remarked, securing the boggart back into the wardrobe. The students relished the recollection of their performances, animatedly discussing the lesson even after class concluded. The first defense against the dark arts session was deemed a resounding success, with all students agreeing that Professor Lupin was a commendable teacher. As the students departed the staff lounge in pairs, Harry notably ignored Draco, while Ron and Hermione made no effort to engage him. Seamus, Dean, and Neville noticed Draco lagging behind and inquired, "Shall we walk together?" Draco replied, "You go ahead." They continued on their way. Only Professor Lupin and Draco remained in the staff lounge. Professor Lupin observed and asked, "Draco, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Draco stepped forward. "Professor, may I request your guidance on casting the Patronus charm? My attempts have been unsuccessful, much like when I encountered Dementors on the Hogwarts Express." Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Draco, the Patronus charm exceeds the curriculum for third years. Even many skilled wizards struggle to master it. May I inquire why you seek this knowledge?" Draco bit his lip, feeling his request was somewhat excessive, and replied hesitantly, "Professor, do you know why I was reluctant to face the boggart earlier in class?" "That is precisely what I wish to ascertain." Professor Lupin observed Draco intently. "Perhaps you are loath to reveal your vulnerabilities in front of others, or maybe what you fear is not suited for a third-year classroom. Which is it?" Draco approached the wardrobe containing the boggart. "Professor, I hope that after you see this, you might reconsider my request." With a flick of his wand, he swung the wardrobe door open. The boggart emerged, taking the form of Voldemort, the Dark Lord resurrected during Draco's 4th year. A chill swept through Draco's body, leaving his face pale. Although Professor Lupin had never witnessed Voldemort's resurrected visage, he immediately recognized the boggart's transformation. He gazed at Malfoy in astonishment. He had anticipated that the boggart would turn into Voldemort before Harry, not realizing that Draco harbored the same dread. Suddenly, with a crack, Voldemort vanished, and the boggart morphed into a corpse lying at Draco's feet. Professor Lupin looked at the body, his expression shifting to one of deeper astonishment. The boggart had transformed into Harry's lifeless form, glasses askew, blood trickling from his mouth. In stark contrast, Draco's complexion nearly drained of color, and his body trembled slightly. He raised his wand, addressing Harry's corpse. "Ridiculous." Professor Lupin stepped forward, placing himself between Draco and the boggart to neutralize it. He turned to the pale-faced Draco. "It's over now, Draco." Draco exhaled deeply. Professor Lupin offered him a glass of water. "My understanding is that your greatest fear is that Harry would perish at Voldemort's hands. Am I correct?" Draco murmured, "Professor, do you understand now?" Without answering directly, Professor Lupin gazed intently at Draco and posed another question. "I have not inquired about your family in detail. Draco, you bear the surname Malfoy. Is your father Lucius Malfoy? Or have I misjudged, and you belong to a different branch of the Malfoy family?" "No. My father is Lucius Malfoy. Is there no one else in your generation with the same name?" "I believe not, Professor." Professor Lupin pondered while observing Draco. "Is this the Lucius Malfoy I know? His son's most profound fear is that Harry would die at Voldemort's hands?" "Draco, may I ask why this is your greatest fear?" Draco shifted uncomfortably, unable to divulge the true reason to Professor Lupin, and responded vaguely, "Perhaps it is because I dreamt of it once. Professor, you know I share a dormitory with Harry, and in our first year, we faced the Dark Lord together." "I see," Professor Lupin mused. "May I interpret this as your desire to learn the Patronus charm to aid Harry?" "Yes. And I believe this matter is urgent." "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "Professor," Draco met Lupin's gaze earnestly, "the Dementor's influence on Harry is graver than we realize. You see, Dementors are not easily controlled. They can spiral out of control, just as they did on the Hogwarts Express. I think Harry also wishes to learn how to repel them. If you could guide both Harry and me, it would equip Harry with an additional safeguard." After a moment of contemplation, Professor Lupin nodded. "I understand this matter, and I will arrange it. Harry is fortunate to have a friend like you." Professor Lupin exhibited remarkable efficiency. On Wednesday evening, a week later, he had arranged for Draco and Harry to attend their first lesson. Professor Lupin had previously met with Harry privately to discuss the Patronus charm. Although Harry found it somewhat peculiar, he indeed harbored an intrinsic fear of Dementors. He candidly informed Professor Lupin that he had no doubt a boggart would transform into a Dementor before him. Harry arrived 5 minutes early to the History of Magic classroom where he was to meet Professor Lupin, but the professor had yet to arrive, and Draco was already waiting inside. Harry felt a bit awkward. Since discovering the connection between the Black family and Narcissa Malfoy, he had not had the opportunity to interact with Draco one-on-one. Draco bore an expression of hurt. Harry nodded slightly at Draco and averted his gaze. In truth, he was not concerned that Draco might betray him, but the mere thought of Sirius Black's actions towards his parents, as well as Bellatrix Lestrange's lifelong torment of Neville's parents, filled him with an uncontrollable loathing for the Black family. Draco's mother was also a member of the Black family, being Sirius's cousin, and even Bellatrix Lestrange's sister. Consequently, Harry could no longer face Draco with ease. Due to Harry's cold demeanor, neither of them spoke, creating an atmosphere starkly different from their previous encounters. Draco's voice was somewhat hoarse as he inquired, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong or have you heard something?" Harry's gaze wandered, and he did not respond immediately. Just as Draco was about to press further, Professor Lupin arrived punctually, carrying a large trunk. "Is everyone here? Then let us begin," he announced, placing the trunk on the podium. "We cannot truly capture a Dementor for practice, so I have procured another boggart from the castle, which will transform into a Dementor in front of Harry. We will practice with it. Any objections?" Both Harry and Draco nodded in agreement. The Patronus charm conjures the caster's guardian, which serves as a shield between you and the Dementor. When casting the spell, you must concentrate on a particularly joyous memory. The incantation is Professor Lupin said, "Harry, why are you standing so far away? Come closer to me and Draco." The incantation is Expecto Patronum. Harry and Draco practiced several times under Lupin's guidance. "Excellent," Professor Lupin remarked with a smile. "Now, are you ready to face the Boggart's version of a Dementor? Harry, you go first." Lupin released the boggart from the trunk, and it immediately transformed into a Dementor, lunging at Harry. Expecto Patronum. Harry heard his parents' screams in their final moments, mingled with Voldemort's maniacal laughter. "Expecto! Harry, wake up!" Harry found himself sprawled on the floor. I just heard my parents' voices," he realized, drenched in cold sweat. "You heard James's voice?" Lupin offered Harry a large piece of chocolate, though his tone carried an odd note. Harry nodded. Draco attempted to help Harry to his feet, but was rebuffed. His outstretched hand hung suspended in midair. "Harry, take a moment to rest. Let Draco have a go," Lupin suggested. "Your reaction to the Dementor exceeded my expectations. I don't think it would be wise to conjure a boggart version for you again." "It's fine," Draco said quietly. "I can practice without facing the boggart." To everyone's surprise, Harry stood up. "I can do it. Release the boggart. If I don't look at it, I won't be affected as severely." "Are you sure, Harry?" Lupin asked with concern. "You really don't have to." Draco also tried to dissuade him. "I'm sure," Harry asserted resolutely. "Let us begin, Professor." Draco pressed his lips together. Harry positioned himself diagonally in front of Draco, ensuring that the boggart would only manifest the Dementor that frightened him. Professor Lupin reopened the trunk. The boggart morphed again into a Dementor, gliding towards Harry. He covered his head and averted his gaze, striving not to look at it. Expecto Patronum. Draco directed his wand at the Dementor, and a plume of silvery mist erupted, creating a barrier between the Dementor and Harry. The Dementor advanced towards Draco, about to transform into his worst fear when Professor Lupin intervened, stepping in front of Draco and shouting, "Ridiculous!" The boggart promptly morphed into a silver sphere before being confined back into the trunk. "Good job, you've improved since the train," Lupin remarked. "Harry, are you alright?" Harry shook his head, pale. Harry and Draco took turns practicing 2 more times, and during the final attempt, Harry began to show some improvement. Throughout, Professor Lupin consistently dealt with the boggart before it reached Draco. "That will be all for today," Lupin concluded, handing Harry and Draco each a sizable piece of chocolate to consume before returning to their dormitories. As they exited the History of Magic classroom, the corridor was eerily quiet. Harry, Draco finally spoke. "Let us talk." "Let us discuss it another time," Harry replied, still shaken from the experience of confronting his parents' final moments. Unwilling to engage with anyone connected to Sirius Black. "No, we must talk today. Otherwise, I don't know when I will have another chance to speak with you alone," Draco insisted, halting in his tracks. Without further ado, he grasped Harry's arm and pulled him into an empty classroom nearby. Chapter 35. The confrontation between Harry and Draco. "Draco!" Harry exclaimed in surprise, wrenching his arm away. In Harry's recollection, Draco had always been proud and self-assured, never one to impose upon others. Even when Ron often ridiculed Draco due to Tyson and Scabbers, Draco merely responded coldly, never attempting to explain or change anything, let alone force anyone to comply. Draco's unusual behavior today genuinely astonished Harry. Draco appeared momentarily stunned when Harry pulled away. A flicker of guilt surged within Harry. He despised seeing Draco wear such a wounded expression. "Harry, what on earth is going on?" Draco cornered Harry against the wall, preventing his escape. Harry pressed his hand against his aching forehead. Confronting Dementors multiple times today had drained him of both strength and energy. Noticing Harry's condition, Draco's arm trembled slightly. The headache intensified, and Harry's eyes grew red-rimmed. The secrets he had learned over the past week had nearly driven him to madness. Lowering his hands, he finally gazed directly at Draco for the first time in over a week. You want to know, don't you, Draco? Even if I tell you, we can never be friends again? Are we still friends? Draco retorted, meeting Harry's gaze. Given the current circumstances, do you still consider me a friend? Harry's head throbbed painfully. He exhaled slowly. Fine, if you want to know, I will be candid with you. You must be familiar with Sirius Black? Sirius Black? Draco responded, bewildered. He had envisioned 100 reasons why Harry might be ignoring him, but none involved Sirius Black. You should know his story. Considering how closely your families are intertwined, and you are the only Gryffindor in your family, Harry scoffed. Draco felt a foreboding sense of dread. Sirius Black was my father's best friend during his time at Gryffindor, yet he betrayed my parents, selling them out to Voldemort. It was because of him that my parents were murdered. Draco stood frozen, grappling with the revelation. He wished to defend Sirius, but the effects of the time turner rendered him speechless. You already know? Draco's face bore a hint of confusion, yet he could not comprehend the relevance of this to their relationship. Harry glared at Draco in anger, exclaiming, You knew all along. You were well aware that he is my enemy, yet you said nothing. Wait, how did you find out? Was it your mother from the Black family who informed you? Draco's complexion drained of color. He attempted to clarify, Listen to me, Harry. My mother is not closely acquainted with Sirius Black. She is merely his cousin. In fact, since Sirius entered Gryffindor, he has distanced himself from the Black family. I have not seen him since birth. Just a cousin? Harry's voice rose. What about your mother's sister? Bellatrix Lestrange, the cruel Death Eater who tormented the Longbottoms. Voldemort's most loyal servant. How can you face Neville with such nonchalance? This remark struck deep within Draco's heart. It had been a ticking time bomb in his mind, and Harry had just ignited the fuse. Draco clutched his head in anguish. I did not wish for this to happen. Harry, believe me. My mother does not endorse her sister's actions. I regret what happened to Neville. Regret for Neville? Harry nearly shouted, his headache intensifying. She nearly caused him to lose his parents. Draco grasped Harry's arm, pale and desperate. I deeply regret everything that has occurred. I wish for a chance to make amends. That is why I want to return and be friends with you, Harry. For the first time, Harry observed Draco in such a state, and his heart softened. Yet the haunting screams of his parents before their demise echoed in his ears. A pain that was gut-wrenching and unforgettable. You witnessed how I was treated by the Dursleys, right? Harry said, I could have grown up under the affection of my parents. Just like you. Draco's hands froze, tears welling in his eyes. Draco, I understand that I cannot hold you accountable for this. After all, it was not you who caused it. Harry spoke slowly as he calmed down. But please understand that I cannot befriend the kin of my enemy. It torments my soul. Draco's hands gradually slipped from Harry's sleeve. He stared blankly at Harry, his light gray eyes seemingly devoid of life. Harry's head continued to throb. Yet his heart softened further at the sight of Draco's distress. Thus he spoke. I will no longer deliberately ignore you. We can still be normal classmates. We just cannot be friends anymore. Draco remained in a daze, gazing at Harry as if looking through him. Harry sighed, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would retract his words. He patted Draco's arm gently. You should head back. I will see you in the dormitory. With that, Harry departed, leaving Draco alone in the classroom. Suddenly, Draco clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground, his face pale as sweat streamed down his cheeks. He trembled, repeating phrases in a whisper. I did not want this, nor did I intend for it to happen. I deeply regret that I did not mean to cause your demise. I would willingly sacrifice my life for absolution, hoping to earn your forgiveness and grant you peace. I am sorry, Dumbledore. I am sorry, Professor Lupin. I am sorry, Tonks. And your child, I am sorry, Fred Collin. I am sorry, Harry. The painful sobs echoed throughout the empty classroom, filled with boundless remorse and despair. Chapter 36. The agreement at Hogsmeade that evening. A note appeared on Dumbledore's desk. The plan was set for the eve of Halloween, when everyone would go to Hogsmeade. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the note, then flicked his wand, causing the note to ignite in the air, turning to ashes moments later. Since Harry and Draco's conversation that night, Draco had reverted to his first-year self, arriving early and leaving late, solitary and distant from everyone, even growing estranged from Neville. Draco's demeanor failed to inspire even Ron to engage in their usual banter. Draco's white cat behaved decently, only occasionally chasing after Crookshanks in the common room when Ron was absent. Lupin arranged another session for the Patronus charm. Harry spoke to Draco as a normal classmate, but Draco responded coldly, refusing Harry's offer to conjure a boggart version of a Dementor. After class, Harry attempted to explain that focusing his attention away from the boggart would prevent it from frightening him. However, Draco merely responded with a dismissive HM, citing a need to catch up on potions class before departing. Harry, compelled by an inexplicable urge, stealthily followed Draco to the potions classroom. Given Draco's performance in potions, he hardly required extra tutoring. Upon reaching the classroom door, Harry found Draco already inside, discussing potion making with Snape, steam beginning to rise from a cauldron. Harry listened for nearly 15 minutes, realizing they seemed to be developing a new potion. Snape's tone conveyed displeasure, as if lamenting Draco's frequent visits that had deprived him of rest. Hearing no further unusual exchanges, Harry quietly left the potions classroom. He retrieved a small leather pouch from his pocket, containing 10 vials of potion that Draco had gifted him, which he always carried with him. Sighing, Harry carefully tucked the pouch away and hastened back to the common room. The following day in class, Snape indeed appeared with dark circles under his eyes. However, he always bore a gloomy expression, and it went unnoticed by anyone except Harry. In the ensuing weeks of potions class, Snape continued to display a lethargic demeanor. Even his usual routine of mocking Harry and belittling Neville diminished significantly. Neville was quite relieved. Without Snape's special attention, his potion making improved considerably. Time flew by, and soon it was late October. Harry found himself preoccupied with assignments and Quidditch practice, while Hermione occasionally dragged him and Ron to learn new spells. He rarely had the opportunity to confront Draco face to face. Draco was rising earlier than even Hermione and returning to the dormitory later, sometimes exceeding curfew. Neville kindly reminded him, only to receive a perfunctory response from Draco. Harry was perplexed. What was Draco doing every night? He was certain Draco was not seeking Snape daily, for that week alone. Snape had attended 2 Quidditch practices to observe the Slytherin team, and last week, Harry had witnessed Snape detaining Goyle and Crabbe. On the eve of Halloween, the third-year students in the common room buzzed with excitement about their impending trip to Hogsmeade. Ron enthusiastically recounted the marvelous magical products Fred and George had previously brought back, each tale captivating Harry. Even Hermione looked up from her book, smiling as she listened. "Hey Ron," Fred and George passed by, urging, "You must check out the Shrieking Shack. It's a must-see in Hogsmeade." "Are you joking?" Ron questioned skeptically. "I've never heard anyone recommend the Shrieking Shack." "You'll see for yourself," Fred whistled. "It's quite an adventure. Isn't it?" "Don't listen to them." Hermione bluntly revealed the truth. "I heard Parvati say the Shrieking Shack is haunted. No one has entered it for years." Ron glared at Fred and George in annoyance, prompting their hearty laughter. Harry's gaze drifted beyond the twins. Spotting Draco hurriedly exiting the common room, clutching his white cat, Harry was filled with reflections, recalling how Uncle Vernon's signature on the permission slip had been procured by Draco. During the summer, they had made plans to visit Hogsmeade together. Yet now, circumstances had drastically changed. The following morning, students in 3rd year and above lined up in the foyer, eagerly awaiting their turn to venture to Hogsmeade. Filch, clutching a long list, was meticulously checking names. It wasn't long before Harry, Ron, and Hermione's turn arrived, with only 2 students ahead of them. Harry spotted Draco approaching from the back of the line, cradling his white cat. In the midst of the queue, Goyle waved at Draco, beckoning him over. However, Draco chose not to join Goyle and Crabbe, instead sauntering over to where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Ron asked warily. "You're not planning to come with us to Hogsmeade, are you?" Draco cast a casual glance at Ron and smirked. "Relax, Weasley, even if I were to accompany you, it would certainly not be for your sake." He stroked the white cat in his arms and turned his gaze towards Harry. "I wish to speak with you. Shall we meet at the 3 Broomsticks at noon?" Before Harry could respond, Ron interjected. "What do you want to talk about, Malfoy?" "Don't be such a mother hen, Weasley," Draco taunted. "If you're worried about my intentions towards Harry, you can always come along with Granger." "What did you say?" Ron's face flushed crimson. Draco disregarded Ron's outburst, focusing intently on Harry, awaiting a response. "Fine, we'll meet at noon," Harry acquiesced, adding that Ron and Hermione would accompany him. "I've heard the butterbeer there is quite famous." Hermione nodded in agreement, while Ron continued to grumble beside them, but Draco pretended not to hear. "Then it's settled." Draco seemed to exhale in relief. "All right." At that moment, Filch had finished verifying the 2 students ahead of them, and it was now Harry's trio's turn. Before departing, Draco tossed something from his pocket to Ron, who instinctively caught it. Draco glanced at Ron. "Don't let your rat run amok. It got into my bag this morning, and I nearly burned it in disgust." Ron examined the object in his hand, exclaiming, "Scabbers? Hey, what did you do to Scabbers?" But Draco had already walked away. "Filch, growing increasingly impatient, barked, "Are you three going or not? If you want to go, don't waste my time." Harry quickly pulled Ron along. "Let us go. We're together." Chapter 37. The three broomsticks. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, Ron meticulously inspected Scabbers, lamenting, "Poor Scabbers, what did Malfoy do to you? I can't figure it out." Hermione suggested, "Perhaps Malfoy didn't he do anything at all? He might have just found Scabbers and returned him." "Impossible," Ron insisted. "There's no way Malfoy would kindly return Scabbers to me." He looked at him as if he were trash. Even if he found Scabbers in his bag, he would have tossed him aside. However, despite Ron's scrutiny, he found no evidence of wrongdoing. Scabbers remained as listless as ever, lying in Ron's hand. Eventually, Ron relented, stuffing Scabbers back into his pocket, resolving to demand answers from Malfoy at noon. The trio thoroughly enjoyed their morning in Hogsmeade, purchasing an array of delightful sweets from Honeydukes and encountering Fred and George at Zonko's joke shop. They even ventured to the Shrieking Shack, though they did not enter, merely glancing at it from a distance. As noon approached, they arrived at the Three Broomsticks. The establishment was modest in size, and a strikingly beautiful woman was attending to a boisterous group of wizards at the bar, whom Harry heard referred to as Madame Rosmerta. To Harry's surprise, he spotted Dumbledore there as well, seated next to Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Not far away, a table was occupied by Hagrid, Lupin, McGonagall, and Flitwick, all engaged in conversation over drinks. "Goodness, look who it is. Harry," Fudge exclaimed, spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they entered. Harry had seen Fudge the day before the start of their third year. Fudge relished in displaying a jovial familiarity with Harry, which made Harry feel somewhat uncomfortable. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were obliged to approach Fudge and the professors to exchange pleasantries. Dumbledore, holding a glass of mead, greeted them with a warm nod. "Harry, my dear boy, what a lovely coincidence," Fudge exclaimed, somewhat exaggeratedly. "It's nice to take a stroll in Hogsmeade, isn't it?" "Hello, Minister," Harry replied. "It's our first time here." "Then you've come to the right place. The Three Broomsticks is splendid, and I particularly enjoy Madame Rosmerta's red currant rum," Fudge said, gesturing towards the lovely lady behind the bar. "However, I can't indulge too much today. I'm here to discuss business with Dumbledore regarding Sirius Black." A chill ran through Harry at the mention of Black. "Minister, is there any news from the Ministry regarding Sirius Black?" "We're still investigating, but I believe we will catch him soon. Boggarts are not easily dealt with," Fudge replied. "Now, Harry, I shouldn't intrude upon your first visit to Hogsmeade. Go enjoy yourselves with your friends. I recommend trying the butterbeer." After exchanging farewells with Fudge and Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found a cozy spot by the window. The butterbeer was indeed delightful, warming them from within. At noon, Draco entered, cradling his white cat. To Harry's astonishment, Draco was not alone. Accompanying him was Snape, rather than Goyle and Crabbe. "Oh no," Ron groaned, "it's Snape. Are we here for class?" Yet Snape did not approach Draco, instead opting to join the table of professors. Harry noticed that Snape deliberately chose a seat far from Lupin. "Isn't this peculiar?" Ron whispered. "Snape is socializing." Draco took a seat beside Harry. Harry pushed his fourth glass of butterbeer toward him. "Try this, it's the specialty drink, recommended by Minister Fudge." "Thank you," Draco replied, taking a sip of the butterbeer. "Malfoy, do you bring that cat with you everywhere?" Ron grimaced at the sight of Draco's white cat, tightening his grip on the pocket containing Scabbers. "This isn't the dormitory, Weasley," Draco retorted, casting a glance at Ron. "Tyson goes wherever he pleases." Fearing another verbal sparring match between Ron and Draco, Harry quickly inquired, "Draco, what did you want to talk about?" Draco sipped his butterbeer again. "I wanted to discuss Sirius Black." "How convenient," Ron scoffed. "Fudge is here to talk about Sirius Black with Professor Dumbledore too." Draco glanced over at Fudge nonchalantly. "Is that so?" He set Tyson down, and the cat wandered around their feet before suddenly baring its teeth and leaping onto Ron's lap. "What does your cat want?" Ron exclaimed, trying to shoo Tyson away. "Get off, Malfoy." Draco made no move to intervene, merely watching coldly as Tyson circled around Ron. Just as Harry and Hermione were about to step in to assist Ron, Tyson suddenly leaped up and bit Ron's hand. Ron gasped, attempting to shake off Tyson, but the cat nimbly evaded his grasp. "Malfoy, your cat just bit me." Ron stood up, glaring furiously at Draco. Draco remained seated, an air of indifference enveloping him. Ron's hand was injured, leaving his pocket unguarded for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Tyson leapt forward, lunging towards the pocket of Ron's robe. Scabbers let out a frantic squeak, escaping from the confines of the pocket. Tyson immediately released Ron and pursued Scabbers. The cat and mouse chase wove between tables, drawing the attention of other patrons. Scabbers, Ron called, joining the fray. Harry glanced at Draco. What is the matter with you today? Allowing Tyson to attack Ron and chase after Scabbers? He received no reply from Draco, for the bar was soon filled with the sounds of shattering glass and startled screams. Tyson was hot on Scabbers' tail. In a frantic bid for escape, Scabbers leaped onto a customer's table, and Tyson followed suit, knocking over several glasses in the process. Ron lunged forward but missed Tyson, instead colliding with a wizard. Ron. Hermione, unable to bear the sight of Ron's predicament, rushed to assist him and the unfortunate wizard he had knocked over. Yet the cat-and-mouse tussle showed no signs of abating. The bar's door was shut tight. In a moment of desperation, Scabbers darted behind the bar. Tyson followed, leaping up, prompting nearby wizards to hastily move aside. Tyson carelessly shattered 3 bottles of butterbeer and 5 glasses. This chaotic chase had transformed the bar into a veritable maelstrom. Chapter 38, Pettigrew. After relentless effort, Tyson finally cornered Scabbers behind the bar. With the struggling rodent clutched in his mouth, Tyson nimbly leapt onto the bar, triumphantly displaying his catch like a hero. Some bewildered patrons burst into laughter, even applauding. Tyson raised his head high, seemingly pleased with his conquest. Draco, don't let him kill Scabbers. Harry shouted at Draco while helping Ron to his feet. Scabbers. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, Ron dashed toward the bar, intent on saving Scabbers' life. Suddenly, a spell whizzed through the air, striking the Scabbers in Tyson's mouth. With a loud bang, Tyson was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing into a heap of butterbeer. After a dazzling flash, the mouse began to expand, human limbs and a head emerging from the form of Scabbers. Moments later, a short man stood where Scabbers had been, trembling and visibly panicked. The entire bar fell silent, stunned by the transformation they had just witnessed. No one realized that this man was about to disapparate. With a crack, the newly transformed man attempted to vanish from sight. Dumbledore suddenly stood up, wand waving. The man appeared to be caught in place, unable to move. Dumbledore, what is this? Fudge asked, astonished. Dumbledore gazed intently at the man. Fudge, this individual bears a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance. I am compelled to use the counter-disapparition spell to keep him here. Fudge stared in disbelief at the short man, who bowed his head, his body shaking uncontrollably, futilely attempting to escape Dumbledore's spell. Peter Pettigrew? 2 voices spoke simultaneously. Lupin and Snape rose in unison, voicing the same name. What? Peter Pettigrew? Fudge exclaimed in shock. But wasn't he dead? Killed by Sirius Black in revenge for the Potters? It was evident that the tale was far from complete. Dumbledore replied calmly, or rather, it holds considerable discrepancies. Fudge stepped closer, scrutinizing the man's features. He does indeed resemble Peter Pettigrew, but can we be certain, Dumbledore? Pettigrew was blasted apart by Black, leaving nothing but a severed finger. I believe we have several means to ascertain his identity, Fudge, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze icy as he examined the man. It is quite the coincidence that he is also missing a finger. Fudge gasped, is it truly him? What on earth is happening? Dumbledore raised his wand. Let us hear what he has to say for himself. With a flick of his wand, Peter Pettigrew found himself able to speak. De Dumbledore? He stammered. Yes, Peter. Dumbledore fixed him with a stern gaze. Now, reveal the truth of the matter. Why have you feigned death for all these years? Fudge surveyed the bar. All patrons were watching intently. Is it appropriate to question him here? We could take him to the ministry for a proper inquiry. Dumbledore did not respond to Fudge, but continued to regard Pettigrew. Minister, I believe we all yearn to uncover the truth. Lupin stepped forward, as James's friend. I request permission to interrogate Pettigrew, especially since Harry is present. Harry, still reeling from the unfolding events, nodded in agreement at Lupin's words. Snape remained silent yet stood alongside Lupin, clearly indicating his stance. Hagrid, McGonagall, and Flitwick also supported Lupin's suggestion. Very well, Fudge declared, perceiving the eager gazes of all around him. He cleared his throat and addressed the man who resembled Pettigrew. Speak, are you Peter Pettigrew? Pettigrew stammered, unwilling to respond. It seemed he had become too immersed in his role as a mouse, unaccustomed to verbal communication. Dumbledore noted. Could someone provide him with a glass of water? Severus. If you please? Of course, Snape replied, striding to the bar where Madame Rosmerta handed him a glass of water amidst the chaos. Snape turned his back to Fudge as he accepted the glass. A moment later he returned, water in hand. Snape gave Pettigrew a cold smirk. Drink some water to clear your throat before you speak. Without regard for Pettigrew's willingness, Snape forced the water down his throat. Cough, cough. Pettigrew spluttered as he choked on the water. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, puzzled. Rest assured, Fudge, Dumbledore explained, Severus and Pettigrew were classmates. Coincidentally, they were in the same year. Severus would not harm him. Is that so? Fudge replied somewhat skeptically, then turned his gaze back to Pettigrew. Can you speak now? Fudge inquired. Are you Peter Pettigrew? I am Peter Pettigrew, he answered immediately. His demeanor seemed vacant, but his disheveled hair and grimy skin obscured his expression, leaving Fudge unable to discern the truth of it. Indeed, Fudge exclaimed. You are an unregistered animagus? Yes, Pettigrew admitted. An illegal animagus. Fudge exclaimed. Then why have you feigned death for 12 years? What have you been concealing? Pettigrew's expression remained vacant as he replied, because I wanted Sirius Black to bear the blame for betraying James and for the murders. The revelation stunned the entire bar into silence. Harry stood frozen in disbelief. Fudge, about to scrutinize Pettigrew's expression, harbored suspicions that Snape had slipped a truth serum into the water, a violation of protocol. But Snape stood directly in front of Pettigrew, blocking Fudge's view. Are you saying that Lily and James Potter died because of your betrayal? Snape demanded angrily. Fudge shifted his position, striving to catch a glimpse of Pettigrew's face. Dumbledore interjected. If I recall correctly, Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper. As long as Sirius did not disclose their location to Voldemort, Voldemort would never find them. Yet you claim you betrayed the Potters. Did they temporarily replace their secret keeper with you? In the bar, upon hearing Dumbledore utter Voldemort's name, a collective gasp echoed among the patrons. Fudge, upon hearing that name, let out an involuntary sound and nearly lost his balance. He shifted a couple of steps aside, finally finding a vantage point from which he could clearly discern the visage of Peter Pettigrew. It was then that Pettigrew nodded and explained that Sirius had pointed out that the Dark Lord would easily surmise he was James's secret keeper. Thus they had hastily decided to replace the secret keeper with him. So you readily divulged the Potter's address to Voldemort? Yes, Pettigrew affirmed. Therefore, Sirius Black is entirely innocent in this matter. Bearing the blame for you? Yes, Pettigrew mechanically replied. Chapter 39, The Truth from 12 Years Ago. With a resounding crash, Hagrid's fist smashed a large hole in the bar counter. It was you who betrayed James and Lily. You scoundrel. The entire bar erupted in righteous indignation, glaring at Pettigrew. Snape appeared ready to strangle him, but Lupin restrained his arm. He is still of use. Lupin halted Snape, though his arm trembled with fury. Is this truly the reality of the situation? Fudge was flabbergasted, but Dumbledore, I can't shake the feeling that there's something amiss with Pettigrew's demeanor. You don't mean to suggest he's under the influence of that drink, do you? Is that so, Fudge? Dumbledore inquired with an air of authority. Would you care to take a closer look? Fudge, still suspicious, cast another glance at Pettigrew. But just a moment ago, Pettigrew seemed to awaken suddenly, trembling violently. He had evidently realized the gravity of what he had just revealed. He quickly pleaded, Remus, it's me, Peter, your friend. Lupin took a step back in disgust. I could kill you right now, but if what you say is true, we still need your help to clear Sirius's name. Pettigrew turned back to Dumbledore, exclaiming, Dumbledore, save me. I had no choice. He forced me with threats to my life. Dumbledore responded coldly. Was the murder of 12 muggles also a matter of coercion? I don't want to die. Pettigrew cried out. Sirius went mad and pursued me. I had to create chaos to escape. Were those 12 muggles also your doing? Fudge asked in horror. And no, my esteemed minister, Pettigrew stammered, his beady eyes darting nervously. It wasn't me. I misspoke just now. Please believe me, minister. I believe the ministry has the means to uncover the truth. Don't you think, Fudge? Dumbledore turned to Fudge. Certainly, certainly, Fudge replied solemnly. The patrons in the bar were seething with righteous anger, denouncing Pettigrew for betraying the Potters and working for the Dark Lord. Surely, Sirius Black cannot truly be guilty? You wretched scoundrel. A traitor. We must uncover what other heinous deeds you have committed. That's the lives of the Potters, plus 12 muggles. Fudge surveyed the crowd, contemplating. If he were to reopen the case from that year and bring the truth to light, he would surely gain immense prestige. Such a revelation would cement his position as Minister of Magic. Silence. Fudge commanded with authority. Trust that the ministry will uncover the full story behind this. Honoring the sacrifice of the Potters. Harry is here today, and I assure you all, I promise Harry we will reveal the truth. Fudge glanced at Harry, seemingly seeking his support. Yet Harry stood frozen, glaring at Pettigrew, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Pettigrew seemed to find a glimmer of hope, pleading with Harry, Harry, please save me. You look just like James, so kind and brave. Lupin shouted at Pettigrew. How dare you speak to Harry? Hagrid, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the bar again, startling Madame Rosmerta. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick positioned themselves protectively in front of Harry, directing fierce glares at Pettigrew. My young master. My dear master. Pettigrew turned to Ron. I'm such an obedient pet. You like me. Have pity on me. Ron turned away in disgust. Unable to fathom sharing a bed with such a loathsome creature. He found himself preferring Draco's white cat at that moment. Fudge, Dumbledore spoke sternly, given Pettigrew's current behavior. Can we conclude that his recent confession regarding the crimes was entirely voluntary? Of course, no question about it, Fudge said, looking at Pettigrew with disdain as he begged for mercy. Such behavior would not be exhibited by someone under the influence of Veritaserum. Then, since we have a key witness, can the Ministry temporarily withdraw the pursuit of Sirius Black, and instead invite him to cooperate with the investigation? Dumbledore inquired politely. And might we also request the guards from Azkaban to withdraw from Hogwarts? The Ministry will look into that. Fudge replied as he heard the crowd's murmurs of agreement. Dumbledore, you make a compelling point. However, we cannot yet ascertain whether Sirius Black is entirely innocent. Dementors are still stationed at Hogwarts as a precaution. Rest assured, the Dementors are strictly under the Ministry's command, and will not affect the students, Fudge reassured everyone. Dumbledore recognized the need to avoid pressuring Fudge too much, and temporarily acquiesced to his stance. Fudge promptly summoned Aurors to escort Pettigrew away. The patrons of the bar trickled out, leaving only the professors and students from Hogwarts behind. Harry, are you alright? Professor Lupin approached. Harry nodded mechanically. Give him some time. Dumbledore said, Harry, while you have learned of a new traitor, you may also have discovered an innocent soul. Harry lifted his gaze to Dumbledore. If Pettigrew's words held true, then Sirius was indeed completely innocent. A hint of a smile finally graced Dumbledore's face. He is still your father's best friend and your godfather. Harry's heart surged with newfound hope. He had never considered he might have a godfather. Indeed, I can attest to that, Professor Lupin added, offering Harry an encouraging smile. As Harry glanced around, he noticed Ron and Hermione looking at him with concern, while Draco remained seated by the window, lost in thought. Snape was stooped over, checking on Tyson's injuries. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were assisting Madame Rosmerta in restoring the bar, while Hagrid was frantically trying to stabilize several bottles of butterbeer. They all cast glances of concern his way. Most of the people here were worried about him. The anger and hatred that had surged within him upon learning the truth began to ebb, and Harry turned to Dumbledore and Professor Lupin, saying, I understand now. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore and Professor Lupin recognized that Harry had begun to untangle some of his emotional turmoil, and departed alongside the other professors. Harry approached Draco. Thank you, Draco. It was Tyson who revealed the truth to us. Ron shifted uncomfortably at this remark, casting frequent glances at the white cat. Draco looked up, responding coolly. No need for thanks. I was just as surprised by these events. Harry nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Draco rose to embrace Tyson, engaging in conversation with Snape once more. Let us go, Harry said to Ron and Hermione. As the door of the three broomsticks closed behind them, Harry glanced back, only to lock eyes with a pair of pale gray ones. In those unexpected eyes, he found a warmth and concern that had not been present during their earlier confrontation. Chapter 40, Harry's Apology. Fudge's response to the matter was surprisingly swift. Within 2 hours, the Daily Prophet published a special edition, delivered by owls to wizarding households across the entirety of Britain. This special edition of the Daily Prophet bears only a singular piece of news. The once heroic Peter Pettigrew has risen from the dead, confessing to his heinous crime. Is Sirius Black truly an innocent man? Albus Dumbledore, seated in his office at Hogwarts, peruses the contents of the newspaper. Draco, well done, he remarks, lifting his gaze to meet the boy seated across from him. Draco gives a slight bow of acknowledgement. I must thank the professor for placing his trust in me, and for having Minister Fudge summoned. Dumbledore sets the newspaper down. Your trust in me has evidently yielded significant rewards. To be candid, Draco, prior to this morning, I had not anticipated such astonishing developments. Draco nods. Professor, your faith in me has been instrumental in this matter, and I am profoundly grateful. You will find that my trust in you will only deepen. Dumbledore responds with a warm smile. Draco appears taken aback. The efficiency with which Fudge is handling this matter is extraordinarily high. Dumbledore glances at the newspaper on the table. Severus is quite astute. I merely hinted at my intentions, and he grasped them with remarkable acuity. And your cat? Is it well? No issues. He is currently playing with Hermione's cat in the common room. Excellent, Dumbledore ponders. Then for the moment, we can assume that the only one suffering in this affair is Mr. Weasley. Of course, the psychological trauma warrants attention as well. Draco. How is your relationship with Harry faring? Draco is not surprised that Dumbledore has discerned the rift between him and Harry. It will not worsen for the time being, he replies solemnly. Dumbledore peers at Draco through his half-moon spectacles, and after a brief pause, shifts the conversation. Let us discuss the Horcruxes. The portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters adorning the walls of the office cease their activities upon hearing the term Horcrux, their ears pricking up in keen interest. One elderly headmaster even retrieves a hearing aid. Professor, you have discovered the first one, Draco states. Indeed, Riddle's diary. Harry destroyed it and brought it back from the Chamber of Secrets during his second year. Soon there will be a second. Draco's expression turns grave. I will present the second to you, Professor. Perhaps it will inspire you. At Draco's words, Dumbledore's countenance grows exceedingly serious. Thus we can surmise that Voldemort possesses more than one or two Horcruxes. The second Horcrux you speak of will provide us with further clues. I believe the objects Voldemort chose to create his Horcruxes must hold specific significance. Draco falls silent, aware that he cannot divulge more information. This is a mutual understanding between him and Dumbledore. A low murmur arises as the former headmasters engage in astonished discussion within their frames. What? More than one Horcrux, even more than two? This is dreadful. How many fragments of his soul has he severed? This is an unforgivable sin. What could he have fashioned into a Horcrux? Without destroying all Horcruxes, he can never be entirely vanquished. Albus, your burden is heavy. And what of that boy named Draco? Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco finds Harry and Ron already there. He notices a pile of pet toys and treats placed beside his bed, while Harry and Ron wear expressions that suggest they are on the verge of speaking but hesitate. These are for Tyson from Ron and me, Harry explains. If it weren't for Tyson, Peter Pettigrew would still be lurking among us, and the truth about my parents' demise might forever remain unknown. Indeed. Ron's face reddens as he struggles to articulate his next words. I previously misjudged Tyson. Perhaps he had long sensed that Scabbers, I'm referring to Peter Pettigrew, was not what he seemed. These toys and treats are meant as compensation for Tyson. Draco raises an eyebrow. Ron, noticing Draco's silence, appears increasingly uncomfortable. These are all selections that Harry and I picked out for Tyson in Hogsmeade. I'm uncertain if Tyson will eat these. I remember you mentioned he only consumes fresh salmon? If he doesn't eat them. Ron's voice diminishes to a near whisper, his face aflame. At that moment, Draco finds himself nostalgic for the days when he would bicker with the old Ron. I will encourage him to try them. I thank you on Tyson's behalf, Draco states decisively. Ron exhales deeply, relieved. Tyson and Crookshanks are in the common room. I shall take the toys to them. After Ron departs, Draco bends down to gather the cat treats, while Harry observes silently. After a long pause, Harry finally speaks. Draco, what is it? Draco does not turn to face Harry. I was too harsh the other day. I apologize and retract my previous statements, Harry earnestly expresses. Draco finishes tidying the cat treats, and begins to place his books into his bag, seemingly preparing to head to the library. He does not respond to Harry's apology. Harry's mind is in turmoil as he grapples with uncertainty regarding Draco's potential forgiveness. He can only repeat, I'm sorry, Draco. Draco completes packing his bag, but remains silent. The voices of Seamus and Dean drift in from outside, signaling their return. Draco rises, slinging his bag over his shoulder, and strides toward the dormitory door. As he passes Harry, he halts momentarily. A veneer of frost seems to shroud his expression, his voice chilling to the bone. Your previous distancing from me was due to Black. The Malfoy family's involvement in your parents' deaths is a matter of record. And now you apologize because you have suddenly realized that Sirius Black is not the true traitor to your parents. Outside, Seamus's voice grows louder, and Harry can even hear him discussing the jelly slugs at Honeydukes. Ironically, you consistently allow others' actions to sway your judgment of me. Draco continues coldly. Harry, when will you judge me solely based on my own merits? With that, Draco exits the dormitory, brushing past Seamus and Dean. Harry stands rooted in place, profoundly impacted by Draco's words, suddenly aware of how unjustly he has treated him. Harry, are you alright? Dean inquires, noticing Harry's stillness. Oh, I'm fine, Harry replies, turning to Fane organizing his bag. Harry, did you go to Honeydukes today? Seamus exclaims. The jelly slugs are fantastic. I was just telling Dean that next time we must try the fire-breathing pepper imps. Yes, splendid, Harry responds absently, his mind preoccupied with Draco's recent remarks. Chapter 41, The Crown. The events surrounding Peter Pettigrew have stirred a considerable commotion within the magical community. The Ministry of Magic has convened a high-profile criminal court to deliberate on the case. Yet the other principal figure in this affair, Sirius Black, has yet to make an appearance. Perhaps due to Pettigrew's apprehension, the Dementors stationed at Hogwarts have diminished significantly. In Harry's first Quidditch match of the year, no Dementors appeared, allowing him to complete the match successfully and secure a victory for Gryffindor. This brings relief to Draco, who recalls that Harry had previously fallen from a great height during this match due to the Dementor's influence. Lupin's one-on-one tutoring sessions with Harry and Draco have been temporarily suspended due to his illness, leading even to Snape substituting for a defense against the dark arts class. However, Snape's demeanor appears quite grim. Harry notices that Snape's dark circles seem more pronounced, and during the defense against the dark arts class, he adopts a businesslike attitude, seemingly eager to conclude the lesson and rest. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class feels like a series of adventurous escapades for the third-year students. Following the success of the first class on the Hippogriff, Hagrid seemed to be invigorated in his lesson preparation, eager to impart more fascinating magical creatures to his students. However, Hagrid's notion of interesting diverged greatly from that of the average person, as each lesson he conducted unfolded along the precarious border between magical creatures and their perilous counterparts. Draco maintained his indifferent demeanor towards Harry, while his relationship with Ron appeared to soften, much to Harry's chagrin. One Saturday afternoon, after finishing Quidditch practice, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione occupied a table, diligently working on her essay, while Ron and Dean engaged in a game of wizardess chess, with Seamus and Neville observing nearby. As usual, Draco was nowhere to be seen. Harry despondently took a seat beside Hermione. She looked up, asking, "Did practice not go well? Oliver seemed to be training us like mad." Harry sighed, "And I've amassed a mountain of homework." "Harry, you and Ron have never complained about homework on a Saturday," Hermione remarked, glancing towards Ron, who was gleefully devouring Dean's chess pieces. "Look how much fun Ron is having." "That's because Oliver has us training again tomorrow," Harry replied, exasperated, "which means I won't have the entire Sunday to finish all my assignments." Hermione regarded him with a sympathetic expression. At that moment, Draco sauntered into the common room, avoiding eye contact with Harry as he made his way through the room, and retreated to the dormitory. Harry watched Draco's figure disappear up the staircase, his mood darkening further. "Have you two not reconciled?" Hermione inquired, looking at Harry. He shook his head. "He seems to have a better attitude towards Ron than before. Doesn't he appear to be upset with him?" Hermione smiled knowingly. Seeing Harry's perplexed expression, she explained, "That's because Malfoy fundamentally does not care about Ron's opinion of him, but he does care about yours, Harry. That is the difference." Harry pondered her words for a moment, then stood to head to the restroom. When he returned to the dormitory after changing, he found Draco waiting at the door, as if anticipating someone. "Who are you waiting for?" Harry asked, following Draco's gaze outside the dormitory. "To wait for you," Draco replied. "Me?" Harry was taken aback. It had been a long time since Draco had specifically waited for him to do anything. "Indeed, do you have time?" Draco leaned against the doorframe, inquiring slowly. I do," Harry thought, realizing he would likely be pulling an all-nighter to finish his essay. Draco flashed a nonchalant smile. "Come with me." He led Harry out of the common room and down the corridor. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "You'll find out when we get there," Draco replied coolly. As Harry observed Draco's impassive profile, he was uncertain whether Draco wished to engage in conversation. He attempted to bring up several topics, but Draco only responded half-heartedly. Eventually, Draco guided Harry to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle was absent, and Harry was filled with curiosity. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay within this very bathroom, where he had rescued Colin Creevey at the end of the previous semester, and destroyed Tom Riddle's diary. "Draco, why are we here? You do realize this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, don't you?" Harry asked. "I do, and I visited the chamber just a few days ago," Draco replied. "You went to the chamber?" Harry exclaimed. "Entering it requires Parseltongue. How did you manage that?" A realization dawned on Harry, and his expression shifted to one of comprehension. "Did you figure it out?" Draco said slowly. "When I visited your home during the holidays, you taught me that phrase in Parseltongue, so I was able to open the chamber." "What were you doing in the chamber?" "To retrieve this." Draco rummaged through his pocket and produced a small dragon hide pouch. The pouch had been enchanted with an extension charm, and upon opening it, it revealed a large serpent fang. "The basilisk's venomous fang?" Harry gasped. "Why did you take this?" "Harry, do you know why Riddle's diary can communicate with others? Almost as if it possesses the intellect of a living being, even able to take on human form?" Harry contemplated. "It indeed resembles a sentient being, providing vivid memories and even capable of using a wand." He continued his analysis. "Only humans can wield wands. When I stabbed the diary with the basilisk's fang, it appeared to die, but Colin mentioned he had tried to destroy the diary, and it remained unscathed. This implies that ordinary means cannot kill it. Only something highly toxic can annihilate it." Let us summarize, Draco guided Harry. What you said is correct. Riddle in the diary can use a wand, indicating that it possesses human attributes. Yet it cannot be killed by ordinary means like a human body. What could it be, Harry? A part of a human. Yet not the corporeal form. Harry's eyes brightened. It's a soul. Draco smiled. You mean that diary contains Voldemort's soul? Harry exclaimed. But Voldemort hasn't he truly died, has he? Harry, there are more things I cannot disclose at this moment. Understanding the essence of Riddle's diary is sufficient for now. Draco then withdrew an ancient, faded crown from the dragon hide pouch and carefully placed it on the ground. What is this? Harry thought he had asked too many questions today. There was so much about Draco that exceeded his imagination. Ravenclaw's diadem. The only known relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Harry felt as though his mind might explode. Ravenclaw's diadem? How could it be with Draco? Draco gazed intently at the diadem on the floor, stating, Harry, watch closely. Confused, Harry was about to inquire when he saw Draco take the basilisk fang in his hand and, with astonishing speed, decisively plunge it into the diadem. Harry nearly gasped aloud. Something within the diadem seemed to struggle before being mercilessly pierced by the venomous fang. The diadem shattered into numerous fragments, scattering across the floor. What Harry stared in astonishment at the pieces on the ground, then turned to Draco. The relic of one of Hogwarts' founders, the renowned Ravenclaw's diadem, had been destroyed by Draco? As Harry looked at the diadem fragments, his mind raced. You specifically retrieved the basilisk fang from the chamber to destroy Ravenclaw's diadem? Harry suddenly drew a sharp breath. Could this diadem, like the diary, also harbor a human soul within? Draco meticulously gathered the diadem shards and placed them into another bag, carefully securing the basilisk fang as well. We're very close to the truth, Draco said, finishing his cleanup. I need to see Dumbledore now. Would you like to come along? Chapter 42. The Second Horcrux. Draco and Harry arrived at the door of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, where a gargoyle statue stood guard. Sherbet lemon, Draco declared to the gargoyle. The gargoyle hopped aside, and the wall behind it split in two, revealing a slowly ascending spiral staircase before Harry and Draco. They ascended the stairs, and Draco knocked on a door, which opened quietly. Dumbledore sat at his desk, engrossed in reading a document. Upon seeing Harry and Draco enter, a smile spread across his face. Harry, Draco, come in. Dumbledore invited them to sit, and poured them each a cup of warm tea. He regarded the two with keen interest and turned to Draco, asking, so, you have decided to involve Harry after all? Draco nodded. Professor, you might find this somewhat reckless. No, I have never thought so, Dumbledore replied. I trust your instincts, Draco. Harry gazed at the two with a look of bewilderment. I believe we must remain vigilant and prepare ourselves in advance. We cannot simply wait for luck to be on our side. Draco rose and poured the fragments of the diadem from the bag onto Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore's expression grew significantly more grave as he murmured, this is indeed the second diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, which has been lost for centuries. He scrutinized the shards closely, remarking, one cannot deny that Tom Riddle possesses remarkable talents in certain respects. To have located a diadem that has been missing for centuries is no small feat, Draco. How did you destroy it? Without needing Draco's response, Dumbledore immediately surmised, it must have been the basilisk's fang from the Chamber of Secrets, with Harry's assistance. Dumbledore nodded at Draco, saying, I think I understand your intentions. Harry has already demonstrated his capability to confront Voldemort. Perhaps his early involvement is not a detriment. Voldemort? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Professor, are you suggesting that Voldemort's soul is hidden within the diadem of Ravenclaw? But doesn't everyone possess only one soul? We have reached the crux of the matter, Harry. Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed intently upon him. And this is precisely what we wish to discuss tonight. An hour and a half later, Harry and Draco exited Dumbledore's office. Harry remained in a daze, oblivious to the fact that he was walking the wrong way. Draco abruptly pulled him back. Watch where you're going. That staircase disappears halfway down. What? Harry suddenly realized he had taken the wrong staircase. Oh, thank you. Draco pressed his lips together, observing Harry's expression, and slowly said, I know this situation has been immensely overwhelming and stressful for you. If you're not accustomed to confiding in me, you can always talk to Weasley and Granger. Professor Dumbledore has agreed to that as well. I will. Harry nodded slowly, unaware of the fleeting moment of rigidity in Draco's demeanor. They walked in silence, with Harry's mind preoccupied by Dumbledore's earlier words. Voldemort had split his soul into an unknown number of fragments, creating Horcruxes, with Riddle's diary and Ravenclaw's diadem being two of them. If they could not locate and destroy all the Horcruxes, Voldemort could not be entirely vanquished. Dumbledore had also expressed a desire for Harry and Draco to participate in the subsequent destruction of the Horcruxes. Perhaps due to the fact that Harry had caused Voldemort to lose all his powers at the age of 1, he genuinely wished to shoulder this responsibility. But how was Draco involved in this matter? And had he actually discovered a second Horcrux? Harry immediately voiced his thoughts. Draco, how did you come to know all this? Draco turned his head nonchalantly. I stumbled upon this information, and Professor Dumbledore happened to need an assistant. Harry appeared puzzled. If Professor Dumbledore is choosing an assistant, why would he select you? He could have chosen more experienced wizards, such as Professor McGonagall or Professor Lupin. Perhaps he wished to choose someone you could trust and who could assist you, Harry, to alleviate some of your burden, Draco replied, fully aware of Dumbledore's concern for Harry. Everyone knows you are the chosen one, and in a sense, that title is accurate. However, Harry remained unconvinced, as Professor Dumbledore had not mentioned involving Hermione and Ron in the upcoming endeavors. If you were chosen by Dumbledore and not Ron or Hermione or anyone else, then I feel quite regretful. Draco's cheeks seemed to tremble with anger. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Since I am already aware, I cannot stand idly by. You must trust me. Harry stared at the irate Draco. I didn't mean it that way. I don't distrust you. Clearly, Draco retorted with sarcasm. Harry felt a flush creep onto his cheeks. He realized he had recently expressed a desire to distance himself from Draco. He attempted to clarify. I know my previous words were excessive. It was because I mistakenly believed Sirius Black was responsible for my parents' deaths, not due to a lack of trust in you. Draco replied coldly, if you truly trusted me without reservation, you wouldn't have distanced yourself because of my family. Nor would you have sought out Ron or Hermione to confide your inner turmoil. Harry stood frozen in place. Subconsciously, he had indeed chosen to confide in Ron and Hermione. It is unfortunate, but now you must choose to trust me. Draco's expression was nearly frigid. Also, you may have forgotten that another reason Dumbledore chose me is that I am more capable of protecting you than Ron or Hermione. At least for now. The two had reached the fat lady's portrait when Draco made no pause and turned to walk in another direction. Harry stood silently for a moment until the fat lady urged, are you coming in or not? They're waiting for me to serve drinks. What a splendid Saturday night it is. Lucky stars. Harry morosely uttered the password. Correct. The fat lady swung open the portrait hole, and Harry, with a heavy heart, stepped inside. Chapter 43, Sirius. Harry had a restless night, plagued by dreams of Voldemort, Horcruxes, and Draco in a relentless cycle. The next morning, the Gryffindor Quidditch team members gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast. According to Wood's plan, they were to train for the entire day. Fred wore a look of utter despondency as he picked at the plate of cured bacon, while George rested his chin on his hand, eyelids drooping as if he could fall asleep at any moment. The other 3 girls on the team also appeared equally unrefreshed. Harry's mind felt foggy. He had yet to confide in anyone about the events of yesterday. The weight of the Horcruxes lingered heavily on his heart. Draco's demeanor remained aloof, and a mountain of homework awaited him in his bag. At that moment, Wood stormed in, visibly angry. We can't train today. Slytherin has taken over the pitch. He sat down next to Harry and gulped down an entire glass of icy juice in frustration. Oh, that's dreadful, Fred exclaimed, immediately exchanging an excited glance with George. What on earth happened, Oliver? How did Slytherin manage to commandeer our pitch? George feigned concern, yet he and Fred were already exchanging something beneath the table. They had obtained Snape's note, which stated that Gryffindor could not monopolize the training grounds all day, and Madame Hooch concurred with Snape's reasoning. Wood fumed, you tell me? When have we monopolized the training grounds? Certainly not. We haven't trained in ages, Fred quipped. Harry was certain he heard George mutter, Snape is magnificent. Wood shot Fred an exasperated glance. Practice is cancelled for today. I will go speak with Madame Hooch and see if we can borrow the pitch for tomorrow evening. Wood stood and departed. Fred perked up, engaging Angelina in conversation. George cheered, instantly shedding his earlier fatigue. Harry felt a considerable weight lift from his chest. At least he now had time to complete his homework. The weather was pleasant, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione went outdoors to the lakeside to work on their assignments. They settled beneath a tree, spreading their books on the grass, watching a giant squid basking in the sun on the lake. Harry recounted the events of the previous day in detail to Ron and Hermione, who were hearing about Horcruxes for the first time. Splitting one's soul into multiple fragments to create Horcruxes? Ron gasped. If the Dark Lord made dozens or even hundreds of Horcruxes, wouldn't that mean he could never truly be killed? Harry replied, splitting the soul renders it exceedingly unstable. Dumbledore does not believe Voldemort could have created that many Horcruxes. But that still seems like searching for a needle in a haystack, Ron remarked in astonishment. Dumbledore, I believe, must possess a general inkling, Harry remarked. Hermione furrowed her brow. From Harry's description, it seems that Dumbledore is unaware of the identity of the second Horcrux, and Malfoy appears to have independently discovered Ravenclaw's diadem. How did he ascertain the nature of the Horcrux? Harry shook his head. I didn't have the chance to inquire. Have you not reconciled yet? Hermione casually asked as she put away her completed essay. Reconciled? Ron looked perplexed. Harry and Malfoy? What happened? Hermione pursed her lips. Harry felt somewhat awkward. It has been neither good nor bad. Ron scoffed. Malfoy is exceedingly arrogant. It is perfectly normal for him to ignore you, Harry. Pay him no mind. Hermione shot Ron an eye roll and muttered under her breath. Hopeless. Ron, oblivious to Hermione's comment, pondered. Why do you think Dumbledore trusts Malfoy so implicitly? His father is a Death Eater. Will he truly assist in vanquishing the Horcruxes? I believe Dumbledore has his reasons, even if he has not divulged them to us. Hermione flipped open a new sheet of parchment. Can Dumbledore not err? Ron mused solemnly. I do not trust Malfoy, despite his cat helping us capture Pettigrew. Harry felt a weight in his heart. I harbor no doubts about Draco, yet I wonder if his lineage will influence him. Let us not forget Neville's parents, Ron interjected. Malfoy's aunt is one of Voldemort's most loyal servants. Instinctively, Harry wanted to counter this assertion, but found himself at a loss for words. He realized he was trapped in a peculiar cycle. Whenever he contemplated Draco's family, doubts would arise unbidden. Yet, when Ron or others pointed it out, he felt an overwhelming urge to defend Draco. This internal conflict nearly caused him to question himself. Harry gazed at the nearly blank parchment before him and sighed heavily. Perhaps it would be best to set aside thoughts of Draco for now, and focus on how to tackle the essays for Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. He had no desire to be confined by either of them. Days passed, and soon the Christmas holiday would arrive. The relationship between Draco and Harry remained lukewarm. There had been no fresh updates from Dumbledore. One morning, Draco rose early as usual, while the others in the dormitory remained asleep, with faint snores echoing in the air. Draco stood before the window, gazing outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten, shrouded in a layer of mist. Suddenly he squinted. In the distance, towards the forbidden forest, he spotted a shadow darting past, followed closely by the figure of Crookshanks. Draco swiftly seized his wand, donned his robes, and dashed out of the dormitory, his hasty actions causing him to bump into a chair. Harry, bleary-eyed, poked his head out from the curtains, catching only a glimpse of Draco's hem. He fumbled for his glasses at the bedside, wondering what could possibly have made Draco so urgent. Could it pertain to the Horcruxes? Draco exited the castle and raced towards the edge of the forbidden forest. However, by the time he arrived, both the Shadow and Crookshanks had vanished. Crookshanks? Draco called out tentatively, but received no reply. He searched the surroundings meticulously, gripping his wand tightly. Suddenly, a meow emanated from the lakeside, accompanied by several barks. Draco immediately sprinted towards the lake, and sure enough he found Crookshanks clutching a piece of bread, barking at a certain thicket. In the next moment, a large black dog bolted out from behind the trees. If Ron were to see this formidable black dog, he would undoubtedly exclaim that it was an ominous portent. The black dog caught sight of Draco, and immediately turned to flee. Draco raised his wand. Petrificus totalis. The black dog was abruptly frozen in place. Draco approached the creature, wand still in hand. Crookshanks rushed over, positioning himself in front of the black dog, incessantly yowling at Draco. Step aside, Crookshanks, Draco said, attempting to maneuver to the other side while keeping a wary eye on the black dog. Yet Crookshanks continued to yowl, shifting with Draco's movements, his fluffy body blocking the dog's heart, revealing an ugly, flat face directed at Draco. I mean him no harm, Crookshanks, Draco said with exasperation, unaware of the close bond between Crookshanks and the black dog. Draco's gaze shifted to the black dog's eyes. Let us converse serious. For Harry's sake. Chapter 44. An encounter between two Gryffindors. The black dog's eyes suddenly shifted. Draco knew the full body bind curse was about to fade. He tucked his wand into his pocket, and raised his empty hands to indicate he bore no ill intent. However, the tension in his body betrayed his anxiety. He had never communicated with Sirius before, nor had he ever seen him in human form. From what little he knew, Sirius was a defiant, clever, and valiant individual who scorned the rules. It was difficult for Draco to predict how Sirius would react to someone who revealed his identity, especially after spending 12 years in Azkaban and half a year on the run. The full body bind curse on the black dog began to dissipate. After glaring at Draco for half a minute, it slowly retreated to the thicket. 3 seconds later, an extremely gaunt man emerged in its place. His eyes were sunken, his skin nearly clinging to his bones, and filthy hair hung down the sides of his face, his robe tattered and dirty. The man fixed a piercing gaze on Draco, causing even him, accustomed to encountering many fugitives, to feel a shiver run down his spine. Draco slowly lowered his hands, but his tense posture rendered his movements awkward. He endeavored to smile, hoping to convey his lack of malice. "You are one of Harry's classmates," the man rasped, as if he had not spoken in years. "I have seen you by Harry's side." "Yes," Draco replied, feeling somewhat relieved. At least Sirius had lowered his hostility towards him due to Harry. "I am Harry's friend. My name is Draco Malfoy." Sirius's eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously. "Malfoy?" Draco's heart raced. Sirius had never held a favorable view of the Blacks or the Malfoys. "Yes, I am a Malfoy," Draco said slowly, while scrutinizing Sirius's expression. "My mother is Narcissa Malfoy." For a fleeting moment, Sirius's eyes clouded over, as if recalling a long-lost cousin. "While I am indeed of the Malfoy lineage, I am also Harry's classmate and friend. I am in Gryffindor House," Draco stated in one breath. "A Malfoy in Gryffindor?" Sirius's voice remained hoarse. "How intriguing. Lucius Malfoy has such a son? If I recall correctly, Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater. Or has he been claiming to have reformed for the past 12 years? Sirius's gaze bore down on Draco like a wolf, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. "My father was indeed a Death Eater." Draco's eyes dimmed momentarily, but quickly sharpened with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "I would assume the Black family is not without its blemishes, Sirius? I thought you would not harbor prejudice against my family. I believed that if anyone in this world could understand me, it would be you. But it seems I was mistaken. You are just like the rest, judging me by my family." Draco cast a disdainful glance at Sirius, appearing ready to turn away. "Wait." Sirius growled, "That is not what I meant. I need to ascertain whether you are trustworthy." A smirk crept onto Draco's lips when he turned to face Sirius again. His expression shifted to one of irritation and distrust. "How could you recognize me?" Sirius posed the pivotal question. Draco had already formulated his response and replied with a composed demeanor. "Peter Pettigrew has unequivocally demonstrated himself to be an illegal animagus under the scrutiny of the public eye. And I happened to be present at the scene that day. It is well known that mastering the animagus transformation is exceedingly challenging and fraught with peril. Yet Peter does not strike me as a particularly gifted individual." Sirius fixed a penetrating gaze on Draco. "Indeed. Peter turned to the Dark Lord shortly after his graduation. To my knowledge, the Dark Lord does not possess a penchant for training his subordinates to become animagi. Thus, I can reasonably surmise that Peter attained this ability during his time at Hogwarts. Given his lack of innate talent, he must have had astute mentors. And it is possible that Harry's father, Professor Lupin, and you were among those guiding him, perhaps even being animagi yourselves. Furthermore, your escape from the heavily guarded Azkaban would make perfect sense if you were indeed an animagus." An astute deduction, Sirius acknowledged, though he remained vigilant. "But how can you be certain that the large black dog you witnessed was I?" "Because I have seen you during the Quidditch match. And your gaze was fixated upon Harry," Draco replied with calm conviction. "I cannot claim to be entirely certain. It was merely a conjecture. At the moment I called out to you, I felt scarcely more than a 10% assurance. Fortunately, my guess proved correct." Sirius scrutinized Draco with a mixture of suspicion and contemplation, seemingly pondering the veracity of his narrative. In contrast, Draco felt an inner tranquility. For even if his fabricated tale were riddled with inconsistencies, Sirius could never fathom the truth of the matter. Sirius had no choice but to believe it. "Quite audacious. And remarkably imaginative," Sirius remarked, his eyes darkening. "Do you have anything to eat?" "What?" Draco momentarily faltered. "Do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't had a proper meal in days," Sirius said, brushing aside his hair with a furrowed brow. No, I'm afraid not." Draco attempted to rummage through his pockets, but in his haste he had only brought his wand. At that moment, Crookshanks leapt forward, carrying the remnants of the previous bread and placed it before Sirius. "Well done." Sirius disregarded the cat's saliva and ravenously devoured the bread. Draco's brow furrowed in distaste, as he struggled to suppress the urge to retch, turning his head away from Sirius. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Sirius inquired after finishing the bread, still licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. Draco, forcing himself to endure his physiological discomfort, replied, "Currently, the Ministry of Magic is investigating the events of 12 years ago. Although Peter Pettigrew has confessed, your innocence remains something you must vindicate yourself. If you are indeed innocent, why not cooperate with the Ministry's investigation?" A flicker of terror crossed Sirius's face. 12 years ago, Crouch ordered my capture without even conducting a trial. Imprisoning me in Azkaban. Do you have any idea what my life was like in Azkaban? It was sheer agony. Sirius's voice trembled as he took a moment to steady his breath. What reason do I have to believe they would restore my innocence? Crouch still wields considerable power in the Ministry. If I were to be imprisoned in Azkaban again, I might never escape. As long as Peter lives, I cannot die. That is my sole reason for enduring in Azkaban. The surroundings fell silent, the morning sun obscured by the mist, a cool breeze occasionally wafting by. Draco gazed intently at Sirius and slowly spoke. What of Harry? You are his godfather, his only family in the wizarding world. If you remain a fugitive, how can you care for him? Sirius appeared momentarily dazed. Harry has his aunt and uncle, his blood relatives, to care for him. Draco retorted mercilessly. The family that pretends the existence of magic is non-existent? The uncle and aunt who publicly claim to have sent Harry to a juvenile detention center? What? Sirius stared at Draco in disbelief. Harry's situation is far worse than you can imagine. Do you not wish to understand more? Sirius stared blankly at Draco, as if speaking to himself. Do I still have a chance to care for Harry? Of course you have a chance. If you distrust the Ministry, I can take you to see Professor Dumbledore. He will surely ensure your safety. Sirius fell silent. Draco could see the turmoil within him, caught between the paralyzing fear instilled by the Dementors and his concern for Harry. Draco's gaze was fixed on Sirius as the mist thickened, and the cool morning air chilled him further. After a moment, Sirius nodded. All right, I will meet Dumbledore. Before he could finish his sentence, Sirius abruptly halted, his expression morphing into one of terror as he turned to look. A dense fog was sweeping across the lake, imbued with an eerie chill. Dementors, he whispered. Countless Dementors glided towards them, the temperature plummeting around them. Sirius immediately vanished from sight, transforming into a large black dog, and bolting towards the forbidden forest. Crookshanks also yelped and turned to flee towards the castle. Draco stood frozen in fear, trembling as he extracted his wand from his pocket. He had never encountered so many Dementors, his mind blank with despair. A wave of hopeless thoughts invaded his mind, rendering him numb and paralyzed. The air around him became frigid, as if icy walls had confined him in place. Draco desperately tried to think of joyful memories to conjure a Patronus, but his mind felt frozen, leaving only cold despair. He could see a Dementor gliding towards him, its rotting, deathly aura palpable beneath the hood. He struggled to summon his Patronus again, but the tip of his wand only emitted a few wisps of meaningless white mist. He had never successfully conjured a Patronus. In this life-or-death moment, he still could not summon it. Suddenly, a violent impact sent Draco flying several meters away, his wand slipping from his grasp. He looked up to see Sirius, now in human form, panting heavily beside him. It was Sirius, in his black dog form, who had collided with him and pulled him away from the Dementor's grasp. Wand. Sirius rasped, grasping Draco's right hand. Over there. Draco, racked with pain and almost immobilized, could only gesture weakly towards his wand. At that moment, the Dementor, following their scent, was almost upon them. Draco felt the terrifying aura of death closing in once more. Sirius lunged for the wand. Just as his fingers brushed against it, they fell limply to the ground. A Dementor had drawn near to Sirius' head. No! Draco screamed, despair enveloping him as the pain from his broken ribs made it difficult to breathe. He felt his life force slowly fading. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed in his mind, accompanied by a flurry of green lights. Fragments of memories flashed through Draco's consciousness. Voldemort mercilessly murdering innocent souls, Fenrir Greyback displaying his vicious fangs at his classmates, his mother kneeling and pleading, and his father growing weaker under Voldemort's torment. Crabbe being consumed by the cruel fiend fire, Hagrid carrying in lifeless Harry towards the castle. Familiar faces of the deceased in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore's broken body plummeting from the tower. As his last thread of awareness was extinguished, Draco plunged into an abyss of despair. Expecto Patronum. Suddenly a magnificent silver stag burst through the mist, charging towards Draco and Sirius. Harry, drenched in sweat, stood not far away, wand raised. Crookshanks trailed closely behind him. The silver Patronus charged forth, scattering the Dementors with ease. Harry hurriedly rushed to Draco and Sirius's side. Sirius lay on the ground, trembling all over, yet his consciousness remained intact. Draco's eyes were tightly shut, rendering it impossible to discern whether he was alive, or if the Dementors had extracted his soul. An unprecedented terror engulfed Harry's mind. He knelt beside Draco, urgently calling out, "Draco! Wake up, Draco!" Draco's eyes flickered but did not open. "Draco! Draco!" Harry shook Draco's body vigorously, his voice filled with desperation. He had never witnessed the state of someone whose soul had been taken by a Dementor, and he could not ascertain Draco's condition. Suddenly, Draco's mouth opened, emitting a sound akin to a feverish murmur. Harry leaned in closer, eager to hear clearly. Don't kill him, Draco sobbed. Harry's eyes widened in confusion. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped at Harry's robes. Looking down, he saw Draco's pale, slender fingers gripping his cloak tightly, the knuckles nearly turning white from the effort. Yet he remained with his eyes shut. For my father, my mother, it must be my fault, all my fault, Draco continuously pleaded in a low whimper. Please don't die. Harry, don't die, Dumbledore. Without warning, Draco's eyes opened, yet they were vacant and devoid of recognition. Harry attempted to call out, Draco? Draco remained trapped in a nightmarish despair, his hands clutching Harry's arms with such intensity that it nearly pained him. Why doesn't anyone believe me? I didn't mean it. Draco gasped for breath as if suffocating, his hollow gaze staring into the void ahead. Do you believe me, Harry? I never wanted you to die, never thought it. Yet no one believes me. A single tear streamed down Draco's cheek, dampening his pale face. Harry lifted Draco's body, continuously reassuring him. I believe you, Draco. Please wake up. Crookshanks also hurried over, mewing persistently as if trying to rouse the unconscious. Harry felt the sharpness of a broken rib beneath Draco's skin. Yet Draco's hands still clung to Harry's arms, as if that were his last lifeline. Believe me. I never wanted you to die. Believe me, Harry, Draco cried softly, his voice growing fainter. I believe you, Harry replied, carefully avoiding Draco's injuries as he cradled him in his arms, attempting to provide a sense of security. Draco seemed to sense something, his voice gradually diminishing, and his hands fell limply by Harry's side. I believe you, Draco. Harry repeated tirelessly, striving to feel Draco's breath and heartbeat. The morning breeze finally dispersed the white mist, and sunlight poured through the thin clouds onto the earth. The tranquil lakeside was occasionally interrupted by the sounds of a cat's meow, accompanied by gentle yet resolute whispers. Chapter 46. Unbreakable Trust. Draco opened his eyes to discover he was lying in the hospital wing. He realized his ribs ached. Madame Pomfrey was nearby adjusting potions, and Harry sat by the bedside, gazing at him without blinking. You're awake, Draco? Harry exclaimed, rising in delight. Draco wished to speak but found his throat hoarse, so he merely nodded. Don't speak yet, dear boy, nor attempt to rise, Madame Pomfrey instructed Draco. Your ribs are broken, but I have set them. You must remain still. Other than that, you're merely shaken. A few days of rest will suffice. Now take your potion. Madame Pomfrey administered a concoction to Draco and held a cup of water to his lips. Lying there, Draco struggled to swallow the potion and water, yet his gaze remained fixed on Harry. Madame Pomfrey glanced at Harry and addressed Draco. I've spoken with Mr. Potter. You have not had your soul extracted by the Dementors. However, he insisted on watching over you to ensure you appeared as a living soul for him to believe it. I can hardly believe a Dementor would attack a student. Thankfully, Dumbledore has requested the minister to withdraw all Dementors from the school. Madame Pomfrey tidied her things and informed Harry. You have 5 minutes for your visit. The patient needs rest. The headmaster said after visiting Mr. Malfoy. You may see Sirius Black in the adjacent room. Minister Fudge has already spoken with him, and the ministry will soon arrange for his transfer. Madame Pomfrey nodded to Draco. Your parents will be here shortly. I believe their visit should not exceed 15 minutes. With that, she gathered her potions and returned to her office. Draco's eyes sparkled as he looked at Harry. He noticed that Harry's robes were still smeared with dirt, carrying the damp essence of the lakeside. Harry moved closer to Draco. I'm so relieved you're okay. I was terrified, thinking you had been taken by the Dementors. Draco continued to gaze at Harry, shaking his head in response, signaling he was fine. Harry, still shaken, remarked, I'm glad I ran into Crookshanks on the way. He led me to you. If I had arrived even a moment later, or if Professor Lupin hadn't taught us the Patronus charm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sirius. Draco hoarsely uttered a few words. Are you asking about Sirius? Harry replied. He's fine. He's in a separate room. Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge have already visited him, but I haven't had a chance to speak with him yet. Draco nodded with reassurance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Harry. Harry touched his face. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Draco's lips quirked slightly. No, you look fine. Harry scratched his head, smiling shyly. Harry, was what you said by the lake true? Draco asked softly, his eyes locked onto Harry's. By the lake? Harry recalled for a moment, remembering his words, and quickly replied. Of course, I believe you. A smile graced Draco's lips, his light-colored eyes sparkling like amber, radiating a gentle yet brilliant light. Suddenly, he resembled the warm sun of winter, casting warmth wherever his gaze landed. In an instant, he transformed into the fervent son of summer, exuding passion and intensity. Harry found himself momentarily captivated by Draco's gaze. The 5 minutes passed swiftly. Harry heard voices outside the door. Madame Pomfrey emerged, urging Harry to leave. He advised Draco to rest well, and rose to exit the infirmary. At the doorway, Harry encountered Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. To his astonishment, Lucius appeared unusually frail, requiring Narcissa's support to walk. Harry greeted the pair. Lucius regarded Harry coldly, his eyes revealing an unabashed scrutiny. Narcissa, exuding elegance and beauty with golden hair akin to Draco's, looked at Harry with gratitude. Regardless, thank you for saving Draco, Narcissa said to Harry. He humbly replied that it was no trouble at all. Narcissa nodded and smiled at Harry before assisting Lucius into the hospital room. Harry released a quiet sigh, uncertain why he had felt so tense moments ago. He slowly strolled to the door of Sirius's room, unsure whether he was permitted to enter. Standing at the entrance was an aura from the ministry, appearing quite stern and surveying the corridor. The aura addressed Harry. The minister has left with Professor Dumbledore. He has permitted you to see Sirius Black, but you may only enter alone. Harry expressed his gratitude and pushed the door open. Sirius was propped up against the headboard, looking considerably cleaner and tidier, though his brow was furrowed as if irritated by frequent visitors. How many times must I say it? I won't go to St. Mungo's. Sirius halted abruptly upon noticing Harry's entrance. Harry? Sirius's brow suddenly relaxed. It's me. Harry appeared somewhat hesitant as he quietly approached Sirius's hospital bed. Sirius scrutinized Harry closely, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. Harry, you bear a striking resemblance to James. I have watched you play Quidditch. And you fly as brilliantly as he did. You've seen me play Quidditch? Harry asked, intrigued. Indeed, Sirius reminisced, whenever you had a Quidditch match. I would disguise myself as a dog and sneak out of the Forbidden Forest to watch you play. The topic of Quidditch quickly eased Harry's tension, and he curiously inquired. You live in the Forbidden Forest? Dementors are not permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest. I sometimes spend the night there. I initially came to Hogwarts to capture Pettigrew, but later, it became an excuse just to see you. I had planned to leave after Christmas, but your friend Draco changed my mind. Draco? Harry questioned. Yes, the boy from the Malfoy family. He is indeed quite different from his father. Sirius recounted the events by the lake, and Harry listened with growing astonishment. He cares about you, Harry. I am delighted you have found trustworthy friends. Friendships during school days are always so nostalgic. Sirius gazed through Harry into the unknown distance, a look of reminiscence gracing his face. I understand, Harry replied softly. When Sirius regained his focus, Harry asked, You mentioned earlier that someone was going to take you to St. Mungo's? Is your injury serious? Sirius scoffed dismissively. It's that smiling tiger, Fudge. He claims he cannot trust me to remain in the Hogwarts hospital wing, and suggests I transfer to a special ward at St. Mungo's, where Aurors patrol 24 hours a day to ensure my safety. Harry's eyes widened. Does he believe someone wishes you harm? Sirius snorted again. He fears I might escape. He wants Aurors to keep an eye on me. If I don't appear at the hearing, his inquiry into that incident from 12 years ago will undoubtedly suffer blemishes, possibly attracting criticism. Thus, he insists I remain safe until the day of the hearing. Will you leave? Harry asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Not now. Sirius replied with a smile directed at Harry. Draco is right. I must embrace my responsibilities as your godfather. I had no idea you endured such a life at your aunt and uncle's. Harry, please forgive my previous cowardice. I feared returning to Azkaban, and was hesitant to take risks. Harry shook his head. I know how terrifying Dementors are. I can scarcely imagine how you endured those 12 years. If there was a chance you could return to Azkaban, I would rather you had never shown yourself. Sirius seemed considerably cheered, a flicker of his former vitality evident in his gaunt face. Thank you for your understanding, Harry. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the hospital room in warmth. Suddenly, Sirius hesitated. I have an old house. If you wish, you could come live with me. You know, I am your godfather. Of course, if you prefer to continue living with your aunt and uncle, I have no objections. Sirius appeared somewhat anxious. Really? That would be wonderful. Harry exclaimed. Can I come to your place for Christmas? My aunt and uncle would never invite me back for the holiday. Sirius quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but then regretfully added, I promised Fudge I would assist the ministry with the investigation for a few days. I may not be home for Christmas. That house has been uninhabited for years and requires time to clean. That's all right, Harry cheerfully replied. At least I know there is another place I can go besides my aunt and uncle's. Sirius's eyes seemed to glisten slightly. Of course, I will always welcome you, Harry. Chapter 47. Snape's anomalies. Sirius was soon transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries by the Ministry of Magic, but he occasionally wrote to Harry. One breakfast time, Harry was delighted to see Hedwig among the many owls. He untied the letter from Hedwig's leg and offered her a cup of fresh water. Hedwig affectionately pecked Harry's fingers before flying back to the owlery with the other owls. Harry unfolded the letter, which read, "Dear Harry, I am doing well. There is no need to worry. The inquiry into Peter Pettigrew is proceeding methodically, and so far, there have been no errors. The trinket you sent last time was quite entertaining and helped to alleviate some of my boredom during recovery. I hear it was invented by the Weasley twins. They are exceptionally talented and creative. Should their inventions lack investors, I would consider investing a portion. I have good news. I can return home for a few days at Christmas. Perhaps you could invite your friends over, should you wish. Please send my regards to Draco and Crookshanks. Sirius." Harry excitedly shared Sirius's letter with Ron and Hermione. "Are you both free to visit Sirius's house during the holidays?" Hermione replied, "Ron and I initially planned to spend Christmas with you at school, but since Malfoy will be staying, I think I will return home first. I should be able to make it to Sirius's after that." "Yeah," Ron chimed in. "I can't bear to spend 2 weeks at home with Percy. I'll go, Harry." "That is splendid." Harry contemplated inviting Draco as well. "How is Malfoy?" Hermione inquired. Madame Pomfrey said he could be discharged tomorrow, but she advised him to stay at school for observation during Christmas. Harry carefully stored Sirius's letter, intending to show it to Draco later. He certainly was unfortunate, encountering both Sirius and a Dementor while merely taking a stroll in the morning. Ron was devouring his breakfast and reassured Harry not to worry about Tyson. "We haven't let him go hungry. That guy is eating better than I am, along with Crookshanks." Ron vented his frustration, stuffing a large piece of smoked salmon into his mouth, nearly choking in the process. "Crookshanks has indeed been helpful." "Ron, your initial prejudice against Crookshanks was unwarranted," Hermione said, burying her face behind a newspaper. "Yes, that is true," Ron mumbled gloomily. "Your pets have all been of assistance, while mine, well, let us not mention it." "It's not your fault," Harry comforted. "Draco asked me to thank you for looking after Tyson." Ron's mood seemed to lift slightly as he muttered, "That cat is truly finicky, just like its owner." Harry chuckled softly and took out a quill and parchment from his bag to reply to Sirius. He wanted to inform Sirius that his good friends were willing to visit, and they might even bring Crookshanks. A week before Christmas, Draco was discharged from the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey's consent. During the last week before Christmas, the professors relaxed their demands on the students, with Snape being particularly conspicuous in his leniency. Harry noticed that after Draco's discharge, he began visiting Snape frequently. On one occasion, Harry could not help but ask Draco, "You performed so well in potions class. Why do you need extra tutoring?" Draco replied, "Harry, I don't want to deceive you. Things are still unclear at the moment, but I will tell you when the time is right." Harry had to suppress his curiosity for now. Professor Lupin took leave again during the final week. Snape, sporting dark circles under his eyes, substituted for Lupin, and it was evident to all that Snape was not particularly keen on teaching. "Open your textbooks. Who can tell me where we left off?" Snape said irritably and gloomily, his dark expression failing to mask his fatigue. The classroom fell silent immediately. While students might joke and laugh in front of Professor Lupin, no one dared to do so in Snape's presence, especially when he was clearly in a foul mood. Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, we just studied hippogriffs, and according to Professor Lupin's plan, we should next study werewolves or—" "What? Werewolves?" Snape suddenly fixed his gaze upon Hermione. "You have learned about werewolves?" Hermione somewhat timidly explained. "Professor Lupin occasionally alters the teaching sequence due to the capture of certain dark magical creatures. For instance, just before the first class, he happened to catch a boggart at the school, thus making it the focus of our initial lesson. Last class we studied the hinkapunk, so by that order, we should be learning about werewolves next." "Utterly preposterous," Snape retorted, his irritation palpable. "There is a complete lack of a systematic teaching plan, devoid of structure." "We all believe Professor Lupin is a good teacher," Dean boldly proclaimed, with murmurs of agreement from the other students. Silence. Snape's countenance darkened. "Anyone who speaks in my classroom without my consent will lose 10 points. In truth, Snape needn't have added that last remark, for the classroom had fallen into an eerie hush at his initial command. Hermione cautiously raised her hand. "What insightful observation do you have, Granger?" Snape inquired impatiently. "Professor, are we learning about werewolves today?" Hermione asked in a soft voice. "Werewolves? No, Snape shook his head vigorously. Harry noted the unmistakable refusal etched on Snape's weary face. "You ought to have learned about werewolves by now. I am not here to make up for your first-year curriculum. Snape flipped through his textbook, directing his gaze back to Hermione. You mentioned that according to Professor Lupin's lesson plan, the next topic should be werewolves or what? Hermione appeared taken aback. Snape rarely initiated questions directed at her. He would instead ignore her raised hand countless times in both potions and defense against the dark arts classes. Professor, it is either werewolves or the red cap, Hermione replied earnestly. The red cap? Snape pondered for a moment. The red cap seems suitable. We shall discuss that today. All right. Everyone turn to that chapter and read for 10 minutes. Silence is imperative. Chapter 48. A surprising Christmas. Christmas soon approached, with only Harry and Draco remaining at school during the holidays among the third-year students. Ron and Hermione had arranged to meet Harry at Sirius's home before they departed. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke naturally. The castle was adorned with festive decorations. Even the students' dormitories were embellished with holly and colorful garlands. Harry donned his glasses and noticed Draco already dressed, seated at his desk engrossed in a book, a steaming cup of English tea beside him. Good morning, Draco. What are you reading? Draco turned, displaying the cover to Harry. It was a thick tome titled A Compendium of Potion Ingredients. Merry Christmas, Harry, Draco said with a subtle smile. Merry Christmas, Draco. Harry replied with a hint of bashfulness. There are so many Christmas gifts this year. Have you opened yours? At the foot of Harry's bed lay an array of wrapped gifts. One particularly large parcel stood out. He glanced over at Draco's bed, where a far greater collection of gifts was piled, nearly forming a small hill. I'll wait for you to open yours, Draco said, his smile faint. The two began to unwrap their gifts. In contrast to Harry's excitement, Draco's demeanor was rather subdued, for he already knew the contents of most of the boxes. Mrs. Weasley sent me a hand-knitted sweater and some homemade treats. She is so kind, Harry exclaimed, unfurling a vibrant crimson sweater emblazoned with the Gryffindor lion. He shared Mrs. Weasley's homemade round pastries with Draco, who scrutinized the box of treats before selecting one. Delicious, isn't it? Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills are quite commendable, Harry inquired as he observed Draco taking a slow bite of the pastry. Indeed, Draco replied, his expression impassive. Harry continued to unwrap gifts from Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid. He turned to see Draco just finishing unwrapping his first gift, which happened to be from Harry. Draco gazed at the diamond cufflinks within the box, a gentle smile gracing his features. He lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, Harry. I truly appreciate it. Harry smiled back. He picked up a beautifully crafted gift box from the remaining parcels. Indeed, it was from Draco. Potions? Harry extracted several exquisite vials from within. This time they are first aid potions. You can place them in that little leather pouch and carry them with you, Draco elaborated. I crafted them myself. One even contains shards of unicorn horn. Thank you, Draco. You must have put in considerable effort, Harry remarked gratefully. Not at all, Draco replied with a dismissive tone. Harry discovered a second layer in the gift box, revealing 3 boxes of delightful confections. Those were baked by my mother, Draco informed him. Please thank her for me, Harry said, taking a delicately shaped treat and savoring it. Draco casually unwrapped another gift, his eyes frequently darting towards Harry, eager to gauge his reaction. Delicious. Your mother's culinary talents are remarkable, Harry praised sincerely. And how do they compare to Mrs. Weasley's treats? Draco inquired nonchalantly, yet his gaze remained fixated on Harry. He recalled that Harry had devoured 3 of Mrs. Weasley's pastries earlier. Both are delightful, Harry replied, reaching for another of Mrs. Malfoy's baked goods. When Draco noticed Harry taking a 4th treat, he finally averted his gaze, a hint of pride dancing at the corners of his mouth. My aunt and uncle sent me a pair of woolen socks, which isn't too bad, Harry said as he unwrapped another parcel. Goodness. They even sent you a gift, a brand new gaming console popular in the Muggle world. Harry lifted the large box containing the gaming console beside Draco's bed, incredulous. I received just a pair of woolen socks, and you got the latest gaming console? Is this fair? Whose aunt and uncle are they, anyway? Draco chuckled. It seems that when I visited your home during the summer, they were quite pleased with my gift. Look, there's a card here. Harry picked up a card that had fallen to the ground and began to read aloud. Harry, this gaming console is a Christmas gift for Draco. Please pass it along as we are uncertain how to mail it to him. Aunt Maggie mentioned Draco during her call to us 2 days ago. Our entire family is looking forward to Draco visiting us again. Please extend our greetings to Draco and wish him a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Aunt Petunia. Harry stared at the card in disbelief. Look at how many times your name is mentioned. The only time mine appears is as the obligatory recipient. Draco chuckled. I shall write a thank you note shortly. Please ensure it reaches your aunt and uncle. Harry returned to his bed to unwrap the final 2 gifts. Oh, a gift from Dobby, Harry exclaimed as he revealed numerous pairs of woolen socks, seemingly hand-knitted by the house elf, each adorned with a unique pattern. Yet none matched to form a pair. Dobby sent you a gift? Draco rummaged through his mountainous pile of presents, but found nothing from Dobby. Unbelievable. Dobby sends you gifts but neglects to send anything to his rightful master? Harry laughed heartily. You should reflect on your actions, Draco. Draco, however, nonchalantly pointed to the large box containing the gaming console, raising his chin likewise. Draco's demeanor resembled that of a proud peacock, prompting Harry to laugh even louder. Draco joined in the laughter. Oh no! Harry suddenly exclaimed, I haven't prepared a gift for Dobby. In a hurry, Harry rummaged through some candies he had purchased in Hogsmeade, wrapping them up to resemble a gift, then uncertainly asked, Can Dobby eat these? You might as well give them a try, Draco replied, equally unsure. Harry handed the wrapped candies to Draco. Please take these to Dobby. I am uncertain whether your father would welcome an owl delivering packages for a house elf. Draco nodded in agreement, both of their gazes fixed on the largest package at the end. Who do you suppose sent it? Harry inquired. It must be Sirius. Draco asserted confidently. Sirius resides in St. Mungo's. I am unsure if he had the opportunity to venture out to procure Christmas gifts. Harry cautiously unwrapped the package, revealing a glimmering, exquisitely crafted broomstick. Harry gasped. The Firebolt. That was the latest model released by the Broomstick Company. And Harry had gazed longingly at the Firebolt in the shop window of Diagon Alley. As he caressed the Firebolt, he admired the golden registration number at the top of the handle, and the sleek, flexible tail made of birch. It's magnificent, Harry exclaimed, pulling out the card to examine it closely. You were right, Draco. It is indeed from Sirius. Why don't we take it out for a spin? Draco suggested. Absolutely, Harry replied, exhilarated. Since the memory ball incident with Neville in their first year, he hadn't seen Draco fly. Harry quickly devoured a few pastries and downed Draco's cup of tea. After tidying up, he carefully clutched the Firebolt and stepped outside with Draco. Chapter 49, Draco's Redemption. The school was nearly deserted, with fewer than 10 students remaining in their year. Harry and Draco basked in the morning sunlight on the expansive training grounds. You fly exceptionally well, Draco, even better than Ron, Harry remarked as they strolled back from the field. There were several instances where my Firebolt couldn't catch up to you. Hearing Harry say he flew better than Ron made Draco's lips curl into an involuntary smirk. Why don't you join the house Quidditch team? I excel at finding the seeker position. If I joined, your place on the team would be precarious. Draco winked at Harry, wearing an infuriatingly cheeky expression. Harry chuckled. Come challenge me. Who is afraid? I have never lost to anyone. The two bantered as they walked back to the castle, coincidentally encountering Snape striding down the corridor from the opposite end. Upon spotting Draco, Snape turned on his heel as if he had seen a ghost and retreated. Professor! Draco called out, hastily pursuing him with the broomstick in tow. Snape appeared suddenly hard of hearing, refusing to look back and even quickening his pace. Severus, that student is calling you, Professor Flitwick kindly reminded as he passed by. Thank you very much, Phileas, Snape replied with a tight-lipped smile that failed to reach his eyes. Snape could no longer pretend not to see Draco. He halted, casting a stormy glare at him. Unperturbed by Snape's wrath, Draco spoke as usual. Professor, may I come to see you this afternoon? To Harry's surprise, Snape did not unleash his fury, but merely nodded curtly. Once Snape had departed, Harry asked, Does Snape have some sort of leverage over you? Draco laughed, Not at all. Professor Snape is not as unapproachable as he appears. Are you certain you're talking about Snape? Not someone else? Draco chuckled softly. Harry, your bias against Professor Snape runs too deep. Harry protested. You haven't seen how he treats me in class, or Neville. This year has been somewhat better, but last year's potions class was a nightmare. Harry, Professor Snape is not adept at expressing emotions, Draco explained. I do not deny that some of his actions may be biased, but once you truly get to know him, you will uncover another side. A worse side, perhaps? Harry remained skeptical. All right, Harry, I have to step out this afternoon. Tonight, I will take you to a place that will clarify what I have been preoccupied with lately. I hope you will come to understand Professor Snape's intentions thereafter. After Draco left, Harry spent the afternoon chatting with Hagrid. Over the past 6 months, Hagrid had visibly become much happier. Although his care of magical creatures class had not been without its challenges, thankfully he hadn't caused any major mishaps. Students attending Hagrid's class felt as though they were opening a mystery box, never knowing whether it would yield surprises or fright. At dinner time, Draco appeared in the Great Hall with an expression of sheer delight. After hastily finishing his meal, Harry could scarcely contain his curiosity. What's the matter? Follow me, Harry. Draco beckoned, leading him to the 8th floor of the castle. In front of a tapestry depicting a troll being knocked out by a club, Draco pointed to the wall opposite the tapestry, saying, "This is the room of requirement. If you walk past that wall 3 times while concentrating on what you need, the room of requirement will transform into the form you desire." "Harry, let us think about needing a place to brew potions," Draco instructed. Following Draco's lead, Harry walked past the wall 3 times and then gazed curiously at it. Suddenly, a door materialized on the wall. Draco opened the door, revealing a space that resembled a potions classroom before Harry's astonished eyes. The room featured a round table adorned with several cauldrons and various instruments neatly arranged nearby. Along the walls stood several cabinets and a low-temperature storage unit, housing an assortment of potion ingredients. 3 cauldrons on the round table were simmering with potions. "I come here to brew potions every day after class," Draco remarked. "This room can also preserve my potions without interfering with others' use." "You mean the room of requirement can take on different forms?" Harry asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I heard that you, Ron, and Hermione sometimes practice spells in secret. Next time, you can use the room of requirement. It will provide everything you need for practice. By the way, I found the Ravenclaw diadem here. When you ask the room for a place to hide things, it reveals a room filled with various items, even forbidden ones." Harry marveled as he circled the room of requirement, then turned to Draco. "But what does this have to do with Snape? What potions are you brewing?" Draco pressed his lips together. "Actually, I am developing a potion to cure the effects of the Cruciatus curse." "For Neville's parents?" Harry was taken aback. "Initially, yes. Because of Neville's parents. You know, the culprit Bellatrix has some ties to my family, and I indeed began with a sense of atonement. But later, I discovered the joy in it. The elation of finally achieving results after much effort is irreplaceable. However, I am still quite inexperienced and need to consult Professor Snape frequently. When he learned that I began researching potions because of Neville's parents, he said nothing and always provided me with very effective advice, even helping me find research materials. So, Harry, Professor Snape is not as malevolent as you imagine." "Not merely not as malevolent as Harry imagines?" Harry exclaimed repeatedly. "Are you sure that as Professor Snape? And not someone impersonating him with a polyjuice potion? After all, he often berates Neville in potions class. That has diminished significantly, hasn't it?" Draco laughed. "He even defended you against Quirrell's curse during your first-year Quidditch match. Yet you all suspected he wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Harry, Professor Snape does indeed appear to be a villain, but he is not truly a bad person." All right. Harry was somewhat swayed by Draco's arguments. "So, where did you go this afternoon?" "I visited Neville's parents at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries while Neville was away. He is unaware of any of this," Draco explained. "One of the therapists caring for Neville's parents is quite adventurous, and I discussed my potion development ideas with him. He believes it's worth a try. Thus, I delivered the first phase of the trial potion today to see the feedback for further improvements." Upon his return today, "You were particularly elated, weren't you?" Harry, upon hearing this delightful news, broke into a smile. Indeed, the formulation of a new potion is no trifling matter. However, with the assistance of Professor Snape and the seasoned healers from Street Mungo's, I may indeed alter something. Draco's eyes sparkled with hope. "Perhaps in a year or 2, or 5 or 6, or even longer. Yet I shall persist, Harry." A profound sense of admiration and emotion filled Harry's heart. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced Draco gently. "You are truly remarkable, Draco. I previously spoke harshly due to your family's words. Will you ever forgive me?" Draco stiffened momentarily. "I do not blame you. I hold myself accountable," he murmured. "These past 6 months of early mornings and late nights have brought me a sense of unprecedented ease. I believed I was aiding others, attempting to atone for past transgressions. Yet, in truth, I have merely been seeking redemption for myself." Chapter 50, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius's home resides at Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry had been troubled about how to reach Sirius's abode from Hogwarts. He even contemplated trying the night bus suggested by Hagrid. However, that very morning, Professor Lupin approached Harry and Draco. "You may pass through the fireplace in my office," Professor Lupin said. "My fireplace is connected to Sirius's home. It is entirely secure. Will you be accompanying us, Professor Lupin?" Harry inquired. Professor Lupin nodded with a smile. Draco politely asked, "Professor Lupin, both you and Harry share a close bond with Sirius. Using flue powder is undoubtedly no issue. Yet, would it be somewhat impolite for me to do so?" Professor Lupin regarded Draco kindly. "Sirius would not mind at all. In fact, he holds you in high regard." Draco was taken aback. "He likes me? We have only met once." Sirius mentioned that you care for Harry. Professor Lupin chuckled. I believe he sees a kindred spirit in you, considering both of you are brave rebels in your families. As they traversed the Flu network, Harry, Draco, and Professor Lupin arrived in the sitting room of Sirius's home. Before long, Ron and Hermione arrived, with Hermione cradling Crookshanks, followed closely by Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley. Sirius welcomed their presence warmly, handing freshly brewed tea to Ron and Hermione. I have seen you before. You are Harry's dear friends. Ron, brimming with excitement, gazed at Sirius. Are you truly an animagus? Sneaking into Hogwarts to watch Harry compete whilst Dementors were stationed all around? That is incredibly cool. Sirius tossed his hair back, laughing with carefree abandon. Just a small adventure. Ron looked at Sirius with admiration. Sirius then offered tea to Ginny. And who might this lovely young lady be? Another of Harry's classmates? Ron promptly introduced. This is my sister, Ginny. She is also a friend of Harry's. Ginny blushed as she glanced at Harry, quietly thanking Sirius. Ron sat beside Harry and whispered. Ginny insisted on following me and Hermione when she learned you were here. I hope you don't mind? Of course not, Harry replied. Draco, seated on Harry's other side, shot a cold glance at Ginny upon hearing Ron's words. Ginny suddenly felt a chill in the air. Crookshanks leapt onto Sirius's lap. And as Sirius stroked the cat's long fur, he began recounting amusing tales from his school days to Lupin. Lupin turned to Harry and remarked, Harry, I wonder if anyone has mentioned to you that I was also good friends with James during our school years. Harry had long anticipated this revelation and curiously asked, since Sirius and Peter are both animagi, does that mean you and my father were as well, Professor Lupin? Everyone turned their gaze towards him with intrigue. A flicker of discomfort crossed Lupin's face. Sirius shot Lupin a reassuring glance. James was indeed. He could transform into a stag. As for Remus, well, he did not need to learn to be an animagus. He possesses a certain, how shall I put it, magical ability akin to the sort of tricks muggles often speak of, allowing him to sneak out of school with us at midnight for a bit of adventure. I've heard of those muggle tricks, Ron exclaimed. Professor Lupin, can you really perform such a transformation? Lupin forced a smile. Sirius is merely jesting. Oh, don't expose me. Remus, Sirius laughed heartily with a hint of reckless charm. The conversation shifted to other topics. Harry noticed that Hermione had been quietly sipping her tea, even when Sirius mentioned the transformation. Hermione, are you all right? Harry inquired. Me. I'm fine, Hermione replied, forcing a smile. By the way, I haven't explored this place yet. Harry, have you? Harry shook his head. Sirius interjected. This old house has been uninhabited for many years, save for a house elf. However, it appears he does not clean often. I returned not long ago and have only just made a few rooms presentable. If you don't mind, feel free to explore. Harry and the others ascended the staircase to inspect the old residence. As Sirius had indicated, it was a house steeped in the history of the Black family. Though some wallpaper had peeled away, carpets were worn, and cabinets were dust-laden, the former grandeur and elegance were still evident. Is this your room? Harry asked, arriving at the door of a room on the 5th floor. Sirius nodded and opened the door. Sirius's room was spacious, featuring an intricately carved 4-poster bed. Several large Gryffindor banners adorned the walls, showcasing Sirius's divergence from this family. Pictures of Muggle motorcycles, and even a few faded posters of Muggle girls in bikinis decorated the walls, remnants of Sirius's school days. Harry could not help but admire Sirius's audacity. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, Sirius smirked. Harry, feel free to decorate as you wish. I am not like those stuffy relatives. Harry blushed, grateful that his friends were still downstairs. As he glanced aside, he spotted the only wizarding photograph, depicting 4 Hogwarts boys standing arm in arm, laughing at the camera. Harry immediately recognized his father, along with a youthful Sirius, Lupin and Pettigrew. His heart leapt at the sight of his father. This photograph is rather outdated, Sirius remarked, stepping forward and gently tapping it with his wand, causing Pettigrew to be obscured. The photograph now featured just 3 smiling faces. Much better, Sirius declared, lowering his wand. Well, Harry, there is nothing of interest here. Merely a young man's rebellion against his family. As they exited Sirius's room, they encountered Draco, who was thoughtfully inspecting the door of another room on the 5th floor. At that moment, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny also ascended the stairs. Harry approached Draco and noticed a grand sign hanging on the door reading, Unauthorized entry without explicit permission prohibited. Regulus Arcturus Black. This is my brother's room, Sirius said, his expression inscrutable. He joined the Death Eaters at a young age and died not long after. It was a heavy topic, and none dared to suggest visiting Regulus's room. Only Draco stared intently at the sign. He had heard of Regulus Black's name. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, Regulus was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his alleged significant contributions to the defeat of Voldemort. Yet the Ministry of Magic had not disclosed the specific details. Draco could only speculate that Regulus's connection to the destruction of one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was significant. He gazed thoughtfully at the plaque on the door. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a diminutive figure materialized before them, startling everyone. A house elf resembling Dobby stood at the threshold of Regulus's room, arms outstretched like a sentinel guarding the sanctum. Chapter 51. The Ancient Blacks. Creature, what are you doing here? Sirius inquired, somewhat irritated, and went on to explain to the others that this was the house elf of the Black family. The elf, named Creature, was adorned with a tattered, filthy cloth around his waist, and appeared quite aged, with large, watery, gray eyes and a notably bulbous nose. Creature bowed deeply to Sirius, stating, Creature reminds the young master that Master Regulus's room must not be entered without permission. Then, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, Creature continued, The young master is a detestable, ungrateful person who has broken his mother's heart, and now he wishes to expose Master Regulus's room to outsiders. Enough, Creature. Sirius retorted angrily. Regulus is dead. No one is forbidding entry. Harry keenly observed a fleeting moment of melancholy in Sirius's eyes when he mentioned Regulus's demise. Young master. It is precisely because Master Regulus is no longer with us that no one is permitted to enter this room, Creature insisted, bowing again. He then muttered under his breath. If Creature does not protect Master Regulus's final dignity, the mistress would be heartbroken. Creature will not allow those mongrels and failures to desecrate Master Regulus's room. Be quiet, Creature. Sirius snapped, exasperated. Put away your madness. Hermione regarded Creature with some pity. I think he may not realize we can hear him. Creature, evidently unmoved by Hermione's sympathy, muttered. Creature just heard her say her parents are both dentists. A mudblood from the Muggle world dares to speak with Creature. If the mistress saw Creature associating with such a person, do not call her a mudblood. Several voices interjected simultaneously, yet Creature paid no heed. Continuing his tirade. Look at all these people, Muggle-born girls, 2 red-haired pureblood failures. And is that the infamous Harry Potter? I can see the scar, it must be true. And who is that handsome, seemingly well-mannered boy beside the Dark Lord? Everyone stood in stunned silence, listening to Creature's ramblings, none inclined to respond. Unexpectedly, Draco solemnly introduced himself to Creature. I am Draco Malfoy. My mother is Narcissa Black. Ah, it is Master Draco. Creature exclaimed, bowing deeply. His bulbous nose nearly touching the carpet. The esteemed heir of the noble Malfoy family. No wonder you appear so distinct, dignified, elegant and courteous. Ron let out a snicker. Creature immediately turned his attention to Ron, muttering, another so-called noble pureblood. Look at this failure. Shut up. Sirius interrupted Creature's soliloquy impatiently. Creature, have you finished your insults? If so, return to your duties. Yes, master. Creature will return to work, he replied, turning to the carpet and whispering. Creature must protect what belongs to the Black family from being taken by those mongrels and failures. As Creature chattered away, he descended the stairs. No one cares about those things. Sirius yelled after Creature's retreating figure. Sirius turned to explain to Harry and the others. Creature has been alone in this house since my mother passed away. Nearly 10 years now, so he has become a bit unhinged. Hermione, Ron, Ginny. Please do not take offense. He treats everyone this way. He is rather pitiable. Hermione looked somewhat uncomfortable. The group decided against further exploring Regulus's room, and made their way downstairs. As Harry approached the 4th floor, he noticed Draco still standing at the doorway of Regulus's room. Draco? Harry called up. I'm coming, Draco replied slowly, finally descending from the 5th floor to rejoin the group in the dining room. Creature had prepared lunch, though the spread was rather meager. Sirius had to take matters into his own hands to make the meal appear more substantial, but inadvertently overcooked the chicken, and knocked over a bowl of soup. I'm sorry. I'm not accustomed to doing this, Sirius apologized. You know, Azkaban did not provide me with the opportunity to hone my culinary skills. Ron erupted into laughter. I'll help. Lupin offered, rising to assist. With Lupin's help, they finally managed to enjoy a proper lunch. The afternoon unfolded in a leisurely manner. Ron organized a game of wizard chess, pairing himself and Ginny against Sirius and Harry in a godfather and godson matchup. Ron, a chess prodigy, made quick work of his opponents. Lupin and Hermione engaged in a discussion about the history of house elf rights and the Goblin Rebellion, while Crookshanks dozed on Hermione's lap. Were it not for Lupin's presence, Ron would have vocally protested Hermione's lengthy and tedious discourse on magical history. Draco, meanwhile, was intrigued by the decor in the sitting room. One wall was adorned with a massive tapestry depicting the family tree of the Blacks, though some sections had been eaten away by moths, leaving small circular holes. Flanking a grand fireplace were two ornate glass cabinets, housing magical artifacts belonging to the Black family. However, they had not been cleaned in ages. Their glass doors coated with dust, rendering the contents nearly invisible. After 2 rounds of chess, Sirius approached Draco and advised, "There are many nargles by the curtains, and some items in the glass cabinets are dark artifacts, so be cautious." Draco smiled. "No wonder I felt something stirring behind the curtains." He moved closer to the tapestry, examining the family tree intently. "There's no mention of me," Sirius remarked humorlessly. "No mention of you?" Harry joined him, peering at the tapestry. "I am the family's traitor. Since I fled this house in my 6th year, my mother has removed me from the family tree," Sirius said, his tone tinged with bitterness. "But your name isn't even on here." "Look, Draco is," Harry exclaimed, pointing to a spot on the tapestry where Narcissa Black was joined to Lucius Malfoy with a double strand of gold thread, leading down to Draco Malfoy. Sirius explained, "Narcissa married into a pureblood family, hence her and Draco's names are included. My other cousin, Andromeda, married a muggle-born wizard, Ted Tonks, and was thus disowned." He gestured towards another burned-out hole. "Bellatrix and her husband Rodolphius are up there." "How ironic," Sirius scoffed. Harry felt a pang of understanding. He now comprehended why Sirius had chosen to escape the Black family. Draco's gaze shifted to the 2 large glass cabinets, scrutinizing the items within. Sirius cast a glance at the grimy glass doors. "I cannot provide you with much information. I would prefer to pack them away and dispose of them." Yawning, Sirius went to fetch some tea. Harry peered into the dusty glass cabinet, barely able to discern a rusted short sword, something akin to a music box, several animal claws, and what appeared to be medals and gold rings. "Harry, do you see that?" Draco suddenly grasped Harry's arm. Harry followed Draco's gaze to a lower compartment where a multi-legged, tweezer-like device was situated in the corner. He was certain he had seen a few of its legs move moments ago. Is that a capture device?" Harry guessed idly. No, it is not that." Draco is overly agitated. "It is that golden box behind him." Only then did Harry notice, concealed behind that peculiar apparatus, an object reminiscent of a keepsake box, though dust nearly obscured its original hue. Could that be a commemorative box? Harry mused casually. Unexpectedly, Draco's grip on Harry's hand tightened, causing him a twinge of pain. "Harry, that is the Slytherin locket." Draco's expression was one of undeniable excitement. Chapter 52, The Locket. The Slytherin locket? Harry was baffled, feeling his arm must surely be turning red. "I apologize, Harry." Draco released his hold, speaking softly. "The Slytherin locket is an heirloom of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, possessing the same historical significance and collectible value as Ravenclaw's diadem." Harry gasped. "Are you implying that the Slytherin locket is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes? Remember Professor Dumbledore's speculation from last time?" Draco lowered his voice. "On the day we destroyed Ravenclaw's diadem," Harry recalled, "Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Voldemort chose Horcruxes that were extremely valuable, or held particular significance. He believed the relics of Hogwarts founders would possess a unique allure for Voldemort." Draco nodded slowly. Harry stared in shock at the unassuming keepsake box. "Can we be certain this is indeed the Slytherin locket? It does not appear particularly special." "Harry, I was raised in the Malfoy family," Draco patiently elucidated. "I have seen the Slytherin locket countless times in our family archives. I would not mistake it." "Indeed. You must be familiar with the Slytherin locket." Harry still struggled to believe they had so easily discovered a third Horcrux. "I mean, could it possibly be a replica? The Black family might also possess forgeries, right?" Draco fixed his gaze on the locket. "We will ascertain its authenticity once we take it out." Harry glanced back to see Ron and Ginny engaged in a game of wizard's chess, while Sirius sat beside Lupin, seemingly sharing a humorous anecdote, with Hermione listening intently. "Then let us retrieve it." Harry inhaled deeply and gently pulled open the glass cabinet door. As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust cascaded down. Harry quickly stepped back, unable to suppress a series of sneezes. The commotion drew the attention of Sirius and the others. "Just don't summon creature," Sirius remarked lazily. "I cannot endure his incessant prattle once more." As the dust began to settle, Harry reached out to grasp the locket. "Wait." Draco picked up a withered quill from a nearby writing desk and cautiously extended it inside. Suddenly, the apparatus resembling a multi-legged pincer sprang to life, ensnaring the quill in its grasp and emitting a hissing sound. Draco flung the quill aside while deftly seizing the locket. Seizing the moment, Harry promptly closed the glass cabinet door. The pincers tumbled within the cabinet, knocking over several items and shattering a crystal vial. Thank goodness it didn't catch my fingers, Harry remarked, still shaken. Draco wiped the dust from the locket, inspected it meticulously, then handed it to Harry. It should be genuine. Naturally, Harry trusted Draco's expertise in identifying Slytherin artifacts. He took the locket and examined it closely. As he wiped away the dust, its ancient allure gradually revealed itself. Suddenly, a slender hand darted in front of Harry, swiftly snatching the locket away. Caught off guard, Harry followed the arm to see Creature glaring at him with wide eyes, indignantly exclaiming, "This belongs to the ancient House of Black. How dare you steal it? Creature, give it back!" Harry implored. "You do not understand." Before Harry could finish, Creature snapped his fingers and vanished from sight. Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Creature would leave without affording him an opportunity for explanation. "Harry, we must locate Creature and retrieve that locket. However, we cannot disclose its true nature to anyone," Draco asserted. "I understand." Harry immediately summoned Sirius to the upstairs room. Sirius observed the anxious expressions of Harry and Draco, puzzled as he inquired, "Even if what you say is true, that locket is an heirloom of Salazar Slytherin, so what?" "Harry, you do not strike me as someone who would be interested in such things." Sirius then turned to Draco. "The Malfoy family must have numerous valuable artifacts. The Slytherin locket, while precious, hardly seems worthy of such concern from the heir of the Malfoy lineage." Harry and Draco exchanged glances. Draco weighed his words carefully. "We suspect that the locket is connected to the Dark Lord. For now it is merely a suspicion, which is why we need to obtain the actual object to confirm." "Voldemort?" Sirius's face registered surprise, stroking his chin in contemplation. "It is not implausible. My Death Eater brother is a fervent follower of Voldemort, and it is quite possible he possesses one or two of Voldemort's dark artifacts." As Sirius called out, Creature reappeared with a pop in the room, dramatically bowing to Sirius. "Master, how may I serve you?" "Bring forth the locket you just had," Sirius commanded bluntly. Creature maintained his bowing posture, but suddenly dashed toward the left wall, and violently slammed his head against it. Sirius gritted his teeth, yanking Creature back while shouting, "Creature, do not move." Creature froze in place, immobilized. "Speak. What is going on?" Sirius added, "You may move normally, but do not slam into walls." Creature, unable to defy his master, yet also unable to disclose the locket's secret, resorted to self-punishment. After mumbling to himself, Creature lamented that he did not wish to heed the ungrateful master's words, but he had no choice. What would the mistress think if she knew of this situation? "Be quiet," Sirius roared. Creature immediately fell silent as if struck by a silencing charm. "Sirius," Harry said anxiously, "can we ask Creature why he cannot speak of the locket?" "Creature, answer Harry." Sirius fixed a penetrating gaze on Creature. Master Regulus commanded Creature never to speak of this matter to any family member. Thus, Creature cannot speak. Creature concluded, punishing himself once more by colliding with the floor. "Creature, I command you, stop." Sirius nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Creature instantly ceased, trembling uncontrollably. Sirius frowned at Harry and Draco, declaring, "Creature said my brother was involved in this matter. It seems that locket indeed may have ties to Voldemort." Harry nodded. "Creature, since Regulus commanded you not to disclose this matter, surely you can at least show me the locket?" Sirius inquired. Creature's body twitched as if preparing to punish himself again. Upon witnessing this, Sirius raised his voice. "No slamming into the floor or the walls. You may only slam into the ceiling. In any case, you cannot punish yourself in this room." Seeing all possible self-punishments blocked by Sirius's preemptive commands, Creature could only tremble as he replied, "Creature cannot defy Master Regulus's orders." No matter how Sirius pressed, Creature reiterated this same phrase. Frustrated, Sirius waved his hand dismissively. Creature promptly sealed his lips. Harry was compelled to approach the matter from a different angle. Where might Creature have hidden the locket? Is it possible he has left this house? Without the master's command. House elves typically cannot depart from the dwelling, Sirius explained. However, if he were to conceal the locket box in some corner of this house, it might take us several days to uncover it. Harry sighed. Draco suddenly interjected, "Creature, did you just say that Regulus instructed you not to disclose the matter of the locket box to anyone in the family? That you must not speak of it under any circumstances?" Creature looked at Draco with wide eyes. Sirius urged, "Creature, respond to Draco." Creature promptly bowed to Draco and respectfully replied, in response to Master Draco, "Yes, Master Regulus indeed commanded thus." "Very well," Draco remarked with a hint of a smile. "This means that Harry and I are not members of the Black family, so revealing this matter to us does not contravene Master Regulus's orders, does it?" Chapter 53, Sharing a Bed. Creature stared blankly at Draco, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find his voice. Draco was correct. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Regulus merely forbade Creature from informing family members, not outsiders. Sirius wore a knowing smile. What do you say now, Creature? Do you need me to step aside? Creature gazed vacantly between Sirius and Draco, murmuring softly, Creature is not quite certain if that was Master Regulus's intention. Then I fear you can no longer inquire of him, Sirius scoffed. Regulus has been dead for 14 years. His foolishness in joining the Death Eaters solely for bloodline and power, serving Voldemort, ultimately cost him his life. And now you wish to perpetuate his folly by concealing this matter. Creature trembled, his gaze towards Sirius filled with resentment. Draco added, indeed foolish. Creature's face flushed with indignation as he shouted at Sirius and Draco. Master Regulus was wise, kind and brave. He sacrificed himself to defy the Dark Lord. Creature will not allow you to slander Master Regulus. The room fell silent, as if even the sounds from the living room below had diminished. What did you say? Sirius rasped Creature, what truly transpired? Yet no matter how Sirius pressed, Creature refused to divulge any further information. Under pressure from Sirius, Creature resorted to self-punishment. Sirius. Let us give Creature some time, Draco interjected, halting Sirius's relentless questioning. He will speak when he has thoroughly considered it, and can provide us with the most accurate account. Sirius glared at Draco with reddened eyes. Draco addressed Creature. Creature, I believe Regulus was indeed as wise, kind and brave as you say. However, consider this. If he truly sacrificed himself, is it truly a good deed to conceal the truth? No one but you knows of his desire to oppose the Dark Lord. Everyone believes he met his demise serving him. His disgrace will never be absolved. Does that truly honor him? Creature, should you come to a resolution, you may seek me and Harry to share this story. It does not breach your promise to Regulus. Creature stared at Draco murmuring. Does Master Draco truly believe in Master Regulus? Indeed, I do, Draco asserted firmly, for he knew the truth to be as such. So consider my advice carefully, Creature. Sirius did not oppose Draco's words. Creature bowed to the three of them and exited the room. Draco turned to Sirius, explaining, Creature's loyalty to Regulus is unshakable. Pressing him further is unlikely to yield answers. Harry nodded in agreement. Let us divide our efforts. I perceive that Creature holds a favorable impression of you, Draco. You could speak with him privately to see if you can glean any information. I shall search the house for the locket box. Sirius. If we do not achieve results tonight, may we stay for an additional night? Of course. You may stay as long as you wish, Sirius replied with a strained smile. Were it not for Regulus's affairs, he would have been genuinely pleased to have Harry remain. By the time the three returned to the living room, it was already quite late. Lupin had to return to the school to attend to administrative matters, while Hermione had arranged to return home before dinner with her parents. Ron wished to stay the night as well, but he needed to accompany Ginny home. I must return home with Ginny. We can only meet again at school, Harry. Ron said regretfully. Very well, see you at school, Harry smiled. Draco suddenly found himself acknowledging that Ginny possessed a few admirable qualities. After Lupin, Hermione, Ron and Ginny departed, Sirius heated the leftover food from lunch, and the three hastily finished their meal. I will have Creature tidy the upstairs rooms and prepare them for habitation, Sirius declared, subsequently summoning Creature to carry out his orders. Yes, Master, Creature replied, though he showed no inclination to disclose any truths. Harry exchanged a glance of resignation with Draco. Most of the rooms in the house remained unkempt, but the upstairs bedroom was relatively clean, with a bathroom adjacent. Sirius remarked, Harry, I recall you and Draco share a dormitory, correct? Yes, along with Ron, Neville, Seamus and Dean. That is splendid. You should have no issue sharing a room. Sirius stood up, moving towards the door. It is getting late. Wash up and retire. I shall have Creature fetch 2 sets of new pajamas for you. If you require any additional items, do let me know, though I may not have them. Sirius departed. Do you have any plans, Draco? Harry inquired. Nothing certain. But at the very least, we can thoroughly search this house, Draco replied, drawing his wand. What are you doing? Harry exclaimed. We cannot use magic outside of school. Unbeknownst to Harry, Draco's trace had already vanished. It is worth a try for the Horcrux, is it not? Draco laughed. Locket box, come forth. Yet nothing occurred. No object stirred. Draco sheathed his wand, just testing. If nothing happens, it does not count as using magic. You make a fair point. At worst, we have turned this house upside down. Harry chuckled. There are still several days left in the holiday, which should suffice. I believe I still have a bit of time to search before bed. The two rose and left the dining room, making their way to the upstairs room while discussing where Creature might have hidden the locket box. When Harry opened the door to the upstairs bedroom, Creature was nowhere to be found. The room was reasonably spacious, though not particularly tidy. The dust had been cleared away. To their astonishment, there was only a large bed inside. Sirius does not pay much attention to detail. Harry glanced awkwardly at Draco, attempting to explain on Sirius's behalf. Clearly, Draco observed as his gaze swept across the room, recalling how Sirius had taken bread from Crookshanks and eaten it without a second thought. If you mind, I can ask Sirius for another bed. Harry hesitated. You should be unaccustomed to sharing a bed with someone else, correct? Indeed, I have never done so, Draco replied slowly, his expression inscrutable. No need for that. Let it be as it is. I suspect there may not be another clean bed to be found in this house. Draco stepped into the room first. Harry was about to insist that finding another bed would not be a hassle, but seeing Draco beginning to unpack his belongings, he refrained from saying anything further. It seemed Draco possessed numerous bags enhanced with the extension charm, as Harry watched him produce a variety of items: books, pajamas, sheets, blankets, toiletries, and even a delicate teapot. You brought sheets and blankets with you? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. I am not accustomed to using items that belong to others. Just in case, Draco languidly remarked. Feel free to take what you need. I have several. Harry expressed his astonishment with a soft click of his tongue. He first scoured the living room for the pendant box, but found naught. Then he borrowed Draco's toiletries and washed off the dust in the bathroom. When he sauntered back to the room clad in his pajamas after another stroll around the living room, he found Draco seated at the table, engrossed in his tome, A Comprehensive Guide to Potion Ingredients. Harry observed that Draco remained impeccably dressed, his robes, shirt, and trousers all intact. Even the tie remained fastened. Haven't you taken a shower yet? Harry inquired as he settled on the edge of the bed. I have, Draco replied, his gaze fixated on the book. It was then that Harry noticed Draco's hair was indeed half wet, the golden strands cascading down smoothly, partially obscuring his forehead. Then why not change into pajamas? Harry found it curious. Who would take a shower only to don their shirt and robes again? I don't wish to sleep yet, Draco murmured. You can rest if you're tired. Harry lifted his blanket, pondering whether ancient pureblood families were so meticulous about decorum, never appearing disheveled before outsiders. Reflecting on his memories, he realized that he had never seen Draco in pajamas wandering about the dormitory, as he consistently rose early and retired late. Yet, in the next moment, Harry dismissed the notion, for Sirius, hailing from a similarly aged pureblood lineage, appeared at the doorway clad in loose pajamas, a few buttons left undone, not missing anything. Are you Harry Draco? Sirius leaned against the doorframe, clutching a bottle of chilled beer, a roguish smile gracing his face, revealing the remnants of youthful charm on his now fuller visage. Everything is splendid. That is good to hear, Sirius chuckled. Draco, are you dressed so formally to go out? Draco replied softly, no, I'm simply a bit cold. Cold. Sirius touched his forehead, which was almost sweating, a look of confusion crossing his features. Never mind. Young ones have their own ideas. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Sirius. Good night, Sirius. With that, Sirius exited the room. Harry felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The events of the day had drained much of his energy. I'm heading to bed now, Draco, he yawned as he lay down. You should rest early too. Good night. Draco still did not turn around, his focus unwavering on A Comprehensive Guide to Potion Ingredients. After a moment he murmured, yes, good night. Only when he heard the steady, elongated rhythm of Harry's breathing did Draco slowly close the book. He had perused the section regarding the medicinal value of fire lizard tails countless times, yet it seemed nothing had lodged in his memory. He turned to look. Harry faced him, cocooned in his blanket, soundly asleep. Chapter 54. An Unexpected Visitor. When Harry awoke the next day, Draco was already absent from the room. The pillow and blanket beside him appeared meticulously arranged, leaving Harry uncertain if Draco had truly spent the night there. Drawing back the curtains, gentle sunlight poured into the room. Harry stretched, feeling particularly comfortable. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining room downstairs. Indeed, Draco was seated at the table, impeccably dressed, sipping tea while perusing his hefty A Comprehensive Guide to Potion Ingredients. Good morning, Harry greeted, brimming with vitality. Good morning, Harry, Draco replied, handing him a cup of tea. Did you sleep well? Splendidly, thank you. Harry took a sip, savoring the rich aroma and sweet aftertaste. The Malfoy heir's tea was undeniably exquisite. Harry settled beside Draco. How about you? I was beginning to wonder if you even slept last night. Draco chuckled lightly, a faint blush adorning his pale cheeks. His light eyes sparkling like stars scattered across the night sky. I slept very well. A broad smile illuminated Draco's face. Harry gazed at him, momentarily entranced. The dim dining room seemed to come alive with Draco's smile. "Where's Sirius?" he eventually asked. Draco lowered his gaze, replying quietly, "He's in Regulus's room. Has been there all morning." Harry's initial buoyancy dimmed. If Creature's words held truth, Sirius might never have truly understood his younger brother, and he must be feeling quite guilty. Draco remained silent. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Sirius appeared at the dining room entrance. "Did you both sleep well, Harry Draco?" Sirius feigned a cheerful tone. Yet Harry noted the redness in his eyes. "Not too bad," Draco offered, handing Sirius a cup of hot tea. "Thank you." Sirius sat in silence for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Breakfast." "Yes, breakfast. Where's Creature?" With a sharp crack, Creature materialized in the dining room, bowing to Sirius. "Master. Breakfast is ready and shall be served to you and your guests." Sirius appeared somewhat taken aback. It was rare for Creature to be this diligent. In no time, Creature returned with 3 simple breakfast servings, placing them before Sirius, Harry, and Draco. Harry noticed that the piece of bacon and bread on Draco's plate was larger than that on his and Sirius's. "Enjoy, Master, and Master Draco, an esteemed guest." Creature bowed before departing the dining room. "Did you cast a spell on him?" Sirius marveled at Creature's surprisingly courteous service. "No," Harry and Draco replied truthfully. "How very strange." As the 3 dined, the doorbell rang sharply, followed by a blood-curdling scream that reverberated throughout the house. Harry and Draco jumped in surprise. "Damn it!" Sirius leapt from his chair. "It's my mother's portrait. She screams whenever someone rings the doorbell." Sirius hastened toward the entrance, and Harry and Draco followed suit. In the foyer, Harry saw a portrait of an elderly lady in a black hat, shrieking furiously behind 2 drawn velvet curtains, hurling curses. "Wretched, filthy spawn, disgrace of the family. Silence, you old hag." Sirius yanked the curtains shut, abruptly silencing the woman's screams, leaving only an echo lingering in the empty house. Breathing heavily, it was hard to tell if Sirius was winded from the abrupt movement or from anger. He turned to Harry and Draco and said, "You came via the Flu network. So you didn't wake her yesterday?" "Well then," Harry said, staring in disbelief at the curtain obscuring the portrait of Mrs. Black. "Sirius, do you have guests today?" "No. Who else would visit this dilapidated house?" Sirius replied with a hint of self-deprecation. "I'm just as curious as you are." Sirius approached the grand door, peering through the peephole. A second later, he opened the door in astonishment. "Dumbledore?" Sirius stared in disbelief at the visitor. There stood Dumbledore, clad in a silver-gray robe, a cheerful smile on his face, holding a wrapped bottle. "It is I," Dumbledore said merrily. "Sirius, I hope you won't mind my uninvited arrival." "Of course not." Sirius quickly ushered Dumbledore inside. The door creaked closed behind Dumbledore. "Harry Draco, how are you both?" Dumbledore greeted them as though he were truly a guest, his demeanor jovial. "Very well, thank you, Professor." Harry and Draco exchanged glances, each perceiving the same bewilderment in the other's eyes. They understood neither had informed the other about Dumbledore's visit. However, their questions were soon to be answered. Dumbledore elucidated his intention. "I heard from Remus that you held a small gathering at Sirius's house to celebrate his return. I had no desire to intrude, but Remus mentioned that you seem to have discovered a relic belonging to one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts within this dilapidated black residence. Thus, I felt compelled to disturb you, Sirius. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all. You are most welcome," Sirius replied, inviting Dumbledore to the dining room. The 4 of them traversed the dim and chilly hallway. Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, taking in the peeling walls, moldy curtains, tattered carpets, and the velvet drapes concealing a portrait of Mrs. Black. From Dumbledore's expression, it appeared as though he were not visiting a decrepit old house, but rather an exquisite gallery of art. "Ah, I see you were having breakfast," Dumbledore remarked, observing the spread on the table. He lifted a bottle of wine he had brought, declaring, "By the way, I have brought some of Rosmerda's delightful oak honey sparkling mead, entirely alcohol-free, which pairs perfectly with your meal." "Thank you, Dumbledore. Would you care for some bacon and bread?" Sirius poured 4 glasses of sparkling mead, placing them before each person. "No. Thank you. I have already had breakfast," Dumbledore said leisurely, savoring a sip of the mead. "Rosmerda's craftsmanship remains as splendid as ever." "Professor," Harry interjected. "About that locket box patience, Harry," Dumbledore replied casually. "You and Draco should finish your breakfast first. We shall discuss more pressing matters shortly. A hearty breakfast can usher in a splendid day." Chapter 55, Creature's Loyalty. After breakfast, Harry recounted the entire affair concerning the locket box, omitting only the speculation regarding its potential as a Horcrux. Dumbledore had previously insisted on maintaining strict confidentiality regarding Horcruxes to avoid unnecessary panic. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore raised his head and inquired, "Sirius, may I meet this house elf named Creature?" Of course, Sirius summoned Creature to the dining room. Creature entered with his head bowed, appearing rather despondent. "Creature, do you recognize me?" Dumbledore asked kindly. Creature glanced up briefly and murmured, "You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard of this century. I have seen your portrait. It is an honor." Dumbledore removed his hat in acknowledgement, saying, "I fear I cannot accept the title of the greatest wizard of this century. I prefer to be referred to as the headmaster of Hogwarts." Creature lifted his head, curiosity evident in his eyes, but Master Regulus said so. "He claimed you were the greatest wizard, the only one the Dark Lord feared. Did he now?" Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on Creature. Might we infer that Regulus recognized Voldemort's cruelty before his disappearance, and thus chose to return to the righteous path? Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Creature shuddered violently. His mouth clamped shut in silence. Dumbledore did not mind Creature's reticence. Rather, he endeavored to analyze the situation for him. "Creature, have you ever considered a pivotal question? Regardless of Regulus's actions, why did he not permit you to inform the members of the Black family? Not even his beloved mother was told. Why does it seem that Creature has never pondered this question?" He fell into a reverie, murmuring, "Why did Master Regulus not allow Creature to speak of it?" Harry suddenly grasped the significance of this inquiry. "Creature, we can make some reasonable conjectures." Dumbledore's voice flowed like a soothing spring. "Regulus must have resisted in some manner prior to his disappearance, perhaps in a way detrimental to Voldemort. At that time, Voldemort was immensely powerful. He would ruthlessly eliminate anyone who opposed him, along with their families. Regulus likely feared that his actions would endanger the Black family, and thus commanded you to remain silent. He was apprehensive that once his parents learned the truth, they would no longer support Voldemort as they had before. With Voldemort's keen awareness, he would certainly sense the Black family's shift in allegiance. Therefore, Regulus concealed this matter from everyone, preferring that others believe the Black family remained loyal to Voldemort. Creature, do you think my deductions are accurate?" Creature stared blankly at Dumbledore, and after a long pause he stammered. Creature believes that Master Regulus's thoughts may indeed align with what the headmaster has stated. Clearly, Regulus could not have foreseen that Voldemort would soon lose his power. Of course, a part of this was due to Harry's efforts. Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod towards Harry. Now more than a decade later, Voldemort no longer possessed the capacity to exact revenge on those who once opposed him. Thus, concealing Regulus's actions now seemed unnecessary. Creature, reflect carefully on the cause and effect of this situation. Creature's eyes widened, seemingly straining to comprehend Dumbledore's words. Indeed, Harry realized the crux of the matter. Regulus had sought to protect the Black family from Voldemort's retribution, which was why he concealed the truth. But clearly, there was no longer any need for such secrecy. Creature, you can speak freely. If you absolutely do not wish to defy Regulus's order, you may confide in those outside the Black family. Creature's mind was in turmoil. In such a predicament, he could only look beseechingly at Draco. Dumbledore understood that Creature merely required a gentle nudge, and the psychological barrier he had maintained for over a decade would crumble, revealing the truth regarding Regulus and the locket box. Draco caught Dumbledore's gaze and, with a gentle smile, addressed Creature. "If Regulus was righteous, brave, and kind, Creature, you should let us all know, rather than allowing such a noble soul to be misunderstood and maligned." The house elf covered his face with his hands, collapsing to the ground, muffled sobs escaping through his fingers. Dumbledore refrained from speaking immediately, allowing Creature ample time to express his emotions. Sirius remained silent, leaning against the doorframe, staring blankly at Creature, seemingly unable to accept this revelation. After several minutes, the house elf finally composed himself, his large eyes red as he looked at Dumbledore. "Creature has decided to speak, but Creature still cannot defy Master Regulus's command. Creature cannot tell the Master." Sirius fixed Creature with an intense gaze for a long moment before silently turning away and exiting the dining room. The house elf suddenly became agitated again, screaming, "Creature has not fulfilled Master Regulus's command." He turned to bang his head against the cupboard. Harry, quick on his feet, caught his body. "Stop, Creature!" But Creature would not heed Harry's command, thrashing about wildly. Harry shouted, "Sirius, give him an order." "Stop, Creature." Sirius stepped into the dining room. "Do not punish yourself." The house elf immediately ceased his actions. To ensure Creature would not resort to extreme self-punishment, Dumbledore suggested, "Sirius, would you kindly remain outside?" Sirius understood Dumbledore's implication very well. Chapter 56, The Tale of Regulus. Once Sirius exited the dining room again, Creature began to recount the story of Regulus and the locket box in fragmented sentences. One day, Master Regulus found Creature and said that the Dark Lord required a house elf. Master Regulus then offered Creature to the Dark Lord. Master Regulus informed Creature that it was an honor and instructed him to obey the Dark Lord's commands before returning home. The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea, where there was a vast black lake. The Dark Lord had Creature board a boat, and they traveled to the center of the lake, where a stone basin filled with potions awaited. The Dark Lord commanded Creature to drink all the potions. The little elf trembled violently, his large eyes filled with terror. As Creature consumed the potion, he was beset by a myriad of terrifying visions. He implored the Dark Lord to cease, yet Voldemort merely laughed, relentlessly compelling Creature to drink every last drop. Subsequently, the Dark Lord cast the locket into the stone basin, which he then filled with more potion. Dumbledore listened intently, his expression grave, as Creature recounted his harrowing experience. When Voldemort departed, he left Creature alone, parched and in desperate need of water. Upon venturing to the lake, Creature was suddenly confronted by the apparitions of the deceased, who reached out to drag him beneath the surface. The house elf shuddered violently at the recollection of that moment, still trembling at the memory. "How did you escape?" Dumbledore inquired gently. Master Regulus commanded Creature to return home, the elf replied. Dumbledore offered Creature a glass of water, which the elf excitedly spilled half of in his fervor. In the aftermath of that dreadful day, Master Regulus was profoundly concerned. One day he instructed Creature to guide him to that cave, displaying an unusual demeanor. Upon reaching the center of the lake, Regulus ordered Creature to remain still while he consumed all the potion himself. Overcome with emotion, Creature began to weep, his words coming in fits and starts. Yet Dumbledore pieced together the tragic tale. "So, Regulus did not compel you to drink the potion, but chose to consume it himself?" The elf could scarcely articulate a response, merely nodding in affirmation. Dumbledore continued softly. "Before drinking the potion, he produced an identical locket, instructing you to disregard him and, after he had finished, to replace it with the genuine one?" Creature nodded through his sobs. He commanded Creature to leave him be, not to inform the mistress or the other family members, and to find a way to destroy the locket. The elf's eyes widened as he recounted the moment he watched Master Regulus being dragged into the water by the spectral figures. Creature was inconsolable. Dumbledore's blue eyes glistened with compassion, truly a tale that inspires reverence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the corridor. It was Sirius who, in a fit of rage, struck the wall with his fist. Moments later, low, suppressed sobs followed. Once Creature ceased his lamentations, Dumbledore asked, "Upon your return, did you manage to destroy the locket?" The elf shook his head. Creature endeavored in every possible way, but could not leave a single scratch upon it. To this day, Creature has not fulfilled Master Regulus's final wish. Seeing Creature's self-reproach, Dumbledore quickly interjected, "I believe Draco can assist you in fulfilling Regulus's request." "Really?" The elf's eyes sparkled with eager hope as he gazed at Draco. Indeed, Draco assured the elf, "Creature, as long as you present the locket to me, I vow to destroy it entirely as Regulus desired." Draco had evidently become Creature's most trusted ally. After a brief moment of hesitation, the elf bowed deeply. "Creature trusts the esteemed Master Draco." With a sharp crack, Creature vanished, only to reappear in the dining hall 10 seconds later, clutching the long-missing locket. He placed it reverently before Draco. "Esteemed Master Draco, please." Just as Harry had witnessed before, Draco produced a dragon hide bag and cautiously opened it to reveal a basilisk fong. The golden locket bore Anne's, and suddenly Draco felt a surge of intuition. Speaking in Parseltongue, as he had learned from Harry, he commanded, "Open." With a click, the lid of the locket sprang open, revealing 2 small glass windows, each housing a blinking eye reminiscent of Voldemort's own gaze. At that instant, the locket trembled violently as if attempting to flee. "Stab it, Draco," Harry urged, rushing forward to restrain it. As Draco poised the fong toward the locket, an unsettling sensation gripped him. The locket emitted a low hum, its contents writhing within. Draco felt his focus wavering, as if distant voices were calling to him. Were they screams? Or cries? Why did they sound so familiar? "Draco." Dumbledore's calm voice pierced through the turmoil, jolting Draco back to the present. He stared blankly at Dumbledore, a storm of emotions raging within him. The wise wizard stood before him, not as a shattered puppet, but as a beacon of hope. "Do not let it sway you. Act as you must," Dumbledore urged, his blue eyes brimming with profound wisdom and clarity. Gathering his resolve, Draco steadied himself and with a swift motion, thrust the basilisk fong into the locket. A sharp sound sliced through the air as the fong punctured the glass, causing the eyes within to vanish and the locket to shatter into fragments, scattering across the table. Master Draco has truly destroyed the locket. Creature exclaimed joyously. The esteemed Master Draco has fulfilled Master Regulus's command. Draco exhaled deeply, glancing at Harry before offering Creature a faint smile. Turning back, he found Dumbledore's approving smile and wise blue eyes, and he felt something within him quietly heal. Splendid work, Draco. Dumbledore commended, of course. The contributions of Regulus and Creature are equally noteworthy. We have once more obliterated a perilous dark artifact of Voldemort. Before Creature, Dumbledore refrained from uttering the word Horcrux. The elf continued to celebrate, casting adoring glances at Draco. At the mere mention of Voldemort's name, however, he shivered with excitement. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. The third Horcrux had been successfully dealt with. Just when Harry thought the matter was settled, Dumbledore suddenly stated, Creature, could you take me to the cave you mentioned? Both Harry and Draco turned to Dumbledore in surprise. With a loud crack, Sirius reappeared at the doorway. Take me, Creature, he implored hoarsely, his red eyes filled with sorrow. Creature, take me to that cave. Chapter 57. Sirius is suffering. I fear that is not possible, Sirius, Dumbledore said firmly, his gaze intense as he regarded Sirius, at least not today. Why not? Sirius insisted, unwavering in his stare. According to Creature, the lake and the potion there are exceedingly dangerous. I cannot allow you to go unprepared. I do not care. Sirius shouted at Dumbledore, I want to bring him back. Dumbledore remained resolute, showing no signs of compromise. What if you do not return? What then for Harry? Sirius fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. I understand your feelings, Sirius, Dumbledore continued, but this matter has lingered for over a decade. There is no urgency. We must prepare thoroughly before we go to retrieve Regulus. Yes, Sirius, I too agree we must bring Regulus home. Sirius continued to stare at Dumbledore. Creature, no longer buoyed by the earlier triumph of destroying the locket, covered his mouth, weeping softly. Only one person will accompany Creature to the seaside cave today, and that is me, Dumbledore declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Sirius, you must remain. Harry had rarely witnessed Dumbledore exhibiting such firmness, yet it undeniably quelled Sirius's impulsiveness. Harry approached Sirius. I believe Professor Dumbledore is correct. Regulus sacrificed his life for the true locket. He would not want you to risk yourself for him again. Sirius closed his eyes in anguished resignation. Silence enveloped the room as Dumbledore granted Sirius the space to regain his composure. Only Creature's soft sobs punctuated the stillness. When Sirius finally lifted his head again, his emotions had settled considerably, yet his eyes still bore the weight of uncontainable sorrow. Give me a deadline, Sirius said, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore. If that deadline passes, I shall go and bring him back, and no one will be able to stop me. I fear I cannot provide you with such an answer at this moment. Dumbledore replied calmly. Voldemort's mastery of dark magic far exceeds that of ordinary wizards, and I cannot guarantee a safe return should I venture forth. All must await my judgment post-journey. Now issue the command, Sirius. Instruct Creature to escort me to that cave. Harry stepped forward, grasping Sirius's hand, hoping to dissuade him from making any rash decisions. Sirius looked into Harry's eyes and finally relented. Creature, take Dumbledore to the cave and ensure his safe return. Yes, sir. Creature trembled as he affirmed the command. Professor, I also hope for your safe return, Draco addressed Dumbledore. Dumbledore's blue eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and gratitude. People had grown accustomed to his omnipotence, often overlooking the rarity of such sentiments being expressed towards him. I shall do my utmost, Dumbledore replied, offering Draco a warm smile. With a soft pop, Creature and Dumbledore vanished, leaving only Sirius, Harry, and Draco in the dining hall. In the span of a single day, Sirius appeared to have aged a decade, looking more haggard than during his days of wandering. Noticing the concern etched on Harry and Draco's faces, Sirius felt a pang of guilt. Are you still hungry? I shall prepare something. We're not hungry, Harry said softly, observing Sirius's weary demeanor. You need to rest, Sirius. I doubt Dumbledore and Creature will return anytime soon. Very well, I shall take a rest. Call me if you need anything, Sirius replied before departing. Draco followed Sirius out, but returned to the dining hall moments later, locking himself in Regulus's room. Draco sighed heavily. Harry sat in a daze, struggling to find an effective way to comfort Sirius while simultaneously worrying about Dumbledore and Creature. Draco sat silently beside Harry in the modest dining hall, offering quiet companionship. Half an hour passed with an eerie stillness enveloping the house. Draco brewed a pot of tea, the soothing aroma wafting through the room, bringing Harry a modicum of peace. An hour elapsed, yet Dumbledore and Creature remained absent, and the dining hall was still shrouded in silence. Harry's anxiety began to mount as Draco squeezed his hand, murmuring reassurances. An hour and a half later, even Sirius could no longer resist descending to the dining hall. The three sat in silence awaiting news. At last, the unmistakable sound of apparition filled the air as Dumbledore and Creature materialized in the dining hall. Dumbledore appeared largely unscathed, while Creature curled up in a trembling ball, muttering, "Terrible, too terrible, all those dead hands." Draco handed cups of hot tea to both Dumbledore and Creature, the latter startled and spilling half of his tea in fright. "Thank you, Draco," Dumbledore said as he sipped the warm beverage, regaining some strength before recounting his experiences in the cave by the Black Lake. "Apparition is not possible there. Voldemort designed a small boat to traverse the lake's island, which can only accommodate one adult wizard. Thus, he chose to bring a house elf to drink the potion. The potions are indeed peculiar and perilous, capable of disorienting the mind. To break their effects requires considerable time. However, Regulus aided us in circumventing this dilemma." "Did you see Regulus, Dumbledore?" Sirius inquired anxiously. "I regret to inform you that I did not locate Regulus," Dumbledore said apologetically. "Voldemort placed numerous inferi in the Black Lake. Their numbers are vast, and their features indistinct. I could not accurately identify them. Fire spells can repel inferi, but they may also damage Regulus's body." "Are you suggesting Regulus has become one of the inferi in the lake?" Sirius asked hoarsely. Creature mentioned that Regulus was dragged into the lake by the inferi. Dumbledore echoed Creature's words, neither confirming nor denying. "What do we do then? How can we bring him back? If even you, Dumbledore, cannot accomplish this?" Dumbledore pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps I could speak with Severus and see if he has any means to assist us in better identifying the appearance of the inferi." "What? Snape?" Sirius's eyes flashed with animosity. "What could he possibly do? Why would he genuinely help me?" "I believe he may be of assistance, Sirius," Dumbledore replied calmly. "I have heard of a potion that can strip away all disguises. It may aid us in discerning the true faces of the inferi. However, this potion requires approximately 1 to 2 years to brew. I shall inquire if he is willing to prepare a greater quantity for us." "Snape? 1 to 2 years?" Sirius let out a strange, derisive laugh. "I look forward to it." At that moment, Harry realized that with Draco and Dumbledore's dual pressures on Snape, he would likely have little time for sleep in the coming years. From that point onward, regardless of what Dumbledore said, Sirius wore a countenance of utter despondency. Dumbledore turned to Harry and Draco, saying, "I must return to the school. If you are willing, could you stay and keep Sirius company a while longer?" "We will." Harry and Draco nodded. Dumbledore departed. Sirius sat in his chair, his gaze vacant. After much urging, he finally came to himself. "I'm fine, Harry. Are you two returning to school?" Harry and Draco exchanged a glance. "We wish to stay with you," Harry said to Sirius. "Can we remain here a few more days?" But Sirius averted his gaze from Harry. "I must return to St. Mungo's soon. The healer needs me for a follow-up. Fudge sent someone to hurry me along today." Harry furrowed his brow. He had not seen anyone contact Sirius that day. "Go back to school," Sirius forced a smile. "You are always welcome to stay when summer arrives." "Are you truly all right, Sirius?" Harry asked skeptically. Sirius offered a bitter smile. "Dumbledore is correct. Regulus is dead. I need not take such risks. It is better to wait." "Very well," Harry said. "Take care of yourself, and write to me often." Sirius nodded silently. Harry and Draco returned to Hogwarts through the fireplace in Professor Lupin's office. Back in their dormitory, Harry appeared restless. "I can't shake this uneasy feeling," Draco reassured him. "I will seek out Professor Snape about that potion. I can assist him in brewing it." "Thank you, Draco." Once Draco departed, Harry collapsed onto his bed, replaying the events of the day in his mind. They had destroyed the third Horcrux in just 2 days, which in many respects was remarkably swift. Yet, a heavy emotion weighed upon Harry's heart. Regulus's sacrifice was both painful and admirable, and Sirius's affection and guilt toward his brother were deeply concerning. Would the impulsive, fearless Sirius truly abandon his quest to find Regulus's body, as he claimed? Would he be able to patiently await Snape's potion that could help identify the inferi? Accepting Snape's gifts and mockery with ease? Harry could scarcely believe that just that morning, he had felt everything was splendid. The perfect, restorative sleep, the sunlit morning, Draco's radiant smile. Lost in thought, Harry eventually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he once again envisioned that morning scene. Draco seated at the table, his eyes bright and clear, smiling gently as he asked if Harry would like a cup of hot tea. A smile crept across Harry's face as he prepared to respond affirmatively. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence of the night, and someone was shaking him vigorously. Harry jolted awake, his eyes flying open. A house elf stood anxiously at his bedside. Creature? Harry initially thought he was still dreaming, conjuring the events that transpired at number 12. Grimmauld Place. Harry Potter. Creature shrieked. Master has just gone to that cave. Creature cannot stop him. Harry Potter must save Master. Chapter 58. Rescue Sirius. Who? What? Harry took a few moments to absorb the reality that Creature had indeed come to his dormitory. Creature cannot find Master Draco. Harry Potter must think of something. Creature's large eyes were filled with terror as he muttered. Though Master is a troublesome child, often causing the mistress sorrow, he is the last of the Black family. Creature cannot bear to witness Master follow in the footsteps of Master Regulus. With a sudden burst of determination, Harry leaped from his bed. I'll go find Dumbledore. No. No, there's no time for that, Creature. Take me to the cave immediately. Creature, flustered and at a loss, replied, but Creature cannot apparate with Harry Potter inside Hogwarts. Without hesitation, Harry grabbed his wand and took with him the numerous potions Draco had gifted him. To Professor Lupin's office. The fireplace there can lead to Grimmauld Place. You can then apparate me. Right. Creature seemed to find his purpose and hurriedly followed Harry out of the dormitory. At the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, they encountered Draco, who had just returned. In a few brief sentences, Harry relayed the situation to Draco. You go find Dumbledore. I'll accompany Creature to the cave, and see if I can persuade Sirius to return. Dumbledore is not at the school. Professor Snape just informed me. Draco quickly fell into step beside Harry and Creature. I'll go with you. We can seek Professor Lupin's assistance. Harry, uninterested in pondering Dumbledore or Lupin, carelessly nodded. Draco calmly inquired, let us not rush, Creature. What exactly is happening? Creature's face was pale, his lips quivering as he explained, tonight. Master suddenly commanded Creature to take him to the cave. Creature could not refuse. They traveled by boat to the island at the lake's center. Master was thrashing the water like a madman, trying to ward off those inferi who sought to drag him under. He refused to use the fire spell to retaliate. Wanting to discern Master Regulus among the inferi, Creature could not stop Master. He commanded Creature to return home by boat. Fear gripped Harry's heart. Sirius wouldn't he fight back? Creature seemed on the verge of tears. He only dares to use spells to incapacitate the inferi and refuses to destroy their bodies. The trio had reached the door to Professor Lupin's office, only to find it locked. The professor was not inside. Alhamra. Without a second thought, Harry forced his way into Lupin's office. He and Draco each grabbed a handful of flue powder and quickly stepped into the fireplace. With a dizzying swirl, they found themselves back at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Hurry, Creature, Harry urged. He and Draco each grasped Creature's slender arms, and with a loud crack, they vanished from sight. A salty sea breeze filled Harry's nostrils as the sound of crashing waves echoed nearby. They stood in the heart of a cave, with a vast, dark sea stretching out before them, the air around them eerily still and cold. Creature stood before a cave wall, appearing small and helpless. One of you must offer a drop of blood. That is how Headmaster Dumbledore did it. Creature's blood will not suffice. Without hesitation, Harry rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm. I will. Draco attempted to dissuade him, but Harry swiftly pressed his arm against the cave wall. Blood trickled down the surface. Draco's hand froze midair, his expression darkening. A glowing archway appeared on the wall. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a stone tunnel within the wall, shrouded in darkness. Draco lit his wand and stepped inside first. They emerged at the edge of a vast black lake. The surface was broad and endless, with a greenish glow pulsating in the middle, as if something was thrashing about beneath the water, accompanied by the occasional sound of something heavy splashing. However, the dim light obscured the details. Over there, Creature screamed, pointing at the small island in the center of the lake. Master is on the island. Those inferi are crawling out of the lake, trying to drag him in. How do we get across? Harry asked, his heart racing. There's a small boat. Creature reminded them. Indeed, a tiny boat was docked nearby, barely large enough for one adult. They squeezed together in the boat, bodies pressed tightly. Creature was perched on Harry's feet, while Harry and Draco's legs were intertwined, with Harry even able to hear Draco's breathing. The boat glided effortlessly toward the island at the lake's center. Harry strained to see Sirius, unconsciously murmuring, faster. Hurry up. Draco kept a close watch on the island. The continuous splashes indicated that the inferi were not yet victorious. Sirius must still be fighting. As they neared the island, the sound of the splashing intensified, allowing them to hear the echoes of splashes more distinctly. In the dim glow, several figures gradually materialized. Harry instantly recognized Sirius. as he alone wielded a wand. Sirius was wearily casting spells, attempting to stun or petrify the inferi. Already, many lifeless bodies lay around him, some beginning to stir again. When the boat finally touched the island, Harry felt a surge of primal terror. Only then did he clearly see, illuminated by the glow of his wand, a horde of inferi advancing toward Sirius, their forms grotesque, old men, children, men and women alike, all with pale faces and hollow eyes, their outstretched arms resembling icy, skeletal appendages. Sirius was nearly at his limit. At first, he could discern a few of the inferi as faces, but soon he had no time to do anything but incapacitate them, relying on instinct to avoid destroying any potential likeness of Regulus, merely fighting to survive. A fire spell shot from Harry's wand, incinerating 2 inferi in an instant. A few others nearby were also caught in the flames, reduced to ashes moments later. Harry and Draco immediately jumped from the boat, rushing to Sirius's side. The inferi, momentarily fearful of the fire, halted their advance. "Don't burn them," Sirius hoarsely shouted. "Sirius, we need to leave now. This is futile," Harry called out. Yet, Sirius ignored him, lunging toward a few inferi caught in the binding curse, illuminating their faces with his wand, brushing aside the seaweed and sand that obscured their features. But after each glimmer of hope came another wave of disappointment. None bore the visage of Regulus. Chapter 59, Bring him home. What do we do? Sirius seemed entranced. Harry turned to Draco in desperation. At that moment, the inferi, who had previously recoiled in fear of fire, began to stir once more, inching closer. Draco pondered for a moment before saying, "The worst that can happen is we burn all the inferi. With our numbers, surely one of us can conjure a fire spell." "Are you suggesting we truly seek Regulus?" Harry asked, casting a binding curse at an approaching inferius. "Since we're here, we might as well try," Draco replied, launching his own binding curse. As they continued to cast spells, their wands momentarily lost their illuminating power, plunging them back into darkness. "This is far too inefficient." As Harry's wand rekindled its fiery glow, Draco furrowed his brow. The fire spell's earlier deterrent effect against the inferi was gradually waning, and countless inferi began to close in on them, a menacing tide that seemed never-ending. Sirius continued to search among the nearby inferi for a face resembling Regulus, some of the creatures having already torn at his robes, their cold, pallid hands gripping his legs, oblivious to his plight. Instead, he drew his wand closer, intent on scrutinizing the faces of the inferi. Creature trembled beside Sirius, his large eyes brimming with terror, as the nightmares of a decade past seemed to resurface before him. Reluctantly, Draco unleashed another fire spell, temporarily repelling the advancing inferi. "Harry, do you still have the Christmas gift I gave you 2 years ago? The golden snitch that glows?" Draco inquired. Harry immediately recalled. "I've been keeping it with the potion you gave me. I always carry it with me." "Yes, we can use it for illumination." Draco, disregarding his delight that Harry had kept his gift, fended off a nearby inferius for Sirius. "He is not Regulus," Draco quickly explained to Sirius. "I saw his face." Sirius numbly turned to the next inferius. Harry retrieved the golden snitch, crafted from a special crystal, from his satchel. The snitch's silver wings fluttered between his fingers, and the crystal orb emitted an even brighter radiance amidst the greenish glow. As Harry released it, the golden snitch soared above them, circling overhead, its orb casting an increasingly brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding area. "It worked!" Harry exclaimed joyfully. "Draco, you are a genius." Draco produced a vial of potion, stating, "I just borrowed a potion from Professor Snape that can dispel disguises, intending to attempt brewing it myself. There's very little left. But it's all that Professor Snape had. We can only hope for the best." He uncorked the vial, and aimed his wand at its opening. "Sirius, are you ready? We have but one chance." Sirius looked up sharply. Under the golden snitch's glow, they could see throngs of inferi rising from the lake, advancing in droves towards them. Each inferius bore a ghastly, pallid visage, soaked by the lake's waters, adorned with various seaweeds, fine sands, and all manner of grime. Draco directed the tip of his wand at the vial's mouth, and incanted a spell. The potion within evaporated into mist, shooting forth from the vial, and cascading over the mass of inferi. Harry caught a whiff of a foul medicinal scent reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's disinfectant. The transparent mist contacted the exposed skin of the inferi, instantly washing away the seaweed, grime, and sand. The golden snitch, under Harry's command, flew towards the heads of the inferi. 30 distinct faces shimmered in the light of the golden snitch. Among them were faces of men, women, the elderly, and children. The limited potion mist could only reach the nearest few dozen inferi. The inferi behind them relentlessly toppled their companions, necessitating new mist to cleanse their faces. "Look, Sirius. Time is running out," Draco shouted. The potion in the small vial was nearly depleted. Sirius immediately looked up, scanning the array of ghastly faces. Kreacher stood on tiptoe, trying to discern the faces of the inferi in the rear. It's not him, Sirius muttered repeatedly. Harry brandished his wand, ready to fend off any inferi that Sirius dismissed. Why can't we see clearly the ones in the back? Sirius's voice was hoarse, edged with desperation. The potion's gone. Draco murmured. Sirius involuntarily recoiled, his gaze shifting from hope to disappointment, gradually descending into despair. Kreacher began to weep softly. Draco sighed inwardly, pondering whether they would ultimately fail to find Regulus. Just then Harry exclaimed, "There's one on the left with its eyes closed." Among the vacant, dazed expressions of the inferi, he spotted the sole one with closed eyes. It was a young male inferius, strikingly similar to Regulus at the time of his death. Sirius immediately turned his hopeful gaze toward the direction Harry indicated. "I can't see his face clearly, but it resembles him. Harry, we must bring him closer for a better look." Sirius seemed suddenly invigorated, his eyes blazing with fervor, giving his face a fierce intensity. Unexpectedly, Kreacher cried out, "It's Master Regulus! His clothing resembles what Master Regulus wore that day." Excitement surged among them. Harry and Draco worked together to fell the frontline inferi, granting the solitary closed-eyed inferius the opportunity to approach them. Closer and closer it came, now less than 20 feet away. Draco commanded the golden snitch to hover above the inferius. "It is him. It must be him," Sirius murmured in a fervent whisper, as if attempting to convince himself. 15 feet, 10 feet Sirius had recognized Regulus's distinctive hair color and cheeks. He seized Harry's shoulders in exhilaration. "It's him. It's Regulus." Sirius's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and excitement, his body trembling as if he could scarcely hold his wand. He stared unblinkingly at the inferius, as though fearing a gust of wind might whisk Regulus away. Kreacher let out a shriek and fainted. Sirius, oblivious to Kreacher's state, was on the brink of rushing through the throng of inferi to reclaim Regulus, but Harry restrained him with great effort. At last, the inferius resembling Regulus stood before them. Draco used a spell to incapacitate the inferius and bound it with ropes to prevent any harm. Sirius, illuminated by the golden snitch's glow, scrutinized the inferius's face closely. Indeed, it is Regulus. It is him. What a relief. Harry sighed, casting a fire spell to deter the other inferi from approaching. A smile broke across Draco's face as well. Kreacher stirred back to consciousness and upon seeing Regulus's body, burst into heartbreaking sobs. Sirius gazed intently at Regulus's face, gently pulling away the seaweed and softly wiping the grime from his features. The cool night air carried the moist sea breeze. Sirius's low voice echoed across the empty lake. "Do not fear, Regulus. Your brother will take you home." Chapter 60. The Warmth of the Apocalypse. Harry gazed at the small boat anchored at the shore, troubled. How could 3 wizards, a house elf, and an inferius possibly fit into this vessel meant for a single adult? "Hurry, Harry, they're coming," Draco urged, urgency creeping into his tone as the inferi in the lake began to swarm towards them once more. "All right, Sirius, you take Regulus on first." Harry nudged the still cradling Regulus Sirius awake. "No, Harry, you take Regulus first," Sirius countered. "Draco, will you sit with me in the next boat?" Draco, weary from fending off the encroaching inferi, nodded in agreement. Sirius tugged at Kreacher, who was nearly collapsing beside Regulus. "Kreacher, you go with Harry first. Then bring the boat back for me and Draco." Observing Kreacher's almost broken demeanor, Harry softened his voice, adding, "Is that all right, Kreacher? Can you do it?" Tears streamed from Kreacher's large eyes. "Kreacher can do it." Harry Potter and Master Draco helped Master find Master Regulus. "Kreacher will obey the commands of Harry Potter and Master." Harry offered Kreacher an encouraging smile. Kreacher suddenly interjected. During the time when Professor Dumbledore accompanied Kreacher to the cave, he mentioned that this small boat could only bear the magical strength of one adult wizard. Exceeding this capacity might lead to unforeseen consequences. House elves or wizards under the age of 20 would not be counted in this limitation. "This indeed aligns with Voldemort's hubris," Sirius scoffed, as he could hardly fathom that 2 young Hogwarts students could arrive at this juncture. Just as Harry was about to step onto the boat, Draco abruptly exclaimed, "Wait!" Both Harry and Sirius turned their gazes toward Draco. Although Draco had returned to his youthful form, he realized that his trace had vanished, his magical power had not diminished, and he was quite likely to be considered a wizard over 20. Draco cast another fire spell to ward off the approaching inferi. "Harry, could you allow Sirius to take Regulus back first? I fear Regulus might suddenly awaken. The space on the boat is too confined for you to restrain him." Yet, Harry was apprehensive about the opposite scenario. He worried that Sirius, unable to harm his brother, might be harmed by Regulus instead. Just as Harry was about to explain, he caught sight of Draco's gaze, which held a glimmer of pleading. Very well, Harry suspected he was imagining things. Sirius, you should take Regulus and Creature first. After confirming that Harry and Draco could manage the remaining inferi, Sirius lifted Regulus into the boat. Seizing the moment when Sirius was distracted, Harry stealthily cast 2 stunning spells on Regulus. The 2 adults had filled the boat to its brim. Creature obstinately refused to sit on Regulus's body, opting instead to cling to Sirius's back, his thin arms wrapped around Sirius's neck. You're going to strangle me, Creature. Sirius growled in exasperation. I apologize, Master. Poor Creature. In his attempt to avoid accidentally choking Sirius, loosened his grip slightly. Harry, Draco, see you soon. The boat began to move. The rapid speed nearly unseated Creature. Spotting the inferi in the lake, Creature screamed and scrambled up onto Sirius's shoulder, perching himself there. Share. Sirius seethed through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, Master. Creature shrieked in terror, unable to believe he was actually sitting on his master's shoulder. Creature could not perish. Master Draco and Harry Potter were counting on him to navigate the boat back. With a determined heart, the house elf clung tightly to Sirius amidst the rocking boat, lamenting internally. It's over. The mistress wouldn't think Creature is as rebellious as Master, would she? Sirius's curses and Creature's frantic apologies echoed through the still night, sharply resonating in the air. Harry and Draco exchanged a knowing smile. Sirius had finally returned to his usual self. Harry's fire spell had temporarily deterred the inferi again. He rubbed his sore wrist. Suddenly, Draco grasped his arm, and Harry quickly reassured him. It's nothing, just too many spells cast tonight. But Draco rolled up Harry's sleeve, intently examining the wound on his arm illuminated by the shimmering light of the golden snitch. Harry then remembered that upon entering the cave, he had anxiously scraped his arm against the wall, sacrificing his blood to that door. The wound suddenly throbbed with pain, although it had stopped bleeding. The 5-inch-long laceration was embedded with tiny stones and dirt, the surrounding flesh raw and grotesque. Does it hurt? Draco inquired gently. Harry, overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of emotion, nodded silently. Draco procured a clean cloth from his pocket, meticulously cleaning the debris from the wound with a soft touch. I'm not very adept at healing spells. Just bear with it a little, it will soon be all right. The golden snitch circled overhead, and Harry, bathed in its glow, observed Draco's profile. Draco's chin was sharp and slender, his lips pressed tightly together. Soft light filtered through his golden hair, casting shadows upon his long lashes, illuminating his straight nose. His gaze was focused and tender, as if he had shattered a pool of brilliant starlight in an instant. Harry dared not move, fearful of disrupting this beautiful tableau. The pain of the wound was acutely relayed to his mind, yet another sensation, cool and gentle, simultaneously dulled his senses. Without the deterrent of the fire spell, the inferi began to stir again. Harry glanced at the endless expanse of the lake. More inferi were emerging, a dark mass stretching infinitely. They approached with hollow, vacant eyes and pale faces, expressionless like marionettes. The light of the golden snitch seemed to separate 2 worlds. Beneath its glow lay Draco's focused and gentle profile, serene and tranquil. Beyond the light lurked a multitude of terrifying inferi shrouded in darkness, eerie and bizarre. An unshakable sense of an impending apocalypse washed over Harry. Outside, the storm raged, life and death hung by a thread, while they clung to the last fleeting moments, offering each other a warmth that bordered on the eternal. Chapter 61 Vitality. As the inferi drew near, Harry hesitated to interrupt Draco, raising his wand with his other hand. Do not move, Draco whispered, supporting Harry's arm with one hand while wielding his wand toward the advancing inferi. Bursts of flames erupted from his wand, driving back the encroaching undead. Draco did not even glance back, remaining focused on the wound on Harry's arm. Harry awkwardly lowered his wand. The debris from the wound had been cleared, and Draco then produced a small vial of potion from his pocket, identical to the one he had given Harry before. This is essence of murtlap, Draco explained. It will aid in healing your wound. I included a vial in the potions I gifted you. Thank you. Harry could only express his gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Draco carefully applied the essence to the wound and its surroundings, and Harry felt a soothing coolness. All done. Draco gently lowered Harry's sleeve once more. Master Draco. Harry Potter. A voice called from a distance. Harry looked up to see Creature piloting the small boat, rushing toward them. As the boat touched the shore, Draco intended to assist Harry aboard. Harry exclaimed in surprise. I only have a minor scrape. Draco pressed his lips together and lowered his hands. The journey back was remarkably smooth. Perhaps due to the effects of Harry's 2 stunning spells, Regulus remained unconscious. Sirius and Creature each carried the others back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. They were unaware that someone awaited them in the living room, Professor Lupin. Lupin hurried over. When I returned to my office, I noticed someone had used my fireplace, and I guessed it was you. What has happened? Who is this? Sirius laid Regulus down on the carpet and dried the water from his body. This is my brother. Your brother? Regulus? Lupin scrutinized the face of the person on the carpet, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Regulus was turned into an Inferius by Voldemort 14 years ago. I went to bring him back. Sirius knelt beside Regulus on the carpet, sorrow etched on his face, his gaze fixed on his brother's pallid countenance. Lupin stood there, stunned, taking some time to process this revelation. He silently approached Sirius, placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of silent comfort. Remus. I haven't been a good brother, Sirius confided in his friend. I never truly understood him. You know? He died resisting Voldemort. And I never knew he had just graduated from Hogwarts at the time, still so young. Harry and Draco stood silently behind Sirius, while Creature stared blankly at Regulus. Remus gently patted Sirius on the shoulder, saying, "We are all unaware." Regulus was a true warrior, deserving of remembrance. Suddenly, with a crack, a flurry of crimson feathers appeared in the air of the living room, drifting gracefully into Sirius's hands. "Dumbledore is on his way," Remus remarked. "I don't know what urgent matters you encountered, but he was informed prior to his arrival." Sirius nodded numbly. A minute later, Dumbledore appeared in the living room. His gaze swept over Harry, Draco, Sirius, Remus, and Creature, ensuring no one was harmed before swiftly approaching Regulus's side. "So Sirius, you ventured into the cave?" Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he inspected Regulus's body. The joy he had shown during his morning visit now vanished. "I apologize, Dumbledore, for not heeding your advice," Sirius murmured. Dumbledore's countenance did not soften. "I did not expect you to follow my counsel, Sirius. However, you failed to prioritize Harry and Draco's safety. I certainly care for their safety," Sirius replied, somewhat agitated, "but I did not anticipate Creature would manage to inform them." Dumbledore paused in his examination, his blue eyes peering over the crescent-shaped spectacles at Sirius. "Very well, this time it was my impulsiveness that led to insufficient consideration," Sirius quietly admitted under Dumbledore's scrutiny. "You are no longer alone," Dumbledore stated gravely. "You are Harry's godfather. Whatever you do, please always bear this in mind." Harry felt Dumbledore's sternness particularly intense at that moment. And just as he was about to speak in support of Sirius, Remus silenced him with a glance. Sirius's face turned pale. "I understand. Harry's safety is paramount. I believe your and Draco's safety is equally important." Dumbledore stood, signaling the end of the topic. He withdrew his wand and waved it over Regulus, muttering incantations. As a white mist evaporated from Regulus's body, Regulus's body began to tremble, the dampness brought from the lake gradually dissipating. Whether it was Harry's illusion or not, he felt Regulus's features seemed less pallid than before. Dumbledore halted his actions, observing Regulus's still closed eyes and trembling body, and inquired, "Was he closed-eyed when you encountered him?" "I recall the Inferi in the lake had their eyes open." "Yes, he kept his eyes shut, which is how I recognized him among the Inferi," Harry replied on behalf of Sirius. "Is that so?" Dumbledore pondered. What could have protected him from becoming one of those Inferi? Suddenly, Sirius, who had been hanging his head, stood up abruptly. "What do you mean? He didn't become an Inferius?" "I believe he is not an Inferius," Dumbledore said, inspecting Regulus's face closely. "I even suspect he has not entirely perished." Sirius stared blankly at Dumbledore, his lips moving. "What do you mean?" Remus articulated what Sirius was thinking. "Do you mean Regulus is still alive?" "He is alive, but it is akin to being dead," Dumbledore replied, still serious. "Something within him has preserved the last flicker of life." Everyone looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Dumbledore elucidated. Being dragged into the depths of the lake by Inferi should have drowned him, rendering him an Inferius. Yet something shielded him from fatal harm, possibly a potion. Creature had mentioned that Regulus drank the potion from the stone basin before being pulled underwater, and it is highly likely that this very potion preserved a glimmer of life in him. I can only speculate that Voldemort was arrogant enough to think no one would find that cave. If someone did, Voldemort might be curious about the nature of the individual who could unravel his traps. Thus, he designed the potion in the basin to maintain the last vestige of life for intruders, preventing them from being assimilated by other Inferi, awaiting the day he might revisit. Dumbledore gazed at Regulus's body. "I just conducted an examination on him. While that potion can prevent him from drowning, it is also a deadly poison. The toxin has thoroughly infiltrated his body. Once his last breath is extinguished, Regulus will succumb completely." Sirius, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, "Does that mean if we can counteract that poison, he could survive?" "In theory, yes," Dumbledore replied. "In theory?" Sirius echoed, somewhat bewildered. Dumbledore sighed. "Sirius. This toxin has been eroding him for 14 years. It cannot simply be resolved by taking an antidote. You must brace yourself. I am not an expert in this field. I believe I need to consult Severus first before sending Regulus to St. Mungo's." "Severus again?" Sirius furrowed his brow fiercely. Dumbledore explained. "Even the most seasoned healers at St. Mungo's would require an antidote crafted by a master potioner to treat Regulus. Severus is undoubtedly an expert in potions. I am confident of that. Unless, of course, you have a better solution, Sirius." Sirius remained silent. "Then let us proceed according to my plan for now," Dumbledore concluded decisively. "I need to have Dolores arrange a meeting with the head of St. Mungo's. Regulus's situation must remain absolutely confidential. No one can know we have been to that cave. You all must heed this." Harry and the others nodded, and Sirius also instructed Creature to maintain secrecy. Dumbledore continued. "During the day when Creature escorted me to the cave, I collected a sample of the potion from the basin and handed it to Severus. I will speak with him again tonight, and I will ask him to come here in the morning to assess Regulus's condition." Despite the mutual hatred between Sirius and Snape, for the sake of his younger brother's chance of survival, he had no choice but to comply. Dumbledore's expression softened. "By tomorrow evening at the earliest, I will arrange for Regulus to be transferred to St. Mungo's. Sirius, until then, I would appreciate your and Creature's care for him." Of course, Sirius nodded in agreement. "Excellent." Dumbledore produced a small vial of potion from his pocket and administered it to Regulus. Draco recognized that the potion was concocted from Philosopher's Stone, a form of elixir. Dumbledore lightly gestured his wand at Regulus's throat, allowing the potion to flow down his esophagus. "This potion can only help him maintain his current vital signs," Dumbledore said as he stood. "Everything still hinges on the results of the antidote and the healer's examination." "Thank you, Dumbledore." Sirius's demeanor appeared somewhat improved. "Regardless of whether he survives, I am immensely grateful for what you have done for him. The Black family will always remember." "It seems you are finally willing to acknowledge the Black family name," Dumbledore remarked seriously. "I too am deeply moved by Regulus's sacrifice in the fight against Voldemort. He is a brave and fearless Black, as are you." Sirius gazed at Regulus's face, his heart a tumult of emotions. Draco interjected. "My father has a good relationship with the head of St. Mungo's. Last year, our family made a donation to the hospital for the treatment of the repercussions of the unforgivable curses. I can write a letter to the head on behalf of my father." Everyone was aware of Lucius's illness, and Draco, as the heir of the Malfoy family, could manage certain family affairs in Lucius's stead. Dumbledore nodded. "With the support of the Malfoy family, that would be most advantageous." Hearing the purpose behind the Malfoy family's donation, Harry couldn't help but wonder if Draco had spearheaded this initiative. Could Lucius's condition have deteriorated to such a degree? "How is your father's health?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Draco. Under the gaze of those cerulean eyes, Draco felt a peculiar sensation of being seen through. His father's illness posed no threat to life. "That is a relief," Dumbledore, reassured, withdrew his gaze, as though Draco's words had completely alleviated his worries. Dumbledore glanced at his pocket watch. There was still some time until midnight, and he needed to seek out Severus, fearing that his intrusion during the early hours might disturb his poor sleep. "Remus, shall we go together?" Harry silently agreed, recognizing that Snape's dwindling sleep should not be further interrupted. Lupin indicated that he would depart later to assist Sirius in settling Regulus. "Very well." A pleasant smile graced Dumbledore's face. "I wish you both a happy new year in advance. See you tomorrow." It was then that Harry realized that once the clock struck 12, a new year would commence. The events of the past 2 days had nearly caused him to forget the significance of the new year. "Happy New Year." They exchanged warm wishes, and the atmosphere finally lightened. Dumbledore departed. After Lupin helped Sirius get Regulus settled, he returned from the fireplace to the office. Harry and Draco decided to remain with Sirius that night. Regulus continued to reside in his former room, which had been meticulously tidied by Creature. At last, Harry and Draco managed to push open the door that Creature had once guarded so fiercely. Sirius's room was adorned with large Gryffindor banners, their rich gold and crimson hues strikingly vibrant. In stark contrast, Regulus's room was draped in the silvers and greens of Slytherin, covering the headboard and walls alike. Beside the headboard lay numerous yellowed clippings, almost all pertaining to Voldemort, revealing Regulus's former fervent admiration for him. However, now that Sirius was aware of the truth, He regarded these clippings with a completely altered mindset. Sirius pulled a blanket over Regulus, deciding to wait until he awoke to determine whether to keep the clippings. The walls bore several photographs, one of which featured a group of Slytherin Quidditch players. Harry immediately spotted Regulus seated in the center. With black hair and a rebellious demeanor akin to his brother's, albeit somewhat smaller in stature and lacking Sirius's handsomeness. He was a seeker, Harry pointed out. Indeed, Sirius replied, gazing at the photograph. He and James had once been adversaries on the field, though he had always lost to James, leading to a 2-week period of silence between them. Merely because he was friends with James. The memory brought a smile to Sirius's face as he recalled the amusing events of their school days. Draco, too, was reminded of his own encounters with Harry during Quidditch matches. In his desire to best Harry, he had meticulously studied Harry's flying techniques and habits, never before having devoted such serious attention to anyone. Yet, he ultimately fell short against Harry, leading him to act out in childish ways in his frustration. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had merely sought to prove himself before Harry, unwilling to remain unseen by the exalted savior. Harry sensed Draco's gaze upon him, and turned to inquire with his eyes. Draco, seeing his reflection in those green irises, smiled and shook his head, signaling that he was untroubled. For now all was well. He had him by his side, and in his eyes he saw him. Chapter 63, Harry's Prank. Sirius urged Harry and Draco to rest, while he and Creature stayed behind to tend to Regulus. Harry and Draco returned to the bedroom on the second floor. After a night in the cave, both were utterly exhausted. Even Draco, who was accustomed to late nights, lacked the energy to delve into his substantial tome on potion ingredients. Harry relished a long hot bath. Upon returning to their room dressed in pajamas, he found Draco seated at the table in his robes, lost in thought. "What troubles you, Draco?" Harry asked, toweling his hair dry. Draco snapped back to reality. "I was merely contemplating how each Horcrux conceals untold stories. Some are ensnared by time and emotion. Others endure unimaginable trials, and some even pass away in silence. It is quite poignant." Harry nodded in agreement. As midnight approached, sporadic fireworks sounds echoed from outside. Celebratory pyrotechnics set off by Muggles welcoming the new year. Harry lay in bed, enveloped in a thick blanket, fatigue soon overtaking him. "Good night, Harry," Draco said as he rose to head to the bathroom, extinguishing the room's lights, leaving only a solitary candle flickering at the bedside. "Good night, Draco," Harry murmured, yawning softly. Yet, once Draco left, Harry found himself restless. Before their venture to the cave, he had briefly dozed in the dormitory, his dreams then tumultuous and chaotic. Now, having returned from the cave with Regulus, his mind was teeming with thoughts. A quarter of an hour later, Draco returned to the room, still damp, and Harry caught a fresh scent reminiscent of rain-soaked grass. Just as he was about to speak to Draco, a peculiar curiosity seized him. He wondered if Draco was indeed wearing pajamas. Harry recognized the childishness of this thought, yet he could not suppress the urge to tease Draco. Although their relationship had grown close, Draco still maintained an air of formality around him, seeming both near and distant, unlike Ron, with whom he could joke freely. In other words, if he were to choose a companion to rescue Sirius, he would unhesitatingly select Draco. However, if tasked with finding a partner to prank Filch, aside from Ron, Fred, and George, Draco would even rank behind Hermione. Thus, Harry turned his back to Draco, feigning sleep, making his breathing sound deep and prolonged. After a moment, he indeed heard the soft sounds of Draco removing his clothing. Draco moved cautiously, mindful not to disturb the seemingly slumbering figure. In the dim light of the candle, his silhouette elongated, casting shadows upon the yellowed walls. Harry felt the bed dip slightly as Draco finally settled beside him. A mischievous smile crept onto Harry's lips as he sensed the impending success of his prank. Once Draco had covered himself with a blanket, Harry promptly sat up, yanked the blanket from Draco, and shouted, "Happy New Year!" Draco was utterly taken aback by the sudden shift. He remained half-seated, clutching the blanket tightly, his eyes wide as saucers staring at Harry. Harry instinctively glanced at Draco's attire. Draco was clad in a luxurious silver-gray silk pajama set, the fine silken threads glimmering with a hint of pale blue, exuding elegance and nobility. Harry found the color scheme somewhat familiar, yet he was certain he had never seen Draco in any of his pajamas. His gaze traveled upward along the silk, only to realize he had inadvertently tugged at Draco's garment, unfastening 2 buttons and exposing a glimpse of his collarbone. Draco looked at Harry in shock. He had not been this astonished even upon discovering the third Horcrux in the black ancestral home. "Harry, what are you doing?" Harry, caught off guard by the sudden awkwardness, faltered, his gaze flitting about, unsure of how to respond. Draco glanced down at his pajama buttons, his body seemingly frozen. Just then, A burst of fireworks illuminated the night sky, casting a radiant glow upon their faces. I didn't mean to," Harry stammered. "I just wanted to wish you a happy new year." Draco's expression softened slightly. He turned away, fastening his buttons, then looked back. "Happy New Year, Harry." Harry replied, feeling inexplicably warm in the face. The unfolding of this narrative diverges significantly from his expectations. Had it been Ron opposite him, Ron would undoubtedly have playfully hurled a pillow at his face, followed by a hearty laugh proclaiming, "Happy New Year." Harry pressed his lips together, turning his back to Draco and reclining once more. Draco, still somewhat bewildered, gazed at Harry's silhouette and hesitantly inquired, "Did I just ruin the moment?" Harry's voice sounded somewhat muffled. Draco visibly panicked. "I didn't mean to. I just didn't expect that." He suddenly recalled his own youthful days, filled with laughter and mischief, frequently engaging in playful antics with his peers. Back then, he had taken delight in teasing Harry. Feeling the weight of the awkward atmosphere, Harry turned to face Draco. "I merely wanted to see if you would sleep in your robes." "What?" Draco paused in surprise, then smiled wryly. "Harry, I'm a normal person." Harry mumbled. "Who knows if your ancient pureblood family has any peculiar customs?" Ron had also remarked that he had never seen Draco in pajamas, always impeccably dressed as if ready for a ball. Draco sighed. "The Weasleys and the Blacks are both pureblood families. Look at Ron and Sirius, aren't they perfectly normal?" A wave of drowsiness washed over Harry, and as he closed his eyes, his voice took on a sleepy tone. "Then it seems you're the only one who is not normal." Noticing that Harry had drifted into a light slumber, Draco abandoned his attempts at defense, contemplating whether his earlier indiscretion had tarnished the flawless image he held in Harry's eyes. Harry had succumbed to dreams, his expression serene and tranquil. Draco observed Harry's profile illuminated by the flickering candlelight, whispering softly, "I'm just a normal boy too, Harry." Chapter 64. The transformation of Creature. Upon awakening the following morning, Harry, as usual, found no sign of Draco. However, upon entering the dining room, he discovered Draco already dressed and seated at the table, two sumptuous breakfasts laid out before them. "Who prepared this?" Harry marveled, having never encountered such a lavish spread at the Black family residence. "Creature made it," Draco replied, pushing one of the breakfasts towards Harry. "Sirius has already eaten in Regulus's room. He hadn't slept a wink?" "I managed a few hours before heading back," Draco remarked, sliding a cup of hot tea in front of Harry. Harry gazed at the breakfast in awe. "So Creature possesses such culinary skills?" Draco smiled faintly. "The house elf of the Black family must certainly be of high breeding and skill." "I forgot. Your family also has a house elf," Harry said, spearing a charred sausage, its exterior crisp yet tender within, bursting with flavor. "How does it compare to Dobby?" "Not much has changed. Dobby admires you greatly, often speaking of how kind, just, and brave the savior Harry Potter is." Harry chuckled shyly. "Dobby is quite enthusiastic, though sometimes overly so," Draco interjected. "But he does not behave that way with me. Dobby's most fervent moments come when I arrange for him to look after you." Draco abruptly halted, realizing he had overstepped. "You arranged for Dobby to look after me?" Harry's fork froze midair, a roasted potato tumbling from it and rolling across the plate. Draco, recognizing his faux pas, quickly clarified, "It was during the summer after our first year, while I was recuperating." "I apologize, Harry. I had no idea Dobby would take it so far." This revelation surprised Harry. "Why did you send Dobby to look after me?" Draco met Harry's emerald gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. "I was concerned for your safety. After all, we had just escaped from the Dark Lord." Draco lifted his teacup, averting his eyes. "Well, Dobby did indeed provide some assistance." Harry resumed spearing the roasted potato, savoring its crispy texture. After they finished breakfast, Creature descended into the dining room. He bowed respectfully to both. "Esteemed Master Draco, honored Master Harry. The Master has requested your presence in the parlor. Guests will arrive in 10 minutes. Master Harry?" Harry looked around in confusion, as if searching for another Harry present in the dining room. Creature respectfully responded, "You are the Master's ward. It is only natural that I address you as Master Harry." Creature extended his hand, humbly gesturing for Harry and Draco to follow. Harry, bemused, followed the elf up the stairs. "We know the way, Creature," he whispered. "Master is indeed clever." Creature seemed genuinely complimentary. Harry stared at Creature in astonishment before glancing at Draco. Since last night, when Sirius recklessly brought Regulus back, Creature has genuinely accepted Sirius as the master of the Black family, Draco explained with a smile. "Addressing you as master is not incorrect." Upon entering the parlor, they found Sirius already waiting. A brand new sofa occupied the center, with Regulus reclining upon it, covered by a blanket. Harry marveled at the transformed parlor, now vibrant and refreshed. The large glass windows overlooking the street were spotless, revealing a clear view of the outside world. A warm fire crackled in the grand fireplace, its intricately carved surround illuminated by the flickering flames, enhancing the vividness of its elaborate designs. The glass cabinets flanking the fireplace had been polished to a shine, displaying the honors and heirlooms of the Black family, including a first-class Merlin medal, a large gold ring bearing the Black family crest, and several family portraits in silver frames, all gleaming as if newly minted. Harry noted that the dark magical artifacts and animal claws had vanished. The Black family tapestry had been expertly mended by the house elf's magic, with all moth-eaten holes repaired, save for a charred spot where Sirius's name once was. The rest of the parlor was clean and tidy, revealing the former grandeur and splendor of the Black family. Harry was astonished by the transformation, yet Sirius appeared largely oblivious, his focus solely on Regulus. "Creature, prepare tea and refreshments for the guests," Sirius instructed. "I do not wish for Snape to accuse me of inadequate hospitality." "Yes, master," Creature obediently replied. "Also, move the writing desk away from the fireplace, lest Snape's entrance causes any damage," Sirius added after a moment's thought. "Creature will comply with the master's orders. Prepare lunch as well, in case he shamelessly insists on staying for that." "Understood, master. Do we have any flu powder left?" "Replenish it by the fireplace," giving him no chance for complaints. Sirius finally sensed something amiss, and shifted his gaze from Regulus to Creature. "Have you been subjected to the Imperious Curse?" he asked, frowning. Creature bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "In response to the master, Creature has not been cursed." As the house elf of the Black family, Creature dutifully follows the master's commands, striving to alleviate his burdens. Sirius rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Was this the same house elf that had nearly strangled him on the boat the previous night? Sirius looked questioningly at Harry and Draco. Harry merely shrugged, while Draco chuckled lightly. Creature bowed once more to the three of them. Creature will now attend to the master's requests. As Sirius Black gazed at Creature's retreating figure, an odd expression crossed his face. If Creature had not been subjected to the soul-binding curse, then he must have ingested some erroneous potion. It had to be that way. Perhaps, in your reckless endeavor to rescue Regulus, Creature has genuinely recognized you as his master? Harry surveyed the living room, noting how Creature had tidied it up. Just moments ago, he had been downstairs addressing me as Master Harry. "Ha! Master Harry." Sirius chuckled mockingly. "What a delightful new title. I imagine you have grown weary of being called the Savior. A change of pace isn't such a bad idea after all." Draco chuckled softly. Harry shot a glare at the two, about to speak when a commotion erupted from the fireplace. Chapter 65. Sirius and Snape. Dumbledore and Snape arrived at Sirius's home as promised. The instant Snape set foot in the living room, his gaze locked with Sirius's. The two men glared at each other intensely, as if eager to draw their wands and duel. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious, cheerfully remarked, "Ah, the first day of the new year. What a splendid occasion. Sirius, your hospitality is truly commendable. Thank you for the tea, Creature." Although Creature had received Dumbledore's gratitude and praise before, he still became flustered, spilling a few drops of tea he intended to serve to Snape. "Such meticulous hospitality," Snape remarked coldly. "Thank you for the half cup of tea your house elf has prepared, Black." Creature, as if startled, withdrew his hand, which held the tea. Sirius, unable to bear Snape's sarcasm, shouted at Creature, "Creature, bring the entire teapot for our esteemed guest. Let him drink his fill." Creature looked astonished at Sirius, then at Snape. "No need for that, Creature. Sirius is merely jesting." Dumbledore interjected to defuse the tension. Although Creature respected Dumbledore, he was bound to obey Sirius's command. Extending his hand, a tray materialized, bearing a large teapot and several teacups. Creature poured the hot tea until 10 cups were filled to the brim. He reverently presented the tray to Snape, saying, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy the tea." Snape's expression darkened immediately. "Well done, Creature," Sirius praised. The house elf beamed with pride. "It seems the Black family does not truly require my presence, does it, Headmaster?" Snape retorted, his gaze still fixed on Sirius. Sirius's smile faltered, his enthusiasm deflated. Dumbledore, however, feigned interest in the Black family tree on the wall, disregarding the verbal skirmish between the two. Snape shifted his focus to Draco, asking, "What are you doing here, Draco?" "I'm staying here for a couple of days." Harry admired Draco's composure in the face of the ire emanating from Snape. Snape huffed through his nose, then turned his gaze back to Harry. "Clearly, this is all for our esteemed savior," he remarked, redirecting his ire towards Harry, his impulsive nature mirroring that of his godfather, only serving to entangle others in his turmoil. Sirius struggled to contain his rising anger once more. Despite Snape's barbs and vitriol, Harry found it impossible to harbor resentment towards Snape, especially when considering that Snape had been working tirelessly to concoct a potion to alleviate the repercussions of the Cruciatus curse for Draco. Thus, under Snape's frigid gaze, Harry offered him a smile. Time seemed to stand still between Harry and Snape. Snape appeared momentarily taken aback, squinting as if questioning whether Harry was merely a fade created by Polyjuice potion. Maintaining his smile under Snape's scrutiny, Harry observed Snape, who glanced around as though hoping someone would emerge to declare that this was a childish prank. Yet Sirius continued to glare at him furiously. Dumbledore feigned interest in the grotesque large gold ring displayed in the glass cabinet, and Draco looked on, both intrigued and pleased with Harry. Pathetic, Snape muttered, casting a disdainful glance at Draco. Harry had anticipated some form of retort from Snape, even if it were a sarcastic one. Instead, Snape turned away, coldly ignoring him and continuing to provoke Sirius. Dumbledore, as if suddenly recalling an important matter, glanced at Regulus on the sofa and said, "It seems you have been taking good care of Regulus. Severus, why don't we take a look at this miracle?" Snape finally shifted his attention from Sirius to Regulus. At last, a remarkable male descendant from the Black family, one who has not tarnished the family name, unlike his brother, arrogant, impulsive, and utterly ineffectual. Snape. Sirius seethed through clenched teeth. Had Regulus not been in such a dire state, Harry had no doubt that Sirius would have struck Snape. Snape ignored Sirius's outburst, moving closer to examine Regulus. Sirius's pent-up fury simmered within him. After a moment, Snape stood upright, signaling that he required a towel to dry his hands. Sirius promptly instructed Creature to fetch a clean towel. However, Snape did not accept it, instead casting a derisive look at Sirius, the intent unmistakable. Sirius's face flushed crimson in an instant, his cheeks twitching with indignation as he glared at Snape. Harry had never witnessed such a plethora of emotions on Sirius's face. Yet he refrained from reacting, stiffly taking the towel from Creature's hand and placing it into Snape's. "Now that is how one ought to plead, Black," Snape remarked slowly as he dried his hands. "It seems age has imparted some wisdom upon you." Harry found it nearly unbearable to witness the expression on Sirius's face. Cough. Dumbledore cleared his throat, timely interrupting the palpable tension between the two. "Severus, what is your assessment?" Snape pondered before responding. "The potion you entrusted to me yesterday could indeed have caused Regulus's current condition. However, one day is clearly insufficient for me to study that potion. I cannot ascertain whether an antidote can be crafted at this juncture. Even if I could produce an antidote, I fear Regulus may not last until I am able to complete it." Sirius could no longer contain himself, shouting angrily, "You're merely making excuses for your incompetence. You're just dancing around the issue to suggest that you cannot produce an antidote." "Calm down, Sirius," Dumbledore said calmly. "Severus, are there any other options?" "There are alternatives, though I cannot guarantee success," Snape replied coldly, fixing Sirius with a glare. "After all, the patient's family seems to think I am utterly incompetent." Sirius's heart sank, caught between hope and exasperation at Snape's words. "I am all ears," Dumbledore said. Snape circled around Regulus, contemplating. "There exists an antidote, a rare elixir that can counteract such types of potions. The process of its creation is intricate. However, this should not pose a problem for me. What are we waiting for?" Sirius's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting Snape's response. "What are we waiting for? For your brain to function like a normal person's, Black." Snape roared in frustration. "It's called the antidote elixir." "Elixir? Do you understand? If it could be produced casually, it wouldn't be termed an elixir." Had the circumstances been different, Harry would have certainly laughed aloud. According to Lupin, Sirius and Harry's father were the brightest students in the school, capable of self-learning to become animagi. Yet at this moment, Sirius was flustered, providing Snape with the opportunity to ridicule his intellect. Sirius was taken aback. Then what is the challenge? Snape found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure while speaking to Sirius. The creation of a potion involves three primary limiting factors: ingredients, the complexity of the procedure, and the time required for its preparation. "Blake, I find it quite dubious how you obtained your Newt certificate in potions." Harry hastily noted Snape's words, fearing that one day he might be questioned by Snape on this very matter during potions class. Sirius's lips twitched, seemingly on the verge of retorting, though Harry suspected it was more due to his barely contained anger. Snape interjected before Sirius could speak, stating, "Although the procedure is complex, it poses no challenge for me. The time required is not extensive, roughly 2 weeks. The crux lies in the potion's ingredients, one of which is exceedingly difficult to procure. To my knowledge, No one has ever succeeded in doing so. Chapter 66, Bias. What ingredient? The horn shell of a unicorn, Snape replied in a low voice. The horn shell of a unicorn? Sirius appeared somewhat bewildered. While rare, it was not entirely unattainable. I refer to an entire unicorn's horn shell. Snape gazed at Sirius as though he were a fool, not those pitiful little fragments, Black. Have you ever heard of anyone possessing a complete unicorn horn shell? What prisoner in Azkaban? Sirius's face flushed a deep crimson, glaring at Snape. The tension in the air was palpable, as if conflict were about to erupt. In that charged atmosphere, Harry abruptly spoke. I have one. You have. Snape immediately turned his gaze to Harry. His speed so swift that Harry doubted he hadn't twisted his neck. Yes I do. Harry's eyes darted between Sirius and Snape. In my first year, Hagrid took us into the Forbidden Forest, and Draco prevented Quirrell from killing an injured unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn voluntarily shed a complete horn shell for Draco, which he later gifted to me. Snape's gaze seemed to bore into Harry. You mean to say that Draco presented you with an entire unicorn horn shell? Not merely a portion or a fragment. Harry replied honestly. Yes, I was unaware of its rarity. Harry glanced at Draco, who feigned an innocent expression of ignorance regarding its value. Sirius, oblivious to the undercurrents among the others, exclaimed joyfully, That's fantastic, Harry. That settles the issue, doesn't it? Snape ignored Sirius, his attention solely fixed on Harry. Under Snape's intense scrutiny, Harry cautiously retrieved a leather pouch. The pouch contained an infinite space, holding nearly all the gifts Draco had bestowed upon him. Harry produced an exquisite gift box, the very one Draco had given him. Opening the box revealed a complete unicorn horn shell. Sirius rushed over to examine the horn shell. It appears genuine. Is there any issue, Snape? Harry felt Snape's gaze gradually descend from his face to the horn shell in his hands, shifting from indifference to fervor. After a prolonged moment, Snape retracted his intense gaze and coldly remarked, It is authentic. Count yourself fortunate, Black. Wonderful. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. Well done, Harry. Harry, beaming with joy, nodded towards Draco and then turned to present the unicorn horn shell to Dumbledore. While the others inspected the horn shell, Snape approached Draco, his deep-set eyes resembling two dark tunnels as they fixed upon him. So, you gifted Potter an entire unicorn horn shell, yet settled for inconspicuous fragments to concoct a potion as a gift for me? Coughing, Draco feigned composure. Yes, Professor. Indeed, quite the clear favoritism. Snape replied with an unsettling smile. Do not come to my office for a month, Draco. Harry handed the horn shell to Sirius, excitement evident on his face as he approached Draco. This is incredible. Regulus is saved now. Sirius was beside himself with joy. Draco followed Harry's gaze, observing Sirius carefully cradling the box containing the horn shell, his face alight with elation. Even Snape's veiled sarcasm went unnoticed. A smile blossomed on Draco's face as well. 2 years prior, when he had saved the unicorn, he had hoped to spare more lives. Now through his intervention, yet another innocent soul was given a chance to reclaim life. Dumbledore's gaze turned towards them, offering Draco a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Harry continued to chatter excitedly, and Draco felt an unfamiliar sense of solidity. As for Professor Snape's ire, he was not overly concerned. He believed Snape would understand him. For this unmarried man of middle age was, at heart, one capable of sacrificing everything for love. Once the excitement subsided, Sirius finally relented and handed the unicorn horn shell to Snape, although his gaze bore unmistakable distrust. Snape, having learned of his standing in Draco's esteem compared to Harry's, remained irate. With Sirius presenting the horn shell, he would not be courteous. Black, were I in your position, I would graciously escort me out rather than harbor suspicion towards your brother's savior. Sirius gritted his teeth, finally managing to squeeze out, If you truly can save Regulus, you may do as you wish. Snape shot him a cold look. What is it about you that merits my attention? Foolishness? Or arrogance? Sirius's face flushed anew, but given Regulus's life depended on Snape, he struggled to hold his tongue. Snape denied Sirius any further opportunity for retort, greeting Dumbledore before preparing to leave with the unicorn horn shell. Just before departing, Snape's gaze swept over Draco before settling on Harry. Harry's clear, bright eyes met his, offering a grateful smile. To Snape's astonishment, he hastily grabbed a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace, vanishing from Black Manor. Harry stood bewildered. Draco chuckled softly nearby. Dumbledore meticulously arranged for Regulus's transfer to St. Mungo's, to which Sirius assented. Once Dumbledore took his leave, Sirius pulled Harry aside. Harry, keep an eye on Snape. If there are any issues with his potion, notify me promptly. Harry blinked. Sirius, you overestimate my abilities. How could I possibly discern if Professor Snape's potion has any problems? This task would be better suited for Draco. He is a veritable genius in potions. Is that so? Sirius looked at Draco. Draco shrugged innocently. I just offended Professor Snape. He forbade me from visiting him for a month. Sirius walked away, somewhat disappointed. How did you offend Professor Snape? Harry inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure, Draco replied leisurely. He probably thinks I favor you. Favor? Yes, Draco leaned in slightly. A glimmer in his pale eyes. Professor Snape believes I gifted you the unicorn horn shell, perhaps thinking I show favoritism towards you. What? Harry's cheeks warmed. Taken aback by this peculiar reasoning. Attempting to clarify, Professor Snape likely does not realize that I also saved you at that time. And your gift of the horn shell was an expression of gratitude. Is that so? Draco averted his gaze, a complex expression flitting across his face. Indeed. He may not be aware of the details. Perhaps you could explain it to him. Harry appeared genuinely concerned about the misunderstanding between Draco and Snape. Perhaps, Draco replied nonchalantly. Turning to assist Sirius. Harry stood rooted in place, touching his cheek, puzzled by his own feelings as of late. Everything seemed as usual, yet something had subtly shifted. Chapter 67. Young Master Draco's Monetary Acumen. Following the start of the school year, Harry's life returned to its normal rhythm. Ron and Hermione, having heard about Regulus, were also delighted for Sirius, and even held a more favorable view of Snape. This led to a profound transformation in the potions class, which had always instilled dread in the hearts of Gryffindor students. Previously, Snape would seize every opportunity to mock Harry, unrelentingly deducting points from Gryffindor. However, ever since Harry extended a gesture of goodwill at Sirius's house, Snape began to avoid any interaction with Harry during class. The moment he caught sight of Harry beaming at him, he would hastily turn away, only to be met with the equally foolish grin of Ron. Weasley, have you prepared your daffodil root powder? Snape suddenly targeted Ron. You are absolutely right, Professor. I will handle it immediately. Ron's sudden display of compliance left Snape with nowhere to vent his frustration. Thus he turned his gaze to Hermione. Very well, Miss Know-it-all, not eager to answer questions, yet producing potions so flawlessly that one cannot find a single fault. Snape scrutinized Hermione's potion twice, finding not a trace of error. Excellent, excellent. Snape gritted his teeth as he shifted his focus to the next Gryffindor student, Neville Longbottom. At last, a triumphant smile graced Snape's face. A mere glance at Neville's potion revealed numerous mistakes. The roots are cut too thick, the cauldron's temperature is insufficient, and I presume you forgot to add the mugwort? I emphasized that you must add the water before stirring. You have done it the other way around, Longbottom. Neville, his face a mask of terror, looked at Snape, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he recalled the horrors of potions class from his first and second years. Just as Snape intended to deduct points from Gryffindor, he caught sight of Neville's frightened round face, and suddenly remembered that he was concocting a potion for the Longbottoms. Despite Draco's recent discretion in not bothering him, the effort and sleepless nights he had invested could not be wasted. If the Longbottoms were to awaken and see their son in a state of sheer terror, they might faint from distress, rendering his years of labor futile. No. He could not be excessively harsh on Longbottom. With this thought in mind, Snape swallowed the scathing criticism that was on the tip of his tongue and coldly remarked, "Hasten the temperature, add the mugwort, unless you wish to receive a 0 for this lesson, Longbottom." Neville hurriedly complied, clumsily adding the mugwort, and poking the flames beneath the cauldron with his wand. Once Snape moved on, Neville could hardly believe he had narrowly escaped disaster. Snape, with a simmering rage that had no outlet, turned his attention to Draco's position. This time, Snape genuinely felt a surge of satisfaction. "Draco, if you speak to Potter again, I will deduct 5 points from Gryffindor." Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his dark eyes fixed intently on Draco. "While you are preoccupied with Potter, why not take a moment to examine Longbottom's potion?" The entire class looked up in astonishment. They had never heard Professor Snape criticize Draco in potions class before, as Draco was usually his prized pupil. Neville, wielding a dull knife, attempted to slice his roots thinner. Upon hearing Snape's words, he cautiously halted, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Draco pursed his lips and obediently lent his small silver knife to Neville. Snape, satisfied with Draco's disgruntled expression, continued on. "Finnegan, if you do not cease pouring in the liquid, do you wish for my class to explode once more?" Snape barked at Seamus. Seamus, who had been pouring liquid into his cauldron, looked up in alarm at Snape's unprecedented reprimand of Draco, and inadvertently added twice the amount of liquid. Hastily, he set down the flask, as white smoke began to billow from his cauldron, the potion emitting a sizzling sound. Dean promptly covered his mouth and nose. proficiently carrying his cauldron away to avoid the impending explosion. By the time Seamus managed to salvage his potion, the class had ended. He stared dismally at his cauldron, which was nearly reduced to a solid mass, sighing heavily as he pondered when he had become the Gryffindor with the poorest performance in potions class. After class, Draco lingered until everyone had left before approaching Snape. Snape did not cast a single glance at Draco. Although he had released some of his pent-up frustration, he had resolved to teach Draco a lesson. What future could one expect by constantly following that boy from Potter's family? Just look at Potter. As dull as a block of wood, perpetually grinning foolishly at him. Professor, Draco said cautiously, gauging Snape's mood. I found this in the storeroom at home. Snape initially intended to ignore it, but a peculiar scent piqued his curiosity. Draco presented a horn resembling that of a dragon. The horn of a Romanian longhorn? Snape's attention was immediately captured as he scrutinized the object closely. Indeed, you are well informed, Professor. It is the horn of a Romanian longhorn. Draco beamed, though he felt his true age was not suited for such a smile. Yet many elders appreciated this demeanor. Do not smile at me like that, Draco, Snape replied sternly. I am not Potter. Draco promptly wiped the smile from his face. What do you intend to do with it? Snape inquired, his expression darkening. How dare you trouble the professor without cause? This is a gift for you, Draco replied, adopting a more sincere smile. This horn comes from the purest bloodline of the Romanian longhorn. Such a rare horn, there are fewer than 5 in all of Britain. And its effectiveness in potions surpasses that of an ordinary Romanian longhorn's horn. I believe such a precious potion ingredient should only be placed in your capable hands, Professor, lest it be squandered. Snape snorted through his nose. Have I not been troubled enough? More than what Lucius has caused me over the years. Draco swiftly apologized. Noticing that Snape's demeanor had softened considerably, Snape examined the horn closely. Indeed, it was rare and well preserved. I wonder if Potter happens to possess one as well? No. I have only given it to you, Professor, Draco replied, maintaining his composure, while silently deciding to urgently change the birthday gift he intended to give Harry in July. That is more like it, Snape remarked. Such a valuable potion ingredient in Potter's hands would be a travesty. Draco readily agreed, resolving to ignore any disparaging remarks Snape made about Harry from then on. After all, Snape harbored an undeniable affection for Harry deep down. Satisfied, Snape tucked away the Romanian longhorn horn, but shot Draco a warning glare. You are not to come to my office for 2 weeks. I still need to brew an antidote for that accursed Black's brother. Understood, Professor, Draco replied obediently. How is Lucius's health? He wrote back a couple of days ago, refusing my request to visit him. Snape's expression clouded with concern. My father will be fine, Draco assured, and after a moment's contemplation, Snape nodded in agreement. Draco bid farewell to Snape and slung his bag over his shoulder as he exited the classroom. Just as he reached the door, he heard Snape suddenly inquire, What is going on with Potter lately? Draco turned back, feigning ignorance. What about Harry? Snape recalled how Harry had recently been staring at him with those damned green eyes, flashing a smile that irked him, and he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Never mind, it's nothing. You may go. All right, Professor, Draco replied, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 68. Autumn's Arrival. Snape's efficiency was remarkable. Within 2 weeks, he successfully completed the antidote for Regulus. The potion was carefully transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. 3 days later, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry received a letter from Sirius. Sirius reported that the antidote worked effectively, but Regulus, having been submerged in the lake for so long, faced significant challenges in regaining his bodily functions in a short period. The therapist mentioned that as long as the subsequent treatments are administered, Regulus still has a chance of awakening. Sirius's letter brimmed with joy, and Harry promptly shared this delightful news with Draco, Ron, and Hermione. How splendid! Ron exclaimed. Goodness is rewarded. Isn't that marvelous? At that moment, Fred approached, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder. Who are you referring to, Ron? George feigned sorrow. Ron, you turned the dining room at home into a swamp over Christmas, and I kindly defended you in front of Mum. Where's my recompense? Ron retorted angrily. That's because you told me that bottle contained tile cleaner. The moment I sprayed it, it transformed into a swamp. Fred and George burst into laughter. You must learn to discern for yourself. We were merely giving you a practice run. What if someone deceives you outside? Ron huffed. Only you two would trick me. I am your little brother. Fred waved his hand dismissively and turned to Harry. Harry, on to business. Oliver sent us to inform you that there might be extra training tonight. What? Harry nearly spat out his pumpkin juice. We've already practiced 3 times this week, and it's not even the weekend. Fred wore an expression of utter despair. Oliver has lost his mind. He just received a note from Professor McGonagall and immediately went to find Madam Hooch. He sent us ahead to notify the other team members to prepare for practice. I sincerely hope Madam Hooch refuses him, George muttered, staring blankly at the pumpkin juice in Harry's hand. At that moment, Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, sauntered past the Gryffindor table, waving his fist at the Weasley twins and Harry. That foolish brute only knows how to threaten opponents off the field, George yawned. Our next match is against Ravenclaw. If we win, we'll face Slytherin for the championship. Suddenly, Fred seemed to recall something. By the way, where's Snape? Isn't he the one who loves to favor the Slytherin team? I hope Flint manages to get the note for tonight's practice. Draco leisurely sliced into his plate of bacon. He hasn't sought out Snape lately. Harry mumbled he must be busy. Indeed, Fred sighed. He has appeared quite fatigued in class recently. Harry felt a pang of guilt, and resolved to treat Snape with more respect in the future. You lot are unfortunate, Ron remarked, devouring his fried egg. Our house has a great chance of winning, doesn't he it? Oliver mentioned this is his last opportunity to claim the Quidditch Cup as captain. George sighed. He graduates next year. No wonder. Ron took another large bite of bread. At that moment, a beautiful girl rose from the Ravenclaw table, accompanied by a gaggle of chattering friends. Harry. Fred gestured for Harry to look in that direction. The stunning girl at the forefront was Cho Chang, the current Ravenclaw seeker, a fourth-year student. Harry glanced towards where Fred pointed. And Draco also lifted his head at the same time. She was indeed a breathtakingly beautiful girl, with long flowing black hair cascading down her back. And her delicate features were charming, her eyes sparkling when she smiled. She is truly lovely, isn't she, Harry? Ron nudged Harry's arm. Does it need saying? Hermione flipped through a newspaper. She is undoubtedly among the most beautiful girls in the entire school. Yes, indeed, Harry replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Draco retorted, looking at Harry in disbelief. Hey, I say you're all mistaken. Fred, noticing the topic had veered off course, urgently redirected. What I meant was, that girl named Cho Chang is Harry's opponent in the next match. Harry, have you figured out her flying style? Not yet. Harry took another sip of pumpkin juice. All my free time has been consumed by Oliver's training. George speculated. Perhaps Oliver will have you observe Ravenclaw's practice next time. And then you'll have a chance to see how Cho flies. Is that really necessary? Draco interjected abruptly. George shook his head. You don't understand how crazed Oliver is to win the Quidditch Cup this year. I heard Cho suffered a severe injury before, and has only just recovered. Oliver lacks a detailed database on her flying skills. Just wait, he'll definitely have Harry figure out how Cho flies. He might even go with Harry. Hermione set down her newspaper. I've heard Cho flies as skillfully as Cedric Diggory, that strapping, handsome Hufflepuff seeker. What? Handsome? Ron glanced at Hermione. But he lost to Harry last semester. Harry replied truthfully, Cedric flies remarkably well. I managed to catch the golden snitch partly due to luck. If Cho flies as well as Hermione says, I indeed need to be on my guard. Draco scoffed from the side. According to Lee's latest intel, Cho rides a Comet 260. Fred suddenly lowered his voice. Harry, I heard Ron say you received a firebolt for Christmas. Is that true? Harry nodded with a smile. It was a gift from my godfather, Sirius, as you know. I'll bring the firebolt to the training ground tonight. Fantastic. Fred and George exclaimed dramatically. Ravenclaw doesn't stand a chance. Harry has never lost to any seeker, especially with the best broomstick. Fred winked at Harry. Is Sirius pleased with the little contraptions we've invented? They must help alleviate some of his boredom in the infirmary, right? Harry recalled the letter Sirius had sent him before Christmas. Sirius mentioned that those inventions were amusing and creative. If you need investors, he would be willing to invest a portion. Fred and George exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Did he really say that? Fred squeezed closer to Harry, lowering his voice. What else did he say? Ron frowned. You're not actually planning to get involved in some investment scheme behind Mum's back, are you? I am. No. George cleared his throat in a feigned manner. We should get ready for class. Fred and George both stood up, and as Fred left the table he said to Harry, Harry, we'll see you at the Quidditch pitch tonight. Then you can tell us more about the firebolt. Chapter 69, Quidditch Practice. During the evening Quidditch practice, Wood indeed brought up strategies regarding the Ravenclaw Seeker with Harry. Harry, the Ravenclaw Seeker has just recovered from an injury, and is currently returning to training. We know far too little about her. We must quickly discern her flying style and tactics to ensure you can catch the golden snitch before she does. Faced with Wood's earnest reminders, Harry could only nod. Fred chimed in teasingly. A comet against a firebolt? Oliver, you must be joking. Unless Cho possesses Victor Crum's skills. I don't see why you should be so anxious. Anything is possible. Perhaps she'll get a firebolt tomorrow too? Wood furrowed his brow deeply. I know we are the best team, but I do not wish for any surprises this year. Otherwise, I would be the only captain after Charlie who failed to lead Gryffindor to the Quidditch Cup. But after Charlie, you're the only captain. Fred corrected. But upon seeing Wood's unusually worried expression, he quickly added, Oliver, we will take this match seriously. We just don't want you to worry excessively. George also expressed. Fred and I Haven Tea continued our little inventions at night for several days. We fully support you. Right, Harry? Harry nodded earnestly. Wood seemed to relax somewhat but still cautioned Harry. I've heard that Ravenclaw has practice tomorrow night. Harry, I hope you can take a look. I intended to join you, but I must dedicate my time to completing the Transfiguration essay tomorrow evening. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall will be displeased. She reminded me today that if we fall behind in our studies due to training, she will no longer grant us any leniency. Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly expressing gratitude towards McGonagall. Harry recalled his own mountain of assignments awaiting completion, yet confronted with Wood's eager gaze, he merely nodded and replied, I will try my best to go. Wood departed, visibly relieved. Ron accompanied Harry to the training grounds that day. After the Quidditch practice concluded, Ron, brimming with excitement, took a turn riding Harry's firebolt until darkness enveloped the sky. The two made their way back to the common room, with Ron incessantly extolling the virtues of the firebolt, and Harry enthusiastically chiming in. However, upon reaching the entrance of the common room, Harry immediately realized he would be pulling an all-nighter. As he spotted Hermione diligently writing a lengthy essay at a table, it dawned upon him that he needed to finish his extensive history of magic paper and review the material for Charms class. After a refreshing shower, Harry settled beside Hermione with his textbooks and parchment. Under Hermione's urging, Ron reluctantly unrolled a fresh piece of parchment. Draco had ventured to the room of requirement that evening to brew potions, and had yet to make an appearance. 2 hours later, Ron, stifling yawns, rolled up his parchment, which contained only a few paragraphs. There's still tomorrow. I can finish it then. Today's tasks can wait for tomorrow's obligations. Hermione remained engrossed in her extensive essay on arithmancy. Ron lamented, a single essay cannot be completed in a day. By the way, Hermione, how do you manage to complete so many essays with such vigor and achieve excellence in all subjects? Hermione glanced up at Ron, replying, it's about pushing through just a bit further when you first feel like giving up. Prompted by Hermione's challenge, Ron made another half-hearted attempt for 30 more minutes. As he yawned for the 20th time, Hermione finally said, if you're truly exhausted, you should rest. Hermione, you are so understanding, Ron replied, rolling up his parchment and asking Harry, shall we go together? Despite his fatigue, Harry shook his head. I promised Oliver I would observe Ravenclaw's practice tomorrow. I must complete Professor Bin's essay tonight, and also review Professor Flitwick's spells. Ron sympathetically wished Harry well, and returned to the dormitory. Half an hour later, Hermione finally completed her lengthy essay, and offered Harry a few suggestions regarding his half-finished paper. Gratefully, Harry jotted down her points and, following her guidance, located the relevant sections in his book. Thank goodness for you, Hermione, Harry expressed appreciatively, otherwise, I would have to forego sleep tonight or settle for a dismal D. Or worse, both. After pointing out an error in Harry's essay, Hermione remarked seriously, I believe your Quidditch practices are too frequent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be assisting you with your paper. You won't learn anything this way. Of course. You also have your procrastination issues, Harry. Harry gazed at the remaining half of his essay, feeling a headache coming on. The hour was late, and Hermione gathered her belongings, suggesting, Harry, I advise you to write as much as you can tonight, and finish the rest of your essay tomorrow evening, instead of attending Ravenclaw's Quidditch practice. That way, you will be better prepared for classes tomorrow and the day after. Harry's mind was in turmoil. The door to the common room swung open, and Draco slipped in just before curfew, entering through the fat lady's portrait hole. He appeared invigorated, seemingly having made good progress with his potion studies. He sat down beside Harry. Looks like someone is keeping you company now. I shall take my leave, Hermione remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Draco. Deep in his tedious essay, Harry merely nodded absently. Hermione departed with her exceptionally heavy bag. How did your potion studies go? Harry asked casually. Quite well, Draco replied, glancing at Harry's parchment. Bin's essay? Harry nodded. Have you finished yours? Completed it last night. Harry sighed. How come you and Hermione have so much to do yet managed to finish your assignments ahead of time? Draco felt exasperated. He couldn't very well tell Harry that he had written it years ago. Granger is indeed quite remarkable. I hadn't noticed before, Draco mused. This Muggle-born girl undoubtedly possesses greater talent than most of those from wizarding families. Hermione's accomplishments over the years had significantly diminished Draco's prejudice regarding blood status. She had always been the top witch in their year. Of course, Draco, you are quite impressive as well, Harry said, returning to his essay. Noticing Harry yawning while working on his history of magic paper, Draco inquired, I recall that this essay isn't due until the day after tomorrow. Why not finish it tomorrow? Harry explained about Wood's request for him to observe Ravenclaw's practice. He wants you to study Ravenclaw Seeker? With your flying skills, is that really necessary? Draco frowned heavily. He remembered that throughout Harry's 6 years at Hogwarts, aside from the Demento incident, he had never lost a Quidditch match. Harry sighed. Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup in several years. Everyone is putting in their best effort. Even 5th years Fred and George never skip a practice. And you know they have their OWL exams this term. I don't want to fall behind. Draco pursed his lips in silence. He was aware of Harry's feelings for Cho Chang. Although it had occurred in 5th year, the Quidditch match in 3rd year had undoubtedly left a positive impression on both of them. He had also studied Harry's flying habits closely during his 3rd year. No. This won't do. Draco suddenly exclaimed. Pardon? What did you say? Harry looked up in confusion. Draco rubbed his temples. I meant to say I will accompany you tomorrow. Chapter 70. The most fascinating person. That evening, Harry still failed to complete his history of magic essay, but with Draco's assistance, he managed to finish the spell practice assigned by Professor Flitwick. The next day, when he flawlessly executed the spell in class, he exhaled deeply in relief. Harry glanced at Draco, wanting to convey his gratitude through a look, but Draco seemed lost in thought, completely unaware. Harry withdrew his gaze, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Soon, it was time for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team to practice. During the break, Wood had sought out Harry to confirm that he would indeed observe Cho Chang's training that evening. And he left, satisfied with Harry's answer. Harry and Draco arrived at the training grounds punctually. The Ravenclaw players were warming up, and a few spectators sat scattered along the sidelines. Harry noticed a curly-haired girl wave at Cho. Harry and Draco found a discreet spot to sit. The 7 Ravenclaw players took to the skies. Indeed, as Hermione had said, Cho's flying skills were impressive. While she may not match Cedric's speed, her agility in the air was notably superior. After watching the halftime scrimmage, Harry had to concede that Cho was a formidable opponent. When halftime arrived, the players descended to the ground. Cho made her way toward the curly-haired girl in the audience. Harry watched Cho intently, contemplating strategies to counter her in the upcoming match. Quite beautiful, isn't she? Draco remarked suddenly, noticing Harry's unwavering focus on Cho. What? Harry's thoughts momentarily faltered. Draco pressed his lips tightly together, fixating on Harry's expression. Are you referring to Cho Chang? Harry glanced once more at the dark-haired girl. Cho had tied her hair into a neat ponytail today, exuding an air of cleanliness and composure. Harry nodded. She's quite a beautiful girl. Draco turned his head away, his demeanor impassive. He regretted the question he had just posed. Not asking left him uneasy, yet asking made him feel even worse. He had anticipated this outcome all along. She's coming. Harry suddenly tugged at Draco's arm. Cho and her curly-haired friend were approaching the two of them. As they drew near, Cho flashed a smile at Harry and greeted him warmly. Hello. Harry quickly rose to his feet, responding politely. Draco remained aloof beside him, while the curly-haired girl giggled at Draco. In 2 weeks, we will be rivals. Cho said with a smile to Harry. May I call you Harry? Of course, Harry sincerely complimented. I just watched your practice. You fly remarkably well. Cho appeared slightly bashful. Thank you, you were excellent too. Harry responded courteously. The curly-haired girl suddenly nudged Cho's arm, prompting her to glance toward Draco. But Draco remained utterly indifferent, showing no intention to introduce himself or engage in conversation, merely standing there with a blank expression. Well then, Cho turned back to Harry. I suppose we'll see each other on the field in 2 weeks. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Harry replied as Cho and her friend slowly walked away. The curly-haired girl frequently glancing back at Harry and Draco. It seems Cho's friend has been watching you, Harry remarked to Draco. Is that so? Draco replied indifferently, turning his face away. Are you going to keep staring? No, I still need to finish Professor Bin's essay tonight. Let's head back. They began walking toward the castle. Harry sensed that Draco was not particularly happy, but he could not fathom the reason. Everything seemed to have started from Draco's inquiry about Cho's beauty. Harry hesitated. Do you think Cho is pretty? Draco's handsome eyebrows knitted together. He truly did not wish to hear that name again tonight, especially from Harry. What does her beauty have to do with me? Draco replied coldly. Harry was momentarily taken aback, hastily closing his mouth. They remained silent for half a minute, with Harry feeling the atmosphere grow unbearably heavy. Noticing Harry's hesitant demeanor, Draco sighed. What I mean is, I have no connection with her. Her appearance is of no concern to me. Harry muttered, actually, I have no connection with Cho either, aside from the Quidditch match in 2 weeks. Draco lowered his gaze. Their future interactions would be far more intimate than Harry had suggested. Besides, I have been paying attention to her flying, Harry continued, before you asked me about her beauty. I hadn't even considered that aspect. Seeing Draco's skeptical expression, Harry stopped to explain, I mean, she is indeed beautiful, but not the most beautiful. I didn't notice that right away, which is understandable. Harry was at a loss as to why he felt compelled to explain this matter. Did it truly hold significance for Draco? Draco raised an eyebrow. Then who do you think is the most beautiful? It can't possibly be that cursed Weasley girl, can it? Harry hesitated once more. He had never contemplated that question, yet his mind instantly conjured several images. In the hospital wing, the golden snitch illuminated a young boy's face, his delicate features filled with joy. In the Dursleys' household, an elegant and polite youth smiled casually and proudly, his pale gray eyes shimmering with brilliance. In an empty classroom, the usually proud boy displayed a wounded expression, his pale cheeks devoid of color, his eyes reflecting profound confusion and anguish. In the room of requirement, the boy animatedly shared his wishes, his handsome face brimming with longing, evoking both admiration and empathy. In the Black family estate, the morning sun cast a rosy hue on the boy's pale cheeks, his light-colored eyes seemingly filled with an entire sky of stars. On the island in the cave's lake, amidst the layers of darkness, the boy's gaze was focused and gentle, the golden snitch's glow casting a soft light on his attractive profile. As if in the blink of an eye, he had shattered a pool of dazzling starlight. Harry found himself staring blankly at Draco's face. The images from his memories gradually converged with the visage before him, stirring something peculiar within his heart. Perhaps Harry had stared for too long, as Draco suddenly became aware of something. You can't possibly be thinking of me, can you? Draco regarded Harry with a playful smile. Harry quickly averted his gaze. What are you talking about? You're not a girl. Yet his flustered expression had already betrayed his true answer. I certainly am not, Draco chuckled softly, the light in his eyes more fervent than ever before. Chapter 71, Disparate Treatment. Under the dual guidance of Hermione and Draco, Harry struggled to complete Professor Binns' essay. Yet a new day brought with it a fresh load of assignments. Professor McGonagall unrelentingly assigned Transfiguration homework, showing no mercy for Harry's heavy Quidditch training. Professor Trelawney's divination assignments were relatively manageable. Harry planned to hastily concoct some content regarding palmistry during the intermissions. Ron, lend me your hand for a moment, Harry said, hurriedly unfurling his parchment, intending to utilize the 10 minutes before potions class to expedite his palm analysis. Ron, with a resigned sigh, extended his hand. Mate, why not ask that Malfoy bloke to analyze his palm? You've analyzed mine a dozen times. Trelawney will catch on eventually. Harry glanced at Draco, who was conversing with Neville, and quickly averted his gaze after meeting Draco's eyes. Hurry up, Ron, your hand is easier to work with. In truth, ever since Harry realized that Draco was the most handsome person in his eyes, he had been trying to avoid direct contact with Draco to prevent his emotions from becoming tangled once more. However, he had failed again this time. Harry, are you even looking? Ron's outstretched hand was starting to stiffen. You must have memorized the lines of my lifeline and career line by now, right? Harry suddenly realized that he had been staring blankly at the love line on Ron's hand for nearly a minute. He quickly grasped Ron's hand, wanting to record his analysis while referencing the book. A love line that is complete and lengthy indicates that the first love will come to fruition. The love line and friendship line tend to converge. Ron, perhaps your love is among your friends. Harry hastily jotted down his analysis, fearing he would forget it within 3 seconds. After hearing this explosive analysis, Ron lazily remarked, Did you not say in class that I would have 2 love lines? How is it that the first love will now come to fruition? Harry scratched his head. Maybe you've been rubbing your hands together lately? Ron withdrew his hand in silence. Watching Harry write furiously, he hesitated over whether he should also take the opportunity to complete his own assignments during the break, allowing him time to watch Harry's Quidditch practice and once again experience the thrill of the firebolt. Ron pulled out some parchment, contemplating. Harry, I'll write your palm analysis again. Trelawney shouldn't notice, should she? Who knows? Harry replied without looking up. Just say my lifeline is extremely short, and that I will die soon. She will surely be delighted to give you an outstanding grade. But that would be too obvious. She would quickly realize I've written your palm analysis before. However, finding another person would mean starting over, a dilemma for Ron. At that moment, Hermione hurried into the classroom with an unusually heavy backpack. taking a seat beside them. "Hey Hermione. Can I borrow your hand for a second?" Ron asked. Hermione observed the open pages of divination, peering through the mists to the future on their table, and wrinkled her nose. "Ron, I am quite pleased to see you finally making use of your free time to attend to your homework." Without hesitation, Hermione extended her hand towards Ron. He scrutinized her palm, correlating it with the text. "The career line is long and broad, indicating great success, and the branches. How fascinating. No wonder you excel academically. But why does your success line contradict your career line?" "That is the fate line, Ron." Hermione corrected him. "Oh." Ron hastily flipped to the section on the fate line, and began analyzing once more. "It seems your fate might have a few bumps, but overall it appears quite smooth. Hermione, it states here that when you reach 30, you will receive assistance from a benefactor." Lost in his analysis of Hermione's palmistry, Ron remained oblivious to the classroom gradually falling silent. Severus Snape entered, casting a single glance, and all students immediately quieted. Only Ron, still holding Hermione's hand, attempted to decipher her fate line. Snape's cold gaze fixated on Ron as he spoke icily. "Weasley, if you wish to pursue romantic endeavors, kindly do so outside." A few Slytherin students snickered. Ron's face flushed crimson as he released Hermione's hand, feigning interest in his book. Unfortunately, he opened the wrong one. Divination. Peering through the mists to the future? Snape approached Ron, reading the title with a derisive sneer. "I shall inform Professor Trelawney of your profound affection for her class." In a panic, Ron hastily shoved divination into his bag and retrieved his potions textbook. The rustling of pages echoed clearly throughout the classroom. Beside Ron, Harry attempted to conceal his own copy of divination with the potions textbook, but Snape's gaze still drifted in their direction. Harry braced himself for criticism, but to his surprise, Snape merely glanced and moved on. Ron stared at Harry in disbelief, mouthing, "How are you so lucky?" Harry felt a surge of relief as well. Throughout the entirety of potions class, Snape refrained from reprimanding Harry, instead praising Draco for his potion-making prowess. Under Draco's guidance, Harry's potion turned out rather well, sparing him from an assignment. After class, Ron curiously inquired, "Harry, how on earth did you manage that? Snape has completely changed his attitude towards you." "I have no idea." Harry shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I smile at him often?" "Smile at him often?" Ron replied, perplexed. "Is that all it takes? Just to be friendly?" "He might have sensed my goodwill," Harry mused. Ron scratched his head. "Is it really that simple? Should I try it next time?" Draco, overhearing their conversation, decided against warning Ron, knowing such tactics would not work for him. He eagerly anticipated the day Ron would attempt it, vowing to capture Snape's reaction in its entirety with his camera. Exiting the subterranean potions classroom and ascending the stairs, they coincidentally encountered fourth-year Ravenclaw students exiting another classroom. Harry spotted Cho Chang and her curly-haired friend. From across the crowd, they merely exchanged nods. Even as they rounded the corridor's corner, Harry found himself glancing back towards Cho's direction. Draco frowned. "Hey Draco," Harry remarked while looking back, "that curly-haired girl is really watching you." Draco, uninterested, dismissed it with a glance. Ron exclaimed, "That girl must have a crush on Malfoy." "Like Draco?" Harry questioned, baffled. "But they've never even spoken." He suddenly found the girl rather irritating. "What does it matter?" Ron whistled. "It's just superficial attraction based on looks." Harry regarded Draco's profile, feeling oddly offended. Chapter 72. The Kiss of the Savior. The Quidditch match against Ravenclaw was swiftly approaching, with Gryffindor facing off against them. Harry's opponent was Cho Chang. Harry, seizing the golden snitch is crucial, would incessantly reiterate it before the match. "If you can catch it while we're leading by a wide margin, we can almost secure the Quidditch Cup. But if Ravenclaw's Seeker poses a significant threat to you, forget about the score and prioritize catching the snitch. We'll deal with defeating Ravenclaw first." "Understood, Oliver," Harry assured as would reminded him for the third time. "All right then," Fred chimed in. "I wasn't nervous until you started talking." During the previous day's practice, Harry had caught the golden snitch in merely 10 seconds. Wood's expression turned grave. "We must win the Quidditch Cup this year." "Indeed we must," Fred quickly added. "We know really, Oliver." Well then, Wood addressed the team. "I know we are the best team this year. We will win this match, just as we soared in practice yesterday. There's no doubt." They carried their brooms into the stadium, greeted by the raucous cheers of the spectators. The Ravenclaw players were already positioned at the center of the pitch. "Hazi isili sapotchang." She smiled at him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. For some inexplicable reason, Harry's mind wandered to her curly-haired friend. He scanned the stands, crowded with spectators, making it challenging to locate Draco. However, Hagrid's towering figure provided a point of reference, leading him to speculate that Draco, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and even Seamus and Dean were seated nearby. As the whistle blew, all players soared into the sky. Cho's flying skills were as impressive as Harry had previously witnessed. She accelerated past him, compelling him to alter his course. Harry was prepared, having previously devised a strategy with wood. He feigned a sighting of the golden snitch and dove rapidly towards the ground. Cho immediately followed suit. But her speed could not match the firebolt as it neared the ground. Harry abruptly pulled up, shaking off Cho's pursuit. He circled the pitch, keeping an eye on the score while searching for the snitch. Gryffindor was currently leading by 50 points. Cho again closed in, seemingly determined to trail Harry, employing her agile flying skills to obstruct his path, while keeping an eye out for any sign of the snitch. Harry executed the dive and climb tactic once more to outmaneuver Cho. When she caught up for the third time, the score had risen to 80-0, with Gryffindor leading by 80 points. Harry thought, it's time. Given Gryffindor's current advantage, if he could capture the golden snitch, it would essentially secure the Quidditch Cup for them. He diligently searched for the snitch, allowing Cho to follow closely behind. Suddenly, Harry dove down for the third time. Having learned from the previous 2 attempts, Cho did not accelerate recklessly but prepared to adjust her broom's direction, scanning above for any sign of the snitch. When Harry was merely 10 feet from the ground, he abruptly halted the firebolt. Cho, having gained experience, also came to a stop, poised to intercept Harry as he ascended. Yet Harry executed an unexpected maneuver, veering at a peculiar angle, nearly horizontally to the left. Cho's heart raced with trepidation as she sensed the inevitable outcome. The entire arena watched in anticipation of their duel, even as Ravenclaw scored a goal, drawing little attention. Indeed, not far from their left, the golden snitch hovered in midair. Cho swiftly adjusted her broom. But it was too late. Harry soared through the air on his firebolt, evading a tricky shot from the Ravenclaw chaser with breathtaking speed. He seized the golden snitch, and a whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. The Gryffindor seeker, Harry Potter, had captured the elusive snitch. Lee Jordan, from the commentary booth, jubilantly announced the conclusion of the game, proclaiming that Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 230-10. Gryffindor was on the brink of securing the season's top position, provided that Slytherin refrained from employing any unscrupulous tactics in the finals. Professor McGonagall snatched the microphone from Lee's grasp, but no one paid it any mind, as all the team members excitedly rushed towards Harry, enveloping him in a flurry of embraces. Aaliyah, Angelina, and Katie even affectionately kissed Harry on the cheek. "Well done, Harry," Wood shouted, his enthusiasm evident, as if he too wished to rush forward and kiss Harry. Fred and George let out a wild cheer, reaching Harry first and hugging him tightly, with Fred nearly hanging off him. "Harry, that was absolutely brilliant." Ron and the others soon joined, offering their congratulations. Ron's embrace nearly took Harry's breath away. Hagrid's massive frame was unable to navigate through the throng, but he waved joyfully at Harry from a distance. Professor McGonagall gave Harry a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Harry, you were magnificent." Hermione, along with the 3 Gryffindor female players, also bestowed a kiss upon Harry's cheek. At that moment, Cho Chang approached, graciously congratulating Harry on his victory, to which he responded politely. Draco, standing behind Hermione, observed the scene with crossed arms, his lips pressed tightly together. During the match, witnessing Harry and Cho's intertwined figures in red and blue soaring through the sky had stirred a tumult of discomfort within him, a jealousy he could hardly bear. And now, this feeling surged even more intensely. Therefore, before Cho, Draco stepped forward, opened his arms, and embraced Harry, saying congratulations. Harry returned the embrace, smiling as he replied, "Thank you." Yet in the next instant, much like Hermione, Draco leaned in and kissed Harry on the cheek. Harry froze, his eyes blinking in disbelief, as if his mind had momentarily shut down. The surrounding sounds faded, leaving only the thunderous beat of his heart echoing in his ears. The soft, slightly cool sensation against his cheek seemed to disrupt the very workings of his being. His hands felt numb, unsure of where to rest, and his gaze wandered aimlessly, while his expression remained frozen in bewilderment. This experience was entirely different from the kisses he received from Hermione, Aaliyah, Angelina, and Katie. It felt as though an eternity had passed, though it was merely a fleeting moment. Draco quickly released him, his pale gray eyes possessing a mesmerizing allure that seemed to ensnare Harry's very soul. The jubilant crowd erupted in cheers, some even whistling in delight. Just as Harry was grappling with how to face Draco and the others, Fred and George charged in from either side, each planting a hearty kiss on one of Harry's cheeks. "We kissed the savior. We kissed the savior," they shouted, arms outstretched as they proudly proclaimed their victory to the crowd. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere turned jubilant and warm. Wood appeared on the verge of tears from excitement, wanting to join in the celebration, but being blocked by the twins. "Oliver, don't steal our savior." Fred laughed, "But you can kiss us instead." Wood was amused by their antics. He pulled Fred and George in for a hug, planting a kiss atop each of their heads. The laughter and cheer of the crowd grew louder. Wood approached Harry, repeating the gesture with a kiss on Harry's head, and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Well done, Harry." Harry nodded vacantly at Wood, mumbling words he couldn't quite grasp. The exuberant crowd obscured his view, leaving him uncertain of Draco's expression and his own feelings. Yet, he was undeniably aware that Draco's kiss was unlike any other. It was profoundly different. Chapter 73, The Invitation. Following the Easter holiday, the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin Quidditch final saw would temporarily reduce the training frequency, allowing Harry's routine to finally return to normal. Meanwhile, a significant piece of news emerged. The Daily Prophet dedicated several pages to the verdict of the trial against Peter Pettigrew. The charges of murdering Muggles and indirectly causing the death of the Potters were upheld, leading to the revocation of his first-class Order of Merlin and sentencing him to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Sirius Black, however, had his name cleared and was exonerated. Pettigrew attempted to mimic Sirius by transforming into a rat to escape Azkaban, but the Ministry of Magic was prepared for his animagus form, having placed anti-transfiguration spells around his cell. The moment Pettigrew transformed, a Dementor swooped in, mercilessly draining his soul. From that day forth, Peter Pettigrew became a mere shell of a man, confined to Azkaban for eternity. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Hermione finished reading the last line of the article, eliciting murmurs of astonishment from the crowd. Harry found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Compared to Pettigrew's ultimate fate, he felt a greater sense of joy for Sirius finally gaining his freedom. Sirius mentioned this in his letter as well. To compensate for his unjust imprisonment, the Ministry awarded him a substantial sum of money and reinstated a first-class Order of Merlin, recognizing his contributions in the fight against Voldemort. Sirius expressed his disinterest in the medal, believing he had mistakenly trusted Pettigrew, which led to the tragedy. However, Kreacher, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, declaring that his master was truly worthy of being a descendant of the Black family, receiving honors akin to those of his ancestors, and that this was an achievement he had earned solely on his own merit. Harry could vividly imagine Kreacher's expression and tone, causing him to chuckle as he read the letter. Sirius also mentioned that Kreacher displayed the newly awarded first-class Order of Merlin alongside the original in the most prominent position in the living room's glass cabinet, polishing it several times a day. Sirius swore that he once even saw the house elf kissing the medal. As for the vast sum of galleons bestowed as compensation by the Ministry, Sirius had no desire for it, as it was a price paid for his lost freedom over the years. Moreover, the wealth of the Black family was more than enough for him to last several lifetimes. Thus, Sirius decided to pass this fortune on to the Weasley twins as an investment in their marvelous inventions. Upon receiving this news, Fred and George were ecstatic, jumping for joy. They promptly sent Sirius a new batch of their innovative creations and promised that once they earned money, they would share a generous portion with both Sirius and Harry, their intermediary. To express their gratitude towards Harry, the Weasley brothers gifted him the Marauder's map and explained its usage. In the corridor outside the Great Hall, Harry imitated George's actions, lightly tapping the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Delicate lines of ink spread from where the wand touched, revealing several lines of text on the map. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, helping mischievous wizards since 1991. Presenting the Marauder's map. Harry marveled at the 4 names, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Fred mysteriously lowered his voice, saying, "We suspect this map was created by Professor Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and your father." "What?" Harry was momentarily taken aback. "Harry, we have pondered the significance of these 4 names countless times, for they have imparted more wisdom to us than the entirety of our teachers combined. You cannot fathom our eagerness to uncover the identities of these 4 individuals. I even overheard George mentioning them in his sleep one night. We are unanimously resolved to ascertain the names of these 4 mentors and pay them the utmost respect. Yet, until we learned of Sirius and Peter Pettigrew, we had remained in the dark." The twins recounted the tale in turns. Sirius could transform into a large black dog, a fitting embodiment of the name Paw. Your father could metamorphose into a stag. How vividly that aligns with the image of Prongs, a detail we gleaned from Ron. As for Peter Pettigrew, the Daily Prophet devoted an entire page to recounting his life, which we read in its entirety, albeit nearly gagging at its contents. Peter was often found trailing behind his illustrious companions, and the length of a rat's tail suits the name Wormtail most aptly, reflecting the wretchedness of his existence. The reason for Professor Lupin being called Moony remains a subject for further inquiry, Fred stated earnestly. Perhaps it is due to the roundness of his face? George speculated. Fred made a face of mild disdain. That guess is truly pathetic, brother. Harry recalled how a boggart would transform into a floating orb before Professor Lupin, which in retrospect, bore a resemblance to the moon. Regardless, Fred concluded, I believe we have honorably inherited the noble aspirations of Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Indeed, our pranks surpass those of the entire student body combined, George concurred. It is time to pass this map to the next generation, ensuring that their legacy can flourish within Hogwarts, Fred asserted with utmost gravity. Me? Harry questioned skeptically. Indeed it is you, Harry, Fred proclaimed with conviction. As the son of Prongs, the ward of Padfoot, and the proud pupil of Moony, this map rightfully belongs to you. Harry, you have committed your fair share of rebellious acts, George enumerated, from dueling with the defense against the dark arts professor in your first year, to erasing the memory of the same professor in your second, and engaging in a duel with a Dementor in your third. Wait, I must clarify, Harry interjected. Your accounts are inaccurate, and Professor Lockhart is certainly not me. But George was undeterred. Regardless, we are in unanimous agreement that you are the finest heir to this map. Quite right, Fred affirmed decisively. Following this, Fred and George hummed the march that would play during the awarding of the Quidditch Cup. One of them snatching the map from Harry's grasp, stepping in time, and solemnly returning it to him. Continue the fight, Harry, for our great prankster cause. Harry stared in astonishment at the brothers' theatrical performance, which bore the air of a coronation. Once the twins departed, Draco approached Harry, observing the twins' retreating figures with keen interest. I find them not only amusing and highly intelligent, but also emotionally astute. Far superior to their younger brother, Draco added. Harry had grown accustomed to the banter between Draco and Ron, selectively disregarding the latter's remark. In truth, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. Since the match against Ravenclaw, he had not spent much time alone with Draco. We might have an opportunity to visit Hogsmeade before the Easter break, Draco suggested. Really? I haven't checked the notice board, Harry replied, uncertain of Draco's implication. I think, Draco said, gazing into Harry's eyes, since we agreed last summer to visit Hogsmeade together, perhaps this time we could seize the chance? Harry felt his heart race. Sounds good, but Ron and Hermione should come with us, alright? Draco regarded Harry for a couple of seconds before responding, that is acceptable. As Easter approached, third-year students were still burdened with ample homework. That evening, Draco surprisingly joined Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the library to complete their assignments. Well, Malfoy, you actually need to do potions homework too? Ron remarked, astonished to see Draco pulling out his potions essay. I've hardly ever seen you studying in the library or common room. Draco cast a languid glance at Ron. Of course I must write it. Professor Snape treats everyone equally. Who treats everyone equally? Snape. Ron nearly spat out his drink, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Draco recoiled slightly, a look of distaste on his face. Mind your manners, Weasley. Ron managed to swallow hard, retorting, except for you, Snape equally despises every Gryffindor student. Draco took out his quill, and began scribbling vigorously on the parchment. Hasn't Professor Snape been rather lenient with Harry lately? He remarked. True, Harry replied. He essentially ignores me, as if I am invisible in class. I suspect I must be wearing an invisibility cloak. Ron sighed. If only Snape could ignore me as well. I bet Neville thinks the same. Hermione had already spread several books on arithmancy before her, and without looking up she stated, Ron, it's quite simple. Really? How should I proceed? Ron asked eagerly. Hermione began to work out calculations on her parchment. You just need to raise your hand to answer questions every time like I do. Before long, Professor Snape will surely overlook you. Is that really simple? Ron stared incredulously at Hermione. What if he actually calls on me? Prepare in advance and read some related materials, and you will be able to answer, Ron. Hermione said lightly. That sounds incredibly easy. Ron's voice pitched. Hermione ignored Ron, and continued her calculations. Draco had already written several paragraphs, and even Harry had managed to pen the title of his essay. Ron sighed again, and opened his potions textbook. Harry noticed Draco writing swiftly. Within an hour, he had completed most of a sheet of parchment. Noticing Harry's frequent glances, Draco looked up and smiled at him. Harry thought to himself how lovely his smile is. Draco lowered his gaze and continued writing. Harry found himself entranced by Draco's impeccable demeanor and profile. After a moment, Draco looked up again, smiling at Harry. Are you encountering any difficulties? He leaned over to peer at Harry's parchment. Harry, seeing that he had only written 2 paragraphs, quickly covered his work, and no, it's nothing. All right, Draco replied with another smile, then stood to search for reference books on the library shelves. Why does he keep smiling at me? Harry pondered this question internally. Once Draco left the table, Ron seemed to exhale in relief, slumping in his chair. Pretending to study is exhausting. Why pretend? Hermione asked, still not looking up. Ron mumbled. I don't want to be mocked by Malfoy. Then just write your essay seriously, and that will solve it, Hermione said, already beginning to write on her second sheet of parchment. It's not that easy, Ron protested quietly, glancing at Harry for support. Harry was still recalling Draco's earlier smile when he noticed Ron looking at him, and reflexively, he returned a smile. To his surprise, Ron gazed at Harry in confusion. Harry, what's wrong? Does your face hurt? Even Hermione lifted her head from her mountain of books and parchment. Harry's smile faltered, disappearing as if struck by a vanishing spell. It's nothing, he said, patting his cheek, just a muscle spasm. Hermione lowered her head once more to continue her calculations. Ron, perplexed, echoed, facial cramps? Draco had already returned to his desk with a reference book in hand, prompting Ron to diligently flip through his potions textbook again. Harry resolved to avert his gaze from Draco and focus intently on his essay. In less than a quarter of an hour, Draco rolled up the parchment in his hand and retrieved assignments from other subjects. You finished? Ron asked incredulously. Indeed, Draco replied with an air of nonchalance. Ron immediately glanced at Harry's parchment. With a resigned sigh, Harry unfurled his essay for Ron to see. He had only completed a third of it. Ron then turned his attention to Hermione, who had already filled her second sheet of parchment to the brim. Are you even normal? Ron exclaimed, no longer feigning composure. As he slumped in his chair and lamented, Harry, what kind of friends are we making? Harry offered a wry smile. Ron stared vacantly at his parchment, murmuring, Harry, next time you choose friends, please be discerning. I don't wish to face a third Hermione in the library. At that moment, the second Hermione Ron referred to spoke up. Harry, would you like to see my essay? Ron immediately straightened, eagerly watching as Draco pushed his completed potions essay towards Harry. Is it really permissible? Harry hesitated. Ron's gaze was fixed on the finished essay with longing. Of course Draco smiled. But Hermione suddenly raised her head, asserting, I believe this is not advisable. Draco arched an eyebrow. Why not? Ron's eyes darted back and forth between the 2 Hermiones in his mind, uncertain whom to support. Hermione even set down the quill she had been gripping tightly, her expression serious as she looked at Draco. The knowledge from potions class is invaluable. Harry should earnestly study it himself. Indeed, the knowledge from potions is indeed valuable, Draco replied leisurely. But I merely suggested Harry reference it to save him the time of researching. Hermione retorted without yielding. Knowledge acquired through personal investigation and contemplation is far more likely to be retained. Harry may very well need this knowledge in the future. What then? He has me. Draco replied without a moment's pause, and that is sufficient. Hermione appeared momentarily stunned, while Ron gaped at Draco. What I mean, Draco clarified, glancing at the astonished Harry, is that I can assist Harry in brewing any potion he desires. He need not become a potions expert. Ron displayed an expression of realization, enviously giving Harry a thumbs up. Initially tense, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Draco's explanation. Yet he could not shake a slight pang of disappointment. However, Hermione evidently did not share Harry and Ron's perspective. After staring blankly for 3 seconds, she continued. But even couples, family members, or best friends cannot be together 24 hours a day. There will always be moments when Harry must face things alone. After pondering for a moment, Draco nodded. Granger has a point. Harry, you must decide for yourself. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Harry did not wish to be perceived as inferior by Draco, so he quietly stated, I will write it myself first, and if I encounter any issues, I will ask you. Anytime, Draco replied. Under Ron's disappointed gaze, Draco reclaimed his essay. Hermione watched Draco, seemingly in contemplation. As Draco rose once more to search for reference materials, Ron donned a self-assured smile and addressed Hermione. Hermione, I really don't need to become a potions expert. I have you alongside Harry, right? If we find ourselves in an emergency, you wouldn't just leave us to fend for ourselves, would you? Ron's eyes flitted toward the stack of parchments on Hermione's desk, seemingly searching for the potions essay. Harry could not help but admire Ron's audacity to challenge Hermione at that moment. Oh, I would indeed leave you to fend for yourself, Ron, Hermione shot back, glaring at him as she gathered all her parchments. If your so-called emergency merely pertains to potions knowledge that a third year could master. Chapter 75. The Group Photo. The third-year students had finally endured the mountain of homework and arrived at the eve of Easter, eagerly anticipating their trip to Hogsmeade. On the morning of their excursion, Harry received delightful news. Sirius had written to inform him that Regulus had awakened the previous day, albeit for a mere fleeting moment. The letter stated that the healer considered this a promising sign, believing Regulus's next awakening would not be far off. Yet, Sirius lamented that Dumbledore forbade him from visiting Regulus frequently. He wrote, "I can hardly believe Dumbledore thinks I visit too often. 7 times a day is excessive? I don't wish to miss Regulus's next moment of consciousness, but I must concede that Dumbledore's concerns are valid. We cannot allow others to become aware of Regulus's condition or its cause. Dumbledore suggested that I disguise myself as my brother for the next few months, and travel in Southeast Asia or South America to prepare for Regulus's eventual return." Upon hearing Harry read Sirius's letter, Ron excitedly whispered, "So, Sirius will be traveling to Southeast Asia or South America for the next few months?" "That seems to be the case. Didn't he specify?" Harry replied. "It's truly wonderful that Regulus is waking up." Both Ron and Hermione were thrilled. However, they were currently standing in the foyer, awaiting Filch to check the list for the trip to Hogsmeade. Surrounded by students, the three could only speak in hushed tones. Before long, Draco sauntered towards them with an air of quiet elegance. Today Draco exuded his usual refined demeanor. Clad in a meticulously tailored dark robe that exuded classical charm, it accentuated his increasingly tall frame. The collar and cuffs were adorned with intricate yet subtle patterns that shimmered with his every movement, exuding nobility and grace. Harry noticed that the tie Draco wore today was the silver-blue one he had gifted him during their first year, a cherished Christmas present. Many students in the foyer turned their attention to Draco, including a friend of Cho's with curly hair. Harry hoped that Draco would walk over quickly, or that Filch would arrive soon to divert their gazes elsewhere. "Malfoy, why do you look different from this morning?" Ron appraised Draco from head to toe, contemplating that when he had the means, he too would purchase such an exquisite robe. "I was brewing potions this morning." "Now it's different," Draco replied dismissively to Ron and turned to Harry. "Have you been waiting long, Harry?" "Not at all. Filch hasn't arrived yet," Harry replied, studying Draco's face. "By the way, Sirius wrote to me." Harry handed the letter to Draco, who read it from beginning to end. "Ahem," Hermione cleared her throat, reminding them. "Harry, we need to line up. Filch is here." "What?" Oh, Harry realized, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Hey Harry," an excited voice called out. Both Harry and Draco turned to see Colin Creevey, camera in hand, snapping a photo of them. "Hey Colin," Harry managed a strained greeting. In truth, he was concerned that Colin's actions might offend Draco, who did not seem like someone who enjoyed being photographed casually. Colin appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Harry, I hope you and your friend don't mind. I just saw your interaction and thought it was, how shall I say, quite touching. And I couldn't help but click the shutter." Harry forced a smile and nodded, then explained to Draco, "If you dislike being photographed, I can ask Colin to delete it. He is really a nice guy, it's just that he idolizes you." "I understand," Draco interjected. Colin sheepishly scratched his head. To Harry's astonishment, Draco appeared not at all displeased. Instead he smiled and asked Colin, "May I have that photograph developed earlier sent to me once it's ready?" Colin blinked in surprise at Draco, only responding 2 seconds later with enthusiasm, "Of course. I can have 2 copies made. One for you and one for Harry." "That would be splendid," Draco replied with a gentle smile. Encouraged, Colin became invigorated, snapping away at Harry and Draco with fervor. It was only when curious onlookers began to gather that Harry gently urged Colin to pause. Clutching his camera, Colin gazed at Harry and Draco, his excitement palpable. Such moments of harmony with Harry were rare, especially since Harry's friend also made for an excellent model. Suddenly Ron interjected, "Colin, do you have any photos of me? A picture with Harry would suffice. Could you have one printed for me?" Colin lowered his gaze, rummaging through the photos in his camera, and somewhat sheepishly replied, "I'm sorry, Ron, but there aren't any this time." "What?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "You took so many pictures and not a single one included me? Not even in the background?" Colin felt quite awkward. "Oh, no, y me surrey. What about previous photos?" Ron pressed on, unwilling to relent. "Surely there must be some of me. I helped save Harry from the Chamber of Secrets last year. I even lost a wand." Yes, that's true," Colin affirmed, mentally scrambling to recall the photos he had developed before, desperately trying to locate even a fragment of Ron's visage. "Oh, I remember. The first time I photographed Harry was during that duo shot with Professor Lockhart. I believe your left shoulder made it into the frame, Ron, though my photography skills were still quite rudimentary back then." "Left shoulder?" Ron's expression fell. "Thank you for my half a shoulder, Colin." Consequently, Colin was compelled to take 5 solo shots of Ron, as well as a trio shot with Harry and Hermione. Ultimately, At Colin's enthusiastic suggestion, Ron begrudgingly consented to let Draco join them for a photograph of the four. Splendid! Colin exclaimed as he captured the moment with a click of the shutter. This one of Harry and Hermione turned out remarkably well. Harry's friend is exceptionally photogenic. Colin genuinely praised, hastily adding upon noticing Ron's hopeful gaze, and Ron, you look quite splendid as well. Ron nodded in satisfaction. With his camera in hand, Colin departed with a sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, they heard Filch's voice calling out. Aren't you lot heading out? If not, move aside and stop blocking the way. It was then they realized most of their classmates had already passed Filch's inspection and left the entrance hall. Let's go, Ron urged. The four approached Filch and successfully navigated the checkpoint. The weather in March had begun to warm, and the sun shone brightly outside. Harry took a deep breath. Una linga familiar, refreshing herbal scent. Turning his head, he found Ron and Hermione conversing, while Draco smiled at him, with Sirius's letter still safely tucked in his pocket. It was a day that could not have been more splendid. Chapter 76. A visit to Hogsmeade. The four friends strolled down the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, basking in the warm sunlight. Shops lined the streets, and Hogwarts students could be seen here and there. Ron counted on his fingers. I want to visit Honeydukes. The pepper imps I bought last time were delightful. And I also want to stop by Zonko's joke shop. Fred and George tricked me with that prank product during Christmas. They claimed they bought it at Zonko's, but I suspect they made it themselves. Hermione interjected, my parents adore Honeydukes do some toffees, though they mustn't indulge too much. They are dentists. You know. But I still want to check it out. Harry, is there anything you wish to buy? Harry shook his head, indicating he had no particular desires. What about you, Draco? Draco pondered for a moment. The cat treats you bought for Tyson last time were quite good. There was one flavor Tyson particularly enjoyed. So I would like to get some more. I know where to find them, Harry offered. I can take you there. Sounds good, Draco replied with a faint smile. Hermione observed Harry and Draco for a moment before suggesting, actually, we could split up. Harry, you can take Malfoy to get the cat treats, while Ron and I visit Honeydukes and Zonko's. We can regroup at noon. Draco appraised Hermione, once again impressed by this remarkable Muggle-born girl. Why should we split up? Unsurprisingly. Ron objected. Last time's pepper imps Harry also said were amusing, right Harry? Ron gazed at Harry with clear anticipation. Well, they were all right, Harry replied quickly, noticing Ron's surprised expression and adding, I mean they were indeed quite fun. Ron grinned in satisfaction. Exactly. We can go together. Draco seized the opportunity to interject. Then Weasley, I'm sure you wouldn't mind bringing back some of those candies you mentioned for Harry? Ron wouldn't mind at all, Hermione chimed in with a grin. Wait a moment. Ron glanced at the three beside him, feeling somewhat sidelined. Hermione winked at Ron. Are you unwilling to join me? Ron looked at Hermione in confusion. Why must we split up? Well, if you prefer, Ron, you and Harry can go to Honeydukes and Zonko's while I take Malfoy to get the cat treats. That won't do. Ron blurted out without a second thought. Let Harry take Malfoy instead. From Ron's tone, it seemed that accompanying Draco to fetch cat treats felt like a burdensome task. Then it's settled, Hermione beamed. Harry Malfoy, shall we meet at the Three Broomsticks at noon? Ron, having given up the struggle, felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of the Three Broomsticks, recalling the unsettling events that transpired there last time. Particularly thoughts of the traitorous Peter Pettigrew. Let's choose a different meeting place. How about the Hogshead? I've heard it's quite cool, Ron suggested. The other three readily agreed, and Ron felt a bit better inside. Let us go, Hermione said, leading Ron toward Zonko's. Shall we also proceed, Harry? Draco chuckled. Oh, all right. Harry suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Buying cat treats did not take long. They spent hardly 10 minutes in the shop before emerging. Task accomplished. Where to next? Harry glanced at the time, realizing there were still 2 hours until their rendezvous with Hermione and Ron. Are you eager to seek out the Weasleys and Granger? Draco stepped closer to Harry, a peculiar expression on his face. Harry stared at Draco's suddenly near visage, recalling the events that unfolded after the last Quidditch match. Not particularly, Harry replied, feeling a warmth creeping to his cheeks. It had been so easy to be around Draco before. Why was he feeling so tense now? Draco stepped back slightly, and Harry quietly exhaled. I'm not very familiar with Hogsmeade. You know, last time I was with Ron and Hermione, I wasn't really in the mood to explore. Draco pointed ahead to a shop not far away. There's Devon's Bank. They sell magical equipment. You could purchase something that doesn't appear too magical for your Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, allowing them to gradually accept the benefits of magic. I believe starting with your aunt would be easier. Harry recalled the magical cleaning cloth Draco had gifted Aunt Petunia, and thought it was an excellent idea. The two wandered through Devon's Bank for quite some time, reminiscing about Draco's visit to Harry's home before their third year began. Ultimately, Harry selected a culinary processor that, with a mere press of a button after placing the ingredients inside, would efficiently wash, chop, and prepare everything within a minute, complete with an automatic cleaning feature. He designated the delivery address as the school. As they exited the Davies Banks, the atmosphere lightened somewhat, and the two seemed to revert to the carefree days of their third-grade summer break. Harry recounted amusing incidents from the Dursley household, including the first time Ron used a Muggle telephone to call him, only for it to be answered by Uncle Vernon. Dudley had ridiculed Harry for 3 whole weeks over that incident. Harry proposed a visit to Zonko's joke shop next, expressing his desire to purchase some small prank products for his dear cousin Dudley. Upon hearing Harry's suggestion, Draco maintained his smile and slowly replied, "Oh, that sounds delightful. Perhaps we might even meet up with the Weasleys and Granger ahead of schedule." However, Harry seemed to discern that Draco's smile lacked sincerity, and with a flicker of insight, added that they should first visit Zonko's, as they were likely at Honeydukes at that moment. Draco's smile appeared genuinely warmer now as he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Chapter 77. The Joke Shop. Upon arriving at Zonko's joke shop, they did not encounter Ron and Hermione, but instead stumbled upon the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who were conducting market research. The twins were quietly discussing several products, occasionally jotting down notes. "Harry, come take a look over here," Draco beckoned. Harry approached the row of shelves brimming with an array of prank products, leaving him utterly dazzled. Spotting a realistic snake-like toy, he inquired of Draco, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Does your cousin fear snakes?" Draco queried. Harry recalled the incident from their first year when he and the Dursleys visited the zoo, where Dudley had continually taunted a Brazilian python from behind the glass, attempting to provoke it into action. "Not particularly afraid. This could serve as a backup," Harry replied, glancing at the next product. Draco picked up a candy-wrapped item. "Burp candy, which will make your cousin burp incessantly. What do you think?" "Uncle Vernon would undoubtedly guess it was my doing within a second," Harry remarked, "but I could wait until Dudley is out and place the burp candy by the roadside. He certainly wouldn't refuse a piece of candy." "Candy left by the roadside?" Draco frowned. "Would he really pick up and eat something of unknown origin?" "Rest assured, it will work flawlessly," Harry stated confidently, "though it does mean I won't get to witness his comically awkward state up close." "What about pretending to pass by? It could be worth a try." Harry was quite pleased with the burp candy. He then picked up a product resembling an Easter egg. Reading the instructions on the packaging, "Magic flea eggs, a prank product that resembles fleas. Point the egg's pointed end at your friend and press the button at the base. 2 toy fleas will automatically leap onto your friend. This toy boasts remarkable agility, ensuring your friend cannot catch them for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will wear off." Harry lifted a sample of the magic flea egg for display, exclaiming, "This one looks promising too." Draco suggested, "Why not use the magic flea egg on your cousin while he's burping?" Harry envisioned Dudley caught in both pranks and couldn't help but laugh, and perhaps throw in a bottle of burping soda for good measure. Triple the fun. The two excitedly brainstormed ways to prank Dudley, oblivious to the figure approaching from behind them. "Hello there." They turned to see Cho's curly-haired friend greeting them, though Cho was nowhere in sight. "Oh, hello," Harry responded, somewhat surprised that Cho's friend would initiate conversation with them. The girl continued to gaze at Draco, seemingly waiting for him to reciprocate the greeting. However, Draco remained as still as a statue, devoid of any expression. The smile on the girl's face gradually faded into awkwardness. Harry felt compelled to break the tension. Is there something you need?" The girl, glancing nervously at the icy Draco, replied softly in no. Harry was at a loss for words, the air around them seemingly frozen. "Well, goodbye then," Harry offered with a nod to the girl before turning to walk toward the other end of the shelves, with Draco expressionlessly following behind. Upon reaching the end of the shelf, Harry noticed Fred and George whispering to each other, appearing to concoct some mischief. "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Harry asked Draco, still holding the displayed magic flea egg. "I don't know her." Draco finally showed a flicker of emotion on his face, snorting. "But you seem quite keen to converse with her." Harry was taken aback, uncertain of when the fire had turned against him. "I was merely responding out of politeness." In front of them, Fred and George continued their hushed conversation, entirely oblivious to Harry and Draco. Harry overheard Fred saying, "Next time at Quidditch practice, we should test it out. It might just work." "Not a chance," George replied. "Oliver would only give us a half-hour break at most. No, not even 10 minutes. He knows us too well." "In that case," Fred grinned mischievously, "why don't we try it on Oliver?" George's excited voice chimed in. "Brilliant idea, mate." Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Wood, who had become the twins' target. Suddenly, Draco interjected, I dislike speaking with those I do not care for. What? Harry recalled their earlier discussion about speaking to Cho as friend. Draco pressed his lips together and reiterated, I only wish to converse with those I like. Harry stared blankly at Draco, feeling as though he had frozen in place. Unconsciously, he pressed a button on the magic flea egg he held in his right hand. 2 toy fleas, the size of fingernails, shot out from the tip of the egg, landing atop the twins' heads. George, do you feel a bit itchy on your head? You too? I thought I'd forgotten to wash my hair this morning. The twins simultaneously reached up to scratch their heads. Harry widened his eyes at the magic flea egg in his hand, awkwardly glancing at Draco. Ooh. Fred and George jumped up simultaneously. Who's pranking us? Harry thought to himself, this was it. The prank product the twins had intended to test on Wood was now aimed at him. But in the next instant, a cool hand grasped his empty left hand. Draco mouthed run, then pulled Harry's hand, swiftly navigating through the throngs of students toward the far end of the shelves. The curly-haired girl, still standing in place, witnessed their departure and smiled again, but her expression swiftly shifted to shock and disappointment upon seeing their tightly intertwined hands. Draco ignored her entirely as he passed by, while Harry could only offer an apologetic smile in her direction. He too was surprised at his own concern for that girl. In truth, his astonishment rivaled that of his feelings after the last Quidditch match. The sensation of elation mixed with anxiety, rendering him numb, enveloped him once more. Draco held Harry's hand tightly, quickening their pace until they nearly broke into a run upon reaching the shop's entrance. As they passed the cashier, Draco grabbed a handful of gold galleons from his pocket and tossed them onto the counter. The clerk, witnessing their extravagance, warmly welcomed them to return. They ran nearly 100 meters down the street before stopping. Harry, slightly breathless, turned to look back, relieved to see that Fred and George had not pursued them. He wondered if they even realized who had played the prank. All right, it should be fine now, Harry remarked. Indeed, Draco replied, releasing Harry's hand. Harry's palm absently rubbed against itself, a hint of reluctant nostalgia washing over him. He had not anticipated that the flea toy would perfectly land atop their heads, much to Harry's bemusement. Moreover, each of them had one perched there, as Draco added. The thought of Fred and George's reactions made Harry stifle a laugh. Meeting Draco's gaze, they both held back for a second before bursting into laughter. Chapter 78. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry glanced at the time. It was 11:45. Shall we head to the Leaky Cauldron? This time, Draco merely nodded in agreement, offering no further objections. The Leaky Cauldron was not far from a post office on Central Avenue. A dilapidated wooden sign hung from a bracket at the entrance, depicting a bleeding pig's head. The windows of the bar seemed to be coated with centuries' worth of grime, giving it a distinctly shabby appearance. Draco regarded the bar's exterior with a pained expression and hesitated, asking, do we really have to go in? Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty as well. Knowing Draco's aversion to filthy places, he suggested, how about I check if Ron and Hermione are inside first? But then he reconsidered, never mind, let us go in together. For Harry's sake, Draco suppressed his discomfort and followed him toward the entrance. As they approached, a figure exited the bar and collided with them. Draco, aware of the eclectic clientele that frequented the Leaky Cauldron, quickly pulled Harry aside. However, upon recognizing the person before them, he exclaimed in surprise, Professor Dumbledore? The individual emerging from the bar was indeed Dumbledore. Ah, Draco, Harry. It appears you are enjoying this splendid weather alongside a friend. Are you not? A glass of butterbeer would make it all the more delightful. Harry cast a skeptical glance at the grimy windows of the bar, doubting any sunlight could penetrate inside. Dumbledore, noticing Harry's gaze, offered a somewhat apologetic smile. I must apologize, Harry. I just promised the bar's owner I would help him attract patrons. It's been years since he made such a request, and it was difficult to decline. Thus, I must recommend the Leaky Cauldron's butterbeer, though do remember to bring your own cups. Harry was taken aback. Professor, you've known the owner of the Leaky Cauldron for many years? Indeed, it has been quite some time, Dumbledore replied, stroking his long white beard. Draco interjected, Professor, have you made any progress on the matter you were investigating? From Draco's expression, Harry immediately understood he was referring to the fourth Horcrux. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, though he responded, there are some leads. But it is not quite ready yet. I apologize, Draco. Harry looked at Dumbledore in confusion, unable to grasp why he felt the need to apologize. Draco appeared somewhat dejected. No, I was too hasty, Professor. It's all right. Very well. Enjoy this lovely afternoon. Dumbledore's expression lightened again. Draco, if I am not mistaken, our planned Easter excursion still stands, correct? Yes, Professor, Draco replied with a glance toward Harry, nodding in affirmation. Dumbledore then turned to Harry. Will you be joining us, Harry? Before Harry could respond, Draco interjected, "No, Harry is visiting his godfather." Harry stared at Draco bewildered. He recalled that Draco had seen Sirius's letter, which mentioned that under Dumbledore's suggestion, Sirius would be disguising himself as Regulus while operating in Southeast Asia or South America for the next few months. To Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore nodded in agreement, saying, "Sirius has just regained his freedom and may still be adjusting. He indeed needs your company." As Dumbledore's knowing gaze fell upon him, Harry comprehended that he was to assist in concealing Sirius's absence from Britain. "I suppose so," Harry said. "I will visit number 12 Grimmauld Place to see Sirius during Easter." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. That arrangement could not be better. "Now, I must return to school. Severus is urging me to raise his salary. Draco, do not dwell on anything else. Simply enjoy this afternoon. Harry, promise me you'll bring your own cup. One to you?" Harry nodded, somewhat dazed. Dumbledore smiled contentedly before departing like a gust of wind. The two entered the leaky cauldron, which was as grimy and dilapidated inside as it appeared outside. The clientele was sparse, with many patrons obscuring their faces. Ron and Hermione had yet to arrive. They selected a spot that seemed relatively clean. Draco used his wand to tidy the chair several times before conjuring 2 cushions to sit on, only then reluctantly settling down. The owner of the leaky cauldron was a tall, thin man with a rather peculiar temperament. He approached them muttering, "What can I get you? 4 bottles of butterbeer?" Harry thought the old man looked somewhat familiar. The owner scrutinized Harry from head to toe, and just as Harry feared his scar had been recognized, the man briskly turned to leave. "Strange, isn't it?" Draco murmured, somewhat distracted. Moments later, an older woman with golden hair approached, carefully placing 4 bottles of butterbeer on their table. The woman appeared timid, a demeanor that seemed incongruous with her age. "Oh, thank you," Harry said. The woman offered a shy smile, which, combined with the many wrinkles on her face, created an odd contrast. She returned to the bar, and Harry noticed Draco's gaze lingering on her. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Harry asked, turning to look at the woman who seemed so out of place. "I don't know," Draco squinted. "Is there someone like her in the leaky cauldron?" Rather than answering Harry's question, he seemed more inclined to speak to himself. After a prolonged silence, Harry, unable to discern any clues, asked the question that had been on his mind, "Where are you going with Dumbledore for Easter?" As Harry had suspected, Draco was reluctant to discuss the matter. He merely replied curtly, "I have something to attend to," before changing the subject. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. "I had hoped to invite you to Sirius's home for Easter. You know, perhaps he'll have time to come by after you finish your business?" Draco blinked, knowing that Sirius was not home. "I'm sorry I can't make it," he said, lips pressed tightly together, a strange glimmer in his pale gray eyes. "I have other matters to attend to. Maybe you could invite Weasley and Granger." "Other matters?" Harry noticed Draco's unwillingness to discuss further, instinctively distancing himself a bit. "All right, you handle your affairs." Harry recalled their earlier conversation in Zonko's joke shop, where Draco had earnestly told him, "I don't like talking to those I dislike. I only wish to converse with those I care for." Yet now, Draco seemed disinclined to engage with Harry. A sense of dejection washed over Harry as he pondered what category he occupied in Draco's mind. Chapter 79, Bloodkin. During the Easter holiday, Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Meanwhile, Draco had left school a day early, claiming he was visiting his ailing father. In reality, on the second day of the Easter holiday, Draco had arranged to meet Dumbledore off campus. At this moment, they were traversing a weed-choked path. At the end of the trail lay a cemetery, with a small church to the right and a hill to the left, atop which sat a charming old house. The daylight was fading, and no one else was in sight. Draco kept his right hand firmly in his pocket, gripping his wand tightly. "Professor, do you know where we are?" Draco scanned the surroundings, ever vigilant. "Ah, I can surmise." Professor Dumbledore's voice resonated with an air of ease, as if they were merely on an excursion which faintly reminded me of an ancient dark magic. Draco exhaled, for Dumbledore was ever a perceptive and dependable ally. "So, Professor, do you have any inkling as to our purpose here?" By this point, they had entered the graveyard, and Dumbledore was keenly observing a thriving yew tree beside the path. Knowing of that dark magic, the guess was not arduous, was it? Dumbledore withdrew his gaze from the yew and began examining the names inscribed on the gravestones. "I believe we seek Tom Riddle," he stated. Draco acquiesced to Dumbledore's assertion. The two traversed the rows of gravestones, with Draco's right hand ever clutching his wand within his pocket, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Dumbledore endeavored to alleviate Draco's tension. "I have guessed correctly, have I not? But Draco, why must we come here at night? Strolling through a graveyard after dark hardly constitutes a pleasurable outing." Draco was taken aback by Dumbledore's nonchalance. I have never been here before and know not whether anyone might be guarding this place. I merely thought that nighttime would afford us greater ease of movement. I see, Dumbledore nodded. Fear arises from the unknown. Relax a bit, Draco, tonight. I shall accompany you in this endeavor, and I dare say I can guarantee our safety. Dumbledore's voice seemed imbued with an enchanting quality, and Draco's inner trepidation was considerably soothed. Before long, they located the gravestone of the elder Tom Riddle amidst the cemetery. Old Tom Riddle, the Muggle father of Voldemort. Dumbledore mused as he gazed at the inscription on the gravestone. The father's bones can aid the son in regaining corporeal form. Voldemort must have thought this was the only useful thing his foolish and worthless father could do for him. Draco fell silent. What we must do now is destroy the elder Tom Riddle's bones. Dumbledore intoned quietly, do you require my assistance, Draco? Draco pressed his lips together, resolute. No. I shall do it. Dumbledore stepped back, adopting a protective stance a little behind him. Taking a deep breath, Draco murmured an apology, then slowly withdrew his wand, directing it at the soil beneath the gravestone. Uttering a spell, the earth below the gravestone cracked open. Draco continued to cast spells, and wisps of dust ascended into the sky, swirling in accordance with his wand's movements. Once all the dust had risen, Draco produced a vial of potion spray and dispersed it into the air. Upon contact with the potion, the dust instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke, subsequently vanishing without a trace. A cold breeze swept through, leaving the air devoid of any remnants, save for the lingering acrid scent of the potion. Draco stood in stunned silence, gazing at the empty expanse above, incredulous. Did I succeed? Dumbledore stepped forward to stand beside Draco, a smile gracing his face. I believe so. You have succeeded, Draco. A surge of elation coursed through Draco. Did this mean that all that had transpired in fourth year would not recur? Dumbledore waved his wand, restoring the elder Tom Riddle's gravestone to its original state. He seemed to intuit Draco's thoughts, saying, this dark magic is not a precise form of sorcery. The elder Tom Riddle's bones are undoubtedly crucial for Voldemort's resurrection, yet they are not the sole means available. Draco's joy diminished somewhat. Does this imply that Voldemort can still regain a physical form using the bones of other blood relatives? To be frank, I cannot say for certain. Dumbledore responded earnestly, this is merely my conjecture. However, Draco, you have undoubtedly destroyed the blood relative's bones most likely to grant him the greatest power. The blood connection between father and son is the strongest. Should he utilize the elder Tom Riddle's bones for his resurrection, the body he acquires would possess formidable strength. Conversely, the weaker the blood connection, the diminished power he would regain. Draco spoke with urgency. Then if we were to destroy the bones of Voldemort's other blood relatives, could we not prevent him from regaining a corporeal form? Indeed we could, Dumbledore replied. However, Voldemort could still opt for alternative means to obtain a body, much like how he sought Quirrell to seize the Philosopher's Stone during your first year to achieve his resurrection. If we thwart his use of blood relatives' bones for rebirth, he will undoubtedly devise other methods, perhaps employing dark magics we cannot even fathom. At that juncture, how shall we preemptively intervene? A sense of desolation enveloped Draco. Had his actions ultimately been futile? To Draco's astonishment, Dumbledore burst into laughter. Thanks to your efforts, we have preemptively thwarted Voldemort from acquiring the most potent corporeal form. I believe we might leave a loophole to observe how he proceeds. The advantage of this, Draco, is that we have you to help us minimize unnecessary sacrifices.
Draco promptly graspait Dumbledore's intention.
Should Voldemort indeed regain his corporeal form at the end of the fourth year, then events would likely unfold as he remembered, allowing him to formulate preemptive defensive strategies. However, this resurrection spell still required two crucial elements. Draco remarked. I understand what you are implying. Dumbledore smiled understandingly. The flesh of a servant and the blood of an enemy. If I am not mistaken, he is likely seeking Harry's blood, is he not? Chapter 80. Not a battle for one. Draco marveled at Dumbledore's astuteness, yet constrained by the magic of the time-turner, he could not respond. Dumbledore astutely perceived Draco's meaning. It is not difficult to deduce. He must desire the most powerful vessel, hence he would choose Harry. Noting Draco's expression, Dumbledore elaborated. Harry is Voldemort's only true adversary in this life, a fact I am well aware of, as is he, and I trust you, Draco, will comprehend this as well. Some might question why Voldemort's greatest foe is not myself. To that I would answer, perhaps he fears me, but ultimately, it shall not be I who brings about his demise. Draco spoke softly. If the Dark Lord were to resurrect using your blood, might he not gain considerable power? I do not deny it, Dumbledore replied kindly, but he is unlikely to procure my blood. I suspect he would not dare to confront me alone. Draco's lips pressed tightly together, the concern for Harry evident upon his countenance. Yet Dumbledore bluntly articulated the truth. Thus, from Voldemort's perspective, Harry is the optimal choice. A young wizard before him with virtually no means of resistance, who could also assist him in acquiring the greatest energy. Draco's face drained of color, his lips nearly devoid of blood. Harry would be in grave danger. Must we afford the Dark Lord the opportunity to resurrect using blood and bone? Dumbledore gazed earnestly at Draco. Draco, please trust me. Harry's safety is paramount in my mind. Though Draco appeared pale, he ultimately nodded slowly. This time, I shall stand with you. Indeed, we have you, Dumbledore chuckled. I shall unreservedly place my trust in you, Draco. Draco gazed into the blue eyes above Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles. Feeling a modicum of solace, Dumbledore continued. On a more positive note, should Voldemort return, we would have a clearer path to locating the final fragment of his soul. Speaking of which, Draco, I heard you visited Gringotts with your mother yesterday? Draco nodded, having informed Dumbledore of his actions beforehand. Dumbledore slowed his speech, his expression growing grave. I have also heard that you applied for access to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts? Indeed, Draco furrowed his brow tightly. My mother had approached the goblins at Gringotts, seeking to enter her elder sister's vault to retrieve a family heirloom. Yet they rebuffed her request. They stated that even Bellatrix Lestrange herself would need to present identification, and no one else, not even her own sister, possessed the authority to access the vault. They also reminded my mother that we had been denied entry 2 years prior. Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully, remarking, the goblins are both cautious and vigilant. You and your mother attempted the same approach 2 years ago, thus they have documented this. It would be unwise to resort to that method again. Thank you, Draco. We have gleaned another lead on a Horcrux. However, this revelation did little to uplift Draco's spirits. Bellatrix remained incarcerated in Azkaban, rendering her presence at Gringotts impossible. A fact well known to the goblins. Must we truly resort to a break-in? Draco murmured. Breaking into Gringotts is hardly a prudent idea. Harry, Ron, and Hermione managed a narrow escape from memory, purely by luck. Dumbledore lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Before we devise a better plan, perhaps we could temporarily set aside an item from Bellatrix's vault. Indeed, a forcible entry into Gringotts is not advisable. It would alert many, and worse still, draw Voldemort's attention. Such a situation would not be advantageous for us. Draco concurred, stating, Then I shall wait for your guidance, Professor. Regarding the fifth Horcrux, Draco possessed scant knowledge, only aware that it was the resurrection stone discovered by Dumbledore. Yet he remained oblivious to the specific time and place of its discovery. No problem, Dumbledore winked at Draco. Today's rather intriguing Easter excursion has sparked additional thoughts. Perhaps I shall soon make progress. Draco's eyes brightened. Please be sure to include me, Professor. Dumbledore surveyed Draco's somewhat pallid visage and replied, I would certainly welcome your company. Yet I must inquire, Draco, when do you plan to consume the elixir of life once more? Draco fell into silence, grappling with his own hesitation. Recently, his bond with Harry had grown increasingly close. To depart now would be regrettable. Yet, fourth year was undeniably crucial, and he could not afford to miss it. Perhaps at the end of this term. Or maybe even sooner. I have yet to decide, Professor. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. I comprehend your reluctance to part from your friends. However, there are times when we must make sacrifices for more pressing matters. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. I believe the professors would be quite amenable to granting you an exemption given your exemplary performance. Thank you, Professor, Draco murmured softly. No need for gratitude. It is my duty as headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I am not referring to that, Professor. Draco lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable brightness. It is you who has made me feel that I am not fighting this battle alone. Dumbledore blinked, remaining silent for a long moment. So long, in fact, that Draco began to think no response would come, until he heard Dumbledore's gentle voice say, I feel the same. Thank you, Draco. Chapter 81. A brief separation. By the time Draco returned to school, it was already the afternoon of the last day of the holiday. The first thing he did upon his return was find Hermione in the common room, diligently preparing for her lessons. Hermione sat alone at a table, surrounded by several books and reference materials. Given that it was the final day of the break, few students occupied the common room, allowing Draco to spot Hermione as she sifted through her notes. Hey, Malfoy, Hermione greeted, looking up as he took a seat across from her. How was your holiday? Somewhat fruitful, Draco replied tersely. And yours? Quite pleasant, Hermione smiled. We spent some time playing wizard's chess. Harry and Ginny teamed up against Ron and me, and it was a fairly balanced match. Ginny Weasley was there too? Draco instinctively frowned. Yes, Hermione flipped open another book. They're currently at the Quidditch pitch. Harry, Ron, and Ginny are all there. According to Ron, they're taking advantage of the tail end of the holiday to fly. I can't quite fathom where they find such enthusiasm. If you're looking for Harry, you can find him at the Quidditch pitch. After this, Hermione meticulously searched the index for the material she intended to read. But when she turned to the corresponding page, she noticed Draco had not left. Hermione set her book down. Aren't you looking for Harry? Draco slowly shook his head. No. I came to find you. To find me? This surprised Hermione. Indeed, Draco nodded. You mentioned before that you, Harry, and Ron would regularly practice spells privately. Hearing this, Hermione's interest piqued. Yes, are you suggesting you would like to be our mentor? I am not qualified to be a mentor. We can learn together, Draco replied nonchalantly. However, I do wish to participate in a few of your sessions. Hermione was elated. Draco's involvement would undoubtedly provide them with valuable guidance. Draco continued, nonetheless, I hope that even during Harry's most hectic Quidditch training and academic periods, you will encourage him to keep practicing. You know, some matters are more important than Quidditch and studies, especially for Harry. I understand your point. I will, Hermione nodded earnestly. But why does it sound as though you might not be at school for much longer? Draco preferred not to delve further into that topic, simply stating that he needed to recuperate. Hermione did not press further. There is one more thing I would like to ask of you, Draco said. What is it? I would like your assistance in creating a means for us to communicate, one that can provide immediate alerts, calls for help, and convey simple messages. If it necessitates complex transfiguration, I can attempt it. Would that be acceptable? Hermione contemplated for a moment. All right, I will take care of that. Indeed, the cleverest witch, Draco remarked with a faint smile. After discussing this matter, Draco felt a sense of relief. He once again realized that he was not fighting this battle alone. Unlike before, when he could only rely on Goyle and Crabbe, he now had numerous reliable allies. Are you still planning to head to the Quidditch pitch? Hermione asked. Her gaze on Draco tinged with curiosity. Draco sensed her scrutiny and suddenly lost his earlier composure, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, I suppose I might say yes. I am planning to go. Hermione smiled brightly. Please pass along a message to Harry and Ron. We are resuming spell training the night after tomorrow, which means they need to prioritize their homework tomorrow night. Of course, this is contingent on your availability the night after tomorrow. No problem, Draco replied. Fantastic. Hermione immediately retrieved her wand and tapped her schedule. Draco could see that her timetable was densely packed, with hardly any breaks. Perhaps Harry has mentioned the room of requirement to you? Draco suggested. We could practice there. Hermione was quite excited. We have already checked it out. It's amazing, Malfoy. Draco smiled faintly. Then it is settled. With that, Draco rose and left the common room, making his way slowly out of the castle toward the Quidditch pitch. The early spring air still held a hint of chill, prompting Draco to instinctively tighten his robes as he gazed skyward toward the Quidditch pitch. In the distance, he could make out 3 figures in the air, and he recognized Harry at once. Ron was playing as the keeper, while Harry and Ginny took turns tossing the quaffle. Ginny and Ron were flying quite well, but Harry remained the best. Their laughter drifted on the wind, suggesting that Ron had completely misjudged a play. And Harry and Ginny were sharing a hearty laugh at his expense. Draco stood upon the verdant grass, the hem of his robe dancing gracefully in the breeze, exuding an air of nobility and solitude. He silently gazed at the figure in the sky, feeling an indescribable sense of loss deep within. Harry, high above, seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction before tossing the quaffle to Ginny, and diving towards the ground with the mastery of his firebolt. Harry came to a sudden halt before Draco. Draco, is that really you? Harry exclaimed with excitement, his cheeks flushed, half from exertion, half from the thrill of seeing Draco. Witnessing Harry's unabashed joy, Draco felt a flicker of solace in his heart. Did you enjoy your holiday, Harry? He inquired. It was quite nice. We stayed at Sirius's house the whole time. I only wish you could have been there, Harry replied, his regret palpable. Draco chuckled, his smile akin to the warm sun of March, capable of melting away all the world's chill. Harry fixated on Draco's beaming face, his heart racing as if he were still soaring on his broomstick. How was your holiday? I hadn't heard from you, Harry asked. I'm feeling quite well now. Draco replied candidly. The two exchanged smiles. Harry. Ron's voice echoed from above. Ron and Ginny were descending slowly, gliding towards them. Draco instinctively furrowed his brow. That Weasley girl has been with you all this time? Harry noted Draco's particular interest in Ginny. Ever since Ron had brought Ginny to Sirius's house for the first time, Draco had inquired about her on several occasions. Yet, he was uncertain of Draco's feelings towards Ginny, whether they were rooted in disdain or something else entirely. Yes, Harry responded. Ginny has a lovely personality and gets along well with Hermione. Draco's smile faded slightly. Ron and Ginny had now landed beside them. Malfoy, are you here to play Quidditch too? We could have a 2-on-2 match, me and Ginny against you. I'm not sure how good you are, but I guess I could manage to team up with you, Ron said. There's no need for you to force it, Weasley, Draco retorted with a scoff. If memory served him correctly, Hermione and Ron would eventually become a couple. Why then was one so astute while the other so dull? Oh, Ron appeared somewhat disappointed. Draco pondered. Did Weasley truly wish to play Quidditch so badly? Ron continued. So what are you here for? Just passing through? Draco maintained a stony expression as he slowly replied. Granger asked me to inform you that there will be spell training the night after tomorrow. So you should clear your schedules. What? Ron's face contorted as though he had just bitten into a bitter gourd. Does that mean we have to finish all our homework by tomorrow? Harry eagerly inquired. Does Hermione's message mean you'll be attending too? Draco, who had been giving Ron a frosty demeanor, nodded at Harry with a smile. I'll also ask Neville if he'd like to join. Neville will be thrilled, Harry said, hoisting his firebolt. Ron, Ginny, let us head back. Perhaps we can do a bit of homework tonight, making tomorrow night a little easier. What? Ron felt as if the sky had collapsed. He sensed that Harry was beginning to resemble a third Hermione. Ron and Ginny, each carrying their respective brooms, followed Harry and Draco back towards the castle. Ginny quietly asked Ron, Am I allowed to join the spell practice you mentioned? Of course, Ron replied dully. Why don't you go in my place, Ginny? Just dress up a bit so Hermione doesn't suspect anything. Ginny stifled a laugh. Oh come on, Ron. You wouldn't actually skip. You always complain, yet you never miss an opportunity to progress alongside Hermione and Harry. Chapter 82, Spell Training. On the evening of the second day, at 7 o'clock, they arrived at the room of requirement on the 8th floor as promised. Neville, as Harry had mentioned, was more than eager to participate in their spell training, even having prepared protective gear in advance. Neville, do you want to duel with someone? Ron asked with a grin. Feeling bashful, Neville scratched his head. I'm not sure. I've never participated in anything like this. You know, I learned slowly. Perhaps I could be your practice target instead? That is unnecessary, Draco said, glancing at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. We can take turns practicing. At that moment, Ginny hurried onto the 8th floor, asking, Did I arrive late? Draco frowned again, uncertain of Ginny's involvement. The frequency with which this Weasley girl appeared in Harry's life seemed a tad excessive. Suppressing his displeasure, Draco remained silent. No, we arrived early. Hermione beckoned Ginny over and then addressed Draco. I believe, since we are organizing this activity, having one more person isn't a bad thing, is it? Draco genuinely wished to send Ginny away, but he knew Harry would not appreciate his exclusion of a member of the Weasley family, and the others would likely disagree as well. Yet, what if Ginny could indeed be of assistance to Harry? Draco refrained from expressing his approval or disapproval, merely turning to lead the others towards the room of requirement. Yes, just like that, Hermione whispered to Ginny. Malfoy prefers to keep things succinct. He doesn't enjoy idle chatter. Oh, all right. Ginny felt relieved. Draco stood in the corridor and addressed the others. We each need to walk through this corridor 3 times, focusing on our need for a place to practice spells. They followed Draco's instructions, and after the 3rd pass, a door appeared on the smooth wall. Draco opened the door and stepped inside first. The interior was a spacious room, ample enough for 6 individuals to practice, illuminated by torches. A row of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with an assortment of spellbooks. The floor was devoid of chairs, instead adorned with 6 satin cushions suitable for practicing stunning spells, with various protective gear piled nearby. Neville and Ginny, both visiting for the first time, gasped in awe as they explored the room. Hermione, however, was already familiar with her surroundings, heading straight for the bookshelf to retrieve a book she had previously read. Hey, Malfoy, Ron nudged towards Hermione. You'll regret telling Hermione about the room of requirement. She'll be clamoring to use it, determined to read every book here. Oh, I want tea, Ron, Hermione replied, not bothering to look up. Malfoy has more important uses for it. I understand priorities. Neville, overhearing their conversation, curiously asked Draco, What else do you use this room for? Draco momentarily faltered. Harry answered for him. Draco has long surpassed the knowledge of higher years. He can use this room to learn even more. Oh, Neville replied, somewhat confused. Ron chuckled. Like receiving extra guidance from Professor Snape, brewing advanced potions here and so forth. Neville, would you enjoy that? The mere thought of additional instruction from Professor Snape made Neville break into a cold sweat. No, I think regular potions class is more than enough for me. Once everyone had explored the room and Hermione had marked her book, returning it to the shelf, she cleared her throat. All right, we're all familiar faces here. So I want to elaborate. Our main objective is to practice some extracurricular spells, enhancing our spellcasting abilities and our capacity to handle unexpected situations. The training frequency will be set at twice a week for now. Malfoy, what shall we study today? Everyone turned their gaze towards Draco, with Harry looking at him expectantly as well. Draco felt somewhat uneasy. 5 Gryffindors were staring at him, waiting for him to speak. He had never been in such a role before. Draco pondered, when had he become the leader of the Gryffindor group? Is he not, at his core, a quintessential Slytherin? Draco pondered before addressing everyone. I do not intend to be the mentor for each lesson. In fact, I propose that we take turns in this role. For instance, I will lead this session, Harry can take the next, and then Hermione can follow. Each of us possesses unique strengths. For example, Neville excels in herbology, and he could instruct us on how to identify aggressive plants concealed among benign ones, or how to defend against the attacks of peculiar flora. The group exchanged glances, and Neville's face flushed crimson, as he had never anticipated a day when he might assume the mantle of a mentor. In truth, apart from Hermione, the others harbored reservations, racking their brains to recall any academic prowess they might possess. Hermione suggested, Harry, you could teach us the Patronus charm. None of us know it. Wow, the Patronus charm! Ginny exclaimed, gazing at Harry with admiration. Harry smiled shyly at Ginny and Hermione. Draco cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back, affirming yes. Each of us should showcase our areas of expertise. Preparing lessons will also reinforce your own strengths. Hermione readily embraced Draco's suggestion, while Harry and Neville began contemplating what they might teach when their turn came. Ginny looked around anxiously, being a year below the others. How could she possibly guide anyone? Ron, bewildered, asked, what could I teach everyone? Ginny anxiously turned to Draco for assistance. Draco surveyed Ron and Ginny's perplexed expressions, and could not help but scoff. Weasley and Weasley? Haven't you both, like the others, acquired any additional knowledge? Ginny's face reddened. Ron desperately tried to recall any exceptional abilities he might possess academically. Could he truly be outdone by both Neville and Malfoy? Hermione, with understanding, remarked, Ginny can refrain from being a mentor for now, as she is a year behind us. As for Ron looked at Hermione expectantly. However, Hermione, with a hint of regret, replied, you'll need to figure that out yourself. Ron appeared quite dejected. Harry suggested, we could each learn some useful yet uncomplicated spells privately, then teach them to everyone during our training sessions. Spells like Disarming Charm or Shield Charm, for instance. Draco promptly agreed, but did not miss the opportunity to jab at Ron. Thank you for your suggestions for Weasley, Harry. Ron whispered to Harry, you need to help me. I certainly do not wish to embarrass myself in front of everyone, especially Malfoy. Yet Draco had overheard, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Regardless of whether it's the Weasley who requires assistance or the capable Harry, Neville, and Granger, we shall set the curriculum for our lessons as such. Does anyone object? Apart from Ron, everyone else nodded in agreement. Ron grumbled, rest assured, Malfoy, even if it means sacrificing sleep, I will prepare my lesson. Just don't drag us down. Draco raised an eyebrow, responding slowly, I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Chapter 83. The Bitter and the Sweet. The first spell training session for the 6 of them was remarkably successful. Draco demonstrated the shield charm, and by the end of the class, nearly everyone had successfully cast it at least once, fending off attacks from across the room. A week later, during the second session, it was Harry's turn to mentor. He showcased the Patronus charm, which proved to be quite challenging, and by the end, no one had managed to conjure a true Patronus. Consequently, Hermione proposed that during the third session on Thursday evening, Harry continued to guide them in practicing the Patronus charm, a suggestion to which everyone agreed. Draco interjected, I shall be absent for the next training session. I have matters to attend to. Hermione pulled out the schedule. If you have something to do, we can reschedule. Perhaps for Friday night or over the weekend. No need, Draco declined Hermione's proposal. You all should continue training as planned. Do not concern yourselves with me. Very well. We shall adhere to the original schedule, Hermione said, tapping her wand against her schedule. As everyone hurried to practice during the final 10 minutes, Harry quietly inquired of Draco, what do you have to do on Thursday night? We will be using the room of requirement, and you won't be able to brew potions. Draco evaded the question again, dismissing it with a vague response. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He sensed that Draco was increasingly reluctant to share his thoughts with him. Nearby, Ron overheard Draco's reply and could not help but mock, Malfoy, are you afraid I might learn the Patronus charm before you? Hence your feigned absence? Haven't you received private tutoring from Professor Lupin like Harry? Draco shot Ron a cold glance, retorting sharply, Weasley, have you prepared your lesson for next week? Surely you do not intend to show up empty-handed, with nothing worthy to impart to us? The smirk vanished from Ron's face instantly. The third session on Thursday went smoothly, with each person demonstrating marked improvement. Harry felt elated and fulfilled. The only drawback was Draco's absence. However, upon returning to the dormitory, he overheard Seamus and Dean discussing their encounter with Draco in the library that evening. He had still been there when they left. Harry's earlier excitement evaporated immediately. He could not comprehend why, if Draco's so-called business was merely a trip to the library, hadn't he just told him so? Draco returned to the dormitory before curfew. Was tonight successful, Harry? Draco asked while packing his bag. Quite well, Harry replied sullenly. He then pulled the curtains down, feigning sleep. Draco paused momentarily in his movements. Slowly placing his books on the table, he stared at the curtains by Harry's bed, the light in his pale gray eyes dimming gradually, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. The following day commenced with herbology class, attended by third-year students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. This session took place in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout was not as stern as Professors McGonagall or Snape, allowing students to converse quietly while tending to the plants. Ernie Macmillan, a third-year student from Hufflepuff, was quite expressive and was currently discussing Sirius with Harry. Harry, I've heard that Sirius Black is your godfather. It must have been quite challenging for him over the years, hasn't he it? I think I would struggle to endure a day in Azkaban. I suppose so. Harry replied listlessly. In truth, he had not slept well the previous night, tormented by nightmares throughout. He vividly remembered Draco ignoring him in the dream, ultimately coldly stating, I do not enjoy conversing with those I dislike. Ernie noticed Harry's lack of energy, and did not mind his disinterest, turning to Draco instead. The Malfoy family is connected to the Black family, is that not so? I share some blood relation with Sirius Black's grandmother, Melania Macmillan. Pureblood families always seem to be intertwined. Draco engaged in a lively exchange with Ernie, who also hailed from a pureblood family, providing them with common ground for conversation. Harry observed Ernie pondering. Ernie must belong to the type of person Draco admires. Moments later, Hannah Abbott, another third-year Hufflepuff student, joined the discussion, but Draco gradually fell silent, leaving Ernie and Hannah to converse. Harry mused. Hannah likely represents the type of person Draco does not favor as much. Harry, be careful. At Hermione's warning, Harry realized he had nearly crushed the plant in his hands. Frustrated, he released it, reminding himself not to focus on whom Draco was speaking with, or how long their conversation lasted. Before class concluded, they finally completed the task assigned by Professor Sprout. Holding the pot of plants in his hands, Harry returned it to Professor Sprout. Harry, Draco called out to him. Harry turned around, and Draco had just returned the plant to Professor Sprout. What's the matter? Harry tried to keep his tone as normal as possible. Draco gazed into Harry's eyes for a few seconds. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? What could possibly be wrong? Harry shrugged. The two of them walked silently to their seats, making sure to avoid brushing against the plants held by their classmates. As they hurried back to their seats, Harry suddenly halted. You didn't come to practice last night. What important business were you up to? Seamus and Dean said they saw you in the library. Draco was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this what it was about? Harry's tone carried a hint of unrecognized grievance. I was supposed to be your mentor last night. I thought you wouldn't have anything important to do and would come. Draco appeared flustered and quickly explained. I really was in the library doing homework. I had fallen behind on so many assignments, I had no choice. Harry glared at him. Draco found it difficult to continue. They both knew that Draco could complete a week's worth of homework in a single night. The third-year assignments were hardly a significant concern for him. All right. I'll tell you the truth. Draco suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. It's actually because of what Weasley said. Although only 1 out of 10 things he says is true, I have to admit his sarcastic comment that day was spot on. What did he say? Harry asked. Somewhat puzzled. He cleared his throat. He said he would learn the Patronus charm before I did. I was worried about that, which is why I skipped practice. Draco looked a bit embarrassed. I really was concerned that Weasley's words might come true. You know, you and I have both trained with Professor Lupin. And you've already used the Patronus charm to save me and Sirius. If Weasley learns it before me, he would mock me about it for the rest of my life. Harry was taken aback. I thought you could already summon a Patronus. Especially since you hardly practiced during the last training. Draco made a gesture for secrecy. Don't let it slip. I really hope Weasley thinks that too. Harry chuckled. You and Ron are quite the pair. Alright, I won't say anything. Draco straightened up, a satisfied smile on his face. So, will you come to the next training session? Harry asked eagerly. Not certain, Draco displayed a hint of guilt. I want to speak with Professor Snape. I really need to focus on brewing a batch of potions this week, so I may not have the time. Oh. Harry felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood that potion making was also quite important. Draco glanced at Harry, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. But perhaps you'd like to come watch while I brew potions? You could also work on your potion class assignments. You know, that room has plenty of reference materials related to potions. If you're not interested, that's fine too. Sure. Without waiting for Draco to finish, Harry responded enthusiastically. Well then, it's settled. Draco tried to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, but he was clearly not very successful. Chapter 84. Draco's Banter. The spell training sessions progressed in an orderly fashion. It was Hermione's turn to act as the mentor for the fourth session, with the primary focus on practicing the stunning spell and the ironclad charm. As expected, Draco once again requested to be excused. As the training neared its conclusion, Ron groaned while climbing back up from the floor, having been knocked unconscious by Hermione and Harry twice each that day. Neville. It was wise of you to wear protective gear, Ron lamented. Next time, I want to team up with Ginny. Ginny shot back defiantly. I succeeded once today as well. Just ask Neville. Ron grimaced. I suspect Neville was knocked out by you, not by the spell. Even if you did succeed, at least I only passed out once. Neville wiped the sweat from his forehead, flashing a goofy smile. He had also succeeded that day. Ginny grinned. Next time, let us put you in a group with Malfoy. And you won't complain so much. Neville, it'll be your turn to teach us next, she added. Just put him and Malfoy together. Ron's expression turned to one of horror. Hermione agreed, believing this could potentially ignite Ron's hidden talents. He might not even show up. Ron protested. He has already skipped twice in a row. Oh, I think he will, Ron, Hermione replied sympathetically. He said he would come next time, didn't he, Harry? Harry nodded. Just as Hermione had predicted, Draco appeared at the fifth spell training session. This time, it was Neville's turn to be the mentor. As everyone pushed open the door to the room of requirement, the room had transformed from its previous 4 appearances into a greenhouse-like setting. It was filled with a variety of plants, both common and rare, such as the white ash and devil's snare. Various diagrams of rare plants and animations of plant attacks on humans adorned the surrounding walls. Neville, who had arrived early to prepare, was busy tending to a few pots of plants. When he saw the other 5 enter, he nervously remarked, I came early to test it out. The room of requirement can only conjure up some common plants. It can't produce something like devil's snare. So, I borrowed a few from Professor Sprout. They might not be numerous, but I think the diagrams on the wall could still be useful. Neville looked anxiously at everyone, worried he might disappoint them. This is absolutely fantastic, Neville. Hermione exclaimed first. Is that a venomous tentacula? From what I know, we only cover this in our 5th year. Yes, Neville scratched his head. The others expressed their admiration as well. Ron pointed at a moving image on the wall depicting a plant attacking a human. I suspect we have a similar plant in our garden. I can't quite tell. Neville, quickly tell me how to identify and deal with it. Seeing the enthusiastic reactions, Neville felt his nerves ease considerably. He began explaining over a dozen types of aggressive plants and the methods to defend against them. When he reached the devil's snare, Neville led everyone to a corner of the room where a dark box contained a small pile of it. We know. Ron interjected immediately. Harry, Hermione, and I encountered it during our 1st year while protecting the Philosopher's Stone, so we are familiar with it. Devil's snare thrives in dark, damp environments. If ensnared, you can burn it away. Neville nodded in agreement with Ron's assertion. Ron smiled proudly. Ginny, however, pointed out bluntly, Ron, if you had paid attention in herbology during your 1st year, you would have known about devil's snare, instead of only figuring out what to do when faced with danger. Ron glared at Ginny. Neville quickly interjected. Ron is correct. Fire can indeed repel devil's snare. I want to emphasize that devil's snare can sometimes be disguised as a type of indoor plant, such as a crab's claw fern. So we must be cautious in identifying it. With that, Neville showcased a diagram on the wall illustrating various disguises of the devil's snare as different green plants. Harry remarked, if I had encountered these plants for the first time, I might not have realized they were disguised devil's snare, even though I have faced them before. Hermione concurred. Indeed, careful identification is crucial. When it was time for the practical demonstration, Neville announced, let us specifically demonstrate how to repel devil's snare. I'll do it. Ron exclaimed immediately. Everyone turned to look at the eager Ron. Draco scoffed, Weasley, are you volunteering to be the one ensnared by the devil's snare? Of course not. Ron replied. I want to demonstrate how to repel it. Draco surveyed the room. Then who are you planning to have as the one to be rescued? Ron looked around, considering. The two girls, Ginny and Hermione, were not suitable. Neville was the instructor. So that left only Harry and you, Malfoy, Ron declared. Last time, everyone suggested we train together, so why not take this opportunity? You can play the role of the one being attacked, and I'll rescue you. Draco did not immediately retort but instead posed a question. Are you absolutely certain you can fend it off 100%? Of course. I have faced it once already. Rest assured, Malfoy, I will not allow you to be strangled, Ron declared with unwavering confidence. To his surprise, Draco turned his head towards Neville. We ought to have someone unfamiliar with the Devil's Snare undertake this exercise, rather than allowing someone already adept to squander time. Wouldn't you agree, Neville? Neville glanced between Ron and Draco, uncertain of whom to side with. I suppose so. Draco smirked, leisurely addressing Ron. Since you are so self-assured, why not let me take this opportunity instead? I am not particularly skilled at dealing with the Devil's Snare. It appears rather challenging. Ron appeared somewhat disheartened. All right then. You go ahead. Draco in his slow manner added. Weasley, I would appreciate it if you could play the role of the victim for once. You did mention that everyone hoped we would train together. You wouldn't want to disappoint them, would you? What? Ron exclaimed. You'll have it strangle me. How could that be? Draco feigned innocence, with everyone watching. Even if I were to falter, no one would let you be choked to death. Ron's gaze swiftly darted to Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, finally resting on Harry. Harry, even if he doesn't let me be strangled, he might accidentally set my robes on fire. Faced with Ron and Draco's banter, Harry felt exasperated. Then I shall take Ron's place. The others naturally had no objections. And even Draco ceased his insistence. Ron sighed in relief. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself in a dimly lit corner. Are you ready, Draco? Neville called out. Yes. Draco drew his wand. Neville placed the Devil's Snare from the dark box onto the ground. Upon its first contact with light, the plant promptly began to slither towards the relatively shadowy corner where Harry stood, with everyone anticipating the moment it would ensnare him. However, just as the Devil's Snare brushed against Harry's shoe, Draco gently waved his wand. A flash of light erupted, and the plant immediately recoiled. Is that it? Ron squawked. The Devil's Snare hasn't even touched Harry's feet yet. Draco, while assisting Neville in retrieving the Devil's Snare back into the dark box, coolly replied to Ron. When exactly did you wish to wait? Until Harry is ensnared and gasping for breath? That's not what I meant, Ron retorted. Malfoy, didn't you say this was challenging? Were you deceiving me? Who knew it would be this effortless? Draco lifted his chin. From the sound of your tone earlier, I assumed we were to engage in a fierce battle with the Devil's Snare. Chapter 85 Galleons. In the ensuing time, Ron occasionally glared at Draco, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Draco, however, appeared unfazed, engaging with Neville's explanations while occasionally conversing with Harry. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Neville successfully concluded his presentation, earning praise for his diligence from everyone. Neville, blushing with modesty, smiled shyly, having developed a genuine fondness for this activity. As everyone began to gather their belongings, Hermione produced a small bag. There's one more item to distribute among you all. From the bag, Hermione retrieved 6 galleons, distributing one to each person. Hermione, we get paid for attending training? Ron exclaimed excitedly. It's fake. Hermione clarified. This is a device for instant communication. Malfoy suggested we create something to contact each other in emergencies, just like the defense of the Philosopher's Stone in first year, the Chamber of Secrets incident in second year, and Sirius's encounter with the Dementors in third year. If we had this, we wouldn't have to rely on luck. Hermione raised her galleon. If anyone encounters an emergency, simply clutch this coin tightly. After a few seconds, the coins held by the others will become warm. Even if it's in your pocket, you will feel it. Yes, just like that. Hermione tightly grasped her coin, and after 5 seconds, the others' coins began to gradually warm up. How marvelous! Ginny exclaimed. Did you create this, Hermione? Hermione smiled. Malfoy helped me quite a bit. Draco, however, sought to downplay his contribution. I scarcely assisted. Most of the transformation spells were executed by Granger herself. Ginny marveled. Isn't this at the OWL level? Actually, it's at the Newt level. Hermione attempted to appear modest. It was rather difficult. I struggled for quite some time, and some I had to request Malfoy's assistance with. Hermione, Draco, you both are incredible. Harry lavishly praised. Draco's heart leaped, smiling at Harry. Indeed, Hermione, you truly are remarkable, Ron chimed in, shooting another glare at Draco. Yet when he glanced at the coin in his hand, He couldn't help but feel deflated. Would he ever master such a challenging transformation spell by graduation? Perhaps he wouldn't even qualify for Professor McGonagall's new advanced class. Neville gazed at Hermione and Draco with admiration, silently resolving to improve himself and not become a burden to this group of exceptional friends. This coin also possesses another function. Hermione showcased the reverse side of the coin to everyone. Words can be inscribed here. For instance, I wrote room of requirement on the back of mine. And yours will display the same words. Space is limited, so only keywords can be inscribed. I thought since it's to be used in emergencies, it's best to keep it compact and inconspicuous. The other 5 observed their coins' backs, and indeed, the words room of requirement appeared. Ron couldn't resist fiddling with his coin. Does this mean we can also use it to communicate regularly? Let us hope not, Ron, Hermione advised, so as not to overlook its alert function during emergencies. The others nodded in agreement. That's all for now. Hermione tucked the coin away. Let us hope we never have to use it. The 6 of them returned to the Gryffindor common room, chatting and laughing. Along the way, Ginny animatedly recounted a few amusing anecdotes, prompting hearty laughter from everyone, while Harry noticed that only Draco remained aloof. As they separated in the common room, Hermione and Ginny headed to the girls' dormitory, while Harry, Ron, Draco, and Neville walked towards the boys' dormitory. Ron continued Ginny's joke with Harry and Neville laughing, while Draco maintained his silence. Noticing this, Ron remarked, "What's the matter? Are the jokes told by the Weasleys not worthy of the esteemed ears of Master Malfoy?" Draco, feeling irritable, chose to ignore Ron. Neville inquired about what happened next, and Ron glanced at Draco. "Someone is quite the buzzkill. I lost my enthusiasm to continue." Draco coldly retorted, "You won't have to endure it for much longer, Weasley." Harry immediately turned his gaze towards Draco. "What, are you planning to switch dormitories?" Ron's eyes sparkled, though there was a hint of regret. Not having the chance to spar with Malfoy in second year had been a bit dull after all. "Not at all," Draco scoffed. "I sincerely apologize, Weasley, that I cannot fulfill your wishes." Ron scoffed. "What is that supposed to mean?" Draco tried to dismiss Harry's attentive gaze, pretending to focus on Neville. "Well, I may conclude my 3rd year early, perhaps in a few days. I'll need to return home to recover." "Oh, is that all?" Ron lamented. "But summer break is only a few months away. You will return for 4th year, right?" "I should." Draco felt Harry's gaze upon him too intense, and resisted the urge to turn and look. Ron and Neville's reactions were far less intense than Harry's. Draco had taken an entire year off in 2nd year, and everyone had already grown accustomed to his need for recuperation. Compared to 2nd year, he was only missing 3 months of lessons this time, which was considered minimal. Moreover, no one would worry about Draco falling behind academically. Ron and Neville entered the dormitory. Harry halted Draco at the door. Draco had long sought to delay this moment, yet now he found himself compelled to confront Harry's gaze. He had anticipated disappointment and reproach within those emerald depths, but unexpectedly encountered a pair of concerned green eyes instead. "How is your health? Is it still so severe that you must take a leave of absence?" Faced with Harry's earnest expression, Draco hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. "I will be fine." Harry scrutinized Draco's physique, his expression laden with worry. "Really? You couldn't even write back during your 2nd year?" "I couldn't respond because I was required to consume a potion that would induce slumber, rather than being in such a weakened state," Draco interjected, halting Harry's excessive examination. Understanding dawned upon Harry, seemingly alleviating some of his concern. Draco fixed his gaze upon Harry's eyes, speaking deliberately. "You do not resent me for revealing this to you only now." "In truth, I only made up my mind about it in the past week or 2, he added. "Why would I blame you?" Harry replied, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Isn't it fortunate that you are telling me now?" Draco fell silent. Harry appeared to believe that there was no issue with him and Ron, as well as Neville, being informed simultaneously. Was he simply too impatient? Or was he not expressing himself clearly enough? Harry continued, "If your health permits, could you write to me this time? It's been quite distressing not hearing from you for months. Hermione and the others are also concerned for your well-being. Even Ron, though he doesn't say it. I can tell he worries too. Ron Weasley is worried about me? How novel." Draco couldn't help but scoff. Yet, he refrained from further disparaging the Weasley family in front of Harry. The two stood at the dormitory door, momentarily enveloped in silence. Harry seemed to have much on his mind, yet remained tongue-tied. "What are you doing, Harry?" Ron's face suddenly appeared at the door. "Did you know the Quidditch World Cup is happening this summer? Seamus and Dean are analyzing which team has the best chances of winning. Come quick and see." "All right. I'll be right there," Harry replied hastily. Ron's face vanished from the doorway, and Harry could faintly hear the excited chatter of Seamus and Dean. "Take care, Draco. I'll write to you frequently." Harry stepped forward and embraced Draco tightly, but released him a second later, hurriedly retreating into the dormitory. Chapter 86. Dumbledore's Feigned Ignorance. Draco had left school. All the professors had administered final exams ahead of time, with results that, without exception, pleased every instructor, except for Professor Snape. "Draco has offloaded all the potion brewing tasks for the Lombard couple onto me," Snape complained to Dumbledore, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. "Ah. I express my deepest sympathy for your plight, Severus," Dumbledore said, opening a drawer to retrieve a piece of fizzing Whizbee. "Would you care for some? I still vividly remember the delightful sensation of floating the first time I tasted one." "No thank you," Snape replied coolly. "Such a pity." Dumbledore unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Moments later, his feet lifted several inches off the ground. "Headmaster." Snape gazed at Dumbledore, hovering mid-air, incredulously. "Do not think this will make me forget why I am here." Do you recall, Severus?" Dumbledore waved his sleeve, returning to solid ground. "Since becoming a professor, I have indulged in these sweets infrequently. I allow myself the occasional indulgence." Dumbledore resumed his seat across from Snape. With a scowl, Snape reiterated his reason for visiting the headmaster's office. "I refuse to substitute for Lupin any longer." Dumbledore, undeterred, inquired, "Will you reconsider? The potion classes are already a handful, and while it is my duty," Snape vented, as if finding a release for his frustrations, "Draco has once again handed the task of brewing potions for the Lombards to me. Black occasionally writes to demand potions, and for Merlin's sake, he is not even afraid that I might poison his brother. I've had enough of brewing wolfsbane every month for Lupin. Headmaster, you must either find another defense against the dark arts substitute or replace me in potions. I would gladly welcome the opportunity to be rid of Lupin." Dumbledore pushed a cup of hot chocolate towards Snape. "Relax a bit, Severus. I understand." Snape glowered at Dumbledore. The headmaster fell into contemplation, genuinely weighing whether it would be easier to find another defense against the dark arts teacher or a new potions instructor. "Headmaster, do you truly intend to replace the potions teacher?" Snape's displeasure deepened, his expression darkening further. "Absolutely not, Severus. I am counting on you," Dumbledore reassured him. "I have spoken with Regulus's healer, and the subsequent treatment potions are not rare. You need not concern yourself further. As for Sirius, I cannot interfere in your personal matters." "I have no personal matters with him." Snape's expression darkened even more. Indeed, Dumbledore acquiesced. "The inventor of the wolfsbane potion has been conducting deeper research these past few years, exploring ways to prevent werewolves from transforming after consuming it. Perhaps before long, Remus will no longer require your assistance." Snape replied coldly, "Perhaps before that, your potions teacher will have worked themselves to death, Headmaster. Do not speak such nonsense, Severus." Dumbledore found himself reconsidering the matter. Snape smirked, albeit without mirth. "The defense against the dark arts instructor takes a leave of absence every month. The students will inevitably discover the truth. I suspect that Know-It-All Granger has already caught on. Headmaster, you cannot keep this hidden for much longer. Indeed, it is quite troublesome how rapidly our defense against the dark arts teachers are replaced," Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. "I will devise a solution. For now, you need not substitute for Remus, Severus." "Thank you very much, Headmaster," Snape said, achieving his goal as he rose to leave the headmaster's office. Before a defense against the dark arts class, third-year Gryffindor students sat in the classroom, chatting as they awaited Professor Lupin's arrival. Professor Lupin's lessons were engaging and filled with useful knowledge, making the students fond of his classes. At that moment, only Hermione was diligently poring over her textbook while advising Harry and Ron, "You both better quiet down. This class is surely going to be taught by Professor Snape." "How do you know?" Ron's previously jovial demeanor faded instantly. Hermione wore an expression that conveyed, "Isn't it obvious?" "Of course it is." Ron quickly flipped through his textbook. No one wished to misbehave in Professor Snape's class. Harry too listlessly extracted his book. Ever since Draco's departure, his spirits had been low. However, the next moment, Professor Lupin's smiling face appeared in the doorway. Ron cheered, "Hermione, you guessed wrong. What a rarity." All the students, as usual, looked at Professor Lupin with anticipation, speculating about what intriguing content would be covered in this lesson. Only Hermione stared at Professor Lupin in disbelief. "Come on, Hermione," Ron nudged her arm. "So you guessed wrong just this once. You're already brilliant enough." Hermione snapped back to reality. "No, you don't understand. How could Professor Lupin possibly show up at this time?" But no one responded to Hermione. Professor Lupin had already begun the lesson. Can anyone tell me where we left off in the last class? Professor Lupin smiled at the students. Seamus? Seamus promptly answered the question. Excellent, Seamus, Professor Lupin praised. As Seamus beamed with delight. Throughout the entire class, Professor Lupin maintained his customary relaxed and pleasant teaching atmosphere, even eliciting a few hearty laughs from Harry. After the lesson, Hermione unusually did not hasten to her next class or to the library to complete her assignments. Instead, she lingered, meticulously organizing her bag. Hermione, aren't you leaving? Ron inquired. Oh, you two go ahead, Hermione replied to Harry and Ron. I still have some questions for Professor Lupin. Very well. Harry and Ron exited the classroom. Once all the students had departed, Hermione approached Professor Lupin, her bag slung over her shoulder. Miss Granger, is there something you need? Professor Lupin, who was busy tidying his lesson plans, asked. Hermione scrutinized Professor Lupin intently, attempting to discern something. Professor, you. She hesitated, her eyes glimmering with suspicion. Professor Lupin, unfazed, retrieved 2 candies from his pocket. Would you like some fizzing whizbees, Hermione? He offered. Hermione, somewhat taken aback, politely declined. No thank you, Professor. All right. How about a different flavor? What do you think of cockroach clusters? Professor Lupin returned the fizzing whizbees to his pocket and continued searching for other flavors. There's no need to trouble yourself, Professor. Hermione observed Lupin rummaging through his pocket with exaggerated movements, suspecting that the patched-up old robe could hardly withstand such a commotion. Sure enough, with a tearing sound, a hole was ripped in Professor Lupin's pocket, causing a pair of glasses to tumble out. Oh dear! Professor Lupin quickly picked up the glasses and stuffed them into his pocket. However, Hermione had already seen the shape of those glasses. She recognized the distinctive crescent-shaped spectacles, having seen only one person wear them. Hermione swiftly raised her gaze to Professor Lupin's face. He made a shushing gesture and winked at her. Keep this to yourself, all right. Hermione? Stunned, Hermione stared at Professor Lupin, attempting to process this shocking revelation. After a full 10 seconds, she finally nodded. Splendid. What a perfect lesson. Professor Lupin appeared quite pleased as he picked up his tattered old briefcase, preparing to leave the classroom. Before departing, he glanced down at the now torn pocket of his robe, muttering, I must give Remus a raise. Hermione stood there, dumbfounded, struggling to believe what she had just learned. Chapter 87. The Two Brothers. Since Draco's departure, Harry's days had been busy yet tranquil. The Quidditch final arrived as scheduled, and Harry effortlessly caught the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to a decisive victory in this year's Quidditch Cup. As the jubilant Gryffindors surged towards him, he attempted to spot that familiar figure in the crowd. It took him a few moments to realize that Draco was not present. Although Harry had many friends to share in the joy of victory, without a specific individual to share it with, he felt a tinge of incompleteness in his happiness. Thus, he wrote letter after letter, trying to piece together this joy. He detailed many of the spell training activities in his letters, informing Draco that everyone had taken turns being instructors, and even Ginny bravely attempted it once. They practiced various spells such as the Shattering Spell, Summoning Charm, Disarming Charm, and Full Body Bind Curse, occasionally pairing up for attacks and defenses. Each person's spellcasting abilities were gradually improving. He had sent Draco over a dozen letters, yet thus far he had received no replies. Each time Hedwig saw Harry at the Ollery, she wore the same expression, as if to say, back again? Amidst the busyness and longing, Harry faced the end-of-year exams for his 3rd year. Aside from divination, he felt he had performed adequately. He believed he would achieve high marks in defense against the dark arts, charms, and Hagrid's care of magical creatures class, and even expected to do better in potions than in his first 2 years. This year, Professor Snape's attitude towards him had shifted considerably, and Draco had provided him with much assistance. As they boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, Harry felt significantly more relaxed. Draco had mentioned that he was unlikely to miss the 4th-year classes, meaning that as long as he survived the summer, he would see Draco again. Moreover, Ron had invited him and Hermione to watch the Quidditch World Cup together. It seemed there was much to look forward to. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a stop at King's Cross Station. Harry dragged his heavy luggage out of the station, searching the crowd for the Dursleys. At that moment, a young man approached him slowly. Are you Harry? The young man asked. Harry turned to look. The young man appeared almost emaciated, his complexion exceptionally pale, as though he had not seen sunlight in years. His disheveled black hair was piled atop his head, and his limbs seemed uncoordinated, as if he had only just learned to walk. Harry was certain he had never met this person, yet he felt a strange familiarity. I am Harry Potter. May I ask who you are? Harry suddenly recognized him, exclaiming with surprise, Regulus? The young man stiffly nodded. a similarly rigid smile spreading across his face. "Hey Harry." Sirius waved at Harry from a short distance away. Dressed casually as usual, Sirius wore a colorful South American-style hat. The normal diet and freedom over the past months had restored his previously sunken cheeks, and with his untamed black hair, he appeared handsome and charismatic. "What do you think?" "Quite the surprise, isn't it?" Sirius said, stepping forward to embrace Regulus's shoulders and winking at Harry. Regulus smiled awkwardly at Sirius, despite the stiffness of his expression, which delighted Sirius immensely. "His body is still recovering," Sirius explained. "He hasn't had proper physical activity in over a decade, so he needs to practice gradually." "Speaking is the same." "Yes," Regulus slowly replied. "It's simply marvelous," Harry exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the two black brothers before him. Everything would gradually improve. Ron and Hermione joined Harry's side, equally pleased to see Regulus on the mend. Suddenly Regulus inquired, "What about that boy from the Malfoy family?" "Sirius. You mentioned he helped save me." "Yes, I was just about to ask, where is Draco?" Sirius looked over Harry's shoulder. "Oh, he dropped out early to recuperate at home." Harry's previously buoyant mood abruptly sank, "But he will be back when school starts." "I see." Sirius patted Regulus's shoulder. "That's all right. I'll take a picture and send it to Draco." Regulus nodded enthusiastically. Sirius then turned to Harry. "How about you come stay with me for a while over the summer? I initially wanted you to move in directly, but Dumbledore disagreed. He insists you must return to your aunt and uncle's home." "Really? Is that possible?" Harry felt a renewed sense of anticipation. "I worry my aunt and uncle won't agree." "Oh, they will." Sirius glanced to the right. Harry noticed the Dursleys standing at the roadside, gazing at Sirius in terror. It suddenly dawned on him that the Muggle world had been actively hunting Sirius over a year ago. Although the warrant had long since been lifted, Uncle Vernon likely still vividly remembered Sirius's face as a wanted criminal. Sirius, accompanied by Regulus, approached the Dursleys, and Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione before following suit. "I presume you must be Harry's aunt, uncle, and cousin?" Sirius flashed a disconcerting smile. "Hello, I am Sirius Black, Harry's godfather." "Little Sirius Black?" Uncle Vernon appeared utterly horrified, instinctively drawing Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him. "Why, you're not wanted anymore, are you? It is unwise to speak in such a manner before a fugitive." Yet Sirius timely interrupted Uncle Vernon. "However, you are not mistaken. I was indeed a wanted man a year ago. That matter has since been clarified, and the charges have been dismissed." "Dismissed?" Uncle Vernon remained ever vigilant, implying that those individuals were not slain by you? "I never claimed such a thing." Sirius bared his teeth in a deliberate display, causing the Dursleys to recoil in fear. "Should I discover that Harry has suffered any form of maltreatment in your household, you would truly understand whether I have taken a life, Dursley." Uncle Vernon's face turned a deep shade of crimson, as if he were on the brink of fainting. "Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce you." Sirius gestured towards Regulus. "This is my brother, Regulus Black." Uncle Vernon scrutinized Regulus, who also bore an unusual demeanor, seemingly believing Regulus to be the more manageable of the two. "Greetings." Regulus offered a stiff and ghastly smile, accentuated by his pallid, gaunt cheeks, rendering the sight most eerie. "Zombie." Dudley shouted in fright. "He is a zombie. There are no such things as zombies." Uncle Vernon growled. Sirius flashed a friendly smile at Dudley. "You possess quite the discerning eye. My brother has indeed cohabitated with countless entities of the so-called zombies for over a decade. He has only recently resumed a normal human existence. Are you intrigued by zombies? Perhaps my brother could take you on a tour." Regulus nodded mechanically, grinning at Dudley. Dudley appeared utterly bewildered. Despite the truth of Sirius's words, Harry, Ron, and Hermione could not help but chuckle. "Very well, Harry. It is time for you to return to your aunt and uncle." Sirius turned to Harry. "They have graciously consented to allow you to spend a portion of your holiday with me. When did we agree to that?" Uncle Vernon grumbled. Yet Harry could discern that Uncle Vernon's resolve was not as steadfast as it had been in the past. Sirius turned, exhibiting the fierce countenance of a large black dog, causing the Dursleys to retreat once more. "Very well, they have now consented." Sirius winked at Harry. Harry stifled a laugh as he bid farewell to Sirius, Regulus, Ron, and Hermione, and climbed into the Dursleys' car. Until the holiday, Harry waved to his godfather and friends, ushering in a new summer break. Soon he would see Draco again. Harry mused. Chapter 88. The Summer of Fourth Year and Birthday Gifts. The first half of Harry's summer was rather dismal. Due to Dudley's excessive weight, the Dursleys had to implement a new diet plan. This meant that everyone in the household was restricted to the meager portions that Dudley received at each meal. Harry, who was already slim and in a growth phase, found Aunt Petunia's paltry servings insufficient to satisfy his hunger. Fortunately, Harry had sent Hedwig ahead to his friends for assistance, and Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and Sirius all promptly responded. Errol, the Weasley family's owl, delivered a massive homemade cake from Mrs. Weasley along with an assortment of flavored pies. The aging Errol, exhausted after his delivery, rested in Harry's bedroom for several days before flying back to the burrow. Hermione sent back a large box of sugar-free snacks via Hedwig. Hagrid enthusiastically sent a large bag of rock cakes. Sirius would send a substantial package of food every few days, one time even including a steaming bowl of cream of mushroom soup. Of course, all of this was prepared by the house elf creature, whose culinary skills Harry found to be quite exceptional. One day at the end of July, as was his custom, Harry went downstairs for breakfast. Aunt Petunia dutifully placed a quarter of a grapefruit before him. Each plate at the Dursleys' table contained the same scant portion of grapefruit. Tomorrow was Harry's birthday, and he knew that soon he would no longer have to endure breakfasts of only grapefruit or apples. While on his diet, Dudley was sulking about breakfast, and Aunt Petunia attempted to persuade him to eat the grapefruit on his plate, but to no avail. Uncle Vernon also chimed in. Dudley, look how perfectly this grapefruit is cut. It must be quite delicious. Do give it a try. Dudley disdainfully glanced at the pitiful quarter of grapefruit. Uncle Vernon then turned to Aunt Petunia, saying, My dear, I must say your knife skills have improved. This grapefruit is cut to perfection. Aunt Petunia seemed pleased. Thank you, dear. Harry noticed Aunt Petunia glance at the food processor in the kitchen, the very machine he had gifted her. He couldn't help but suspect that the grapefruit had not been cut by Aunt Petunia after all. He also noted that the magical cloth Draco had gifted him last year still hung on the kitchen wall. While Aunt Petunia was serving tea, she accidentally poured a little extra for Harry. Dudley began to complain about the tea, insisting he wanted cold soda. Harry, unfazed by Dudley's tantrums, quickly finished his breakfast. Ahem, Aunt, Uncle, Harry announced, having finished his meal and ready to discuss serious matters. Uncle Vernon grunted, signaling that he was listening. My godfather is Sirius Black, the very one you encountered at the station. He has invited me to stay at his home for 2 weeks next week, Harry stated, adding, I may also go to my friend Ron's house until school begins. Harry noticed Uncle Vernon visibly flinch at the mention of Sirius. Perhaps Sirius's reputation held some weight, as Uncle Vernon did not immediately refuse, but instead turned to Aunt Petunia. My dear, what is your opinion? Aunt Petunia glanced at Harry. Why would you stay at your friend's house for so long? Harry, clearly taken aback by Aunt Petunia's concern, replied. His father acquired tickets to the Quidditch. It's a type of ball game, finals, which occurs once every 4 years, a rare opportunity indeed. They have invited me and another friend to watch. Ron's parents have also promised to take us shopping for school supplies, so we wouldn't trouble you. Aunt Petunia furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. Very well, you may go. Uncle Vernon did not express any objections. Harry felt elated, as if the grapefruit in his stomach had suddenly become less sour. His aunt and uncle rarely consented to his requests so readily. He wondered whether it was the influence of the magical machine, or if Sirius's intimidation had proven more effective. Aunt Petunia then asked, Is Draco going with you to that game? I haven't heard you mention him lately. Harry felt a sudden wave of nausea. I don't know if he is going or not. His voice dropped an octave. I'm still waiting for his reply. Uncle Vernon stroked his mustache, seemingly having just used the designer razor Draco had gifted him that morning. You ought to spend more time with him instead of mingling with that Weasley family. Just look at their odd behavior. It's Weasley, Harry corrected him. Uncle Vernon ignored Harry's correction. That Weasley father of his even asked me the last time if telephones run on electricity. Just look at that ridiculous question. Harry knew Mr. Weasley was fascinated by all things Muggle, but it was evident he had asked the wrong person. Dudley began to throw another tantrum, demanding hamburgers and fries. Harry was relieved to have finally concluded the topic of Draco and the Weasley family. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, he retreated upstairs to his room. He casually opened the magical book Hermione had sent him, using it to pass the time while searching for suitable spells for training. Perhaps during the next training session, Draco would join. As evening descended unbeknownst to him, Harry finished the dinner Aunt Petunia had prepared according to her diet plan, then ascended the stairs to rummage through the snacks his friends had sent, barely managing to satiate his hunger. As Harry perused his spellbook, he awaited the arrival of midnight. He knew his dear friends would undoubtedly send him birthday cards and presents, and perhaps Draco would even send a letter. Shortly after the clock struck 12, Harry spotted the silhouettes of several owls outside his window. He hurriedly opened the window, allowing them to soar in effortlessly. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and Sirius had all sent cards and gifts, and even Regulus had included a card. Harry sat at the edge of his bed, slowly unwrapping his friend's offerings. He left the window ajar, as he vaguely recalled that on the same day last year, Draco's white owl, Hecat, had arrived fashionably late with gifts and greetings, just before 1:30. Perhaps Hecat would arrive late again this year. After unwrapping all the presents, Harry found himself waiting until 2 o'clock, yet Hecat's silhouette was still absent from the night sky. With a quiet sigh, he rose to close the window. Just as he was about to return to his bed, a sudden sound echoed in the room, startling him as he realized he had nearly sat upon something. "Harry Potter!" came a high-pitched voice, jolting Harry from his reverie. He quickly stood up and, illuminated by the moonlight, he indeed saw a figure occupying the spot he had nearly sat upon. "Dobby!" Harry exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the little house elf before him. Chapter 89. The surprise brought by Dobby. It was Dobby. The elf's large eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, "Dobby is here to deliver birthday gifts to Harry Potter on behalf of his master." Harry's heart raced. Had Draco awakened? "Master is not awake yet, sir," Dobby replied, placing the gifts and card before Harry. Master instructed Dobby to do this in advance. "Oh," Harry said as he accepted the gifts and card. Draco had sent a vest crafted from dragonhide. The card stated that this vest could be worn beneath robes to mitigate the effects of ordinary spells. Harry mused to himself, recognizing the practicality of Draco's gift, as it seemed to be an earnest effort to safeguard his life. "Please thank Draco for me," Harry smiled at Dobby, adding, after he wakes up. Dobby will. The little elf gazed at Harry with unabashed admiration. At that moment, Harry's stomach let out a loud growl, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed as he looked at Dobby. "Sir is not full?" Dobby inquired curiously. "If Sir wishes, Dobby can bring a large portion of food immediately." Master said Dobby must heed all of Harry Potter's commands. Did Draco really say that? Harry felt a surge of joy. "Yes, sir,"
Dobby affirmed, Master paye Dobby wage.
But even without wages, Dobby is eager to obey Harry Potter's commands. Harry was astonished. "Draco pays you wages?" "As far as I know, house elves are bound to serve their masters for life, obeying their every wish without remuneration." "Yes, sir." It was Dobby's own suggestion. Dobby seemed quite animated. Dobby first proposed it to Master, but he refused and said Dobby was a bad elf. It was Master who agreed to pay Dobby, thus allowing Dobby to follow Master's commands. Master promised Dobby 1 galleon each week, and Dobby even gets a day off every month. Seeing Dobby's excitement filled Harry with happiness, and intensified his longing for Draco. "Sir, does Sir need Dobby to bring you dinner?" Dobby asked. "It will not take long." Is that possible?" Harry admitted his hunger. Though he enjoyed the snacks and cake sent by Ron and the others, he yearned for fresh, steaming food. "Of course, sir." Dobby appeared delighted to be able to assist Harry Potter. "Dobby will return shortly." In less than 10 minutes, Dobby reappeared in Harry's bedroom carrying a tray. The tray held a freshly cooked steak, sauteed asparagus, a small portion of salmon and vegetable salad, a piece of buttered bread, and a steaming bowl of thick soup. There was even a small dish of sliced fresh oranges on the side. Harry hadn't had a proper dinner in over a month. As he sincerely thanked Dobby, the little elf nearly spilled the soup on Harry's bedspread in his excitement. "Sorry, sir," Dobby squeaked. "It's all right." Harry gestured for the elf to speak softly to avoid waking the Dursleys. "Okay, sir," Dobby lowered his voice. Harry quickly finished his sumptuous meal, making an effort to appear composed and refined in front of Dobby, who was accustomed to Draco's impeccable etiquette. Dobby watched Harry eat with unrestrained joy, seemingly filled with a sense of accomplishment. When all the dishes vanished from before him, Dobby bowed to Harry. "Sir, is there anything else Dobby can do for you?" "That was splendid, Dobby," Harry replied, feeling his stomach finally at ease. "I just want to see Draco as soon as possible. I truly hope he wakes up soon." Dobby placed his delicate fingers on his chin, his expression suggesting deep contemplation. However, Harry was unaware of what the elf was pondering. Suddenly, Dobby snapped his fingers. Dobby does not know when Master will awaken, but Dobby can take Harry Potter to see Master. "What?" Harry sprang to his feet. "You can take me to see Draco?" The little elf replied. "Though there is no command from the Master, he has instructed Dobby to heed Master's orders. Master also said that Harry Potter's commands are Master's commands. Thus, Harry Potter's commands are the Master's directives. Am I correct, sir?" Harry quickly praised him. "You are absolutely right, Dobby." Dobby puffed out his chest with pride. "Then Dobby can take Harry Potter to Malfoy Manor to visit Master." "Excellent." Harry couldn't wait any longer. "Can we go now?" "Now." Dobby's large eyes widened with surprise. Of course, if Harry Potter wishes to go now, Dobby will comply. As Dobby prepared to disapparate, Harry hurriedly added, "Dobby, can we please not disturb anyone else at Malfoy Manor, or the other house elves?" It would be rather improper for me to enter the estate unannounced. Dobby understood. The little elf immediately assured him, "Do not worry, sir. The mistress will visit Master during the day, but at night, Master is alone in his room. Dobby will not let anyone know how much Harry Potter wishes to see Master at night." Harry found Dobby's words somewhat peculiar. "I don't want to see Draco at night." Dobby's large eyes appeared puzzled. "Does Harry Potter wish to see Master during the day then?" Harry found it hard to articulate. "I would like to see him during the day, but it's easier to be discovered." "Then Dobby understands." The little elf clapped his hands, jubilantly declaring, "Harry Potter wishes to see Master both during the day and at night." Harry sighed heavily, conceding, "Fine, you are right. Let us go." The little elf finally fell silent. Harry grasped Dobby's slender arm, and with a crack, both he and Dobby vanished from the spot. Chapter 90, The Night Kiss. Malfoy Manor was situated in Wiltshire. Harry found it hard to believe that just a moment ago he had been on Privet Drive, and now he had effortlessly crossed boundaries of both geography and identity to arrive at Draco's home. Dobby led Harry through a disapparition to a grand bedroom. Soft candlelight flickered in the room, and a gentle herbal fragrance filled the air. Beyond the large glass windows lay a stunning garden, with carefully arranged blooms and foliage. By the moonlight, Harry even spotted a white peacock strolling amid the greenery. The entire room was adorned with thick carpets, muffling any sound beneath his feet. The opulent furnishings exuded an air of classical luxury, with a particularly grand bed that seemed almost as large as Harry's own bedroom. The silken, silver-blue velvet drapes hung languidly, barely obscuring the figure within. Dobby gestured towards the grand bed and silently mouthed to Harry, "The young master is right there." Harry nodded. Yet his feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground. Dobby indicated his intention to stand guard outside, and quietly exited the room. Gradually, Harry's legs seemed to regain some sensation, and he slowly approached the grand bed. He gently lifted the silver-blue velvet drapes, finally revealing the person who lay quietly on the bed. Draco slept with a serene tranquility, his pale, golden hair cascaded like silken strands, obediently resting on the pillow. His complexion was slightly pallid, akin to a moonlit jade, exuding a fragile beauty. The once captivating light gray eyes were now tightly shut, their long lashes fluttering softly with each breath. Harry settled at the head of the bed, bending down to scrutinize Draco's features. After 4 long months, he had finally laid eyes on Draco again. While a sense of calm enveloped him, his heart seemed to beat with renewed fervor. This peculiar sensation left him feeling somewhat disoriented. As time drifted by, Harry lost track of how long he had been sitting there, bathed in the gentle glow of candlelight. His gaze traced the contours of Draco's cheek, reluctant to look away for even a moment. A delicate, soft filament floated down onto Draco's cheek. When Harry became cognizant of his actions, his left hand had already brushed against Draco's face, his thumb gently sweeping away the stray hair. Leaning in closer, he found himself mere inches from Draco's visage. His left hand lingered, unwilling to relinquish the warmth, almost instinctively caressing the smooth skin. It was as if repeating this motion would gradually fill the void within him. Draco seemed to sense something, his lashes fluttering slightly. In the next instant, his light gray eyes opened unexpectedly. Harry immediately halted his movements, staring blankly at those long-missed eyes, uncertain of how to react. Draco appeared not entirely awake, his gaze hazy as it rested upon Harry, devoid of surprise or confusion. Harry blinked. "Draco." But before he could finish, Draco slightly raised his head, effortlessly connecting their lips, silencing the name he had yet to utter. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the quiet room, the moonlight poured in through the clear glass window, casting a delicate glow upon the soft carpet, yet dissolving within the flickering candlelight. In the dim light, Harry could only see the glimmering gray eyes, and his ears could only discern the rapid thumping of his own heart. The sensation of their lips was vividly clear, a juxtaposition of coolness and warmth, tenderness and resolve, numbing yet exhilarating. Their lips met for mere seconds before Draco reclined back onto the pillow, slipping once more into slumber. Harry blinked, seemingly bewildered by the current situation. He maintained his position, silently waiting for several minutes, but Draco did not reopen his eyes. "Draco?" Harry tentatively called out. The figure on the bed remained with closed eyes, as if still ensconced in sleep. Were it not for the lingering coolness on his lips, Harry might have believed it all to be a mere figment of his imagination. After several attempts to rouse him, Draco showed no signs of awakening. A faint rustling came from the door. "Harry Potter?" Dobby's voice was barely a whisper. Harry stood, realizing with a jolt that his neck, back, and arms ached. He had unwittingly maintained that bent position for quite some time. He approached Dobby and quietly inquired, "Is someone coming?" Dobby shook his head. "But other house elves will arrive at dawn to tidy the young master's room." If Harry Potter wishes to keep this a secret, it would be best to leave with Dobby now. Harry nodded and glanced back at the unconscious Draco. He hesitated, pondering if such a fleeting moment could truly occur. Dobby replied softly, "The young master seems as if he is merely asleep. Sometimes physical movements are due to dreams. In Dobby's opinion, the young master is still in a comatose state." "Very well," Harry said, casting a final glance at Draco's sleeping face. "Let us go." He grasped Dobby's slender arm, and in a heartbeat they vanished. After Dobby transported Harry back to the Dursleys, he disapparated away. Harry lay in bed, wide awake. The sky outside was gradually brightening. On the 51st occasion that he recalled the events at Malfoy Manor, Harry decided to rise and retrieve the birthday card Draco had given him. Reading it repeatedly under the soft morning light, Draco's handwriting was exquisite, neat as though printed. Harry surmised it was a prerequisite of the Malfoy lineage. Yet Draco's script bore a personal touch, slender yet imbued with grace and elegance, so captivating that Harry found it difficult to look away. Each sentence held a meaning that was undeniably ordinary. Harry flipped through it repeatedly, failing to discern any extraordinary significance. He carefully placed the card into his woolen bag, and retrieved the golden snitch Draco had gifted him in their first year. The golden snitch emitted a gentle glow, swirling in circles above Harry's head. Hedwig, who had been resting, let out a melodious hoot, seemingly eager to chase the beautiful golden snitch. Harry leaned against the headboard. Addressing Hedwig, "Do you also admire beautiful things?" Hedwig responded with a soft hoot, seemingly in agreement. "Indeed, everyone is drawn to beauty." Harry thought dreamily as he gazed at the stunning golden snitch. "I too am fond of it." Chapter 91 Family. Prompted by Sirius's letter, Harry quickly packed his belongings and made his way to Grimmauld Place. Regulus had just been discharged from St. Mungo's, and was now residing with Sirius. For the first time in over a decade, Grimmauld Place was alive with activity. Creature was beside himself with joy, busily scuttling about, rejuvenating the old house. The Black brothers eagerly took Harry on a tour of the entire residence. In response to Harry's astonished expression, Sirius chuckled, "I suspect Creature has found a second wind." His vigor hardly resembles that of an old house elf. Regulus's body remained somewhat uncoordinated, yet he had made significant progress since Harry last saw him, and could now articulate complete sentences. When Sirius and Regulus stood side by side, Harry could faintly discern the rebellious spirit of the two young blacks. One morning, as they were enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Creature, the doorbell rang from downstairs. Sirius rose, declaring, "I'll get the door. It must be Remus. He mentioned he would come to visit Regulus. He hasn't used the Flu network since he has been away from school." "I'll go," Regulus said, also standing. "Since he is here to see me, I should answer the door." Regulus slowly made his way out of the dining room, with Sirius following closely behind, and Harry, out of courtesy, accompanied them to the foyer. Sure enough, the figure at the door was Remus. The three of them jovially traversed the hallway. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream reverberated throughout the house. From behind the parted drapes, the portrait of Mrs. Black shrieked, "You wretched son, a disgrace to the family." Regulus stared in astonishment at Mrs. Black's portrait. "Mother?" When Mrs. Black's eyes finally recognized Regulus's face, her screams abruptly ceased. "Regulus?" Mrs. Black asked dreamily. "It is I, Mother." Regulus hastened to the portrait. You are still alive?" Mrs. Black gazed at her youngest son. Her demeanor drastically transformed from the earlier hysteria. Regulus murmured, "I was already dead." Nearly transformed into a wraith by the Dark Lord. "The Dark Lord?" Mrs. Black exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "How could he wish to turn you into a wraith when you once followed him so loyally?" "Mother, the Dark Lord is far more cruel than we ever imagined." Regulus growled, his voice filled with intensity. "He values his own life above all else, yet regards the lives of others as mere insects. Creature nearly became a sacrifice for his quest for immortality." Mrs. Black stared at Regulus, seemingly struggling to accept the transformation in his beliefs. "I thought you were ever faithful to the Dark Lord." "I once was," Regulus replied softly, "but since joining the Death Eaters, I gradually realized that the Dark Lord's goals are far from simple. He and his followers revel in the slaughter of Muggles and wizards of Muggle descent. This I cannot condone. Ultimately, I discovered that this is not the path I desire, and thus, I wish to rebel against the Dark Lord." "Rebel against the Dark Lord?" Mrs. Black's voice trembled with fear. "How have you survived, Regulus?" Regulus glanced at Sirius. "My brother saved me. He brought me back home." "He saved you?" Mrs. Black's gaze shifted to her eldest son. Sirius stood nearby, lips pressed tightly together, observing Regulus and Mrs. Black's exchange in silence. Lupin leaned in and whispered to Harry, "Harry, would you take me to the dining room?" Harry nodded, leading Lupin away from the porch, granting space for Mrs. Black and her sons. After nearly an hour, Sirius and Regulus returned to the dining room. Regulus's eyes appeared slightly red, yet his demeanor was relatively upbeat. Sirius's expression had softened considerably from its earlier rigidity. "Would you care for some tea, Harry?" Sirius offered with a relaxed smile. "Yes, thank you." Harry accepted the teacup. Lupin also took the tea Sirius handed him. "When do you plan to reintroduce Regulus to the public eye?" Sirius shrugged. "Whenever he pleases. I have no objections." Regulus managed a somewhat stiff smile. "Dumbledore advised me to take more time to recover, but he mentioned that ultimately, the decision rests with Sirius and me." Lupin nodded. "It's relatively peaceful now. Any excuse you devise will suffice." Sirius scoffed. "Even if Voldemort returns, he shan't lay a finger on a member of the Black family." Lupin smiled knowingly, aware that Sirius meant every word. Regulus hesitated before speaking. "Actually, I would like to attend the Quidditch World Cup, but I'm not fully recovered yet." "You wish to go?" Sirius raised an eyebrow. "As it happens, the ministry sent me a few tickets, which I was about to have Creature dispose of. Harry and the others have tickets from Arthur." Regulus nodded. "I wish to go, but I fear it might disrupt your and Dumbledore's plans." Sirius patted Regulus's shoulder. "You've been given a second chance at life, not to simply follow plans. If you want to go, I shall accompany you. There's nothing else to worry about." Regulus smiled, having grown accustomed to Sirius's affectionate indulgence over the past few months, a treatment he had scarcely known in his first 18 years. "Remus, will you join us?" Sirius turned to Lupin once more. Lupin shook his head. "I have matters to attend to. Unlike you two, I wasn't particularly interested in Quidditch during school." Harry chimed in. "Regulus, I've seen your photo. You were once the seeker for your house team. I've heard the same about you." Regulus's eyes sparkled. "Perhaps we could have a friendly match, of course, when I am fully recovered." "Absolutely," Harry replied, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing Regulus and Sirius's flying skills. Sirius interjected. "Don't be fooled. He has never beaten your father and now seeks to triumph over you. He merely wishes to conquer a Potter." "Sirius!" Regulus shouted in indignation, prompting Sirius to burst into laughter. After a delightful breakfast, Harry returned to his room, the very same he had once shared with Draco. Since that night at Malfoy Manor, he had yet to write to Draco. However, the urge to send him a letter was overwhelming. So he unfurled a fresh sheet of parchment and began to write. "Dear Draco, I wonder if you have awakened yet? I hope you are faring well. I received your birthday gift. The dragonhide vest looks incredibly useful, and I believe I will wear it often. Ron has invited Hermione and me to the Quidditch World Cup final. The Weasley family will be attending, and Sirius and Regulus will be there as well. It would be wonderful if you could join us. I am uncertain if you will awaken before that day, but if you can attend, could you have Pansy or Dobby send me a message? I am currently residing at Sirius's house, and will be heading to Ron's in 2 weeks. I hope to see you soon. Harry."